No. 3 Middle School campus. On the wide playground, hundreds of students in blue and white uniforms stand in orderly rows with calm and focused expressions. At noon, the scorching sun hung high like a blazing fireball baking the earth, and the air was filled with heat. Yet not a single student showed resentment or made noise due to the unbearable heat, because this moment was of crucial significance to their lives. It was the Tesserae awakening ceremony that would determine their future life trajectory. Every student's face was a mixture of anxiety and hope, with their eyes fixed on the platform ahead. That platform held their expectations for the future and the key to whether they could enter the path of martial arts. On the platform stood more than a dozen adults, men and women, waiting solemnly. Among them were all the homeroom teachers and subject teachers of the senior third grade, as well as the school's discipline director, vice principal, and other administrative leaders. The middle-aged man standing at the very center of the platform with a solemn expression and slowly scanning the hundreds of senior students below was the principal of No. 3 Middle School. The principal's gaze swept over every youthful yet determined face, clearly capturing the complex emotions of tension, expectation, and hope in the student's eyes. At this moment, his inner state was not as calm as his appearance. Only years of teaching experience allowed him to conceal his emotions deeply. Dear students, you must have systematically studied the development history of the Daxia martial era in your history classes. You should know what profound significance this awakening ceremony holds for you, and how far-reaching its impact on your lives will be. After a pause to let the weight of his words sink in, the principal continued. Indeed, the result of today's ceremony will to a great extent determine and change your respective futures. Among you, some may break through their shackles and grow into powerful warriors far surpassing me, becoming the backbone that protects Daxia's territory and resists alien beasts. Some may awaken extraordinary Tesserae and become respected martial arts masters wielding exceptional power. Others may have limited talent on the martial path, and their future cultivation will be fraught with difficulties and challenges. The principal's voice was not loud, nor was it amplified, but with his profound martial arts foundation, it clearly reached every corner of the playground, lingering in every student's ears. But his voice suddenly strengthened, startling everyone like thunder. You must remember your original intention when embarking on the path of martial arts. Martial cultivation is by no means merely for the pursuit of power, nor to bully the weak with extraordinary abilities. What is more important is the word protect. Protect your beloved family, protect your sincere friends, and protect the land of Daxia beneath our feet, protect our common home. His voice gradually lowered, but each word was heavy. And the most fundamental thing is to protect your own lives, not to be devoured by the alien beasts outside the city, not to become blood food for the foreign races. After the principal's speech, the entire playground fell into a brief and solemn silence. A few seconds later, someone among the ranks was the first to shout a deafening cry. Protect Daxia, kill all alien beasts. The cry spread quickly, becoming 2-3, and finally converging into the unison roar of hundreds of students. The roar was like a dragon's howl, deafening, shaking the clouds. It took a long time to subside, the lingering echoes reverberating above the campus. Even Lin Yang, a transmigrator with the mature soul of a 20-something from another world, couldn't help but feel his blood surge. No wonder this is a middle school principal under the martial arts system. Every word was truly impactful, far more infectious than those empty cliches from my previous life. With such an inspiring atmosphere, my classmates are probably itching to join the defense forces and head outside the city to slay alien beasts right now. A gratified smile finally appeared on the principal's solemn face. He slowly raised his hand and announced loudly, I declare that the Tesserae awakening ceremony for all senior third-grade students of No. 3 Middle School now begins. With the ceremony officially launched, the previously silent playground gradually buzzed with hushed whispers, the air thick with barely contained excitement and anticipation. Great, it's finally started, a student said excitedly. Yeah, I can't wait. I really hope to awaken a combat-oriented Tesserae and step onto the battlefield soon to slay alien beasts, said a tall, thin student who looked like a bamboo pole, his face full of longing. Lin Yang's heart was equally filled with anticipation for the coming Tesserae awakening. He knew well that as a transmigrator in this dangerous martial world, the Tesserae he awakened might be his only reliance, the foundation for his survival here. Don't be too optimistic, a companion nearby, who knew the thin student, couldn't help objecting. Before becoming a true martial artist, you're not qualified to stand against alien beasts. Even if you successfully advance to martial artist without high-quality Tesserae attribute bonuses, defeating an alien beast of the same rank is as difficult as reaching the heavens. That's right. I've heard that the city defense forces often require several martial artists to cooperate to have a chance against alien beasts, And even then there are casualties when luck is bad. It's that dangerous. The previously excited student was stunned, his tone full of disbelief. Lin Yang clenched his fists, sensing the potential of this body that was several times stronger than his previous life, and resolved silently. If slaying alien beasts is so difficult, I must redouble my efforts in martial training after today's awakening to improve my strength. Otherwise, in this world surrounded by alien beasts, I'll inevitably become prey to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, on the platform, after announcing the start of the ceremony, the principal walked aside to quietly await the smooth progress of the awakening. When he reached the discipline director's side, still looking at the students ahead, he asked in a voice only they could hear, "The student who first led the chant. You arranged that, didn't you?" The discipline director was not the stereotypical bald man. He only had a slightly receding hairline and always wore a smiling expression. Even when faced with the principal's question, his smile didn't change at all, and he replied softly, "Young people should be full of vitality with courage and zeal to protect their home and fight alien beasts, isn't that right?" The principal gave him a deep look, said nothing more except, "Don't let it happen again," then turned his attention back to the awakening process that had already begun. The discipline director kept his smiling expression, not answering directly, and likewise looked forward. At this moment, the ceremony had officially begun, and the first student was about to step onto the platform to awaken his talent tessery. The teacher in charge of the awakening process spoke clearly across the venue, "Class 3, 1 student Chun Fan, please come on stage and place your hands on the awakening crystal core." "Oh, okay, teacher," Chun Fan replied nervously. He took a deep breath, stepped onto the platform under everyone's gaze, and slowly placed his hands onto a round orb emitting a thick blood-red glow. The orb was not smooth, its surface was covered with fine blood-colored patterns and some uneven tiny bumps. If observed with a magnifying glass, one would find it densely covered with tiny pores, making it look more like a specially processed alien beast core. The moment Chun Fan's hands touched the core, the huge projection screen in front of him immediately displayed clear text, "Energy injecting." The next second, the blood-colored core suddenly erupted with intense blood energy, surging like a tide along Chun Fan's arms into his body. In an instant, Chun Fan's entire body was wrapped in dense blood energy, and a powerful aura burst forth from him as if undergoing an ultimate transformation and sublimation. Such a strong aura. Even for a real martial artist breakthrough, it's no more than this. A student below exclaimed in a low voice, feeling the sudden intense energy. "Humph, so naive." Another student who seemed knowledgeable replied with feigned calm. He explained, "It's just that the awakening device has injected pure blood essence into his body, causing a temporary resonance in his blood, reaching the prerequisite for a martial artist's blood energy sublimation. To truly advance to martial artist, achieving the resonance of flesh and soul and extreme sublimation, there's still a long way to go. However, after this blood energy sublimation, his future advancement to a true martial artist will indeed be much smoother." "Wow, you know so much." A nearby female classmate with a pretty face looked at him with admiration. "Hee, my grandfather told me all this," the student said with a hint of pride. He also said that in his generation they didn't have such favorable conditions to awaken tessery and advance to martial artist. Indeed, as he said, the blood energy sublimation process was much shorter than a true martial artist breakthrough. In less than 10 seconds, the intense aura gradually dissipated from Chun Fan. He slowly opened his eyes, still with a trace of confusion. After a moment, he suddenly snapped back and anxiously looked at the projection screen, his voice trembling. Did I succeed? Please let it succeed." The text on the screen slowly refreshed, and the teacher in charge smiled and announced loudly, "Congratulations to student Chun Fan for successfully awakening the tessery. Iron Bones White. Tessery effect, skeletal strength increased by 10 compared to an average person's level." Chun Fan's heart had just leaped at the words, "awakening successful." But as his eyes fell on the plain white beside the term iron bones and the simple description, "bones become hard," his ecstasy cooled like an ebbing tide. The warmth of the blood crystal's energy still lingered on his fingertips. He swallowed hard and murmured, "Just white." A touch of disappointment settled like fine sand in his heart, but recalling the tense faces of his classmates and the hidden pressure of awakening failure, he straightened his back, a glimmer of light rekindled in his eyes. "Still, it's better than failing to awaken. Don't be discouraged." A gentle voice came from beside him. The homeroom teacher, having noticed his emotional shifts, stepped forward and patted his arm. Although the initial affix is white, the wonders of iron bones go far beyond what's written on the screen. Bones are the foundation of martial arts. Strengthening them will subtly improve your defense, even enhance your resistance to force impacts and gravity suppression. These are tangible advantages. He paused, lowering his voice to reveal a secret that could ignite hope. More importantly, affix colors are never permanent. Once your martial realm breaks through, the affix may mutate. Don't speak of green. Even blue is not impossible. Light instantly shone in Chun Fan's eyes. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply to the teacher, his tone resolute. Rest assured, master, I am not discouraged. To have awakened successfully is already a blessing. I will diligently cultivate martial arts, and in time evolve this white affix to a higher grade. His composure was far beyond his peers. He did not wallow in disappointment over the initial grade. The teacher nodded with satisfaction and waved with a smile. Good. Go register over there, then head home and tell your parents the good news. Thank you, master. Chun Fan bowed again, turned and strode briskly toward the registration area, his back straight and resolute. Yet watching him leave, the teacher's smile slowly faded. He sighed softly. Affix mutation is not so easy. Memories surged. 20 years ago, when he himself had awakened, his teacher had consoled him with the same words. Back then he had awakened exceptional intelligence, green, a top-tier affix at the time that boosted his comprehension of martial techniques by 30 beyond normal. Yet nearly 20 years of arduous cultivation from a green student to a martial master had only raised the affix's amplification to 58. Still far from the 100 needed for blue, let alone the 500 chasm of purple. As for the legendary orange affix surpassing even purple, only the school principal possessed it. A distant legend. From the sports field came intermittent announcements like heartbeats. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the affix strength enhancement, white strength increased by 10. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the affix keen senses, green perception increased by 30. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the affix endurance boost, white physical endurance enhanced by 10. Lin Yang stared at the words endurance boost on the screen, his gaze inadvertently flicking to the female classmate who had awakened it, and couldn't help a private sarcastic thought. Endurance. Does that include the kind I'm thinking? If it does, it's a bit wasted on a girl. His scattered thoughts were interrupted by a sharp gasp. Among a group of chatting classmates, one suddenly turned pale and stammered, "Wait, we forgot something big. If the awakening fails according to Great Xia Law, won't we be sent to the city guard for 3 months of training before we can take the martial arts college entrance exam?" Damn, I almost forgot about that. City guard training. Lin Yang quickly searched his transmigrated memories and found the relevant rule. To avoid affecting the awakening ritual's mindset, both the school and parents tacitly downplayed this rule, like parents who hide divorce until after the college entrance exam. All to spare unnecessary anxiety. Understandable. No one wants to worry about things that haven't happened. He mused privately. Hell, let's change the subject. Some classmate deliberately shifted the topic with gossiping excitement. What grade do you think Su Wanning will awaken? Last year 90 were white, most of the remaining 10 were green, hardly any blue, and purple was a one-yo vacant. School beauty, Su has looks and family background. At least green, maybe she can reach blue. I bet blue as a starting point, maybe even purple. Of the two standout figures in our grade, her and Lu Xingchen, they can't be worse than the others, right? Oh, and there's that guy who's as handsome as the school heartthrob but from an ordinary family and way too low-key. The speaker turned and looked directly at Lin Yang. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, groaning inwardly. If I were the protagonist, the author is really out of ideas. Always talking about school beauties and heartthrobs. Readers must be tired of this, right? The topic soon circled back to Su Wanning until an uncertain voice asked, "Then, if school beauty Su fails awakening, does she also have to go to the city guard?" The lively discussion stopped abruptly, plunging the corner of the sports field into a brief silence. Great Xia's rules, no one is exempt. Someone said solemnly with a faint hint of schadenfreude. At least on the surface. A string of successful awakenings, even if mostly white and green affixes, brought smiles to the teachers on the stage. The discipline director's grin was almost overflowing, and even the principal's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Next, class 31, Wang Lin. Upon hearing his name, a slightly plump boy clenched his fists and walked onto the stage with nervous excitement, muttering, "I can do this. My dad said when I was born the heavens sent an omen." The lights in the delivery room went out. "I definitely have the bearing of an emperor." He placed his hands on the blood crystal, mimicking the previous successes. As the faint glow of energy faded, cold text on the screen stung the eyes. Regretfully, awakening failed. "No!" Wang Lin stumbled back, a step, pale as paper. "My dad wouldn't lie to me. This must be a dream." The sudden plummet from euphoria to collapse silenced the students, making them truly feel the cruelty of the awakening ceremony. Fate never grants mercy based on anyone's expectations. Regretfully awakening FAI. Ah, how could this be? Regretfully. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened. Announcements alternated entirely unpredictable. Sometimes 10 students in a row succeeded, even 2 green affixes back to back. Other times over 20 failed, only 1 succeeded, then another dozen failures. It was like a gamble without rules. No one knew whether the next coin would land heads, tails, or miraculously stand on its edge. Class 31 finished quickly, followed by 32, 33. Next, Class 33, Lu Xingchen. At the call, a slender figure slowly walked onto the stage. Even in the loose school uniform, his upright posture and handsome features stood out, accentuated by a cool, aloof aura. Wow, it's Lu Xingchen. He's so handsome. What good is being handsome? It's awakening a high-grade affix that matters. Whispers buzzed around. Some fawning, some disdainful. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow at the commotion and muttered to himself. Now this treatment feels like a protagonist. Could I be wrong? Is he the real lead of this novel? No one knew his whimsical thoughts. On the stage, Lu Xingchen took a deep breath, suppressing his inner nervousness, and slowly placed his hands on the blood crystal. As the faint light flowed, the screen suddenly erupted in dazzling blue light, so brilliant that the entire field fell silent for a moment. Then the announcement rang clearly, "Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the affix Sword Genius Blue Sword Technique. Martial cultivation speed is 100 faster than normal. A chance to condense a sword heart and comprehend sword intent. Blue affix. It's blue. Finally a blue affix." Gasps exploded like thunder across the field. Students stood up to look, their eyes wide with shock and envy. Even the principal rose from his seat, staring intently at the dazzling blue light. A blue one. Could it be that he snatched the pity pull? Lin Yang watched as fewer than 10 classmates were left before his turn to undergo the awakening, yet a blue trait had suddenly emerged. A knot of disbelief tightened in his chest. Shouldn't the pity pull be mine? Or perhaps this is just a small pity and a big pity is about to fall on me. Of course, trait awakening was no gotcha game. There was no such thing as small or big pity. The teachers on stage knew this best. Having presided over countless such awakening ceremonies, they had never been able to discern any reliable pattern. Watching the student bathed in blue radiance, the dean's smile grew increasingly bright. He couldn't help but step forward, personally encouraging Lu Xingchen, who seemed yet to come to his senses. A blue trait and a martial arts one at that. Excellent, excellent, young man, you have a bright future ahead. Even the usually stern principal allowed a faint smile to creep onto his lips. Awakening a higher grade trait would greatly benefit both their school's martial arts college entrance exam results that year and their recruitment plans for the following year. Thank you, Dean. I will train diligently in martial arts and never bring shame to our school. As the first student to awaken a blue trait, Lu Xingchen was satisfied with the outcome, even though he had secretly yearned for a purple or higher grade. A smile of contentment graced his face. After thanking the dean, he went to the registration desk like the others and signed his name. Yet, unlike those before him who had successfully awakened traits and rushed to share the good news with their families, he returned to the queue of Class 3 senior year. Look, where is Lu Xingchen going? Isn't it obvious? He's heading straight for the school beauty Su Wanning. Could it be? At any moment, people find it hard to suppress their curiosity and love for gossip. Watching Lu Xingchen walk slowly towards Su Wanning, the surrounding students seemed to forget they were in the middle of the awakening ceremony. They stopped paying attention to whether the students on stage had successfully awakened, instead straining their ears and leaning sideways to catch the juicy drama about to unfold. Awakening a blue trait has given him enough confidence to confess to the school beauty. Lin Yang was no exception. A hidden spark of gossip lover ignited within him, and he too focused intently on the upcoming spectacle. But unlike the other purely curious students, Lin Yang harbored a different thought. According to the typical script, after the second male lead is rejected by the female lead and feels humiliated, he would go after the male lead to salvage his lost face. Su Wanning, I'm sure you saw it. I successfully awakened a trait. A rare blue martial arts trait. Lu Xingchen stood before Su Wanning, his eyes brimming with confidence. Before he could finish, Su Wanning cut him off coldly. I saw it. So what? Her icy response made his confident expression falter for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Deciding not to waste words, he cut to the chase. We both come from martial arts families. You know that for the sake of family interests and prosperity, our futures are rarely our own to control. Instead of being married off to some unknown stranger in the future, why not join with me? We know each other, a perfect match in talent and beauty, well suited in status. Besides, I've already awakened a blue trait. As long as you awaken a green trait or above, We can walk the path of martial arts together side by side. Lu Xingqian's gaze locked onto Su Waning's beautiful face, his tone and eyes filled with sincerity. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Besides, what if I only awaken an ordinary white trait or even fail to awaken at all? Faced with Lu Xingqian's peculiar confession, Su Waning's expression remained cold throughout as she directly refused him. Hey, it's okay. I believe you'll change your mind someday. Though his smile didn't waver after being rebuffed to others, it seemed a storm of fury must have been brewing within him, and he might soon seek someone to vent his anger on. But at that moment, Lu Xingqian didn't linger in front of Su Waning. Instead, he walked toward the back of the line. Look that direction. Is he going to Lin Yang? No way, I heard there's no bad blood between them. They barely even interact. How can you be so sure? You don't know that some fangirls often argue about which of them is better looking. Maybe Lu Xingqian has known about it all along and can't stand it. The students, their first dose of drama, barely digested, now faced another juicy morsel, their excitement palpable as they awaited the next act. Here he comes. This guy's definitely coming for me. Lin Yang watched Lu Xingqian approach him slowly, a peculiar feeling stirring within. I really am the protagonist. Just as Lin Yang was pondering how to handle the impending provocation, Lu Xingqian stopped in front of him. Not to pick a fight, but to offer a friendly smile. Lu Xingqian gave a polite nod, then walked past Lin Yang to the very end of the queue, where he turned around to watch the ongoing awakening ceremony on stage. Seeing this, the surrounding students inwardly groaned. Damn, all that anticipation for nothing. Congratulations to Lu Ru. What? A purple trait. Heavens, a blue trait wasn't shocking enough. Now we have an even more astonishing purple one. As a brilliant purple light flared on stage, it instantly drew everyone's stunned gaze back. Who is it? Which student has the bearing of a great emperor to awaken a purple trait? I think her name is Lu Ru something. I didn't catch it. The students around Lin Yang had already cast aside the earlier drama. The petty squabbles of school beauties and heartthrobs paled in comparison to the shock of a purple trait awakening. There's another prodigy. Even Lin Yang had forgotten that Lu Xingqian hadn't provoked him as the script dictated. Lu Ru Yan, Empress Ruyan. Wait, that's not right. There's no one by that name in our class. Though Lin Yang hadn't been in this world long, he still vaguely remembered his classmates' names. If there really were an Empress Ruyan, he couldn't possibly have overlooked her. Could it be that Lu Ruhua? Lin Yang suddenly recalled that while there was no Lu Ruyan in his class, there was a female classmate named Lu Ruhua, though her appearance wasn't as repulsive as her name Ruhua might suggest. She was merely plain-looking and hardly noticeable in class. Yet who could have imagined that she would awaken a stunning purple trait? Trait awakening is a matter of heaven or hell. As Lin Yang had thought, congratulations to Lu Ruhua for successfully awakening the trait Ice Body. You are the embodiment of ice with a physique unlike any other. You can freely condense the moisture in the surrounding air into ice. When cultivating ice element martial arts techniques, your training speed exceeds that of ordinary people by 500, with a chance to condense an ice spirit body. The effect of a purple trait far surpassed that of a blue one. Setting aside the 5-fold cultivation speed, increase it granted the ability to wield extraordinary power even before becoming a martial artist. Condensing ice was a versatile tool for both offense and defense. Excellent. Truly excellent. Awakening a purple trait, especially an ice element martial arts one, makes getting into a martial arts university as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Not only that, even a top-tier martial arts university is highly probable, and even the 4 great academies are not out of reach. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment you awakened a purple trait half a foot was already through the door of a martial arts university. The rest depended on whether you had the courage and perseverance to strive for an even better, more prestigious martial arts university. The emergence of a purple grade inscription for the first time evidently stunned everyone present. Even the principal stepped forward to examine it closely before a smile finally graced his lips. Student Lu Ruhua, I hope you won't let this purple inscription make you overly proud. Although your admission to a martial arts university is now all but assured in the upcoming grand examination, you must understand that there are vast differences between martial arts universities. The resources provided by an ordinary university and a top-tier one are worlds apart, let alone the 4 most prestigious martial arts academies in Daxia. A flicker of reminiscence crossed the principal's face, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Therefore, I urge you to devote yourself entirely to martial cultivation. Every bit of progress you make before the grand examination increases your chances of entering a superior martial arts university. This concerns your future in the martial path, You must not take it lightly. The principal's smile gradually hardened into a serious expression. This shift made Lu Ruhua, still reeling from the surprise, feel a pang of nervousness. Okay, principal. I will follow your instructions and cultivate martial arts with all my might. It's just. Her voice faltered under the principal's direct gaze, a shadow of anxiety and embarrassment flickering across her face. The experienced principal, however, saw beyond her mere nervousness. Rest assured, the resources you need for martial cultivation before the grand examination will be fully covered by the school. He had clearly discerned that the student's family circumstances were not affluent and could not bear the heavy resource consumption of martial cultivation. He then added, if you break through to the martial warrior level before the grand examination, I will personally select a suitable isotribute cultivation technique for you from the school's archive. At the same time, on behalf of the school, I hereby announce an immediate scholarship of 1 million to you. I hope you will live up to the school's expectations. Whoa, how much? 1 million? Seriously? You're kidding. I just can't believe it. 1 million. My family couldn't earn that in 3 years. Your family's well off, then mine couldn't make it in 5. Mine in 10. Enough. You're here to awaken inscriptions, not to compare miseries. Instead of worrying about that, think about whether you can awaken a purple inscription too and become a millionaire instantly. As the news of the $1 million reward spread across the field, all the students erupted into chaos. 1 million. If I had that to spend on foot massages. Lin Yang couldn't help but daydream about having 1 million, but he quickly extinguished the thought. Cough, I can't degrade myself. This world is fraught with danger. It's better to focus on martial cultivation. Though the sudden appearance of the purple inscription threw the field into turmoil, everything resumed its normal course after Lu Ruhua registered under everyone's watchful eyes. Lu Ruhua may be plain-looking and from an ordinary family, but a purple inscription makes up for everything. Lu Xingchen, standing at the back of the line, let his gaze shift between the unremarkable Lu Ruhua and the school beauty Su Wanning, who stood not far ahead. He seemed to be weighing his options. Better wait a little longer. He ultimately couldn't bring himself to decide, choosing to await Su Wanning's awakening results. The awakening ceremony continued, but it seemed that the class luck had been exhausted by the single purple inscription. One by one, the subsequent students failed to awaken. No way. Are only a few of us in this class going to awaken inscriptions? The homeroom teacher of Class 3, who had been ecstatic over his student's purple inscription, saw his mood plummet as student after student failed to awaken. Though Lu Xingchen's blue inscription and Lu Ruhua's purple one had already secured his teaching bonus for the year, he still felt uneasy. But even setting aside the bonus as a teacher, he still hoped to see as many of his students succeed as possible. At least Su Wanning is next. She's sure to succeed, and she might even awaken a blue or higher inscription. As the ceremony neared the turn of his class school beauty, Su Wanning, the homeroom teacher's mood finally lightened. Next up, Su Wanning, Class 3 senior year. Soon it was Su Wanning's turn to step onto the stage. So that's the school beauty Su Wanning. She really is gorgeous. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to settle for just a blue inscription and a spot in a top-tier martial arts university. Dream on. As she walked slowly onto the stage under the gaze of everyone, even the school beauty Su Wanning couldn't hide the trace of nervousness on her face. It wasn't because of the attention from students and teachers, but because she too was uncertain whether she could successfully awaken an inscription. I hope I can succeed. After a silent prayer, Su Wanning's expression turned resolute. Without hesitation, she placed both hands on the blood-red crystal core. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded within her soul. Her consciousness was abruptly torn from her body, leaving the mundane world behind. She arrived in an extraordinarily fantastical spiritual realm. Though her eyes were closed, her mind's eye could clearly perceive her surroundings. Countless colorful orbs of varying hues drifted around her, flickering and floating. There was no time to ponder what was happening, nor to wonder if others had experienced such a strange phenomenon during their awakening. Her mind was instantly drawn to a dazzling purple light ahead. Without a second thought, she directed her consciousness to rush toward it. Unfortunately, awakening failed. How is that possible? The school beauty Su Wanning failed. Haha, this proves inscription awakening is absolutely fair. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like. It's purely random. As Su Wanning's awakening was declared a failure, shock rippled through the crowd, mixing with a few gloating whispers. Student Su Wanning, don't be disheartened. There will be many opportunities on the martial path ahead. The homeroom teacher, who had placed high hopes on her, was taken aback by her failure. Suppressing his own disappointment, he quickly stepped forward to console her. Thank you, teacher. I'm fine. Su Wanning replied with a blank expression, as if the failure hadn't affected her at all. After thanking the teacher, she turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Su! Ah! The teacher wanted to call her back, but didn't know how to comfort her, so he let her leave. I never thought even the school beauty would fail to awaken. With only a few students left before it was Lin Yang's turn, he watched the school beauty Su Wanning walk away, looking as disappointed as a living corpse. He couldn't help but worry about his own chances. It's okay, I'm a transmigrator. I'm the protagonist. While comforting himself, Lin Yang couldn't resist glancing backward. He noticed that Lu Xingchen, who had been watching from the back, seemed to have already left. Is a person truly worthless without an awakened inscription? Lin Yang didn't know the answer, but he believed that even if he failed to awaken an inscription, he would still forge his own path to the future with determination and courage. Next up, Lin Yang, Class 3 Senior Year. Hearing his name, Lin Yang didn't hesitate. He strode confidently toward the stage. Finally, it's my turn. Lin Yang. This student is quite handsome. Yeah, he's on par with Lu Xingchen, maybe even more attractive. Not many students seemed to recognize Lin Yang. The few murmurs that arose were mostly about his good looks. I wonder what the awakening feels like. Staring at the peculiar blood-red crystal core before him, Lin Yang hesitated for a moment before placing his hands on it. Boom! In an instant, Lin Yang felt a surge of immense energy violently flood into his body. His blood began to boil like water reaching its peak. The blood raced through his veins, threatening to sear his entire being, until finally his body seemed to merge completely with the blood, undergoing a profound transformation and ascension. At that same moment, his consciousness was abruptly yanked from his body into a fantastical spiritual realm. White, green, blue, purple. Lin Yang's mind strained to perceive this strange world, seeing countless multicolored orbs floating around him. Wait, there's even orange. No, that's red. Among the myriad orbs, Lin Yang was shocked to discover a few orange ones and even rarer red ones. Then he noticed an orb even rarer than the orange ones, far more radiant, standing alone in a space where no other orb could approach. Like a sovereign. Could that be gold? I choose you. Without a second thought, Lin Yang directed his consciousness to rush at the golden orb, shining like a king, intending to claim it. He failed to notice that the other orbs around him seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force unable to touch his mind. The golden orb blazed with a brilliance like a star, as bright as the sun, almost unbearable to look at. Lin Yang didn't hesitate. His consciousness formed a giant invisible hand and reached for it. What? It dodged. Lin Yang witnessed something unbelievable. The golden orb, as if alive, evaded his grasp. Something's off. It doesn't seem to have moved on its own. It was pushed away by some repulsive force. As if sensing something, Lin Yang abruptly directed his consciousness to look above his own head. What is that? He saw a blank frame shimmering with iridescent light hovering above him, appearing out of nowhere. He couldn't help but extend his consciousness, shaped like a hand, toward it. The moment he touched the iridescent blank frame, all the colorful orbs in the strange space began to slowly revolve around his consciousness, as if drawn by a powerful force. The rotation grew faster, gradually forming a multicolored energy cyclone. Wow, a golden legend! Outside, a dazzling golden light suddenly blazed, forcing everyone to widen their eyes, as if witnessing something incredible. That light! A golden inscription! How is that possible? No one had ever witnessed the birth of a golden inscription. Could it be that today they were about to witness the first golden inscription ever? However, as the brilliant golden light slowly faded, what appeared before everyone was nothing more than a blank golden rectangular frame entirely devoid of any inscription. What is happening here? As the dazzling golden light slowly dissipated, everyone was filled with shock and confusion. Even the principal, who had always been as steady as Mount Tai, had lost his former composure. With a flicker of movement before anyone could see clearly, he instantly appeared beside Lin Yang. Hurry and check if the device has malfunctioned. That was a golden inscription. It had been centuries since Daxia last saw a student awaken a golden inscription before becoming a martial artist. If due to some accident the successfully awakened golden inscription suddenly vanished, the consequences. Yes, principal. The staff understood the gravity of the situation. If the golden inscription had indeed vanished due to a machine malfunction, they would become the sinners of all Daxia. What just happened? Was I seeing things? I clearly saw a flash of golden light. I saw it too, nearly blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. But why is there just a golden blank frame on the screen? Maybe the awakening device malfunctioned. Look, the principal is directing the staff to check it. I've never seen him so anxious. As the staff carefully inspected the machine, the students below could no longer contain themselves and buzzed with heated discussion. The topic naturally revolved around whether the inscription Lin Yang had awakened was truly the astonishing golden one. 10 minutes later, after thoroughly examining the entire machine, the staff reported to the principal, "Principal, the machine seems to have no issues." "No issues? Are you certain?" "We're fairly certain. The machine has ample energy. The energy and blood qi transmission channels are stable and unobstructed, and the blood crystal core source power is steady and full. Since the device has no issues, then what is going on?" The principal stared sternly at the golden blank frame shimmering on the screen. Even though the golden light exuded a kingly majesty, what use was a blank frame with no inscription or attributes? Despite his vast experience, even the principal felt utterly bewildered. After gazing at the golden blank frame for a long time, his eyes finally shifted to Lin Yang, who had been quietly waiting nearby. "Lin Yang, do you have any special sensations? Or any strange changes in your body?" "Lin Yang, don't be nervous. Just honestly describe how you feel. No matter the problem, the school will be your strongest support." At some point, several vice principals and the academic dean had also arrived beside Lin Yang, surrounding him and looking at him with eager anticipation. Facing the gaze of so many powerhouses, even though they did not actively release their formidable martial aura, the faint presence they inadvertently emitted still weighed heavily on Lin Yang. However, he was not so intimidated that he couldn't speak. "Principal's Dean, I don't seem to have any special sensations or strange physical changes, except that the blood qi in my body feels a bit more active. After the awakening began, it felt like my mind was pulled into a fantastical spirit world, but the memories there are a bit blurry. By the time I opened my eyes, it was like this." Lin Yang wasn't lying. After the awakening ritual, his body was not much different from before. It was just that the memories of his mind leaving his body and entering the fantastical spirit world had become strangely hazy. He only remembered that the color of the blank frame seemed not to be the golden displayed on the screen, but rather a multicolored rainbow-like array of 7 hues. Of course, there was one most important thing Lin Yang didn't mention. He had not failed to awaken an inscription, and the blank frame was not his awakened inscription, but a slot that could hold inscriptions. Like the skill bar in some games for placing skills. Any inscription, whether its color was the lowest white or the highest gold, could be placed into the blank frame and take effect. So it seems this is the golden finger I got from transmigrating, but to awaken inscriptions I'll need to train in the city guard. Because the way Lin Yang obtained inscriptions was special, requiring him to personally kill aberrant beasts. So he really didn't awaken a golden inscription, just a useless golden blank frame. After a period of discussion, the school's top brass finally confirmed that Lin Yang had not become Daxia's first prodigy to awaken a golden inscription. Instead, he had awakened a blank golden frame with no record and seemingly no function. Then how should we record his awakening results? Should it be recorded as a success or a failure? Although the conclusion was determined, how to document Lin Yang's awakening records left them in a dilemma. Perhaps we could report it. His unique situation might interest many people, and renowned martial arts universities might admit him on special terms. The discussions among the school's top brass were not concealed, and Lin Yang heard every word, clearly making his heart race with anxiety. He didn't want to be studied as a special case like an alien. "All right, Lin Yang is here. Let's ask for his opinion." The principal spoke, interrupting the others' discussion, and redirected everyone's attention to Lin Yang. I think this shouldn't count as a successful awakening, since there's no effective inscription." Lin Yang carefully voiced his thoughts under the renewed gaze. "Lin Yang, do you know that if this awakening is deemed a failure, according to Daxia's regulations, you will be assigned to the city guard for 3 months of training facing aberrant beasts directly? Aren't you afraid?" The principal's expression was severe. Worried Lin Yang didn't understand the consequences of failure. "I know, principal, but my decision won't change." Lin Yang's expression was resolute. After all, only by slaying aberrant beasts could he awaken inscriptions, so there was nothing to hesitate about. "Very well, then let it be as you say." Then, without consulting others, the principal turned and announced to all the students, "After internal discussion, the school has determined that Lin Yang's awakening is a failure." He then turned to the other school leaders and continued, "Lin Yang's records will be sealed for now. Everything will be decided after he returns from training and the martial arts exam is over. Since it's his own decision, so be it." The others had no objections, and Lin Yang's strange awakening ritual was conclusively deemed a failure. The awakening ceremony proceeded as usual. A few more students successfully awakened blue inscriptions, sparking some discussion, and the ceremony gradually drew to a close. "What a pity. After the last student also failed to awaken, only a few hundred failed students remained on the field. As for those who succeeded, they had already rushed home, eagerly to share the good news with their families. With the awakening ceremony fully concluded, the principal stood on the stage looking down at the students below. Almost every face was filled with disappointment and confusion about the future. Because failing to awaken an inscription meant their path of martial arts would be far more arduous than those who had succeeded. The principal spoke solemnly. I think everyone knows that according to Daxia's regulation, students who fail the awakening will undergo 3 months of training in the city guard. But I want to tell you that failing the awakening does not completely negate your future. This training is not a punishment but an opportunity. A slim one, yet a chance to change your future. Before anyone could ask what the opportunity was, the principal spoke again. You have 3 days to prepare. Gather on the school field in 3 days, and we will depart for the city guard training. Now everyone dismissed. As the principal announced the dismissal, the students gradually filed out of the school gates, their hearts heavy with disappointment as they trudged homeward, pondering how to break the news to their families that they had failed to successfully awaken their affixes. Lin Yang, however, was free from such worries, for in this world, he had no family left. His parents had once been city guards who defended the city, and during a beast tide when Lin Yang was young, they perished in the jaws of the aberrant beasts while protecting the city. Upon returning home, he closed the door behind him. Alone at last, Lin Yang finally had the time to examine his condition closely. By closing his eyes and concentrating, he could perceive within his mind a blank affix slot shimmering with a radiant multicolored light. As he focused his mind and drew closer to the affix slot, a surge of information flooded his consciousness. Slaying aberrant beasts grants affix points which can be used to draw affixes. Proceed to slay aberrant beasts at once. The first affix draw holds a delightful surprise. Is this my golden finger? It doesn't seem like the systems from novels, nor does it have a personal interface. On his way home, Lin Yang had attempted to summon a personal interface or system, but it appeared his golden finger lacked such features. The scant information he possessed was that to draw and activate affixes, he needed only to slay aberrant beasts. Yet this seemingly simple condition was exceedingly difficult for Lin Yang to fulfill at present. First, his martial prowess was insufficient. He had not yet become a martial artist. He had no opportunity to register at the Martial Arts Association, let alone venture beyond the city walls to hunt aberrant beasts. Fortunately, after failing to awaken an affix, he was required to undergo training with the city guards. For others, this rule might be seen as a punishment. But for Lin Yang, who was eager to slay aberrant beasts and draw his first affix, it was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. City guard training. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Lin Yang diligently practiced the basic martial arts technique issued by the school, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at the school, after nearly an afternoon of the awakening ceremony, the principal appeared somewhat fatigued, resting in his chair with his eyes closed. A sudden knock, thump thump thump, broke the silence. The sound roused him, and he opened his eyes. Come in. Principal, the statistics for this year's senior year students' awakenings have been compiled. The academic dean, still wearing his perpetual smiling expression, entered with a dossier in hand, speaking as he handed it to the principal. Have a seat. The principal took the dossier and began flipping through it. Out of 892 students, 532 successfully awakened. Only about a 60 success rate. That's already quite good. The higher-ups estimated that the new generation awakening device would have only a 50 success rate for artificially induced awakenings in ordinary people. After a period of systematic martial arts education and training, the success rate has improved. The academic dean explained with a smile, seated across from the principal. The principal said nothing more and continued reading. 51 green affixes, 6 blue affixes, and only 1 purple affix. After finishing, he closed the dossier. It seems the situation is not much different from last year's students. Of course, without significant advancements or changes in the awakening device and our martial arts education system, it's hard to see major shifts. Besides, this is already far better than the early days of the world's transformation. At least now, everyone has a chance to awaken affixes, unlike back then, when the probability during the transition to becoming a martial artist was less than 1 in 10,000. As he spoke, the dean's smile finally faded, as if recalling those immensely trying times. Indeed, the principal's thoughts seemed to drift back to the past as well. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, "But what do you think of those students who failed to awaken?" "Them? Old Gu, you're not still fantasizing that someone might strike it lucky and hit that less than 1/10th awakening probability when breaking through to martial artist, are you? Stop dreaming. If you ask me, this rule should have been changed long ago. A probability of less than 1 in 10,000. It's not that easy. Speaking of the unawakened students, the dean seemed to grow agitated, even rising to his feet. We must give them a chance, however slim. Unfazed by the dean's agitation, the principal turned his head and gazed calmly out the window. Perhaps they might just surprise us. Time flew by, and the 3 days allotted for student preparation quickly passed. Despite their reluctance and fear, all the students who had failed to awaken their affixes returned to school within the stipulated time. Lin Yang was no exception, and for this training, he had spent nearly all the money he had saved. Since his parents had sacrificed their lives resisting the beast tide, as their only son, he received care from the Great Xia authorities. Apart from the death benefits for his parents, all his tuition fees before turning 18 were covered by the authorities, and he received a monthly living allowance of several thousand yuan. Lin Yang had no major expenses beyond daily living, so over the years, he had saved over 100,000 yuan. However, during these 3 days, he had nearly exhausted that sum. Of course, he hadn't fallen into depravity and used the money for ill purposes. Instead, he spent it on essential supplies for combating aberrant beasts. For instance, the alloy battle blade in his hand cost him a full 66,000 yuan, and that was merely the most basic model. He had seen weapons used by some martial artists priced at hundreds of thousands. There was also the battle suit he wore, along with several pills for healing and aiding cultivation. In short, to successfully slay an aberrant beast and awaken his affix during this training, Lin Yang had invested everything. Apart from his parents' death benefits, which were too large an amount and were managed by the authorities until he turned 18 or became a martial artist, he was not entirely penniless, but had only a few thousand yuan left for living expenses. But if I can successfully awaken an affix, it will all be worth it. I wonder what the surprise mentioned in the information about the first affix draw is. Lin Yang's gaze was filled with determination and anticipation. All right, since everyone is here, let's set off for the city guard barracks now. As all the unawakened students from class 3 of senior year had gathered, the homeroom teacher led them onto the school bus, which slowly started and headed toward the city's outskirts. Lin Yang sat in the back near the window. He had no desire to chat with his classmates, instead gazing out at the passing cityscape. After leaving the school district, they could still see the relatively bustling scenes of the city center, but the further they went, the more dilapidated the surroundings became. They had clearly left the city center and entered the outskirts. After several more hours of travel, Lin Yang couldn't help but doze off for a while. Ahead lies a restricted city guard area. Unauthorized personnel leave immediately. The school bus was suddenly halted, jolting Lin Yang from his slumber. It seems we've arrived. On the training grounds of the city guard barracks in the western outskirts of Yangqing, a figure stood in a corner, holding an alloy battle blade, silhouetted against the setting sun. The pale blade still reflected a piercing cold gleam under the evening sunlight. The figure gazed intently ahead, as if a ferocious beast confronted him there. Suddenly he moved. Gripping the hilt with one hand, he drew the blade and executed an unadorned sweeping strike forward. Though the move was utterly ordinary, it seemed to contain unparalleled power. A sharp whoosh tore through the air. A flash of blade light sliced through the very air before him. Without pause, he swung the blade again, and again, each stroke full force, the whistling of air like a tangible roar. The fierce blade light coalesced around him into a crisscrossing aura of saber energy. Even a glance from an ordinary person would feel its biting sharpness unbearable to behold, let alone approach. Suddenly, the dancing figure halted for an unknown reason. He raised the blade above his head, and his other hand joined the grip. An even stronger aura emanated from his body. His blood and chi seethed, and rich blood energy surged through his meridians, converging from both arms toward his palms. The flesh and blood within him roiled like boiling water. Sweat from his exertion evaporated instantly under the intense heat. Visible steam rose from his body, then seemed drawn by some force flowing along his raised arms, gradually attracted to the blade swirling around it. As if bestowing upon this ordinary alloy blade the fantastical aura of a supernatural weapon. When his momentum peaked, Lin Yang silently cried out, "Cleave the mountain." Then, with both hands, he slashed downward as if he would cleave even a colossal rocky mountain before him without hesitation. Another common and mundane technique, yet at this moment it exhibited an indomitable forward-charging might. As the blade swung, a fierce white saber energy burst forth from the blade. The saber energy tore through the void ahead, stretching nearly 3 meters visibly before slowly dissipating. As Lin Yang finished his practice and sheathed the blade, his breathing was somewhat rapid. Applause rang out as a figure walked toward Lin Yang, clapping. Upon reaching him, the figure familiarly patted Lin Yang's shoulder and congratulated him. Not bad, you haven't even broken through to martial artist yet. In just over 10 days you've reached minor mastery of the wind-splitting blade art. You may not be the most gifted student I've seen in the barracks, but you're the most hard-working. Thank you, Captain Qin, for the praise. I still have far to go compared to you. Lin Yang did not become complacent from achieving minor mastery of a blade art. Compared to the man before him, he indeed had a long way to go both in martial realm and blade technique. The wind-splitting blade art he had just practiced was taught by this very man. When he first arrived at the barracks, he had witnessed this formidable man casually swing his battle blade. A blood-red blade glow condensed from blood energy shot out over 10 meters, cleaving a multi-ton boulder in two like cutting tofu. At that moment, he understood that the man's realm and strength far exceeded his imagination. Don't sell yourself short. You're still young with boundless potential. As long as you maintain this diligent and enterprising spirit, your strength will soon surpass mine. Qin Lai looked at Lin Yang, who showed no arrogance, with a hint of approval in his eyes. The path of martial arts tests not only bone structure and talent or whether one has awakened a trait. The most important thing is to have an excellent temperament. But you must also know moderation in your efforts. You've been training all afternoon. It's almost dark. Go fill your stomach first. Without waiting for Lin Yang's agreement, he pulled him away from the training ground toward the barracks mess hall. In the barracks, food was always plentiful. And in this world's barracks it was even more so. Not only were there various delicious foods, but each meal also came with a sufficient portion of beast meat. Though at their level only first-tier beast meat was supplied. But that was enough. Lin Yang still remembered that when he first arrived his blood energy value was merely 886. He was still far from the minimum requirement of 10 blood energy to break through to martial artist. Since coming to the barracks, every meal included ample beast meat, whose rich blood energy was even more potent than ordinary training pills. Combined with diligent cultivation of the basic martial arts technique, in less than half a month, his blood energy had increased by nearly a tenth. Though he hadn't measured it yet and couldn't estimate the exact value, he could sense, I should be close to breaking through to the martial artist realm. As he thought this, Lin Yang wolfed down nearly half a gene of beast meat, then prepared to pick up his blade and head back to the training ground. Wait, Lin Yang. Captain Qin called him before he left. Is there something, Captain Qin? Lin Yang paused, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Nothing much, just to tell you not to train as late as usual today. Rest early. There's something important tomorrow? Captain Qin's face was serious as he reminded Lin Yang. Hearing the captain's warning, Lin Yang fell into thought, then a flash of insight struck him. Could it be? You've probably guessed. Captain Qin saw Lin Yang's realization and no longer concealed it. As students newly enlisted, you're not immediately fit to go out of the city to slay beasts. So these 15 days were first to familiarize you with the city guard's discipline and formation drills, so you won't be scared stiff and cause trouble when facing beasts. Second, to give you time to adapt and learn martial arts techniques, so you can hold your own against beasts. But this training is only part of it. Tomorrow you will truly become a member of the city guard, a soldier whose duty is to slay beasts. Captain Qin's expression was solemn, his gaze resolute. As a city guard captain, he had slain countless beasts. So tomorrow is our first day out of the city to slay beasts. Lin Yang's heart trembled, but he showed no fear, only a sense of eagerness. Finally. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The past half-month of grueling training was precisely to have enough strength to face beasts at this moment. And now was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Qin. I'll be prepared. Lin Yang expressed his gratitude, but did not change his decision to head to the training ground. He still needed to better adapt to the minor mastery of the wind-splitting blade art. Look at Lin Yang and then look at yourselves. Watching Lin Yang leave the mess hall, Captain Qin couldn't help but scold the old soldiers eating beside him, disappointed. If you worked half as hard as he does, you'd have broken through to the martial master realm by now. Captain, that's not fair. We work hard too. A short, monkey-like soldier retorted. Monkey is right? A stout, fat soldier beside him mumbled while stuffing beast meat into his mouth. That guy is simply a madman. Enough, can't you shut up while eating? A woman in her 20s with a face not stunning but a very attractive figure interrupted. Sister Li But. The fat soldier swallowed his mouthful and tried to continue. Humph. That guy just hasn't realized he's a waste who failed to awaken a trait and was dumped here by the school like trash. No matter how hard he tries, his future is already decided. A sneering voice rang out, chilling the faces of everyone present, including Captain Qin. Lu Ming, if you can't speak properly, shut up. No one thinks you're mute. Yeah, looming aside from the captain and Fatty, none of us awakened traits either, and we're doing just fine. The monkey argued with a distinguished-looking young man from a noble family sitting across from him. Precisely because I was once like him, am qualified to say this now. Enough, all of you, shut up and eat. We're going out to slay beasts tomorrow. Only when Captain Chin spoke did the quarrel end. A talentless wretch who failed to awaken any codex. That cannot be me. And this was the one flaw of the martial world. Cultivation sharpened the senses, making it all too easy to overhear whispers spoken behind one's back. Though he had already left the mess hall, Lin Yang still caught fragments of their heated argument. Yet it did not stir him in the least. And even if Lu Ming spoke truth, that those without awakened codices were destined to become worthless, what did it matter to him? He bore no codex now, but that did not mean he never would. And perhaps tomorrow will be the day. And hope quickened his stride as he made his way toward the training ground. Hours later, most lights across the military camp had dimmed, and the clamor of day gave way to a rare, profound silence. Sparse stars shimmered in the ink-black sky. A waning moon hung high above. Its faint silver light fell upon a solitary figure still moving within the training ground. Blades flashed with icy ferocity. Moonlight glinting off the steel like tangible slashes cleaving the surrounding darkness. And, indeed, my swordsmanship has truly matured. Fluidity and grace now flow effortlessly. Sliding the blade smoothly into its scabbard of beast-eyed, Lin Yang murmured inwardly. Before attaining this mastery, every motion had felt stiff, awkward, like dragging stone through mud. And now each swing unfolded with seamless grace. With every arc of the warblade, he could feel his abundant chi and blood surging in resonance, drawn instinctively into the weapon itself, unleashing cuts swifter, sharper, and more devastating than ever before. And I shall retire early tonight. After all, tomorrow holds extraordinary significance for me. Recalling Captain Chin's counsel, Lin Yang, for the first time, did not push his cultivation deep into the night, and returning to his private dormitory reserved for students, he washed and then lay down upon his bed. His body, worn thin by a full day's relentless training, yielded readily to exhaustion. Yet, after over 10 days of such disciplined fatigue, had long since become familiar, a quiet companion rather than a foe. He slipped into slumber almost immediately, and perhaps because anticipation for tomorrow burned so fiercely, Lin Yang dreamed. For the first time since entering the camp. In his dream, he stood alone, warblade in hand, facing a monstrous black boar, its hulking frame rivaling a compact automobile. Tusks gleamed with a metallic coldness sharper than forged steel as the beast charged, faster than any speeding vehicle. Yet Lin Yang only offered a faint, disdainful smile. Like a launched artillery shell, he surged forward. Then, at the very brink of collision, dropped into a backward slide, slipping beneath the beast's thundering bulk. There he stood, back turned to the boar. Blade angled downward, its edge slick with the creature's dark blood dripping steadily onto the earth. Behind him, the colossal beast collapsed, split cleanly in two, its massive form crumbling lifelessly to either side. Congratulations. You have slain an anomalous beast and awakened your first golden codex. Just as Lin Yang's heart soared with elation, preparing to inspect the nature of his newly awakened codex. And, ding, ding, ding! The shrill chime of an alarm jolted him from his reverie. And with resigned disappointment, he silenced the device. Could you not have waited just long enough for me to glimpse what codex I've awakened? Even in sleep, Lin Yang had yearned to behold the shape of his golden codex. But now awake, he rose without hesitation, ready to train. After all, assembly was still hours away. And soon as dawn's first light gilded the eastern horizon, early risers glimpsed a lone figure already deep in disciplined practice upon the training ground. That must be Lin Yang again, truly unyielding. He's trained here at dawn every single day since arriving. Others could not help but murmur in quiet admiration. Inspired by his resolve, several others hurried to the training ground to begin their own drills. And the radiant sunrise, like a sacred deity, poured golden vitality upon every striving figure beneath its benevolent gaze. 2 hours later, at precisely 8:30 m.n., all personnel assemble at the central square within 10 minutes. A voice resonated across the entire camp, charged with overwhelming martial energy, commanding and absolute. Whether mid-cultivation, clinging to drowsy slumber, or even caught mid-relief, the moment that voice struck, hesitation vanished. All scrambled upright, secured essential gear, and sprinted toward the square. Lin Yang, already on the training ground, required no such frantic rush. And calmly sheathing his warblade and smoothing his rumpled training uniform, he stepped quietly into his assigned formation. Good morning, Captain Chin. and shortly thereafter Captain Qin Lai arrived, and Lin Yang greeted him first. "Good morning, Lin Yang. So you trained through the entire dawn again, I see." And Captain Qin approached with a warm, knowing smile. "The early bird catches the worm?" And Lin Yang shrugged, lightly feigning modesty. "More like the early worm gets swallowed by the bird." And Lu Ming, of their squad, had appeared without warning, his tone laced with inexplicable hostility toward Lin Yang. "If your mind is still fogged from sleep, Lu Ming, I'd be happy to clear it for you." And before Lin Yang could respond, Captain Qin's voice cut in, cold, sharp, and utterly unamused. "Humph." And Lu Ming shot Lin Yang a venomous glare, then retreated wordlessly into formation. "Brother Pang, good morning. And Brother Ho, good morning. And Senior Sister Li, good morning." And as 3 veteran soldiers arrived one by one, Lin Yang greeted each respectfully, only to catch sight of a graceful silhouette approaching from afar. "Captain Qin Lin, classmate, good morning." And before Lin Yang could speak, she offered her salutation and stepped neatly into formation. "Good morning, Senior Sister Su." And gazing upon Su Xiaohua, the campus's legendary beauty, Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel fate had placed them in the same squad. Captain Qin, Senior Sister Su Lin, classmate, you're already here so early." None minute before assembly, a breathless figure dashed into view. Captain Qin fixed him with a stern gaze. "You're the last Wang Lin?" And, well, I was just, using the latrine, so I ran late. It won't happen again." Wang Lin stammered his excuse, then, without waiting for reply, sprinted straight to the rear of the formation. And what a comical fellow! Lin Yang recalled Wang Lin vaguely, from the Codex awakening ceremony where he'd loudly proclaimed himself destined for emperorhood, only to awaken nothing at all. Now that we're assembled, stand at attention, awaiting the Grand Captain's address. And having delivered his instruction, Captain Qin turned and stood silent, awaiting his superior's arrival. Upon entering, the camp, recruits had been dispersed across squads, and each unit comprised 5 seasoned veterans guiding 3 green recruits. Those present now constituted their entire squad, and across the vast square over 100 such units stood rigid. Nearly 1,000 souls aligned in flawless formation. Most were cultivators. Their combined auras thickened the very air, rendering it dense and heavy. And they did not wait long. "Is that the Grand Captain?" Captain Qin spoke of. And Lin Yang's keen eyes caught movement far above, a figure streaking across the heavens. Like a soaring eagle carving the sky, his speed surpassed even that of jet fighters. In an instant, he traversed a kilometer, landing with a thunderous impact before their formation. He looks about Captain Qin's age, perhaps 30 years old. And Lin Yang studied the man's face closely, youthful, unlined, deceptively unassuming. Yet his presence radiated power beyond measure, vastly eclipsing Captain Qin's. And Lin Yang had just witnessed him fly across open sky, bodily flight, the ultimate aspiration of my past life, and here in this world it lies within reach, through the path of martial cultivation. And gazing upon that towering, awe-inspiring figure, Lin Yang's eyes shimmered with reverence and burning hope. "You know well why you've been summoned today. And precisely, to sally forth beyond the city walls and slay anomalous beasts, veterans and novices alike, those who served for years and those who arrived but half a month ago. And here now you are soldiers. Defending the city and eradicating beasts is your solemn duty. I have but one command: kill. Slaughter every damned beast. And kill, kill, kill." As the Grand Captain's impassioned words echoed, every veteran's gaze ignited with savage, unrelenting fury. Their auras, transcending mere cultivators, surged instinctively, converging into a palpable tide of raw crimson battle spirit, and the very sky seemed veiled beneath its oppressive blood-hued shroud. "By my order, deploy immediately. Squad by squad, march beyond the walls and exterminate the beasts." At the battalion commander's order, the military formation in the square stirred to life instantly. Nearly 1,000 soldiers marched in a mighty procession toward the city gates. Among them were mostly martial artists who had undergone blood chi transformation and extreme ascension, along with a few second realm martial masters who surpassed ordinary martial artists. Of course, there were also students who had yet to become martial artists here to gain experience. After the army marched out of the city in full force, they dispersed into squads, each heading in a different direction to explore and hunt for aberrant beasts. Lin Yang's assigned squad was no exception. Under squad leader Qin's guidance, they followed a rarely trodden path, gradually moving away from the city. At this moment, the gap in experience between the veterans and the students became evident. A burly man carrying an alloy shield and squad leader Qin, who wielded a silver spear, led the way. The remaining 3 veterans, except for Lu Ming, took up the rear. Lu Ming, who seemed quite displeased with the three students, nonetheless composed himself and stayed close to them, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Even though they had barely left the city, they did not let their guard down. Their eyes constantly swept the path ahead, their steps cautious, and their right hands never strayed far from their weapons, ready to react instantly to any sudden threat. After nearly an hour of walking, they still hadn't spotted a single aberrant beast. Initially, the three students mimicked the veterans, their expressions grave, as they surveyed the environment with heightened alertness. But after an hour with no results, Wang Lin, one of the students, began to relax his vigilance. Squad leader Qin, when you hunted aberrant beasts before, did it ever take this long to find even one? His sudden question brought the advancing squad to a halt. Typical worthless student can't even hold out for a short while. Lu Ming, who seemed to have been waiting for an opportunity, sneered. Enough! When you first went out to hunt aberrant beasts, you weren't any better. Squad leader Qin rebuked Lu Ming. Then he waved at the veteran called Monkey, who was at the back. Monkey, go ahead and scout. If you encounter an aberrant beast, don't disturb it. Report back as soon as possible. Understood, squad leader. Monkey didn't waste words. Even with a bow strapped to his back, it didn't hinder his movements in the slightest. He suddenly accelerated, darting and leaping through the woods like a nimble monkey. In mere moments, he vanished from Lin Yang's sight. Such terrifying speed. Even ordinary aberrant beasts couldn't catch him. No wonder squad leader Qin sent him to scout. Lin Yang marveled inwardly at the veteran's incredible pace. All right, everyone, rest here, but stay alert. Squad leader Qin ordered. Yet he himself did not rest. Instead, he scouted the area to ensure no aberrant beast lurked nearby. Hey Lin Yang, school beauty, Su, do you think we'll actually encounter any aberrant beasts today? Wang Lin asked curiously, as Lin Yang and Su Wanning's tense minds had just begun to relax. Su Wanning shot him a cold glance, then turned away, her eyes continuing to scan the surroundings warily, offering no reply. Lin Yang spoke softly, giving a brief answer. I don't know. It depends on luck. If we do run into one, does that mean we're lucky or unlucky? Ignoring the school bowtie's coldness, Wang Lin pressed Lin Yang further. Lin Yang understood that the guy was probably too nervous and was using this method to ease his anxiety. He replied indifferently, you decide, then turned away, ignoring him. Gazing at the towering trees and the dense overgrown thicket, Lin Yang's right hand, which had been resting on his blade's hilt, tightened involuntarily. He controlled the flow of blood and qi within his body, accelerating its circulation to ensure he remained at peak condition. At the same time, he thought to himself, for me, encountering an aberrant beast would be fortunate. As if his luck had suddenly surged. In less than 10 minutes of rest, a rustling sound like wind through leaves came from ahead. Everyone was startled, their gazes fixed warily on the source. Soon they saw Monkey's figure, which had vanished earlier, returning swiftly from the distance. Seems like he's found something. Lin Yang sheathed the blade he had partially drawn, his eyes fixed on the returning veteran Monkey. Before Monkey even got close, his excited voice rang out, Big Hall Squad Leader. Squad Leader Qin looked at the exhilarated Monkey and asked, what's going on? Squad Leader, I just discovered a small river just a few li ahead. And by the river, a herd of silverhorn deer is drinking. Monkey revealed the reason for his excitement without hesitation. Silverhorn deer. Squad Leader Qin was momentarily stunned, then a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. Silverhorn deer, a first-rank low-level aberrant beast, herbivorous and omnivorous, gregarious with low aggression. Lin Yang recalled the detailed information about silverhorn deer he had learned in class. Clearly they were fortunate. On their first hunt, they hadn't encountered anything too troublesome. Aside from their gregarious nature, which made things slightly more complicated, silverhorn deer were practically the perfect hunting target. Let's go. Monkey, lead the way. We'll take a look first. Squad Leader Qin's expression returned to calm as he addressed Monkey and the others. Soon, under Monkey's guidance, they advanced safely for several li. Monkey pointed ahead and whispered excitedly, it's just up ahead. Even without his reminder, everyone had already noticed. 100 meters ahead, a small river reflected the sunlight, its water crystal clear and flowing gently. By the river lay a large meadow where over a dozen silverhorn deer were resting. They resembled the deer Lin Yang had seen in his past life, but were much larger in size. Above their heads were two sharp horns that gleamed with a metallic silver luster. Their tips looked incredibly sharp, glinting coldly, as if they could easily pierce through steel plates. No wonder they're called silverhorn deer. Lin Yang's gaze was completely fixed on the herd, and the blood and qi within him seemed ready to boil uncontrollably. Because he knew that by killing just one of them, he could successfully awaken his first trait. Squad Leader Wei. The veterans looked at the herd with barely concealed excitement, as if they wanted to charge over and slay them immediately. Although silverhorn deer were low-level aberrant beasts, they were still valuable. Moreover, with over a dozen of them, it was enough for the squad to make a tidy profit. Hold on. Squad leader Chin was equally excited, but he didn't lose his vigilance or rationality. His gaze lingered on the 3 students for a moment as if he had made a decision. Their mission outside the city wasn't just to hunt aberrant beasts. It was also to give these students a bloody baptism. At this moment, the silverhorn deer were undoubtedly a suitable target for the 3 students to witness real combat. Let's find an open space nearby and set up some traps first. After a moment of deliberation, squad leader Chin made his decision. Understood, squad leader. The other veterans naturally understood his intent and didn't object. Only Lu Ming seemed displeased, sneering at Lin Yang, and the others, humph, what a bother. But he didn't defy the order. Instead, he joined the other veterans in finding a clearing to set up traps. Lin Yang and the other 2 couldn't idle either. They followed the veterans, observing, learning, and occasionally lending a hand. Soon, with everyone's help, the traps were set. At that moment, they were finally about to face the aberrant beasts face to face. Lin Yang's hand gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from an uncontrollable surge of excitement and longing. Monkey, go lure a lone silverhorn deer over here. Soon the trap was set and Captain Chin instructed Skinny Monkey. Of course, it wasn't just him being singled out. It was simply because he was the fastest and most suited for luring monsters. Just watch me, Captain. Skinny Monkey had obviously done this luring work before. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed swiftly toward the river. Reaching a spot near the river, Skinny Monkey wore a grave expression, his gaze slowly sweeping over the herd of silverhorn deer, searching for a suitable target. You're the one. A few seconds later, he spotted a lone silverhorn deer. Without further delay, he reached back and grabbed the alloy composite bow strapped to his back. Simultaneously, he drew an ordinary arrow and knocked it onto the bowstring. Straining his arms, the formidable power of a martial artist exploded forth effortlessly, drawing the composite bow specially crafted for warriors. Drawing the bow and aiming were executed in one fluid motion. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly tore through the void, its extreme speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, it crossed hundreds of meters, striking the silverhorn deer's body with pinpoint accuracy. However, a crisp ding rang out as if the metal arrowhead had struck a sheet of hardened steel. Not only did it fail to pierce the silverhorn deer's hide, but it was deflected, leaving only a clear mark on its body. A sharp, piercing deer cry rang out. Although the arrow hadn't wounded it, it thoroughly enraged the beast. The intelligence of a mutated beast, while far inferior to humans, was still much higher than that of ordinary animals. In just a moment, it located the detestable creature that had dared to harm it. With an angry roar, the silverhorn deer spread its 4 powerful legs. With a single leap, it crossed a distance of over 10 meters, charging toward Skinny Monkey like an enraged leopard. I've been waiting for you. Facing the menacing silverhorn deer, a hint of contempt flickered across Skinny Monkey's face. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Soon the man and beast arrived at the location where the trap had been set. By now, the figures of Lin Yang and the others were nowhere to be seen. Of course, they hadn't abandoned Skinny Monkey. They had simply hidden nearby. It seems. It's coming. Lin Yang and the others hadn't hidden with the veterans. Instead, they concealed themselves not far away, watching everything unfold. Is that a mutated beast? At that moment, when they witnessed the true fury of a mutated beast, though still at a great distance, they could clearly feel the overwhelming ferocious aura emanating from it. Even from afar, it felt as if they were in extreme danger, sending chills down the spines of the 3. So terrifying, and this is just the lowest tier mutated beast. Wang Lin's face had already turned pale, his voice trembling slightly. It's hard to imagine the intense pressure one must endure when facing a mutated beast directly. Even Su Wanning was now utterly shocked, unable to maintain her composure. Kill it, and the trait will be mine. Only Lin Yang, though equally shaken by that fierce and violent aura, felt a strong rising desire for slaughter within him. Skinny Monkey ran while searching for the trap markers. Right here. An irrepressible smile spread across his face as he suddenly accelerated. He leaped several meters into the air like a flying man, hanging in the sky for a few seconds, crossing a distance of tens of meters before landing on the opposite side of the trap they had set. Then he turned and faced the still charging silverhorn deer as if taunting it. A flicker of confusion seemed to pass through the deer's eyes. Then, mimicking Skinny Monkey, it too suddenly pushed off with its hind legs, leaping to the same height. Its landing point was precisely where Skinny Monkey stood. The sharp, silver-glinting horn atop its head was aimed directly at Skinny Monkey's body, as if intending to impale him. This beast However, the intelligence of a mutated beast was ultimately no match for a human's. The others were already prepared. With a furious roar, two figures suddenly sprang up from the ground. They held a thick long rope between them, each gripping one end. As if by prior agreement, they directly blocked the path of the beast that had just leaped. The long rope made from the tendons of mutated beasts was as tough as a steel cable. A low-tier first-stage silverhorn deer could hardly break it. Holding the ends of the rope were the veteran Lu Ming and Sister Li, both of whose strength had already surpassed the martial artist realm. Ha! Both let out a fierce shout. The abundant blood and qi within their bodies seethed, gathering immense power throughout their forms, pulling the rope taut. The next moment, thud! Unsurprisingly, the silverhorn deer which had just leaped was tripped by the rope stretched before it. Its massive body instantly tumbled like a rolling gourd. It crashed directly into the prepared pit trap. The pit was filled with countless metal spikes. The moment it fell in, the silverhorn deer let out a burst of anguished cries. However, its steel-like hide still managed to deflect most of the spikes, with only a few piercing its body. It struggled to its feet, pushing off with its hind legs, attempting to leap out of the trap. Have a taste of my attack, fatty. The burly stout man appeared beside Skinny Monkey from nowhere. He raised his alloy shield and with immense force slammed it down onto the head of the leaping silverhorn deer. Bang! Under the collision of such tremendous force, the very ground seemed to tremble slightly. Struck heavily, the silverhorn deer was knocked back down into the trap. Hee, let me show you my real archery. Skinny Monkey beside him hadn't been idle either. He had already drawn his bow, aiming and firing at the silverhorn deer below. This time he didn't choose ordinary arrows, but used specially made alloy arrows capable of piercing the hide of ordinary first-stage mutated beasts. Whoosh! The arrow seemed to be imbued with martial blood qi, emitting an eerie bloody glow. The blood light flashed, striking the silverhorn deer's right eye with deadly accuracy. Got it! In less than 10 seconds, they had joined forces to severely wound a first-stage mutated beast. Finish it off! Captain Qin had also arrived beside the trap, pronouncing the beast's fate with an expressionless face. Yes, Captain. Just as Lu Ming, holding a longsword, was about to jump down to kill the beast, a voice came from the side. Wait, let me do it! Before anyone could react, a figure had already leaped down into the deep pit. He held a long blade in his hand, and the rich blood and qi around him steamed like boiling water. A bloody mist enshrouded his entire body, even staining the silver-white war blade in his hand with a trace of crimson. What is Lin Yang doing? The first to react was naturally Captain Qin. He shifted his feet slightly as if to intervene, but then stopped himself. Is this guy crazy? Lu Ming and the other veterans couldn't help but feel shocked by Lin Yang's audacity. They remembered that when they first faced a mutated beast, not being paralyzed with fear was already considered a good performance. Just like the two students beside Lin Yang at this moment, merely approaching a bit closer had them intimidated by the beast's fierce aura, their faces turning pale. In contrast, Lin Yang dared to swing his blade at the mutated beast. Indeed, Lin Yang not only did it, but did so without hesitation. Roar! The beast in the trap seemed unable to tolerate this provocation. Being outsmarted and defeated by a few martial artists was one thing, but an ant like you, not even a martial artist, dared to attack it. It raised its head, ignoring its wounded body, and aimed its silver-shining horns at the figure leaping down from the air. It seemed determined to perish together with the one who dared to challenge it even in death. Lin Yang. The onlookers watched this scene, a trace of worry flashing in their eyes, but it was too late to rescue him. Beast, go to hell! Lin Yang had no intention of dying together with this lowest-tier mutated beast. His future was infinitely bright. Still in midair, the blade momentum he had been gathering for so long descended with an unstoppable force. He missed. Almost everyone thought the same. No, let the blade light fly. But then a brilliant blade light flashed, crossing a distance of several meters in the void, directly striking the beast's neck. Blood sprayed and the head fell. Impossible! His blade technique has reached minor mastery. Lin Yang, however, had no attention to spare for the shock of others. Congratulations! You have personally slain a first-stage low-tier mutated beast. You have earned 10 trait points. Would you like to draw a trait immediately? First draw has a surprise. Draw it now. Lin Yang's mind shook, and he confirmed almost without hesitation. First draw guarantees a golden trait. Congratulations, you have obtained Diligence Rewards Gold. What, it's actually Diligence Rewards and Golden? An intense wave of joy instantly flooded Lin Yang's mind. Without any hesitation, Lin Yang sank his consciousness into his mind, preparing to examine the heaven-defying attributes of the golden entry. In his originally void mental space, a dazzling golden orb of light had now materialized. Upon the orb, the words "Heaven rewards diligence" seemed to shimmer like a resplendent star illuminating the world of his mind. Lin Yang directed his consciousness toward it. In an instant, the attributes of the Heaven rewards diligence gold entry flooded into his mind. Heaven rewards diligence gold. Every drop of sweat shall become starlight illuminating the path ahead. Every moment of perseverance shall become the force that moves destiny. Effect from now on, when you cultivate techniques or martial skills, you will ignore aptitude, talent, and cultivation bottlenecks. As long as you practice, you will achieve results, attain mastery once and for all. And there is a chance to break through the limits of martial techniques and skills. Such a powerful effect. Lin Yang was immensely satisfied with the entry's attributes. With this entry, any technique or martial skill would be easily mastered without any bottlenecks, reaching perfection, and his cultivation speed would far exceed ordinary people. Detected that you possess Heaven rewards diligence gold. Do you wish to equip it in the entry slot? Before Lin Yang could continue dreaming of the future, another message appeared in his mind. Right, I haven't equipped the entry yet. Lin Yang paused, then suddenly remembered. Without hesitation, he said, Equip. Equip immediately. Heaven rewards diligence gold has been successfully equipped. Note, it cannot be removed or replaced for 1 hour. Following Lin Yang's command, the radiant golden orb of Heaven rewards diligence in his mind, as if drawn by some force, gradually merged into the blank entry slot, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. In an instant, the dazzling golden orb vanished, and within the previously blank entry slot, the words Heaven rewards diligence gold slowly emerged. So entries can not only be equipped but also removed or replaced. Lin Yang was gradually understanding the true purpose of the entry slots. Lin Yang, what's wrong? Just as Lin Yang's consciousness was immersed in his mental space, he heard someone calling him in the real world. Only then did Lin Yang remember that there were others around, so he temporarily set aside his focus on his inner state. I'm fine. It's just my first time personally slaying a beast. I got a bit excited and spaced out. Opening his eyes, he felt the concerned gazes of those beside him and apologized somewhat sheepishly. If you're scared, don't show off. Lu Ming snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, you did great. Other veterans encouraged him, their eyes full of approval. Lin Yang, you're amazing. I was almost scared stiff just now, but you actually dared to slay that beast yourself. Wang Lin had somehow come to Lin Yang's side, his expression brimming with admiration. Even Su Waning's gaze toward Lin Yang now held a trace of respect. It was just a moment of impulse, nothing much. Lin Yang waved his hand, his expression calm as he dismissed the praise. All right, you new recruits, come over here. Before they could say much, Captain Qin, standing by the beast's corpse, called them over. What is it, Captain Qin? The three of them went to his side without hesitation, and Wang Lin asked curiously. You haven't dealt with beasts before, so you might not know cultivating beside a freshly slain beast yields twice the results with half the effort. Captain Qin explained with a smile. Then, before they could react, he said, No time to waste. Start cultivating right here. He then called to the surrounding veterans. Well, stand guard. Is that true? Wang Lin was astonished. Even Lin Yang was hearing this for the first time. Only Su Waning remained calm, as if she already knew. After Captain Qin finished speaking, she immediately stood beside the beast's corpse and began cultivating the basic martial technique. As Su Waning started, Lin Yang also noticed the peculiar state of the beast's body. Thick blood flowed from the beast's wound, but the moment it touched the air, it evaporated into dense blood mist-like vapors of rich blood energy. Enveloped in the crimson mist, it seemed like an incredibly pure essence of blood. As Su Waning cultivated, this pure blood essence rapidly merged into her body, aiding her cultivation and enhancing her vitality. Wow, there's such a benefit. Lin Yang, let's start cultivating too. Seeing Su Waning's progress, Wang Lin eagerly entered a meditative state, not forgetting to urge Lin Yang. Twice the results with half the effort, huh? Lin Yang hesitated briefly, then also entered a state of cultivation. Ding, detected that you are cultivating in a blood-energy-rich environment. Proficiency gain is doubled. Basic martial technique, body tempering, art proficiency 2, 2, 2. Vitality 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 2. As Lin Yang entered cultivation, a strange voice sounded in his mind. Wait, could this be a system? Lin Yang's mind reeled, thinking that, after awakening the entry, he had now awakened a system as well. But he quickly figured it out. So it's a special feature of the Heaven Rewards Diligence Gold entry, not a system. Besides the proficiency increase prompts, the entry also provided him with a detailed personal attribute panel. Host Lin Yang. Realm Martial Apprentice Body Tempering. Vitality 9. 68 can break through to Martial Artist above 10. Technique Basic Martial Technique Body Tempering Art Proficient 668. 1000. Martial Skills Basic Blade Art Proficient 359. 1000. Wind Splitting Blade Art Rank 1, Proficient 122,000. With an attribute panel I can see my progress more intuitively. Lin Yang was overjoyed. While observing the panel, his proficiency continued to increase steadily. He wasted no time refocusing his mind and diligently circulating the basic body tempering art. After nearly 10 minutes, Lin Yang noticed the growth rate of body tempering art slowing down. He opened his eyes and saw that the beast's body, once rich with blood energy, now had not a trace of it remaining. It had clearly been completely absorbed by the three of them. How was it? First time feeling cultivation so effortless, right? As Lin Yang and the others opened their eyes, Skinny Monkey, who had arrived unnoticed, said with a grin. It was amazing. I feel my vitality is incredibly abundant right now. My vitality value must have increased significantly, equivalent to several days of my usual cultivation. Wang Lin clenched his fists as if brimming with strength, his face full of surprise. Lin Yang thought to himself, these 10 minutes are about equal to a full day of my cultivation. It's not that the effect was weaker for me. It's just that I train much harder than Wang Lin every day. Host Lin Yang. Realm Martial Apprentice Body Tempering. Vitality 9. 68 9. 77. Technique Body Tempering Art Proficient 668. 723. 1000. Of course it's effective. This is fresh beast blood, incomparable to those diluted blood essence solutions you've been using. Lu Ming walked over. He didn't pick a fight this time, but his tone was still unfriendly as he explained. That's right. Fresh beast blood is a precious raw material for making blood chi pills needed above the martial artist realm. Not only must you slay a beast to obtain it, but the key is to store it in a special preservation container before it loses its potency. Or a very rare spatial storage item. Sister Li also came to their side, explaining with a smile to the rookies. I see. It's because the blood quickly loses its potency as it evaporates, so they had us absorb the dissipating blood energy immediately for cultivation. Lin Yang was quick-witted and soon grasped the key point. All right, everyone stay sharp. Don't forget there are still over a dozen beasts waiting for us to slay. Captain Qin suddenly approached them and placed his hand directly on the enormous beast's corpse. The next moment something astonishing happened before Lin Yang and the others. The massive beast's corpse vanished instantly. Is this a spatial equipment? Lin Yang's pupils contracted, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had never imagined that Captain Qin possessed such a rare item. What do you think? Shocked, aren't you? Spatial equipment is extremely scarce. Ordinary martial artists have never even seen one. But our Captain Qin is. Before he could finish, Captain Qin interrupted him. Enough, monkey. Go lure more beasts over. Could Captain Qin be from the Qin family of Yangcheng? Su Wanning's mind raced as she seemed to recall something, eyeing Captain Qin with a mix of suspicion and awe. Though Yangcheng was modest in size, it housed over a dozen martial families, large and small. Among them, the four greatest were their Su family, the Lu family, the Qin family, and the Guo family. It seems Captain Qin must hail from a prominent clan, otherwise obtaining such a rare spatial equipment would be nearly impossible. Lin Yang quickly came to the same realization. If I get the chance, I'd better acquire a storage item myself. Yet Lin Yang knew that such equipment was far too scarce for someone of his current standing to obtain easily. Soon Thin Monkey successfully lured another silver-horned deer. The process mirrored the previous one. Though unoriginal, it proved highly effective. Within a minute, the latest silver-horned deer fell into the trap, gravely wounded. Let me do it. Just as the veteran moved to finish it off, Lin Yang stepped forward again. A flash of blade light and the silver-horned deer's head was cleanly severed by Lin Yang, slaying a first-tier low-level beast, gaining 10 attribute points. Ding. Your proficiency in wind-splitting blade has increased by 50. As he slew the deer, two voices echoed in his mind. Though I've drawn a gold attribute and it occupies my only slot, making points seem less critical. I sense that's not the whole truth. The more points, the better. Lin Yang had a premonition that these seemingly useless points might prove crucial later. Perhaps that moment would come only after he broke through to the martial artist realm. A martial artist. With the boost from Heaven Rewards Diligence Gold, I believe I'll break through soon. Lin Yang was brimming with confidence. He was already close to the minimum requirement of 10 blood chi points for a breakthrough, and with the golden attributes, enhancement success was imminent. Monkey, continue. Captain Qin cast a slightly curious glance at Lin Yang, puzzled by his insistence on personally slaying the beasts. Yet he dismissed it as practice for his newly mastered blade technique and instructed Thin Monkey, who had not yet rested. Yes, Captain. Thin Monkey wasted no time and dashed toward the riverbank once more. Thus one by one he led the silverhorn deer into the trap. Lin Yang seized every opportunity. As each deer lay severely wounded, he would swing his blade without hesitation, employing his adept wind-splitting blade to finish it off. Slaying a first-tier low-level beast gaining 10 attribute points. 5 ding. Your proficiency in wind-splitting blade has increased by 50. 5 in just a few hours he had slain 5 more silverhorn deer. He gained a total of 60 attribute points and 300 proficiency points in wind-splitting blade. Martial Skills Basic Blade Technique Adept 359456. 1000 wind-splitting blade first tier, Adept 123122000. Even his basic blade technique proficiency rose by nearly 100 points. The gains were immense. Unfortunately, just as Lin Yang excitedly anticipated continuing this fruitful pattern, Thin Monkey brought bad news. Captain, the lone silverhorn deer far from the herd have all been slain. The rest seem wary and have gathered together. It's nearly impossible to lure them separately. What a pity! Not only the others but Lin Yang himself felt a deep regret. Unable to isolate the deer, he could no longer seize such perfect opportunities to claim the kills. That's normal. This time lure the entire herd over. Faced with the bad news, Captain Qin appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated it. All of them. Before the veterans could speak, Wang Lin blurted out in shock at Captain Qin's decision. Even Lin Yang was taken aback. Such a cautious man and yet so reckless. The thoughts of Lin Yang and the other students mattered little. The veterans seemed never to question Captain Qin's orders. Thin Monkey, without a moment's hesitation, dashed back to the riverbank. Soon after, rumble. Lin Yang felt the very earth tremble beneath him, as if countless armored cavalry were charging from the distance. In moments Lin Yang saw the cause of the tremor, the very beasts he had slain. Silverhorned deer. But this time there was not just one. Nearly 10 silver-horned deer thundered across the plains, charging straight toward them. Each beast exuded a ferocious aura. Together they felt like a stampede of 10,000 horses, instilling overwhelming fear in those who faced them. Should we take cover? Wang Lin's voice trembled, his legs involuntarily twitching as if to flee. Humph, coward! Lu Ming sneered at the terrified Wang Lin, yet he stepped forward in front of the students, drawing his long sword to face the charging beasts. The other veterans also moved to shield the 3 students staring at the distant beasts poised for battle. Bang! Suddenly a thunderous roar exploded in their ears. The next moment Captain Qin's figure shot forward like a cannonball. His speed surpassed even Thin Monkey's, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He stomped the ground with immense force. Boom! The earth beneath him cracked spiderweb-like fissures spreading several meters outward. His entire body soared into the air, rising dozens of meters high. In midair, a terrifying aura erupted from Captain Qin, his blood chi surging like a dragon, as if a king had descended. In the next instant, his blood chi circulated, gathering along his right arm into the silver spear in his palm. The spear's silvery body now blazed with a rich crimson light. Sing! Suddenly Captain Qin hurled the spear with his right hand. Blood-red chi enshrouded the weapon as it tore through the air like a blood-stained silver dragon descending from the heavens. Thud! In an instant, the silver spear pierced the foremost silver-horned deer's skull, pinning it to the ground. A first-tier beast unable to withstand even a single spear thrust from Captain Qin. Yet it was not over. Captain Qin's figure followed the dragon-like spear, landing atop the slain deer. He gripped the spear embedded in the corpse and pulled it free. Without hesitation he wielded the silver spear, dense blood chi gathering in his hand like starlight. At the peak of his momentum, he swung it with the force of a sweeping thousand army. Swish! A visible blood-red spear light swept forward horizontally. It tore through the air like cutting tofu, ripping apart the bodies of the foremost silver-horned deer. Sigh, the martial master realm. So terrifying. Lin Yang marveled at Captain Qin's formidable presence. One day I will be even stronger than this. And that day is not far off. Captain Qin's formidable prowess had evidently captivated everyone present. Wang Lin couldn't help but murmur, his face brimming with admiration. This is the strength of Captain Qin. The silver-horned deer, which would normally require several martial artists to subdue even a single one, were now being effortlessly slaughtered before Captain Qin like a flock of chickens and dogs. With a casual thrust of his spear, he pierced a bloody hole through the skin of the silver-horned deer, which was as tough as steel. In just a few minutes, several carcasses of the silver-horned deer lay strewn on the ground. Now only 2 or 3 silver-horned deer remained standing before Captain Qin. Yet, as if intimidated by his overwhelming aura, a flicker of fear seemed to flash through their frenzied eyes. Silver Dragon Spear. Break! Here it comes, the ultimate move Captain Qin mastered after perfecting his spear art. As the plump man exclaimed in shock, everyone's attention was once again drawn to Captain Qin. Captain Qin's blood and chi began to surge, violently forming a radiant aura. A formidable presence rose from his body, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. The next moment he moved. Roar! His speed was so incredible that even Lin Yang could barely discern how he wielded his spear. All that was heard was a roar like a dragon's cry, and a fleeting afterimage resembling a blood-colored dragon. Then the 3 silver-horned deer that had stood before him collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Is it over just like that? At this moment, an overwhelming sense of surrealism washed over Lin Yang and the others. Yet the nearly 10 carcasses of silver-horned deer lying on the ground silently testified that everything just witnessed was real. Everyone come over. Captain Qin took a deep breath, letting the dense blood and chi around him slowly recede, and the overwhelming presence of a martial artist gradually faded. Fantastic, we're going to be rich today. The plump man exclaimed, dashing forward without a second thought. Despite his bulky frame, his speed was considerable. At least he was much faster than Lin Yang at that moment. The others followed closely, their eyes gleaming with the symbol of money as they gazed at the vast array of silver-horned deer carcasses. With so many beast carcasses, could they fetch millions? Even Lin Yang couldn't help but think excitedly, and then began their blissful task of tallying the harvest. A quick count revealed 9 silver-horned deer carcasses on the ground plus the 7 Lin Yang had claimed. Undoubtedly, they had hunted a total of 16 silver-horned deer. Wow, this is the first time we've hunted so many beasts in a single day. Even the veteran soldier wore an expression of disbelief. Before Lin Yang and the other students arrived, they had never achieved such a bountiful harvest as today's. Could it be the luck brought by these newcomers? The thin man glanced at Lin Yang and the others, pondering silently. Even if each silver-horned deer sold for only 100,000, they would still earn 1,600,000. How much is 1,600,000? Lin Yang had never seen such wealth, not in this life nor in his past one. Moreover, the value of the silver-horned deer far exceeded that. Its flesh, weighing over 1,000 jin, was the finest food for martial artists. Its fresh blood could be used to refine blood chi pills for martial artists. And its steel-like hide could be recycled to craft durable armor. But the most valuable part was its pair of silver horns gleaming like metal and sharp as blades. An indispensable cultivation material for martial artists practicing metal attribute techniques. Pack up, it's time for us to head back. Captain Qin glanced at the sky, though the sun still hung high, suggesting ample time remained. Clearly their harvest was already substantial enough. There was no need to hunt other beasts. After all, the spoils were now more than they could easily carry. Although Captain Qin possessed a spatial storage device, its interior space was not unimaginably vast. After storing most of the silver-horned deer carcasses into the spatial device, 2 carcasses remained that couldn't fit. After collecting their blood in special containers, only 2 desiccated carcasses were left. It wasn't that Captain Qin and the others were unwilling to let Lin Yang and the rest use the fresh beast blood for cultivation. Rather, they should avoid absorbing too much beast blood in a short period, or they would be affected by the malevolent chi mixed within it. Just as Lin Yang wondered what to do with the 2 remaining carcasses, the veteran soldiers paired up, each lifting a massive beast carcass, and strode forward swiftly as if unburdened. Is the power of a mere martial artist truly this formidable? Watching them effortlessly lift 1,000 jin load, Lin Yang marveled at the immense strength of even a martial artist. He also grew even more eager for the day he would break through and become a martial artist. And so their team headed back toward the city along the same path. They encountered no other beasts nor any mishaps along the way. They returned peacefully to the city's outskirts until the towering city walls came into view. Hey, isn't that Qin Lai's squad? They're back so early today. As they approached the gate, the guards were surprised to see them return so soon. Hey, don't you see they're carrying 2 beast carcasses? They must have had a good haul and came back early. Tisk, just 2 first-tier low-grade silver-horned deer, nothing major. Returning safely without injuries, and with this catch is already quite good. Lin Yang and the others overheard the guards' chatter, but chose not to retort. If you knew Captain Qin's storage space held over a dozen more silver-horned deer, you'd be shocked. Registering now, Captain Qin Lai, 8 people left for hunting, all returned. Captain Qin followed protocol and registered their return at the city gate. Without any hindrance, they smoothly re-entered the city. Thin Monkey Li go ahead and recycle the beast carcasses. After entering the city, Captain Qin removed the storage ring from his hand, handed it to Sister Li, and instructed them. Understood, Captain. Taking the storage ring, the two's eyes lit up and each hoisted a silver-horned deer carcass before heading to the beast recycling center. Lin Yang was unaware of the specifics of their recycling process. He only knew that nearly half an hour passed before the two returned. "I'm back. Guess how much we sold all those beasts for?" As soon as the thin man returned, he couldn't resist teasing the group, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Before anyone could venture a guess, Sister Li, who followed closely, revealed the answer. Captain, the total for all beast carcasses came to 2 million. "Oh, boring. Why did you spoil it so quickly?" The thin man complained to Sister Li with a look of disappointment. "Over 3 million, huh?" Hearing the staggering sum, even Captain Qin's stern expression softened into a faint smile. Clearly this was the most their squad had ever earned in a single day. But the smile quickly faded, replaced by a serious demeanor as he said, "All right, well, handle the money as per our usual rules." The usual rules. Lin Yang's heart stirred with curiosity upon hearing that they would follow the usual rules. Meanwhile, after Captain Qin spoke, Sister Li had already begun transferring money to the other veterans, dividing the spoils. The first was Fatty, whose plump face could barely contain his gleeful smile. "Fatty, how much did you get? And what exactly are the usual rules?" Seeing Fatty's expression, as if he had just married a bride. After receiving his share, Wang Lin couldn't help but sidle over and ask, "Hey, you'll find out soon enough. I'll knock your socks off." Fatty chuckled, his jowls quivering, yet he refused to disclose what the usual rules entailed. Meanwhile, Sister Li continued to divvy up the loot among the remaining veterans. Soon after finishing the distribution to the veterans, she didn't stop. Instead, her gaze fell upon Lin Yang and his two companions. "We're done. Now it's your turn, you lucky little brats." "Ha! Us too." Lin Yang was taken aback when Sister Li called out to them. After all, despite the day's bountiful harvest, it had little to do with the three students. Well, not entirely. He had after all snatched several kills from the veterans. It was precisely for this reason that he had managed to awaken his first golden trait and amass a wealth of trait points and proficiency. Feeling that his gains were already substantial, he harbored no further expectations of receiving money. Yet, unexpectedly, you're in luck. Getting such a big cut on your first hunt outside the city. Lu Ming shot a glance at Lin Yang, and the others, a hint of envy in his voice for their good fortune, yet he never once contested Captain Qin's decision. "Really? Even I get a share?" Wang Lin leaped up in sheer delight, disbelief etched across his face. During the hunt, he had lacked the courage to even face the beasts, let alone help slay them. Yet, to his astonishment, he was included in the spoils. Su Wanning remained silent, but her expression mirrored the same surprise. If Lin Yang got a share, that was understandable. He had personally slain beasts. But her and Wang Lin's performance, well, no need to dwell on it. Sister Li paid no heed to their astonishment, and just as she had with the veterans, distributed the money to them. "Wait. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 400,000. Upon receiving his share, Wang Lin stared at the multitude of zeros in his account and couldn't help but exclaim. He had only seen such sums in his father's private stash. It really is 400,000. Lin Yang, after receiving his money, also counted it. 5 zeros indeed. Only in his past life in Chengdu had he. Anyway, it was more than what he had after his initial transmigration. Moreover, judging by the number of recipients and the amount he received, it seemed they had split it equally. So this is the usual rule. At that moment, Lin Yang finally grasped what Captain Qin had meant by the usual rules. "Hey, I trust everyone has received their share." Captain Qin seemed quite pleased with the delighted expressions on everyone's faces upon receiving the money. But soon his tone turned serious. "Still, I must remind you, though today's haul was substantial, you may not be so lucky next time. Spend your money wisely." As he spoke, Captain Qin's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Yang and his two companions, "Especially you three. Use it to enhance your martial prowess, so you can break through to the martial artist rank as soon as possible." "Don't worry, Captain Qin. I won't squander it." Lin Yang and the others replied in unison, nodding emphatically. Yet, amidst this exhilarating moment, Lin Yang's mind was preoccupied with another matter. Finally, he made a decision. "Captain Qin, there's something I need to tell you." "Oh." Captain Qin, noting Lin Yang's unusually solemn expression, inquired softly, "What is it?" "Captain Qin, could I possibly?" Lin Yang's voice wavered with hesitation, but he eventually steeled himself. Captain Qin, I want to focus on cultivation. Could I apply to skip the beast hunting missions? What? Lin Yang's words stunned the entire team. Ha, what a coward! Lu Ming sneered, casting a contemptuous look at Lin Yang. Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yang's not like that. Remember what he did today. Monkey interjected, defending Lin Yang. He knew Lin Yang was no coward, otherwise he wouldn't have personally slain a beast. Then what's this about? Don't tell me he wants to train until he becomes a martial artist before hunting again. That's exactly my plan. In response to Lu Ming's taunts, Lin Yang nodded, as if that were indeed his intention. Ha! Utterly ridiculous. Lin Yang's words seemed to infuriate Lu Ming to the point of laughter. Captain Qin, however, remained stern and cautioned him gravely. Lin Yang, have you truly made up your mind? Hunting beasts outside the city is dangerous, but the rewards are immense. Beyond today's benefits of cultivating with beast blood, there are many other unexpected gains. Captain Qin, I'm certain. I've thought it through. Lin Yang's resolve was unshaken, undeterred by Captain Qin's words. Indeed, on the journey back to the city, he had already considered this course of action. Though he had experienced how less than 10 minutes of cultivating with beast blood could match nearly a full day of training, he was acutely aware that this was because he hadn't yet acquired Heaven Rewards Diligence Gold. Now, with the golden trait aiding him, his cultivation speed would be countless times faster than before. The body tempering art, which had taken years to reach minor mastery, could now be brought to major mastery in mere days. The wind-splitting blade art, which had required over 10 days to reach minor mastery, would now take only a day or two. Though personally slaying beasts also granted blade proficiency, it paled in comparison to the speed of dedicated training. Unless he had an endless stream of beasts lining up to be slain. But such a scenario was virtually impossible. As Captain Qin had just said, encountering over a dozen silverhorn deer in one hunt, as they had today, was an exceedingly rare stroke of luck. Very well then. Tomorrow I'll submit your request to the battalion commander. From now on you're exempt from beast hunting missions. But you must promise to break through to the martial artist rank before the 3-month training period ends. And it must be a breakthrough with a blood chi value of at least 16 points. Otherwise, I will personally mark your training record as a failure. To everyone's astonishment, Captain Qin actually agreed to Lin Yang's seemingly unreasonable request. However, he imposed a condition that was exceedingly difficult to fulfill. A breakthrough to martial artist with blood chi at 16 points. That's impossible. Monkey and the others were utterly shocked upon hearing this condition. A blood chi value of 10 was sufficient to break through to martial artist. But those who broke through at that level had the lowest potential, and their martial path would become incredibly arduous. The higher the blood chi at breakthrough, the greater the potential and future martial achievements. Yet, after reaching 10 points, every incremental increase was extremely difficult. Under normal circumstances, reaching 13 points required immense effort. Those who broke through at that level were considered average potential martial artists. Those who broke through at 16 points or above were hailed as genius martial artists. As for those who broke through at 18 points or higher, they were deemed prodigies, exceedingly rare across the entire Great Xia. The veterans like Monkey had only broken through at blood chi values just over 13 points, making them average martial artists. Thus, they fully grasped the immense difficulty of Captain Qin's condition. That was the threshold for a genius martial artist. One who, barring unforeseen circumstances, would inevitably reach the martial master realm, and even have a shot at the martial grandmaster realm. Could Lin Yang truly achieve it? Very well, Captain Qin. I accept this condition. To their surprise, Lin Yang agreed without a moment's hesitation. He actually accepted. A look of surprise spread across the faces of the veterans. None of them expected that Lin Yang would agree so decisively to such harsh conditions. Could it be that he truly has such confidence? Su Wanning, who hailed from a prominent family, was well aware of just how difficult it was to achieve a breakthrough to the level of a genius martial artist with a blood vitality of 16 points. First, it required an immense supply of resources, followed by exceptional martial arts talent. Su Wanning could not fathom where Lin Yang, a man of humble origins, drew the confidence to achieve the feat of a genius martial artist in less than 3 months. At the very least, I myself cannot guarantee that I could do it. What courage, what boldness! Captain Qin fixed his gaze on the self-assured Lin Yang, astonished that he possessed such formidable resolve. Without another word, he gently patted Lin Yang on the shoulder and said, I hope you can surprise me. Then he turned and walked away without looking back, seemingly heading to the battalion commander to handle Lin Yang's matter. Lin Yang, you were too impulsive. You have no idea how difficult it is to become a genius martial artist. Sister Li approached Lin Yang and offered her heartfelt advice. Yes, Lin Yang. It's not too late to change your mind. Let me catch up to the captain and explain things. Monkey also came to Lin Yang's side, kindly urging him. Thank you all for your concern, but there's no need to worry about me. Since I have made this decision, I am fully confident. I believe that with my hard work, I will surely succeed. Lin Yang's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at the group. Though they had known each other for only a little over 10 days, they had already come to regard him as a friend. Lin Yang, you are still young. You don't understand that some things cannot be achieved through hard work alone. Sister Li gazed at Lin Yang's resolute expression and could only let out a soft sigh. If hard work were truly enough, they would have long since broken through to become martial masters. Lin Yang offered no further explanation. He knew well in his heart hard work might be useless for others, but for me who possesses the heaven rewards diligence gold trait, it is immensely useful. And the results did not disappoint Lin Yang. Soon after, Captain Qin returned with a special order from the battalion commander. Lin Yang, a student from Yangcheng No. 3 Middle School, is hereby excused from participating in the city guard's beast hunting operations for the next 2.5 months and may act freely. After Captain Qin solemnly read the battalion commander's decree, Lin Yang was thrilled. Excellent. Now I can devote all my energy to cultivation. Of course, Lin Yang had not forgotten that slaying beasts not only granted experience points but also crucial trait points. But he was also well aware that without sufficient strength, hunting beasts was nothing but a pipe dream. If he possessed a power as formidable as Captain Qin's, killing beasts would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Then he would not focus solely on cultivation. Since he lacked that strength for now, he had to first train his abilities. Only then would he venture out of the city to slay beasts, and the efficiency would undoubtedly be higher. What followed went without saying. I'm off to cultivate. Farewell, everyone. Lin Yang bid them all farewell without hesitation, then rushed eagerly to the training grounds. Captain, what were you thinking? You actually agreed to his request and set a condition he can hardly fulfill. Several veterans stared at Lin Yang's seemingly lonely retreating figure and could not help but ask in confusion. He knows exactly where his martial path lies, unlike the rest of you. Captain Qin gazed at Lin Yang's back, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. That evening on the training grounds, most squads had returned from their hunts. For some reason, news that Lin Yang would no longer join the beast hunts seemed to have spread. Thus, as Lin Yang trained on the grounds, he was frequently pointed at and whispered about. Hey, have you heard? That Lin Yang actually applied to the battalion commander to stop joining the beast hunts, and the commander agreed. Isn't that unbelievable? Lin Yang. Which Lin Yang? Someone who did not know Lin Yang asked in astonishment. Who else? Look over there, the one training. The speaker pointed at Lin Yang, who was diligently practicing in the corner of the training ground. Him. He doesn't have to hunt beasts anymore. That must be awesome. It is, but his reputation is ruined. After just one day, he's already quitting. His training record is completely wrecked. That? Surely not. From not long ago, rumors about Lin Yang had been swirling. But Lin Yang himself remained completely unaffected, for his entire attention was now focused on cultivation. Through your diligent cultivation, the proficiency of your technique body tempering art has increased by 111. Through your diligent cultivation, the proficiency of your martial skill wind-splitting blade has increased by 111. And basic blade art has increased by 111. Almost every moment, the exhilarating sound of proficiency gains echoed in his mind. His efforts were yielding tangible, visible returns. And all of this was clearly reflected on his status panel. Host Lin Yang. Realm Martial Apprentice Body Tempering. Blood Vitality 9. 779. 82. Technique Body Tempering Art Minor Mastery 723-755-1000. Martial Skills Basic Blade Art Minor Mastery 456-586-1000. Wind Splitting Blade First Rank Minor Mastery 312-423-2000. In just half an afternoon, his proficiency had made remarkable progress. Due to his physical limitations, he could not cultivate body tempering art for extended periods, otherwise he would be unable to withstand the refinement of his blood vitality, which could damage his foundation. Thus, after every hour of practicing body tempering art, he would switch to wind-splitting blade. Once his body recovered, he would resume body tempering art. Without a doubt, the proficiency of both skills was increasing rapidly. In perhaps no more than 2 days, Lin Yang's body tempering art would break through to grand mastery. At that point, his blood vitality would undergo a tremendous transformation, easily surpassing the minimum threshold of 10 points required for a martial artist. What pleasantly surprised Lin Yang was that even though he was only practicing wind-splitting blade, his basic blade art proficiency was also steadily increasing. In fact, it was growing even faster than wind-splitting blade. But upon reflection it made perfect sense, as both were blade-based martial skills ultimately leading to the same goal. In just one afternoon I've gained so much proficiency. My decision was indeed correct. Lin Yang looked at the increasing numbers and could not help but smile. Now I must cultivate even harder, striving to reach grand mastery in both body tempering art and wind-splitting blade as soon as possible. Lin Yang clenched his fists, feeling as though he was brimming with boundless motivation. That day, because he did not need to go out hunting beasts the next morning, Lin Yang trained as late as before. Only when the entire military camp was pitch black and eerily quiet did he return to his room. After a quick wash, he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without incident, and soon the second day arrived. Before the sky had fully brightened, Lin Yang had already risen from his bed. After dressing neatly, he once again made his way to the training ground for his daily cultivation. While he had been immersed in his cultivation state for several hours, the others gradually arrived to assemble, preparing to leave the city to slay aberrant beasts. Hey, what's with that guy? Everyone else is hurrying back to their teams, but he's still cultivating, looking like he's in no rush at all. As the assembly time drew near, someone finally noticed Lin Yang, still training, not joining the formation, and couldn't help but ask with curiosity. Oh, him. His name is Lin Yang. It seems after his first hunt yesterday, he applied to no longer participate in future hunting missions. What? Is that even possible? I've never heard of such a thing before. Someone who heard this was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. Well, it's not like anyone else has heard of it either. But what's unbelievable is that the battalion leader actually approved his request. What? He agreed to this? Could he be the battalion leader's illegitimate son? Get out of here. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. With the battalion leader's strength, aren't you afraid hell hear you and beat you to death? The surrounding crowd's loud discussions about Lin Yang still did not affect him, who was diligently cultivating. He was completely oblivious to the world outside, focusing solely on his own martial path. This guy really isn't going hunting for aberrant beasts anymore. Could it be that he was scared witless by the beasts yesterday? Probably. But don't mock him, aren't we the same? When I encountered the aberrant beast yesterday, I was so intimidated by its ferocious aura that I could barely move. One of the students, who looked very green, still had the fear from before etched on his face. But I heard that yesterday there was a prodigy among us students who dared to swing his blade at the aberrant beasts and even personally slew several of them. What? Impossible. Is there truly such a divine person? The one who had just been filled with fear now exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Of course. I just don't know this prodigy's name, but he's already my idol. The two discussing were unaware that the person they spoke of was right before their eyes. Everyone depart the city immediately and slay the aberrant beasts. Soon, except for Lin Yang, everyone had assembled. The battalion leader issued the order to hunt outside the city succinctly. Subsequently, all the squads on the training ground marched in a mighty procession toward the city gates. Within Captain Chen's squad, several veterans and 2 students before leaving couldn't help but glance back at the figure still diligently cultivating. This guy really isn't coming with us to hunt aberrant beasts anymore. Perhaps only at this moment did they fully realize that Lin Yang's decision from yesterday was irrevocable. Alright, don't be affected by Lin Yang. He has his own path and you have yours. Captain Chen reminded them with a grave tone. Hunting aberrant beasts was extremely perilous, and they could not afford to be distracted. Meanwhile, after all the squads had left the city, the battalion leader did not depart. Instead, he cast a curious gaze at Lin Yang, who was still diligently cultivating. Is this the lad that Chen Lai spoke of? The one who dared to swing his blade at an aberrant beast on his first encounter, and successfully slew it? Of course, the battalion leader's attention to Lin Yang was merely a brief, curious glance. Then he shot into the sky and quickly vanished from the training ground. Lin Yang, seemingly completely unaware, remained immersed in his martial cultivation. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, evening had arrived. Except for going to lunch, Lin Yang had spent almost the entire day training on the grounds. Soon some squads returned to the barracks after hunting aberrant beasts. This guy, though he's a coward, his perseverance and dedication to cultivation are truly admirable. Someone looking at the figure that seemed never to leave the training ground couldn't help but express sincere admiration. That may be true, but a martial artist must possess an indomitable heart. To be so easily cowed by aberrant beasts means that no matter how hard he tries, he will ultimately amount to little. Enough, let's drop him. We still need to go recycle the aberrant beast carcasses. After we split the money this time, I'll have saved enough to buy a bottle of blood chi pills to aid my cultivation. Several people filled with anticipation for the blood chi pills headed cheerfully to the aberrant beast recycling hall. Blood chi pills. That's right, how did I forget? I still have the 400000 I just got that I haven't spent. Hearing others mention blood chi pills, Lin Yang suddenly recalled that his squad had split 400000 yesterday that he hadn't used. In martial cultivation, resource assistance was indispensable. Before coming to the barracks, he had spent all his savings on some resources to aid cultivation. But he had used them all up in the first half-month, otherwise despite his diligent efforts his progress could not have been so rapid. After all, at that time, he had not yet awakened the Heaven Rewards Diligence Gold trait. Status Panel. Lin Yang ceased his cultivation and summoned his status panel. The next moment, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Host Lin Yang, Realm, Martial Disciple, Body Tempering, Blood Chi 9. 82-9. 88 Cultivation Method, Body Tempering, Art Minor Mastery 755-912-1000 Martial Techniques, Basic Blade Art Minor Mastery 586-788-1000 Wind Splitting Blade Art First Order Minor Mastery 423-684-2000. Undoubtedly, a full day of diligent cultivation had yielded Lin Yang remarkable progress. The proficiency of the body tempering art was nearing major mastery. Perhaps by tomorrow he would reach that level. No, with sufficient resources to aid cultivation, perhaps I could achieve major mastery of the body tempering art even tonight. Lin Yang's spirits lifted, and he could no longer suppress the thought. Without any hesitation, he left the training ground and ran toward the area where cultivation resources were sold. Soon Lin Yang arrived at the hall for selling cultivation resources. This was an independent resource venue within the barracks with fair prices, and none of the shady dealings found in the commercial district outside. After all, those served here were soldiers with fiery tempers. If any deceit led to them being cheated, a fight might break out on the spot. The person attending to Lin Yang was a very pretty saleswoman. "Hello, little brother, what do you need?" "Tell big sister. You can call me Lin Yang." Lin Yang, possessing the soul of a man in his 20s, was unaccustomed to being addressed that way, even though the saleswoman was quite attractive. Hearing Lin Yang's words, the saleswoman was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered, and her tone became more formal. "All right, Lin Yang. What can I help you with? Do you have blood chi liquid for cultivation before becoming a martial artist?" Lin Yang asked while scanning the goods around with interest. "Of course. We have the most complete selection of blood chi liquid. Diluted 50-fold, 40-fold, 10-fold. Which one do you need, Lin Yang?" "Now, I think I can use a less diluted version of the blood chi liquid." Previously, Lin Yang had purchased the 50-fold diluted blood chi liquid, but now he felt his body could withstand a less diluted one. "Then give me the 40-fold diluted one. I need." Lin Yang paused, recalling that his body tempering art was on the verge of breaking through to major mastery, and perhaps he could use an even less diluted version. "Let's start with 2 bottles. Lin Yang made his decision after some thought. "Lin Yang, here is the blood chi liquid you requested. That will be 50000. Soon the saleswoman handed him the blood chi liquid he needed. "Let me see what it feels like once the body tempering art reaches major mastery." Lin Yang took the blood chi liquid, paid, and then full of anticipation headed back to the training ground. As the sun dipped below the horizon, nightfall quickly descended. After a full day of hunting, most had already retired to rest. On the training grounds, figures still practicing were scarcely seen. Yet, in a corner, Lin Yang's silhouette seemed never to be absent. Ha, the effect of this chi blood elixir is indeed quite good. After consuming the elixir, Lin Yang felt as if an inexhaustible well of power surged within his body. This time he trained the body tempering art for nearly an hour and a half before feeling the energy within him drained and a hint of fatigue. "I wonder how much my proficiency has increased after this hour and a half of cultivation." With this thought, Lin Yang did not hesitate and directly commanded, "Status panel." Instantly, a translucent panel materialized before his eyes. Host Lin Yang, Realm, Martial Apprentice, Body Tempering, Chi Blood 9. 889. 95 Cultivation Method, Body Tempering, Art Minor Success 912-976-1000 Martial Skills, Basic Blade Art Minor Success 788-1000 Wind Splitting Blade Art First Rank Minor Success 684-2000. The proficiency of the body tempering art has actually reached 976. Doesn't this mean my next session will surely break through to major success? Even though he had anticipated it, the rapid surge in proficiency still startled Lin Yang. Indeed, the growth rate with auxiliary medicinal liquids was like night and day compared to without. Calm down. My body can no longer withstand the tempering of the body tempering art. I must practice blade techniques for a while to buffer. I will surely break through to major success tonight. The foundation of my body is paramount. I must not act rashly. Knowing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Lin Yang was tempted to begin the next cycle of tempering immediately. But strong reason held him back. He understood the importance of a solid foundation. Forcing the body tempering art before his body had recovered would inevitably cause unnecessary harm. Lin Yang refused to jeopardize his future out of impatience. He'll practice the wind-splitting blade art first. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yang calmed his mind and continued training the blade art, gradually easing the fatigue in his body. Nearly 2 more hours passed swiftly. The sky was like a vast black curtain shrouding everything. In the dark firmament, stars twinkled, and tonight's moon was surprisingly full. Silvery moonlight scattered across the training ground like a layer of frost. Within the grounds, a figure danced under the moonlight like a leaping spirit. His form was agile, his steps steady, his war blade slashing rapidly. The sound of cleaving air was unceasing. The white blade reflected under the moonlight like a silver serpent swimming through the darkness. After 2 full hours of blade practice, my body has finally returned to its peak state. After completing his final routine, Lin Yang slowly sheathed his blade, feeling his body restored to its prime. Open the panel. Out of habit, Lin Yang summoned the panel to check the progress of his blade proficiency. Host Lin Yang. Martial skills: basic blade art, minor success 788-874-1000. Wind-splitting blade art, first rank, minor success 684-778-2000. Not bad, nearly 100 points in 2 hours. In a few more days, my wind-splitting blade art will also break through to major success. No, my basic blade art should break through before the wind-splitting blade art. Lin Yang's focus had been on the wind-splitting blade art, but he quickly realized that his basic blade art proficiency was increasing faster and was nearing major success. But that's for later. For now, the most important thing is to break through the body tempering art to the major success realm. I wonder if my chi blood value will surpass the minimum threshold for a martial artist and reach over 10 points. Lin Yang did not know the exact changes after reaching major success in the body tempering art, but he could not hide his anticipation. Everything is ready. Soon Lin Yang had made all preparations for the breakthrough. His body was at its peak. His mind, driven by eager expectation, was brimming with vitality and focus. Now it's time. With unwavering resolve, Lin Yang took out the last bottle of chi blood elixir he had just purchased and downed it all in one gulp. Without a moment's delay, he began cultivating the body tempering art. This is the feeling. If it weren't for the late hour, Lin Yang might have cried out in exhilaration. As the chi blood elixir flowed into his stomach, it felt as if he had swallowed a ball of molten magma. A searing heat rose from his abdomen, coursing through his internal organs, spreading to his limbs and bones, filling every meridian it passed with a powerful sense of fullness. Finally, the blazing energy traveled through his bloodstream and returned to his heart. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment it was as if the chi and blood within him were boiling. He could clearly hear the powerful beating of his own heart. He could even feel his blood racing through his veins. It seemed he could sense every piece of flesh and muscle being uniquely tempered by the body tempering art. His physique grew increasingly resilient, his blood surged, and his chi blood continuously transformed. His entire being seemed to undergo the ultimate sublimation, akin to the awakening ceremony. Through your diligent cultivation, your body tempering art proficiency has increased 5, 10, 20. As if sensing the tremendous transformation in Lin Yang's body, the proficiency growth accelerated, with each increment becoming larger. Congratulations! Through your diligent cultivation, your body tempering art has broken through to major success. Your chi blood has increased by 2. Boom! It was like a thunderclap exploding beside Lin Yang's ear, or like the resonant chime of a sacred bell. At that moment, Lin Yang's spirit seemed shaken by the powerful roar, as if it had left his body and slowly floated upward. Is this my body? At that moment, Lin Yang seemed to observe his own form from a third-person perspective, witnessing a monumental change. But this state lasted only a brief instant. He felt himself return to his body. Now I seem able to break through to the martial artist realm at any time. Sensing his body now, Lin Yang felt a completely different sensation. His body was incredibly light and his flesh was filled with power. More importantly, he felt on the verge of breaking through to the martial artist realm. Open my panel. Without hesitation, Lin Yang summoned the panel, his gaze fixed on his chi blood value. Host Lin Yang, realm martial apprentice body tempering. ready to break through to martial artist at any time. Chi blood 9,512. 68. What? My chi blood increased by nearly 3 points. At this moment Lin Yang stared at the astonishing number, which had already far exceeded the minimum threshold required to become a martial artist. The body forging art at Grand Master level alone has added 2 points to my health. What if it breaks through to perfection? How much more health would it grant? Lin Yang quickly noticed the notification that his health had instantly increased by 2 points when the body forging art reached Grand Master. He couldn't help but wonder curiously how much more health the perfection level of the body forging art would add. However, reaching perfection won't be that easy. Thinking this, Lin Yang couldn't resist pulling up his panel to see how much proficiency was needed to achieve perfection in the body forging art. Host Lin Yang realm martial disciple body tempering realm can break through to martial artist at any time. Health 12. 68 cultivation method body forging art Grandmaster 253000 martial techniques basic blade art minor mastery 874 1000 windbreaking blade art first order minor mastery 778 2000. As expected, advancing from Grandmaster to perfection is extremely difficult. The proficiency requirement has tripled. Despite having anticipated it, Lin Yang was still somewhat surprised to see that 3,000 proficiency points were needed to reach perfection. After all, the reason the body forging art had reached Grandmaster so quickly was not only due to his relentless training and the powerful effect of the Heaven Rewards Diligence gold trait. The main reason was that his predecessor had already cultivated for several years, reaching halfway to minor mastery. Now he had to start from scratch, breaking through from Grandmaster to perfection. Even with the help of the Heaven Rewards Diligence trait and ample blood essence for support, it might still take him nearly 10 days to break through to perfection. But this is already quite good. Others would need several years to cultivate the body forging art to perfection. So no more words are needed. I just need to continue working hard. Lin Yang was not daunted by the difficulty. With enough effort and the Heaven Rewards Diligence trait, he would eventually surpass all. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed since Lin Yang's body forging art proficiency broke through to Grand Master. This day also marked 1 month since Lin Yang arrived at the military camp. Their training period now had only 2 months remaining. In the morning, at the assembly time before the squad's departure. After nearly half a month of baptism by blood and battle, almost all the student recruits had shed their original green and immature appearance. At this moment, standing with weapons in hand, an aura emanated from their figures, as if they had already acquired the soul of a soldier. Of course, hunting aberrant beasts was not easy, and it even meant death. Some squads were unlucky and encountered higher-level beasts, making injuries a common occurrence. In the previous days, there had even been casualties. Surprisingly, most of the casualties were battle-hardened veterans, which was somewhat hard to comprehend. However, some student recruits seemed to have changed completely after returning, becoming silent and training with exceptional diligence. Some could even match Lin Yang's level of hard work. The training ground, which was usually empty at night now, had over a dozen figures in recent days. Lin Yang noticed these changes but did not delve into them. He didn't care what those people had experienced to make such a drastic transformation. He only cared about himself and how far his martial path had progressed. While everyone was assembling, Lin Yang was still diligently practicing his blade art in a corner of the training ground. His figure moved swiftly like an agile monkey, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even follow his movements. The war blade in his hand seemed like an extension of his body. His footwork appeared casual, stepping back or forward, spinning or pausing, yet the blade's momentum and his form were seamlessly integrated, as if the blade was leading the man rather than the man wielding the blade. The blade moved with his will, as if it possessed a spirit unrestrained by any fixed forms or techniques. Each swing seemed full of flaws, yet also possessed a sense of perfect naturalness. I never thought Lin Yang could master the blade art to such a profound level in just over 10 days. Even I have to admit my inferiority. At this moment, most people in the squads no longer paid much attention to Lin Yang. However, a few members from his original squad still observed him daily. Because of this, they truly witnessed Lin Yang's immense progress. Almost every day, Lin Yang seemed to undergo a complete transformation. Whether it was the rich blood essence emanating from his body or his practice of the wind-breaking blade art, his enormous progress was clearly visible. His health value must have already surpassed the minimum baseline of 10 points. Unfortunately, due to his agreement with the squad leader, he probably won't be able to break through to the martial artist realm for a long time. Monkey said, his tone full of regret, as he sensed the rich blood essence Lin Yang unconsciously emitted. After glancing at Lin Yang, he couldn't help but look at the other 2 students who had joined the squad with Lin Yang. Perhaps they will break through to the martial artist realm even before Lin Yang. Now having undergone the baptism of blood and battle, both Wang Lin and Su Waning's auras had undergone a dramatic change. Not only were their blood essences abundant, but a faint killing intent seemed to emanate from their bodies from time to time. It seemed that confronting aberrant beasts not only enhanced their martial realm but also tempered their will. Their health values seemed to have also surpassed 10 points, but they chose not to break through to martial artist, instead striving for higher potential. What they didn't know was that Lin Yang's health value had already surpassed the minimum threshold for a martial artist over 10 days ago. And now Lin Yang's health value was something they could only look up to. Open the status panel. Lin Yang thought to himself after finishing his blade art practice. Host Lin Yang, Realm Martial Disciple, Body Tempering, Realm Martial Disciple, Limit Health 12. 68-19. 99 Martial Disciple, Health Limit, Cultivation Method, Body Forging Art, Grand Master 253000, Perfection 35810000. Next, Realm Supreme Martial Techniques, Basic Blade Art, Minor Mastery 874-1000, Perfection 11410000. Windbreaking Blade Art, First Order, Minor Mastery 778-2000, Grand Master 569-86000. Both the Body Forging Art and the basic blade art have been cultivated to perfection. As for the higher supreme realm, it cannot be achieved in a short time. Lin Yang thought to himself as he looked at the now perfect body forging art and basic blade art. And it seems my health value has also reached the limit of the martial disciple realm. No matter how hard I train the body forging art, my health won't increase. It can only slightly enhance my physical strength. And the wind-breaking blade art has long reached Grand Master and is on the verge of perfection. Lin Yang pondered silently, as if preparing to make a significant decision. Perhaps it's time to break through to the martial artist realm. The next moment, a decision that would shock everyone directly surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. And he seemed ready to do just that, before everyone's eyes break through to the formidable martial artist realm. For Lin Yang, who now possessed the ultimate blood chi value of a martial apprentice, breaking through to the martial warrior realm was almost effortless. The moment he resolved to break through, instantly, he guided the surging blood chi within his body to churn violently through his meridians without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, his skin began to flush red, and then as the raging blood chi energy merged into his flesh, it gradually began to reveal a faint golden hue. At the same time, his bones emitted a series of fine cracking sounds, as if his entire body was undergoing a transformative rebirth. Although Lin Yang's breakthrough did not trigger any celestial phenomena, the immensely violent aura and blood chi energy radiating from him inevitably drew the attention of those on the training ground. Is Lin Yang that guy? Some students who had not yet broken through to martial warrior, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Lin Yang, were filled with shock and curiosity. That is impossible. He is actually breaking through to martial warrior. Most of the other veterans who had already experienced the full process of breaking through instantly realized what Lin Yang was doing. At that moment, when Lin Yang's blood chi and physical body reached the limit of a martial apprentice and shattered it, the violent blood chi transformed into a kind of extraordinary energy, churning fiercely within his body, before bursting forth, forming a visible red wave that swept rapidly in all directions. The hard bluestone floor beneath his feet suddenly cracked under the force of his explosive power, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading several meters around him. At this moment, Lin Yang could feel his entire body undergoing an ultimate transformation, an effect even surpassing the feeling he had when he mastered the body forging art. His limbs and bones were filled with explosive power. Each breath seemed to draw in vast amounts of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, merging with the blood chi within him. If Lin Yang had the energy to glance at his attribute panel, he would have seen his blood chi value surging wildly as if possessed. Blood chi 1, blood chi 1, blood chi 1. Every second his blood chi value was increasing rapidly. In less than a minute it was already nearing 100. And this had not yet reached his physical limit. Breaking through to martial warrior is not rare, but look at the formidable momentum he is creating and the terrifying aura he is leaking. He has just broken through, yet his aura already surpasses most low-level martial warriors. Truly incredible. A veteran feeling that Lin Yang's aura as a martial warrior was even stronger than his own spoke with disbelief. He had broken through to martial warrior half a year ago. That's not all. I broke through over a year ago, and am about to step into the intermediate martial warrior realm. Yet this guy's aura, though initially slightly weaker than mine, has surpassed me in just a dozen seconds. How is this possible? Another veteran on the verge of breaking through to intermediate martial warrior wore an expression of utter shock. It had taken him over a year to go from low level to intermediate, yet Lin Yang had caught up in mere seconds. However, Lin Yang's breakthrough was far from over. The blood qi within him continued to sublime, gradually shifting from red to a crystalline golden hue flowing through his body like nectar. His body seemed to have undergone the most extreme refinement, every inch of skin and every piece of flesh now appearing perfectly natural, as if forged by heaven and earth. Has this guy actually done it? Those most concerned about Lin Yang were naturally the members of the team he had joined. Now, sensing the powerful aura Lin Yang emitted during his breakthrough, they too wore expressions of disbelief. Judging by the momentum of his breakthrough, his blood qi must have already exceeded 16 points before the breakthrough. I didn't expect this guy wasn't bluffing. He has so easily fulfilled the agreement with the captain. Skinny Monkey himself had broken through to Martial Warrior after reaching a blood qi value of 14. So he knew that Lin Yang's blood qi must have surpassed his own, fulfilling the captain's condition. However, Skinny Monkey quickly realized something, his face filled with disbelief. But how is this possible? It took me nearly half a year to cultivate my blood qi to 14 points, and I only broke through to Martial Warrior when I hit the bottleneck of the body forging art. Yet this guy has managed to cultivate his blood qi to over 16 points in less than 10 days. Is this even humanly possible? Skinny Monkey's reaction also drew the attention of others. How is this possible? Is this guy an unseen million martial arts prodigy? A martial warrior with prodigious talent. However, Captain Qin, who was watching Lin Yang's breakthrough with a solemn expression, slowly shook his head. He is not a prodigy martial warrior who broke through with a blood qi value of 16. Ha! With such momentum, is he not considered a prodigy? Captain Qin's words puzzled the team members. No, I mean, he is not a prodigy, but something even rarer. A peerless genius-level martial warrior. His blood qi value before the breakthrough must have exceeded 18 points, otherwise, he could never have created such a powerful momentum. As an absolute genius who had broken through to martial warrior with a blood qi value above 16, Captain Qin knew, better than anyone, how difficult it was to achieve the status of a prodigy. Had it not been for a fortunate opportunity that allowed him to barely surpass the bottleneck of the body forging art, he would have likely remained at the intermediate martial warrior level. Yet now he had the chance to witness with his own eyes a peerless genius breaking through to martial warrior with a blood qi value exceeding 18 points. Captain Qin's shock was not surprising. Even the Grand Captain's gaze had been drawn to Lin Yang, who was in the midst of his breakthrough. His eyes also held disbelief. Although prodigy-level martial warriors were rare, he had seen a few at his realm, but a peerless genius-level martial warrior was the first he had ever witnessed. So at this moment he even forgot to order the squads to go out hunting. Of course, everyone else's attention was also completely captivated by Lin Yang, forgetting that they were about to set out to hunt beasts. Am I just inexperienced? Is this really the momentum of a newly broken through martial warrior? However, as seconds ticked by, the powerful aura Lin Yang generated during his breakthrough did not diminish but grew stronger. This guy's aura has already surpassed that of a newly advanced intermediate martial warrior. Is this what a monster looks like? He has just broken through, yet he already surpasses veteran martial warriors who have trained for nearly a year. No one answered their questions and astonishment. At this moment, the entire training ground was dead silent. Countless gazes were fixed entirely on Lin Yang. At this moment, Lin Yang, who was immersed in the process of breaking through as a martial artist, had completely isolated himself from all external sounds. His mind was entirely focused on this crucial breakthrough. He could feel his body and vital energy undergoing a profound sublimation and transformation. He could even sense his strength growing at an incredibly terrifying speed, as if it were boundless. Before choosing to break through as a martial artist, his physical strength was estimated to be only around 1,000 pounds. However, after breaking through, his physical strength had surged to over 10,000 pounds, and it was still increasing, showing no signs of slowing down. Although he could not divert his mind to check the increase in his vitality on his attributes panel, he could imagine that his vitality had certainly reached a terrifying level. At this moment, he even had the illusion that he could easily kill the first-tier low-level beast, the silverhorn deer, with a single punch. No, it was not an illusion. His surging vitality and immense physical power could indeed allow him to kill a silverhorn deer with one punch. Reaching the limit of a martial apprentice's vitality before breaking through to a martial artist clearly had a tremendous impact on his body. The transformation from a martial apprentice to a martial artist was indeed monumental. However, he had never heard of anyone's transformation being as immense as his. But this is a good thing. The stronger my strength, the better. Lin Yang was not complacent due to this tremendous transformation. His pursuit was the supreme realm that surpassed martial artists. Being a martial artist was not his endpoint, but merely the starting point on his path to martial arts. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of vital transformation, his physical body achieved an ultimate sublimation. Lin Yang could feel that the nearly infinite surge of his power and the rate of increase in his vitality had gradually slowed down. It seemed that he was nearing the end of his breakthrough to the martial artist realm. Open the panel. It was only at this moment that Lin Yang had the chance to focus a bit of his mind and open his attributes panel, preparing to see how terrifyingly his attributes had surged. Host Lin Yang. Realm Intermediate Martial Artist Ultimate Sublimation. Vitality 19. 99399 below 300 is low-tier martial artist, 300,600 is mid-tier martial artist, above 600 is high-tier martial artist. Technique, body refinement technique. 3581000058810000 perfect. Martial skill, basic swordsmanship, perfect 114100000 wind-breaking sword technique, first tier, great success 569860000. What? I've just broken through and am already at the intermediate martial artist realm. Looking at the current realm marked on the attributes panel, Lin Yang's eyes were filled with shock. He had actually crossed from low-tier martial artist directly into the intermediate martial artist realm upon breaking through. Moreover, my vitality is already approaching 400 points, nearly 20 times what it was before my breakthrough. After seeing his vitality, the shock on Lin Yang's face had turned to numbness. A vitality increase of nearly 20 times would likely be hard for anyone to believe. I remember that ordinary martial artists only experience about a 10-fold increase in vitality when they break through. Lin Yang recalled the situation of ordinary martial artists breaking through, contrasting it with his own experience, which was a world apart. Congratulations on successfully breaking through as a martial artist. A new equipment slot 1 is now available. However, before Lin Yang could recover from this immense surprise, another shocking message entered his mind. What? Breaking through a realm actually adds a new equipment slot. At this moment, Lin Yang didn't hesitate for a second and instantly submerged his consciousness into his mind's world. Then he saw that in his mind's world, besides the already equipped slot of Heaven's Reward for Diligence Gold, another blank slot had appeared out of nowhere. The blank slot also shimmered with a colorful brilliance, making it hard to resist being dazzled. You have a new blank slot available for equipment. Would you like to draw a new attribute? At this moment, another piece of information entered Lin Yang's consciousness. Right, I still have the 60 attribute points obtained from slaying the beast. Now I can draw a new attribute and equip it in the blank slot. Lin Yang's mind raced as he unhesitatingly began to draw a new attribute. Immediately draw a new attribute. Drawing attribute. Note, each ordinary draw costs 10 points. After drawing 10 times, you are guaranteed to obtain a green attribute with a chance of drawing duplicate attributes. Drawing 10 times guarantees a green attribute. Isn't this just like the model of certain gacha games from my past life? After receiving the new information, a strange expression appeared on Lin Yang's face. Unexpectedly, after arriving in another world, he still had to suffer from gacha games. You have drawn the attribute Wisdom White. You are 10 smarter than ordinary people. Just a white attribute. Keep drawing, I need to draw something useful. Lin Yang felt a bit disappointed after only drawing a single white attribute on his first attempt. However, he still had 50 attribute points left. Although he couldn't guarantee a minimum of 10, perhaps he would get lucky. If not, he could settle for a useful white attribute. You have drawn the attribute Swordsmanship Apprentice White. Your speed in practicing swordsmanship increases by 10. Well, this attribute seems somewhat useful to me. Looking at the effect of the newly drawn attribute, Lin Yang remembered that he still needed some proficiency in his wind-breaking sword technique to reach perfection, so this attribute was indeed somewhat beneficial. But let's continue. You have drawn the attribute Stamina Enhancement White. Your stamina in all areas is enhanced by 10 compared to ordinary people. Let's keep going. Lin Yang forcefully shifted his gaze away from this attribute, deciding to finish drawing the remaining 3 times. You have drawn the attribute Swordsmanship Apprentice White. Your speed in practicing swordsmanship increases by 10. You have drawn the attribute Speed White. Your running speed is 10 faster than average. You have drawn the attribute Swordsmanship Apprentice White. Sigh my luck. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh as he saw that he had drawn 2 identical Swordsmanship Apprentice White attributes among the last 3 draws. He had drawn 6 consecutive white attributes, 3 of which were duplicates. Is this probability really correct? Feels even worse than those gacha games. Lin Yang felt somewhat indignant, yet he had no way to change it. Forget it, ill-equip the somewhat useful Swordsmanship Apprentice White for now. However, with the results being as such, Lin Yang could do nothing but choose the relatively useful swordsmanship apprentice white among the few attributes to equip. As Lin Yang's consciousness shifted, the white light representing swordsmanship apprentice slowly merged into the latest blank slot in his mind. After equipping this attribute, it seemed different from the first one. It appeared to be gently pulsating. Upon equipping the attribute, Lin Yang was surprised to find the swordsmanship apprentice white character in the slot appearing to lightly bounce. Unable to resist, Lin Yang controlled his mind to touch the attribute. Would you like to consume 3 identical attributes to fuse them into a higher level attribute? However, the next moment Lin Yang was shocked to discover that identical attributes could actually fuse into a higher level attribute. Lin Yang had no time to ponder what the merge term would become and directly commanded, merge immediately. The instant his command was issued, several white term clusters floated within his mindscape, among them 2 spheres representing Blade Apprentice White. As if drawn by some force, they gradually drifted toward the term slot equipped with Blade Apprentice White, and upon contact vanished as if swallowed by a black hole, like a planet consumed by a celestial void. They merged silently and disappeared completely, with the disappearance of the 2 identical white terms. The characters of the Blade Apprentice White term in the slot began to flicker and shift. Yet, after merely 2 seconds, the dancing characters came to a halt. What now appeared before Lin Yang was the transformed new term Blade Master Green. Your speed of practicing blade techniques increases by 30. So 3 identical white terms can be fused into 1 green term. This function seems quite useful, although the fusion only elevated the original white term to a green term of the same attribute without a complete transformation. This ability was still crucial for Lin Yang. At the very least, the low-tier terms he drew in the future would not be entirely useless. They could be merged into higher levels. Moreover, with my special ability to swap terms every hour after cooldown, the more terms I possess, the better. Perhaps at some critical moment, they could yield completely unexpected effects. Imagine when Lin Yang practices blade techniques, he equips terms that accelerate blade training. When he needs to practice sword techniques, he switches to terms that boost sword training. When in battle, he swaps to terms that enhance combat power. When fleeing, he replaces them with speed-enhancing terms. Thinking this way, if I accumulate a vast array of terms, won't I become an all-around genius? At this moment, Lin Yang couldn't help but excitedly envision a bright future where he could infinitely swap terms according to the situation's needs. But this ability is so overpowered that it must never be discovered by others. He quickly realized that his unique power to swap terms must remain hidden. Thus, if I ever need to display my terms in front of others, I can only show the same type. Little did Lin Yang know that while he was immersed in his mindscape, drawing terms, the outside world was once again stirred into a massive uproar because of him. Earlier, everyone had stared blankly at Lin Yang's breakthrough to the martial realm. Only after the overwhelming commotion gradually subsided did the astonished crowd begin to regain their senses. I never imagined I would witness the birth of a peerless prodigy martial artist. This was the first thought that arose in the hearts of all who had watched Lin Yang's breakthrough. A prodigy martial artist. One destined to break through to martial grandmaster, and even aspire to martial sovereign. Soon we will witness the rise of a new martial grandmaster in Daxia. Everyone's heart raced with excitement as they realized they had witnessed the ascent of a future martial grandmaster. Wait! What? Is that? Suddenly someone pointed toward Lin Yang and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wasn't his breakthrough almost complete? Then what is happening now? The sudden cry instantly drew everyone's attention, and all eyes once again converged on Lin Yang. In the next moment, the faces of those who had just been stunned by Lin Yang's breakthrough underwent another dramatic change. For Lin Yang, whose breakthrough was nearly finished, now erupted with an aura several times more tremendous than before. The terrifying pressure made even martial masters feel a chill of fear, as if the entire world were shaking violently. Within dozens of miles, endless heavenly energy converged toward Lin Yang at an astonishing speed, continuously pouring into his body. The vast energy coalesced into a visible energy vortex with Lin Yang at its very center as the eye of the storm. No, this is not merely a continuation of his breakthrough. He is, during his breakthrough, triggering a resonance with heaven and earth, thus awakening. A martial term. At this moment, hardly anyone could maintain their composure. It was common knowledge that Daxia's martial artists could awaken terms not only through awakening ceremonies. There existed another more ancient and primal method, triggering resonance with heaven and earth during the breakthrough to the martial realm, thereby awakening a martial term. But the probability was minuscule, less than 1 in 10,000. In their military camp, it had been several years since anyone had triggered such resonance and awakened a term during a breakthrough. How could they not be astounded? Even their commander, the battalion leader, upon seeing Lin Yang trigger, the resonance changed expression drastically and vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared near Lin Yang with speed akin to teleportation. Without hesitation, he ordered all captains at martial master level and above form a defensive formation immediately to protect Lin Yang. No one else is to approach. Violators. The battalion leader's expression was icy as he uttered the final word. Will be killed. His cold tone dripping with murderous intent sent chills through the veteran martial artists, even from a distance, and plunged the newly baptized students into an icy abyss. Yes. No one hesitated, including Captain Qin Lai. All captains above the martial master level rushed to Lin Yang's side at top speed. Weapons in hand, they formed a battle formation, condensing dense blood energy around them into a massive barrier that shielded Lin Yang completely. Meanwhile, several other captains did not join the formation, but instead pulled out high-tech devices and multiple cameras. They set them up around Lin Yang, surrounding him from all angles seemingly to record the entire process of his resonance with heaven and earth. How many years has it been since we last saw a martial artist trigger resonance during a breakthrough? And this kid is breaking through as a peerless prodigy. Two such rare events occurring in the same person. Truly unbelievable. The battalion leader, rarely moved by worldly affairs, found his expression shifting multiple times today. And all of this was caused by a student who had just broken through to the martial realm. But whether breaking through as a peerless prodigy or triggering resonance to awaken, a term both are a special treasure for Daxia. Thus the battalion leader unhesitatingly provided full protection to prevent any accidents that might disrupt Lin Yang's breakthrough. Even though the chance of disturbance within the military camp was minuscule, the process of triggering resonance and awakening a term was of utmost importance. It could even affect the future of Daxia's martial artists and must not be compromised. Ever since the first spatial rift appeared many years ago, this world has undergone a tremendous transformation. Countless physical laws, once verified by scholars, had all become invalid, replaced instead by special rules that humanity could never have grasped before. It was as if the God who created this world had inadvertently altered its underlying code. And insignificant humanity, like turkeys waiting in a farm for their master to feed them, could only readjust to a new schedule and rhythm. Of course, humans were far more intelligent than foolish turkeys. With the rules changed, they had to rediscover them, explore them, and ultimately bend them once more to their will. Through countless years of exploration and research, humanity managed to master a brand new transcendent rule. The word awakening device was the most stable of its kind, perfected through generations of development by countless pioneering warriors and numerous scientific researchers. It allowed those not yet true warriors to awaken the hidden special word talents within their bodies in advance. The reason such a remarkable device capable of reshaping the entire Great Xia landscape could be created was fundamentally because the very act of warrior awakening could resonate with the heavens and earth awakening innate attribute words. Leveraging this special rule, humanity conducted countless studies on the scenes and every detail of warriors breaking through and triggering that resonance. After eons of exploration and refinement, they finally succeeded in using a special device to replicate the entire process of those fortunate enough to awaken words during their breakthrough. High-tier beast cores served as the primary energy source to stimulate the body and chi and blood, mimicking through special energy the ultimate sublimation and transformation that heavenly resonance inflicted upon the human body. Ultimately, after countless failures and adjustments, humanity succeeded in awakening a word in the first person who had not yet become a warrior. This was arguably humanity's most remarkable feat since the Great Upheaval. With their own wisdom, they had overcome the heavens' arrangement of their fate. Alas, humans were not gods after all, and their understanding of the heavenly rules was merely a superficial glimpse. Thus, warriors who could trigger heavenly resonance and awaken words during their breakthrough were crucial to humanity's research into the essence of word awakening. Great Xia issued a supreme decree: whenever and wherever someone triggered heavenly resonance while breaking through to warrior, the surrounding official personnel must provide them with the highest level of protection. Of course, the most important thing was to record the entire process for expert researchers to study and replicate a more perfect word awakening device. This held unparalleled importance for both Great Xia and the future of humanity. At this moment, Lin Yang was naturally unaware that his awakening of a new word slot had caused such a massive stir throughout the entire military camp. It was only after he had just synthesized a new word, and his consciousness left his mind space, returning to reality, that he saw he had been surrounded by dozens of martial master-level squad leaders. Each of them was emanating an immensely dense chi and blood energy, converging together to form a massive barrier of chi and blood that completely enclosed him. Just breaking through to warrior, is such a big show really necessary? Lin Yang was still puzzled. He was only breaking through to warrior, yet these people seemed afraid he would run away. However, before Lin Yang could figure it out, a figure appeared before him, as if by teleportation, and he couldn't even catch a trace of their movement. Battalion Commander. Lin Yang quickly recognized the newcomer. It was the commanding battalion commander who appeared every day to announce the departure for beast hunting. The battalion commander expressionless stared at Lin Yang for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "You are Lin Yang." "Yes, battalion commander, do you know me?" Lin Yang steadied his mind and replied calmly. "Qin Lai mentioned you. Facing a beast hidden on your first hunt, even striking it and successfully killing it." The battalion commander spoke slowly, recounting the information Captain Qin had reported earlier. "But now it seems you are not just brave and fearless. You also possess unparalleled martial talent." The battalion commander's gaze was piercing as he looked at Lin Yang as if trying to see through him. "And you have incredibly extraordinary luck, actually triggering heavenly resonance and awakening an innate martial word when breaking through to warrior." At this moment, even the battalion commander himself couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. Triggering heavenly resonance and awakening an innate martial word, is that it? At this moment, Lin Yang seemed to finally understand why he was so tightly surrounded by dozens of martial master-level squad leaders, and even the battalion commander had come before him. So my newly added word slot upon breaking through to warrior manifested externally as triggering heavenly resonance and awakening an innate martial word. Having figured everything out, Lin Yang remained silent, calmly enduring the battalion commander's somewhat intense gaze. "Hey, a formidable youth indeed." Suddenly a smile broke across the battalion commander's usually calm face. Then it turned extremely serious and solemn again, as if he was about to announce something. "Lin Yang, since you have successfully broken through to warrior, and during that process triggered heavenly resonance, and awakened an innate martial word, making an outstanding contribution to Great Xia's development. And our Great Xia has always valued those with merit and exceptional geniuses. Therefore, on behalf of the Great Xia military, I promise that during your training period all necessary cultivation resources will be borne by the military. You may make any request to your squad leader Qin Lai, or come directly to me." As his voice faded, the battalion commander's figure vanished along with it. Soon after, a deep voice came from afar. "Attention everyone, today's beast hunting operation is temporarily cancelled. Take a day off." The beast hunt cancelled. Many were surprised by the battalion commander's order. Of course, someone triggering heavenly resonance and awakening an innate martial word is a very significant event. A day off is just a celebration. Many of the veteran soldiers, however, were not surprised. They knew very well how rare Lin Yang's experience just now was. Meanwhile, the dozens of martial master-level squad leaders gradually retracted their martial chi and blood, and the crimson barrier surrounding Lin Yang slowly dissipated. Captain Qin, who was among them, was the first to approach Lin Yang, a smile on his face, as he praised, "Well done, Lin Yang. I thought it might take you a long time to fulfill our agreement. I never expected." Captain Qin stopped there, not continuing, as Lin Yang's performance left even him with a feeling of unreality. "Thank you for your care, Captain Qin." Lin Yang expressed his gratitude respectfully. After all, it was Captain Qin who had overruled objections and approved his application. "All right, now that you've become a warrior and the battalion commander has made you a promise, I think the most important thing for you now is to choose the most suitable cultivation technique." Captain Qin's smile faded, and he spoke to Lin Yang with utmost seriousness. "Choose a cultivation technique." Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, then remembered that after breaking through to warrior, the basic technique, the body tempering art, was no longer suitable for him. He needed to select a true martial cultivation technique to continue his martial path. Rest assured, since the captain has personally made a promise, all the resources you need for martial arts training during your military service will be covered by the military. Captain Qin wore a gentle smile, then shifted the topic, revealing information that stirred Lin Yang's heart even more. "This includes the selection of martial arts techniques. You may choose one that suits you without any hesitation." "Such a wonderful opportunity. That's fantastic." Lin Yang's eyes lit up with a sharp gleam, his heart brimming with surprise. He had just broken through to the martial artist realm, and his assets were meager. The last few 100,000 he had were completely exhausted from pushing to the limit of the martial apprentice stage. If he had to bear the cost of changing techniques himself, he would only be able to sigh in despair. Indeed, geniuses have their privileges. He secretly rejoiced that his decision to publicly break through to the martial artist realm was incredibly wise. If he had hidden his strength like those protagonists in novels who play the pig to eat the tiger, he would now be worrying about cultivation resources. "No time to waste. It'll take you to choose a new martial technique now." Captain Qin, always decisive, turned and strode toward the resource hall deeper in the camp. Lin Yang followed closely, his heart full of anticipation. Soon the two arrived at their destination. Lin Yang's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the familiar building. This was where he had previously purchased the blood chi elixir. He hadn't expected martial techniques to be sold here as well. Let's go upstairs. Captain Qin walked toward the stairs and explained to Lin Yang. The first floor is only for basic cultivation pills and various resources. Cultivation techniques are not found here. Lin Yang nodded lightly and followed Captain Qin up the stairs. The sight on the second floor made his eyes widen. The entire hall was filled with various alloy weapons and equipment. From alloy longswords and heavy shields suitable for martial artists to transcendent weapons that only those above the martial artist realm could wield. Long swords with faint light flowing along their blades wore hammers engraved with strange runes. All were present, each exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. But Captain Qin did not stop there. He merely glanced briefly and continued upward. If you need these equipment later, you can come to me. Today, focus on choosing a technique. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze and hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the third floor, the hall's size shrank by half and the atmosphere became more solemn. On the bookshelves lining the walls, ancient-looking tomes were neatly arranged with the words martial technique written on their title pages. Lin Yang's eyes scanned and stopped at one wind-splitting saber technique tier 1. He was momentarily stunned seeing the price tag beside the technique read 330000, already quite expensive among the many tier 1 techniques. I didn't expect this saber technique to be so costly. Lin Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. Recalling how Captain Qin had unreservedly taught him this technique, a warm current surged in his heart. I must find a way to repay this kindness in the future. There's a wide variety of martial techniques here. Tier 1 techniques make up the majority. Tier 2 are fewer and Tier 3 techniques number only 5. Captain Qin's timely voice introduced the situation. Only 5 Tier 3 techniques. Lin Yang wondered silently, thinking that the Great Xia military's foundation shouldn't be so shallow. As if reading his thoughts, Captain Qin took the initiative to explain. Do you think the military's reserve of techniques and skills is only this much? Seeing Lin Yang's tacit agreement, Captain Qin smiled and continued, of course not. Although the Great Xia military's foundation isn't as deep as the 4 top martial arts universities, it's far from being comparable to ordinary first-rate universities. The reason there are so few high-tier techniques here is mainly due to the strength of the soldiers in the camp. Most are still at the martial artist realm, with only a few like me having managed to break through to the martial master realm. As for the martial grandmaster realm, only the commanders and captains of the major divisions can touch it. He shifted his tone, becoming serious. And when choosing a technique, higher tiers aren't always better. The key is compatibility with your own realm. Although you are now a martial artist, forcibly practicing a Tier 3 technique won't unleash its true power. Instead, it will drain your blood and chi, excessively putting you in danger. A loss outweighing the gain. These words were both a warning and the wisdom of experience. Lin Yang listened attentively, committing them to memory. If you find any technique here that catches your eye, you can choose it as well. But I must remind you, techniques should be refined, not numerous. Captain Qin speaking had already stepped toward the stairs leading to the top floor. Biting off more than you can chew is unwise. Instead of wasting energy on multiple techniques, focus on one and master it to perfection. Biting off more than you can chew, that only applies to others. Lin Yang followed behind, a faint smile curving at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, I possess the heaven rewards diligence trait. What harm is there in learning a few more techniques? Yet he also knew that the priority now was to choose a suitable martial artist technique. As for martial skills, he could wait until he had perfected the wind-splitting saber technique. With soft footsteps, they finally reached the top floor. There were no bookshelves here, only a row of jade boxes embedded in the wall, their surfaces engraved with intricate patterns that faintly emanated energy fluctuations. Clearly this was their true destination, the core area where the camp stored martial artist techniques. Lin Yang, when selecting a technique, prioritized the attributes affinity. Captain Qin said as he led him toward the row of jade boxes that radiated a warm, soft glow. For instance, the only student from your school who awakened a purple trait this year, an ice attribute chosen one, can simply go for an ice-type technique. But for you, he paused, looking calmly at Lin Yang. If there's no strong directional affinity, you must use your blood and chi as a guide to personally explore the compatibility between the technique and yourself. Summon my blood and chi. Lin Yang understood instantly, his eyes narrowing. The surging blood and chi within him instantly boiled, and threads of blood energy burst from his body, transforming into agile tendrils that lightly yet irresistibly coiled around the jade boxes. The moment the first thread of blood energy touched the jade box, a torrent of profound information surged along the blood thread into Lin Yang's sea of consciousness. Wind Dragon Tiger Art. Wind Attribute Movement Ethereal Blood Chi, like a dragon surging like a tiger. Affinity Medium. Dragon Flame Art. Fire Attribute Blood Chi like flame, turbulent like fire. Affinity Medium. Profound Dark Ice Art. Chi like the abyss, blood like frost. Affinity Low. Lin Yang manipulated his blood chi, brushing over them, one by one like taking items from a bag. He silently marveled at the camp's deep foundation. Attributes of all kinds were available, even rare ones had several copies. Yet, after scanning through, most techniques had only a medium affinity with him. Only a few resonated with the depths of his soul, reaching a high affinity. Until his blood chi probed the last few secluded jade boxes, his gaze landing on the only attributeless technique. The moment his blood chi touched it, a domineering and pure aura overwhelmed his senses. Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art. Extract the blood fiend of exotic beasts, refine the profound yang body impervious to all techniques. Affinity Perfect. The compatibility is perfect. As the words fell, a trace of undisguised astonishment flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. Yet he did not linger at this moment. His chi and blood slowly circulated, as he continued to explore the remaining cultivation techniques, carefully sensing the degree of compatibility, each one held with his own being. The result was as expected. Most of the remaining techniques offered only moderate compatibility, with merely 3 barely reaching the threshold of high compatibility. It seems I can only choose this one. Lin Yang had never held an obsessive demand for any particular technique. As long as it could support normal cultivation, it sufficed. After all, no matter how difficult a technique was to master, with his possession of the Heaven Rewards Diligence trait, he could cultivate it to perfection. It was merely a matter of time. You've actually chosen this one. Qin Lai, who had been observing Lin Yang's actions from the side, looked at the technique in his hands with utter surprise. It was not that this technique had any flaws. On the contrary, its nature was extreme. With ample cultivation resources, its training speed would far surpass techniques of the same rank. Yet once resources were scarce, its progress would slow to an excruciating crawl, far less reliable than other more balanced techniques. Qin Lai concealed nothing, straightforwardly analyzing the pros and cons of this technique for Lin Yang. With sufficient resources, the cultivation speed will be astonishingly fast. Lin Yang murmured softly, his fingertips gently stroking the jade slip of the technique, a plan already forming in his mind. I had already intended to slay aberrant beasts in the future. Their blood and flesh are premium cultivation resources. There will be no shortage. Moreover, I am now in the military. The cultivation resources during the 3-month training period are all provided by the army. This time is enough for me to lay a solid foundation. With his thoughts clear, Lin Yang hesitated no further. He reached out to open the jade box before him and steadily retrieved the Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art. Raising his eyes to Qin Lai, his tone was resolute. Captain Qin, I have made my decision. I choose this one. Very well. The path of cultivation is one's own choice. Since you are determined, then proceed as you say. Qin Lai nodded slightly. He could see that Lin Yang was a person of strong conviction, possessing a clarity about his own cultivation journey that far surpassed his peers. Let's go. Come with me to the first floor to register the technique. The registration process went smoothly without any complications. Captain Qin, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave to begin cultivating the new technique. Once the registration was complete, Lin Yang intended to depart his mindset on familiarizing himself with the Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art as soon as possible, and stepping into the formal cultivation of the martial warrior realm. Wait! Qin Lai stopped him, his expression solemn. Cultivation in the martial warrior realm is vastly different from the martial apprentice realm, which only relies on the body tempering art to condense chi and blood. Resources are of paramount importance. Without sufficient resources to support you, your cultivation speed will be left far behind by those warriors who are well supplied. As he spoke, he turned and instructed a nearby staff member to quickly prepare 10 bottles of chi blood pills, which he then handed to Lin Yang. These are chi blood pills specifically for the martial warrior realm. Take them for your cultivation. Remember not to overconsume at once. Progress step by step is the true path. Lin Yang accepted the porcelain bottles, feeling their weight in his hand. In an instant, he calculated the cost in his mind: 10 bottles of chi blood pills, each worth 280,000. A total approaching 3 million. Only at this moment did he truly understand how exorbitantly expensive martial cultivation was. The scarcity of resources was enough to shackle the path of the vast majority of martial artists. Had he not revealed his heaven-defying talent and aptitude, such precious resources would have required risking life and limb, enduring countless life-and-death struggles to obtain. Thank you, Captain Qin. Lin Yang's expression was grave, as he bowed deeply, silently etching this debt of gratitude into his heart. It's just a small gesture. You earned this with your talent. No need for such formalities. When the Qi blood pills run out, feel free to come and ask me for more. Qin Lai waved his hand, his tone casual. Lin Yang said no more polite words. Some bonds are better kept in the heart than spoken aloud. He turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and came back. Looking at Qin Lai, he said, "By the way, there is one more matter. I would like to request your permission for Captain Qin." "Oh, go ahead." Qin Lai's expression showed curiosity as he waited for Lin Yang to continue. Lin Yang raised his eyes, his gaze firm and his voice resolute. "I have already broken through to the martial warrior realm. Once I have mastered the basics of the blood fiend profound yang art, I wish to venture out of the city alone to hunt aberrant beasts." His words struck like a thunderbolt. Even Qin Lai, accustomed to the eccentricities of geniuses, changed expression in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "You want to go out of the city alone to hunt aberrant beasts?" Qin Lai was completely stunned. He still remembered that not long ago Lin Yang had specifically applied to be exempted from aberrant beast hunting missions. Now, having just broken through to martial warrior, he was actively requesting to go out alone. The stark contrast was utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, the aberrant beasts outside the city were rampant and extremely dangerous. Even seasoned martial warriors usually operated in teams. For a newly advanced martial warrior to insist on going alone was practically courting death. Could it be that breaking through had inflated his confidence to the point of arrogance? "Lin Yang, have you thought this through clearly? The aberrant beasts outside the city are savage. This is no child's play." Qin Lai confirmed again, his tone heavy with gravity. "My mind is made up. I ask for your approval, Captain Qin." Lin Yang's expression was calm, yet carried an unyielding determination. He had his own calculations. Only by personally slaying aberrant beasts could he amass a vast number of trait points and unlock more powerful traits. This was his sole path to rapid empowerment. Qin Lai frowned deeply, pondering for a moment before saying, "This matter is beyond my authority. I must report it to the battalion commander. Your status is no longer what it once was. No mishap can be allowed to befall you." Ever since Lin Yang triggered a resonance between heaven and earth upon his breakthrough, and awakened his innate martial trait, he had become a top-tier genius under the special protection of Great Xia. Any misstep would have consequences no one could bear. "Very well, I will await your news, Captain." Lin Yang did not insist. He nodded slightly and turned to leave the technique hall. Inside the battalion commander's office, after hearing Qin Lai's report, the battalion commander's teacup froze midair, a hint of surprise crossing his face. He wants to go out of the city alone to hunt aberrant beasts. We have already prepared ample cultivation resources for him. He could simply focus on closed-door cultivation. Why does he insist on courting danger? The battalion commander was deeply puzzled. By common logic, a genius should cherish their time and immerse themselves in cultivation. Lin Yang's actions were truly out of the ordinary. Qin Lai stood by, equally worried, awaiting the battalion commander's decision. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of thought, the battalion commander nodded directly. "Since it is his own decision, let it be granted." "Battalion commander, is this really wise?" Qin Lai still hesitated. He has just entered the martial warrior realm and lacks practical combat experience. Going out alone is a near-certain death sentence. The battalion commander waved his hand, a knowing glint in his eyes. "I understand your concerns. But geniuses have their own pride and confidence. Since he dares to make such a request, he must have his own backing and plans. Forcing him to stay would only dull his edge." Shifting his tone, the battalion commander's expression grew serious. "However, we cannot let him charge out recklessly. Harass the plan you test him personally. If he can withstand 10 of your moves without being defeated, then permit him to hunt alone outside the city. If he cannot, then he is to stay within the camp and cultivate. No unauthorized departures." Qin Lai was momentarily stunned, his face filled with disbelief. "Battalion commander, I am an established martial master. Asking a newly promoted martial warrior to endure 10 of my moves. This is practically an impossible trial." As a martial master, his strength far surpassed the martial warrior realm. Defeating Lin Yang, who had just broken through, would be effortless. This trial seemed nothing short of a deliberate obstacle. But the battalion commander smiled mysteriously, looking at Qin Lai and saying, "Qin Lai, do not underestimate that lad. His talent and potential may be far more terrifying than what you have seen or imagined." Seeing the battalion commander's confident expression, Qin Lai, though still full of doubt, could only accept the order. Thus was set the trial that would determine whether Lin Yang could leave the city. Of course, Lin Yang was unaware of the conversation between the captain and Captain Qin at that moment. He was now preparing to begin cultivating a brand new martial arts technique for the warrior realm. After Lin Yang had finished reading through the entire Blood Fiend Profound Yang art, he finally understood the strengths and weaknesses of this technique. It was exactly as Captain Qin had told him before. This technique did not impose high demands on the cultivator's innate talent during practice. Even a warrior who had just broken through with a blood energy value of 10 points was qualified to cultivate it. However, this technique had a very high requirement for the cultivator's financial resources. If one possessed abundant cultivation resources, their progress could even be several times faster than that of ordinary cultivators. Conversely, for a poverty-stricken warrior, who could only rely on absorbing the natural energy between heaven and earth each day, their cultivation speed would be several times slower than that of an average warrior. Could this be the famous Peidoan technique? Lin Yang mused silently to himself. But he suddenly realized that after merely reading the technique once, all its contents seemed to have been imprinted entirely upon his mind. Is it because breaking through to a warrior enhanced my memory? Lin Yang speculated, but he soon discovered that was not the case and found the real reason. The attribute panel. Host Lin Yang Realm Intermediate Warrior Ultimate Sublimation Blood Energy 399 below 300 is Low-Level Warrior 300600 is Intermediate Warrior above 600 is High-Level Warrior. Technique Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art Warrior Chapter Beginner 82,000. Body Forging Art 58810000 Perfection Martial Skills Basic Blade Art Perfection 11410000 Wind Splitting Blade Art Tier 1 Great Success 569-86000. So it's because of Heaven Rewards Diligence. Lin Yang suddenly understood. The trait, Heaven Rewards Diligence, not only ensured he gained something from every cultivation session, but also allowed him to successfully attain the beginner level of a technique after merely reading it through once. And the Blood Fiend Profound Yang art truly lived up to its reputation as a warrior realm technique. Progressing from beginner to proficient alone required a full 2,000 proficiency points. For an ordinary warrior lacking sufficient resources, reaching even the minor success stage might take several years. But for Lin Yang, who possessed Heaven Rewards Diligence, it was far easier. Moreover, he had a sufficient quantity of blood energy pills to aid his cultivation. Thinking of the pills, Lin Yang did not hesitate and took out a jade bottle containing them. Gently uncorking the bottle, a medicinal fragrance, imbued with abundant blood energy, wafted toward him in the next moment, refreshing his spirit. Just a single whiff made Lin Yang feel as though the blood energy within his body had become more active. Carefully tilting the jade bottle, he poured a single blood energy pill into his palm. Though it was entirely pitch black, it seemed to emit a certain fluorescence, warm and smooth like black jade. Upon closer inspection, its black surface was adorned with streaks of blood-colored patterns swirling around the pill. Overall, it appeared perfectly refined, round, and natural, unlike an ordinary product. It seems the cultivation resources provided to me by the military are not only sufficient but also of superior quality. Lin Yang nodded to himself. These blood energy pills, just by their appearance, were clearly not of common grade. They contained extremely pure blood energy, without the savage beast's malevolence that was often mixed into the blood energy when beast blood was spilled. Even with massive absorption, it would not affect his body or mind. Seeing this, Lin Yang did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the extraordinary blood energy pill in his hand. The pill seemed to dissolve upon entering his mouth. Within moments, Lin Yang felt a scorching surge of blood energy rising from his dantian, instantly flooding his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as his limbs and bones. Without delay, Lin Yang began circulating the newly acquired Blood Fiend Profound Yang art, absorbing the pure energy within heaven and earth while simultaneously refining the blood energy pill within his body. The entire process felt like being in a steam sauna. Not only was it painless, but it even brought a sense of comfort. Thus Lin Yang immersed himself completely in the joy of martial arts cultivation, nearly forgetting the passage of time. Soon half a month had passed. Apart from going to the training ground to practice his blade art, when his body grew numb from cultivation, Lin Yang spent most of his time cultivating the warrior realm technique, the Blood Fiend Profound Yang art. With an abundant supply of exceptionally high-quality blood energy pills as support, Lin Yang's progress was nothing short of astonishing. Host Lin Yang Realm High-Level Warrior Ultimate Sublimation Blood Energy 399-864 below 300 is Low-Level Warrior 300600 is Intermediate Warrior above 600 is High-Level Warrior. Technique Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art Warrior Chapter Beginner 82,000 Minor Success 1281000 Body Forging Art Perfection 58810000 Perfection 51361 0000 Martial Skills, Basic Blade Art Perfection, 11461361, 0000. Wind-Splitting Blade Art Tier 1 Great Success 569-86000 Perfection, 3848-20000. Phantom Moonlight Step Tier 2 Proficient 28363000. Blood Fiend Sky Shaking Fist Tier 2 Proficient 26973000. Crimson Sky Divine Shield Art Tier 2, Proficient 28453000. On the training ground, Lin Yang's fingers traced the blade at his waist, the patterns on the scabbard warmed by his blood energy until they were scalding. Looking at the bluestone beneath his feet dampened by morning dew, Lin Yang curled his lips into a faint smile and murmured to himself, "The later stages of the warrior realm don't seem that hard to break through." If these words reached the ears of other warriors, they would likely cause an uproar. No one could imagine that this youth, still bearing the greenness of campus just a month and a half ago, had achieved in such a short time what would take others several years to accomplish. From intermediate warrior, he had surged forward relentlessly until now firmly rooted in the high-level warrior realm. The surging blood energy within his body had increased by nearly 500 points, roaring like a river through his meridians during circulation. Throughout this half-month of arduous cultivation, Lin Yang had never slackened for a moment. Not only had he polished the already great success stage wind-splitting blade art to perfection, but the blade intent flowing from him caused even the surrounding air to emit faint hissing sounds as it was cut. He had also taken time to seek out Captain Qin, asking him to accompany him in carefully selecting 3 Tier 2 martial skills: the ethereal phantom-like Phantom Moonlight Step, the immensely fierce and explosive Blood Fiend Sky-Shaking Fist, and the peerlessly defensive Crimson Sky Divine Shield Art. In just a few days he had trained all 3 martial skills to the proficient level. With a raise of his hand, fist winds howled, with a step his form moved like the wind. As his protective divine energy circulated, a dense layer of blood energy enveloped his body, emitting a faint golden light. These 3 martial skills had now truly unleashed the astonishing might befitting Tier 2 techniques. At this moment, Lin Yang was no longer the impatient and immature newcomer he had been upon arrival. His brows now bore a hint of steadiness and sharpness, and the powerful aura radiating from him was enough to draw the attention of many seasoned warriors in the camp. He was no longer a greenhorn needing others' protection, but a formidable warrior with solid cultivation and mastered martial skills. Transformed, reborn, and renewed. Perhaps it's time to challenge Captain Qin soon. The image of that stern-faced, unfathomably powerful Captain Qin surfaced in his mind, and a glint of eagerness flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. During his last visit to the armory to select martial skills, he had learned that his request to hunt exotic beasts outside the city alone had been turned into a trial by the captain. The trial was a duel against the formidable Captain Qin. If he could withstand 10 moves from Captain Qin, he would be permitted to hunt exotic beasts outside the city alone. Half a month ago, Lin Yang might have felt apprehensive about this challenge, but now his heart was filled only with strong confidence. Forget 10 moves. With his current strength, even facing Captain Qin Hedon, he might not be without a chance to fight. Especially the perfection-level wind-splitting blade art gave him immense confidence. The blade intent, imbued with terrifying offensive power, was enough to make any opponent think twice. "I believe it'll give Captain Qin a surprise when the time comes," Lin Yang thought to himself, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. However, he was not in a hurry. The challenge would ultimately require him to face it in his best condition. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang suppressed the turmoil within him, sat down cross-legged again, and slowly circulated his blood energy, beginning a new day of cultivation. Tomorrow, once his body had recovered to its peak state, would be the time for him to go and challenge Captain Qin. The next morning, before the dawn had fully dispelled the lingering coolness of the night, the vast training ground was already thronged with hundreds of people. The crowd buzzed with whispers that spread through the air like the faint chirping of cicadas. A new recruit stood on tiptoe, his gaze locked on a stalwart figure in the corner of the square. Leaning close to a companion, he whispered, "Hey, have you heard? Today that prodigious martial artist Lin Yang is actually going to challenge his Captain Qin Lai." The person beside him shot him a glance, his tone dripping with certainty. Everyone's known about this for ages. Otherwise, who would give up a hard-earned day off to drag themselves out of bed at dawn just to watch the excitement? Yet amidst the crowd, there were also voices of doubt. A grizzled veteran frowned, his face full of disdain. That Lin Yang may be hailed as a peerless genius, but he only broke through to the martial warrior realm half a month ago. Daring to duel Qin Lai, isn't that far too arrogant? Don't say that. Someone immediately retorted, their tone brimming with admiration. Lin Yang's talent is truly unmatched, and he works harder than anyone. Since entering the camp, rain or shine, He's the first to arrive at the training ground every day, and the last to leave, never missing a single day. That's right. It's only been half a month since he broke through to martial warrior, yet his cultivation speed is absolutely terrifying. As a mid-level martial warrior myself, I can't even withstand the aura he unconsciously emits. His strength has likely surpassed many veterans. The murmurs in the square gradually split into two factions. Some scoffed at Lin Yang's overestimation of his abilities, but more admired the resilience that combined genius with relentless effort. Look, Captain Qin is here. A loud shout suddenly rang out, momentarily silencing the clamorous crowd. All eyes turned to the entrance of the training ground. A burly figure walked in with steady steps, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger, heading straight for Lin Yang in the corner. It was Qin Lai, already a martial master and a powerhouse of the military camp. His fitted attire outlined powerful contours. His aura was restrained, yet the pressure he emanated was undeniable. When Qin Lai reached Lin Yang's side, he did not disturb him. The youth sat with eyes closed in concentration, a long blade resting across his knees. His blood and qi flowed like a surging river, clearly immersed in cultivation. After an unknown time, Lin Yang's eyes snapped open. A cold gleam flashed as he sheathed his long blade. His gaze fell on Qin Lai, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Captain Qin, sorry to keep you waiting." Qin Lai looked at the youth before him, his eyes full of approval. His tone was sincere. "Lin Yang, you're as diligent as ever. There are many geniuses in the Great Xia, but one with your peerless talent who is willing to put in such hard work. I doubt there's a second." Lin Yang scratched his head, a hint of playfulness in his voice. "Of course. After all, my opponent today is Captain Qin. If I don't give it my all and get taken down in one move, that would be quite embarrassing." Qin Lai was amused by his words, but his smile gradually faded as he said solemnly, "Enough jokes. If you're ready, let's begin." Seeing that Lin Yang showed no trace of fear in facing him, the admiration in his eyes deepened. The calm on the youth's face was the confidence granted by true strength. Lin Yang's smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning sharply piercing. "Of course. I've been eager for this." Facing the martial master Qin Lai, he dared not be the least bit negligent. This duel was no game. It was a perfect opportunity to hone himself. Qin Lai's expression also grew extremely grave as he said, "Rest assured, I won't go easy on you just because you're a genius." He understood that today's sparring was no trivial matter. If he held back now, it might seem like protecting Lin Yang, but in truth it would harm him. Ferocious beasts roamed outside the city. Without genuine strength, hunting beyond the walls would be a one-way trip with no bones left to find. The two strode to the center of the training ground, standing opposite each other a dozen meters apart. The moment their eyes met, an intangible aura clashed, and the very air around them seemed to congeal. The murmurs outside resumed as everyone's gaze locked onto the two figures in the center. "Who do you think will win today? Does Lin Yang stand a chance?" A young soldier couldn't help asking. "I doubt it. No matter how talented Lin Yang is, how long has it been since he broke through to martial warrior? A whole major realm apart. This isn't something talent can bridge." "Exactly. The martial master realm and the martial warrior realm are entirely different levels. No matter how strong Lin Yang is, he can't overcome Captain Qin." Undoubtedly, no one present favored Lin Yang. The chasm of realms lay like an impassable abyss between them, unbreachable even for a genius. But the two in the center had long shut out all external noise. Lin Yang took a deep breath and warned solemnly, "Captain Qin, be careful." As his words fell, his aura erupted abruptly. An invisible wave of energy spread outward from him, unleashing a pressure far beyond that of an ordinary martial warrior. This aura. Lin Yang has broken through to high-level martial warrior. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Countless eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lin Yang. Especially Lin Yang's former teammates, who were utterly stunned. Skinny Monkey squeezed at the front of the crowd, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg, his voice trembling. "Impossible. It's only been half a month since he broke through to martial warrior. How is he already a high-level martial warrior?" He had entered the military camp earlier than Lin Yang, experienced countless hunts for beasts outside the city, and spent years more in cultivation. Yet now Lin Yang had left him far behind. This rate of growth for a genius left him both shocked and envious. Su Wanning stood at the back of the crowd, her plain attire accentuating her ethereal beauty. She gazed at the stalwart figure in the center, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. They had entered the military camp together and endured the same grueling training. Yet Lin Yang, with his peerless bearing, had stepped into the martial warrior realm, and in little more than a month had climbed to the level of high-level martial warrior. As for herself, though her blood and chi had long surpassed the martial warrior threshold of 10 points, she hesitated to break through. She refused to enter the martial warrior realm as an ordinary talent. She wanted to shine like Lin Yang, with the brilliance of a genius. But the title of genius was never easy to bear. Morning light bathed the training ground, casting an even more chilling aura around the two figures. A clash between a genius and a powerhouse was about to officially begin. The aura that had abruptly risen was like a drawn sword, its sharpness so intense it was almost suffocating. Even the onlookers were forced back half a step by the pressure, let alone Captain Qin, who stood directly opposite Lin Yang. As a martial master, a full major realm above Lin Yang, he no longer harbored the slightest contempt. His brows were tightly knit, his blood and chi circulating imperceptibly, his once relaxed muscles now taut. His gaze was as serious as if facing a formidable opponent of equal rank. This seriousness spoke louder than any words of just how astonishing Lin Yang's strength had become. Lin Yang, you make the first move. Captain Qin's voice remained steady, yet it carried an elusive note of gravity. The pride of a martial master prevented him from striking first against a junior. Hearing this, Lin Yang's gaze sharpened, and he did not decline. The aura he had been building for so long erupted in an instant like a volcano that had been gathering strength for ages. With a mere subtle movement of his feet, his form blurred into a shadow. Like a cannonball, he shot straight toward Captain Qin with a piercing roar. At the same time, Lin Yang's right hand pressed firmly on the hilt of the blade at his waist. A condensed blade intent had already taken shape. Now it burst forth violently, the very air around him seeming to be sliced apart by the fierce edge. Draw slash! A low shout escaped Lin Yang's lips. This technique was not recorded in the wind-splitting blade art. Instead, it was a killing move he had created by fusing his mastery of the blade art with his own insights and combat experience. The blade remained sheathed, yet it continuously accumulated increasingly terrifying power. That condensed blade intent seemed as if it could split heaven and earth. The draw-slash technique was about unleashing all power in the moment of drawing the blade, using speed beyond limits and an unstoppable momentum to slay the enemy in an instant. Clearly, Lin Yang had already brought forth his full seriousness. From the very start, he had unreservedly deployed this all-out killing move with no intention of testing the waters. The blade momentum, almost sharp enough to pierce the air, had already faintly touched the threshold of blade intent. How could Lin Yang's saber technique undergo such earth-shattering breakthroughs in such a short span of time? Qin Lai's pupils contracted sharply as Lin Yang's charging figure swept in with a biting blade wind. That fierce aura, as if about to slice through space itself, made even him, a martial master, bristle with alarm, as though every pore was locked by an invisible force stifling even his breath. Tumultuous waves surged in his heart. Once it was he who had personally taught Lin Yang the fundamentals of the saber, yet in just a few short months the lad's saber realm had already caught up to him, even showing signs of surpassing him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lai hesitated no more. The instant silver light flashed, a pristine white long spear materialized in his palm, its shaft flowing with a cold metallic sheen, as if harboring a silver dragon poised to strike. He shifted his stance, slightly twisted his waist, and thrust the spear forward like a snake emerging from its lair, accompanied by a piercing whistle. The spear tip gleamed with deadly cold, as if it could pierce through all obstacles in the world. Ding! A crisp metallic clash suddenly exploded, yet carried a deafening roar that reverberated endlessly across the empty training ground. Qin Lai's silver spear with uncanny precision met Lin Yang's descending blade edge. With an angle and timing beyond belief, he forcefully halted that unstoppable chop. Yet the violent tremor from the collision of weapons surged outward like rolling thunder. The terrifying blast wave sent onlookers' robes fluttering wildly. The bluestone slabs beneath their feet shattered with a crack, and spiderweb-like fissures spread rapidly from the pair, gravel scattering and rolling away. My heavens! This power is too terrifying. Captain Qin is a martial master and Lin Yang is just a martial artist. How can he unleash such combat prowess? Gasps rose in waves from the watching crowd. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they stared at Lin Yang, who matched Qin Lai evenly in the arena. That upright figure wore saber in hand radiated an awe-inspiring battle intent, showing no sign of disadvantage. If it were me, that last strike would have split me in two. Lin Yang's teammate, a stout plump man, swallowed hard and muttered under his breath, his face full of shock. Yet the surrounding clamor did not affect the two locked in combat. Lin Yang's self-created drawn slash was nothing like the cliches in those mundane novels. One misstrike would not plunge him into prolonged weakness. Even now, with his thunderous slash easily blocked, his face showed not a trace of panic, as if he had long anticipated this turn of events. The war saber in his hand did not pause. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the blade turned and a cold gleam flickered like flowing water. The wind-splitting blade art was pushed to its limit. Layers of saber shadows overlapped, and in an instant over a dozen fierce blade beams shot toward Qin Lai, each with a sharp whistle that tore the air, sealing off all his escape routes. Qin Lai's gaze sharpened, and his own assault did not falter in the slightest. With a twist of his wrist, the silver spear transformed into a nimble dragon in his hands. Its shadow formed an impenetrable wall, deflecting all the dozen blade strikes with incredible speed and angles. The clanging of metal rang incessantly, sparks flying, making the onlookers' hearts pound. An inch longer means an inch stronger. To break his spear stance, I must get close. Lin Yang thought swiftly as he danced his saber in a duel with Qin Lai. He knew well that the long saber fell short in reach compared to the spear. Persisting in this stalemate would eventually put him at a disadvantage. With his mind made up, Lin Yang hesitated no more. His inner qi erupted violently. A surging force gushed from his dantian to every limb and joint. A visible blood-colored barrier slowly coalesced around him, its surface shimmering with fluorescence, and faint golden light enveloping his entire being and exuding a heart-stopping aura. What is that? Qiblood barrier. Has Lin Yang already broken through to the martial master realm? Seeing the blood-colored barrier around Lin Yang, all onlookers were stunned into exclamations. For it was well known that condensing qi and blood into true barrier was a unique martial phenomenon of martial master realm experts, achievable only after breaking through to that level. Lin Yang was merely a martial artist. How could he accomplish this? It's not a breakthrough to martial master. Qin Lai, facing Lin Yang directly, saw through it, clearly a glint of understanding and awe in his eyes. This is the Qiblood barrier formed when a defensive martial skill is honed to mastery or even minor completion. A storm raged in his heart. I never imagined he would master that Crimson Sky Divine Barrier Art Tier 2. To such an extent in just a few days. It was Qin Lai who had taken Lin Yang to select martial skills back then. Lin Yang had chosen 3 at once, all Tier 2 skills meant for martial masters, and Qin Lai had worried he might bite off more than he could chew, hindering his foundation. But now his worries seemed utterly unnecessary. The lad's martial progress was soaring, and his talent in cultivating skills was incredible to the point of being unbelievable. Amidst his racing thoughts, Qin Lai's assault did not relent. Seeing Lin Yang, protected by the Qiblood barrier, clearly preparing for close combat, he suddenly changed his spear technique from thrust to sweep. The silver spear spun rapidly in the air, transforming into a brilliant silver-white ribbon, whistling as it swept toward Lin Yang's body. The spear wind was fierce, as if it could slice through the very air. Bang! Yet the expected violent impact did not come. Qin Lai felt only the spear tip sweeping through empty space. The figure that should have been struck dissolved into a faint phantom, dissipating slowly on the spot. A phantom? Qin Lai was taken aback. Even with his martial master perception, he had failed to detect when Lin Yang's figure had vanished or moved. But as a battle-hardened martial master, his combat instincts kicked in almost instantly. Without hesitation, he spun around, gripped his spear tightly, and held it horizontally before him, ready to defend. Boom! Sure enough, the moment Qin Lai turned, a dazzling blade beam descended from above, carrying an overwhelming momentum, as if it could tear through the void, and slashed toward his body. At the critical moment, Qin Lai's horizontal spear precisely blocked the chop. The terrifying force exploded, shattering the bluestone beneath his feet into dust, and forcing him half a step back. 2 powerful martial auras clashed violently, and the terrifying might centered on the pair turned into a visible shockwave that swept outward. Where the shockwave passed, dust flew, and even the distant trees swayed violently. It spread dozens of meters before slowly dissipating. Even onlookers 100 meters away could feel a strong force rushing toward them, instinctively stepping back to avoid it. They are fighting so fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Before the battle, no one had ever anticipated such a scene. Though many martial master captains could see that Qin Lai seemed not to have fully exerted his strength, as a martial master, Lin Yang's performance was enough to draw their attention. If they were in Captain Qin's position, without relying purely on realm superiority, they likely would not have performed any better than he did. Though Lin Yang's martial aura and strength were formidable, he first used the Crimson Sky Divine Armor Art to condense his blood energy and fortify his body, drawing all eyes and attention. Then he secretly activated the phantom gliding steps, leaving an afterimage in place, while he himself moved to the void behind Captain Qin. Leveraging the force of his descent and an unstoppable momentum, he brought his blade down. Though the surprise attack did present an opportunity, Captain Qin still detected it and successfully blocked the strike. However, his power, a full major realm above Lin Yang's, was not something Lin Yang could suppress at this moment. Thus, after only a brief stalemate as Captain Qin's hands gripping the long spear, suddenly exerted force, Lin Yang's suspended body was hurled into the distance by the immense power. Twisting in midair to dissipate all the force, Lin Yang landed on the ground in a superhero-like pose. Without a moment's pause, his legs surged with boiling blood energy, abruptly unleashing an immense propulsive force. Lowering his body, he charged at Captain Qin again with the pouncing vigor of a leopard and the leaping ferocity of a tiger. The captain was right, or geniuses truly cannot be judged by common standards. Watching Lin Yang pounce at him again with wolf-like ferocity, Captain Qin sighed inwardly. If they were in the same realm, that unexpected strike would likely have left an unignorable wound on him. Despite these thoughts, Captain Qin did not hold back. The terrifying aura of a martial master surged and flowed, pressing down on the surrounding martial artists, making them all feel a sense of oppression. Lin Yang, facing Captain Qin, directly felt it most acutely. The powerful aura assailed him, making the very air around him seem to thicken. Yet his charge toward the opponent did not falter for an instant. In fact, the moment he was about to close in on Captain Qin, his body suddenly leaped into the air. Gripping his battle blade, his body spun rapidly in the void. His surrounding blood energy resembled crimson flowing light, and as he spun he seemed like a falling star trailing a long blood-red tail of flame as he shot straight toward Captain Qin. The fierce blade aura was as sharp as a peak, unstoppable, even manifesting a phantom of a blood-colored blade momentum in the void. Captain Qin's gaze sharpened, and he rapidly spun the silver spear in his hands. The boiling blood energy following the dance of his spear coalesced into a massive blood-red disc in the void before him. The disc took shape, appearing incredibly solid, as if it could block any assault. By now, everyone around was captivated by the splendid battle, watching the fight in the arena with rapt attention. At the same time, they had even subconsciously forgotten that this was not a battle between equals. The two combatants were a full major realm apart in strength. Lin Yang's speed was extreme. Under a terrifying momentum carrying an irresistible force, he charged at Captain Qin. With a thunderous boom, the two powerful forces collided and violent energy erupted in all directions. The energy surged so fiercely that the entire training ground seemed to tremble violently. With a sharp crack, the blood-red barrier Captain Qin had formed shattered. Lin Yang's momentum was also completely dissipated. Both of them, struck by the violent energy impact, were forced back several steps. When the uproar subsided, they faced each other, both filled with shock. Captain Qin is truly a veteran martial master with profound strength. I've nearly exhausted my full power, yet he seems at ease, not even launching an attack. Lin Yang marveled inwardly at Captain Qin's formidable strength. Lin Yang, is this the true bearing of a peerless prodigy? To fight me to such an extent while still at the martial artist realm. Captain Qin was equally awestruck. Lin Yang was undoubtedly the most powerful martial artist he had ever seen. Even against a peak martial artist on the cusp of the martial master realm, he had never been locked in such a prolonged stalemate. Though he himself had not yet exerted his full strength, this was already astonishing enough. That Lin Yang, is he really only at the martial artist realm? Outside the arena, countless onlookers couldn't help but harbor this thought. Since when could a martial artist fight a martial master to such a degree? No one paid attention to their inner astonishment. The two who had just separated charged at each other again with extreme speed, locking into combat. Blade energy and spear light crisscrossed, swift figures constantly interwove. The bluestone ground was frequently marked by terrible energy, leaving scars of varying depths. The clashing of weapons rang out incessantly. Outside the arena, everyone watched the two engrossed in battle. Now I've changed my mind. That guy Lin Yang can actually fight Captain Qin Hedon. Someone had revised their earlier pessimistic view of Lin Yang. Though Lin Yang is indeed extraordinary, he's still a major realm behind Captain Qin. He'll probably run out of blood energy soon and lose. Someone else still believed Lin Yang would lose. Don't you all know? For this match, Lin Yang only needs to last 10 exchanges against Captain Qin to succeed. Ah, is that so? By the way, what exchange are they on now? Some were unaware of this rule and asked curiously. I didn't count before, but now this should be the final exchange. Watching the two suddenly separate and stand poised as if charging their ultimate moves, someone murmured. Lin Yang, this is the last move. Show me your true strength. Having fought to this point, Captain Qin had largely acknowledged Lin Yang's power, but he sensed Lin Yang still held a trump card. Captain Qin, then you must be careful. Lin Yang did not hesitate. He fiercely activated his perfected wind-splitting blade art, mobilizing all the remaining blood energy within his body. The violent blood energy surged along his arm into the alloy battle blade in his hand. The pale blade was gradually dyed by the surging blood energy. A thick blood-red hue enveloped the blade like a crimson flame swirling around it. The battle blade in Lin Yang's hand seemed to come alive. The blood energy surrounding it appeared to breathe, pulsing like a heartbeat. A terrifying aura rose from Lin Yang, as if resonating with heaven and earth. Lin Yang slowly raised his blade. The pulsating blade seemed to resonate with the boundless energy of the world. A colossal phantom of a blood-red long blade gradually manifested in the void above Lin Yang's head. What? A martial phantom? How is this possible? How can Lin Yang do this? Seeing the long blade phantom forming above Lin Yang, everyone was stunned into silence. Because condensing a martial phantom was something only achievable at the martial grandmaster realm. Unless his martial technique has been cultivated to the perfection realm. Yet even so it was still unbelievable. A perfected martial technique could even unleash power surpassing its original rank. Just like Lin Yang now, though the technique he executed was only first tier, the power it was unleashing approached that of a third-tier technique. Cleaving Mount Hua. Gripping his battle blade, Lin Yang brought down the massive blade phantom in the air with a single swing. A fierce blade intent burst forth, seeming to lock onto Captain Qin, leaving no room to evade. Lin Yang, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. Feeling Lin Yang's condensed martial phantom, and the locking blade intent, Captain Qin was also filled with battle spirit. He then spun his silver spear, its icy tip pointing directly at Lin Yang. The blood energy within him surged, gathering along the spear's shaft. He thrust straight toward the massive blade phantom over 40 meters long. Silver dragon spear. Break! With a thunderous boom, the two violent forces collided, instantly unleashing a terrifying momentum. The ground between them was blasted apart like a missile strike, sending fragments of stone flying everywhere. Lin Yang, he actually endured it. The commotion within the arena had yet to fully subside, but the onlookers outside already knew that Lin Yang, merely at the martial artist realm, had withstood 10 full strikes from the seasoned martial master. Though compared to Captain Qin's seemingly effortless display, Lin Yang's condition appeared far from optimal. The qi and blood energy within his body was nearly depleted, and his combat suit bore several tears. More critically, the alloy battle blade in his hand now had curled edges, and visible cracks had spread across its once smooth surface. Not only that, look at their final clash. The two seemed evenly matched. Indeed, who would have thought that Captain Qin at the martial master realm couldn't completely overpower Lin Yang, a mere martial artist? That guy is truly a prodigy. Countless people marveled inwardly. This prodigy Lin Yang had used his martial techniques to bridge the gap in their cultivation realms. This was something no one had ever anticipated before. In the distant void, a figure unnoticed by all wore a flicker of surprise on his face. I didn't expect the kid to actually pull it off. The figure standing in midair was none other than the battalion commander who had set this special trial. In truth, he too was curious about just how extraordinary Lin Yang this prodigy could be. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Lin Yang's performance would bring him such immense surprise. Perhaps this martial arts grand examination is about to become lively because of him. The surprise on the battalion commander's face gradually subsided, but as if struck by a sudden thought, he revealed a smile brimming with anticipation. He knew well that Lin Yang wouldn't stay at the military camp forever. Once the 3-month training period ended, he would return to school to continue his unfinished martial arts grand examination. And by then, even the battalion commander could hardly imagine the tremendous upheaval that Lin Yang's prodigious strength would cause. But that's fine. Daxia has been quiet for too many years. It's time for things to stir a little. After a moment of inner marvel, the battalion commander's figure vanished from the void in an instant, unseen by anyone. Elsewhere, the violent impact and surging energy in the arena finally began to subside. As the dust cleared, the ground between the two combatants lay in complete ruin. The once smooth cobblestone floor was now riddled with potholes. At the epicenter between them, a massive crater over half a meter deep and several meters wide had formed. Around the crater's edge, countless blade scars crisscrossed the ground as if it had been savagely slashed by a sharp blade. Among them, the deepest gash stretched from Lin Yang's side. A trench dozens of centimeters deep and half a meter wide, impossible to look away from at first glance. Clearly this was the most vivid and shocking trace left by the nearly 40-meter blade aura Lin Yang had unleashed. Lin Yang, your strength truly opens my eyes. With the 10 strikes completed, Captain Qin sheathed his spear and faced Lin Yang, his expression full of approval. And congratulations on passing the battalion commander's special trial. Huff! Lin Yang took a deep breath, calming the surging qi and blood within him. He then put away his blade and clasped his fists toward Captain Qin. "Thank you for holding back Captain Qin." He understood that their apparent stalemate was influenced by several factors. The most important was that Captain Qin hadn't unleashed his full power from the start. Otherwise, even if Lin Yang had endured 10 strikes, his condition wouldn't have been as good as it was. "No, I didn't hold back. It's simply that your strength was enough to pass the trial." Captain Qin shook his head, indicating that Lin Yang needn't be overly modest. His strength had already earned the recognition of everyone, including Captain Qin. "I owe my current strength to your help, Captain Qin." Lin Yang knew that Captain Qin had greatly assisted him, and couldn't help but express his gratitude. "No need for words. Your strength is the result of your own daily accumulation and hard work. It has little to do with me." Captain Qin waved his hand, declining Lin Yang's thanks. "In any case, now that you've passed the battalion commander's trial, you are naturally qualified to hunt aberrant beasts outside the city alone." Captain Qin interrupted Lin Yang, who was about to speak, further steering the conversation toward the true purpose of their trial. "But I must warn you, beyond the city lies unknown danger with aberrant beasts far stronger than us everywhere. Never be careless. It's best to stay near the outskirts and avoid venturing too deep." Knowing that he could no longer dissuade Lin Yang from hunting alone outside the city, Captain Qin could only offer earnest advice. "If you encounter a high-level aberrant beast, you cannot retreat immediately. Remember, you only have one life. Living is more important than anything. Moreover, with your prodigious martial talent, you are destined to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Do not lose sight of the greater goal for a small gain." Captain Qin knew that with Lin Yang's extraordinary martial talent, he would surely achieve great heights. If he were to fall during a hunt, it would be a loss for all of Daxia. Yet, unable to stop Lin Yang, he could only warn him in the sternest tone. "Rest assured, Captain Qin. I value my life dearly. I won't act recklessly." Lin Yang naturally understood that Captain Qin's words were for his own good, so he felt no irritation. Instead, a warmth rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but give his assurance. "All right, rest well today. Don't train until late as you used to." After giving Lin Yang one last piece of advice, Captain Qin turned and left. "The excitement's over. Let's disperse." The onlookers outside the arena, seeing the duel had ended, began to leave one after another. I never expected Lin Yang's strength to improve so rapidly. Today was truly an eye-opener." "You said it. This is the first time I've seen such a prodigious genius with my own eyes. When new recruits come for training, we'll have plenty to boast about." "No, how can you call a real event boasting?" Yet even as they left, the crowd's hearts remained unsettled by that extraordinary duel. In the arena, Captain Qin, about to depart, seemed to recall something and stopped. He turned back to Lin Yang, who still stood there, and called out, "By the way, Lin Yang, the blade in your hand is damaged and no longer usable. You're heading out to hunt tomorrow, and you can't do without a good weapon." The battle blade in Lin Yang's hand was the alloy blade he had bought for tens of thousands when he entered the camp. Though sturdy enough, it was not a transcendent weapon and had been adequate before becoming a martial artist. However, after the recent battle, it had succumbed to the assault of powerful and violent qi and blood energy, cracking and becoming unusable. "What do you mean, Captain Qin?" Lin Yang looked at the blade with its visible cracks, knowing Captain Qin was right. "Follow me. I'll help you find a more suitable weapon." With that, Captain Qin changed direction, heading toward a remote corner of the camp. "A weapon suited for me. Could it be a transcendent weapon?" Lin Yang wasted no time, quickly catching up to Captain Qin, his heart full of anticipation. Lin Yang followed Captain Qin for quite a while until they arrived before a dilapidated small courtyard, tucked away in a remote corner of the military camp. Clang, clang, clang. Before he even drew near, Lin Yang could hear the crisp sound of metal striking metal coming from within. "Could it be that Captain Qin has brought me to meet a blacksmith skilled in forging weapons?" Lin Yang listened to the rhythmic hammering and couldn't help but speculate inwardly. "Let's go. Well, just head straight in." Captain Qin led Lin Yang to the courtyard gate. Without knocking, he pushed the door open directly and walked in with Lin Yang. Once inside the courtyard, Lin Yang realized that although it looked old and dilapidated from the outside, its interior was a world of its own. The courtyard was not small in size and contained numerous forging tools and facilities. Among them were not only ancient-looking forging implements but also many modern forging tools full of a technological aesthetic. Equipment such as cutting machines, heating furnaces, hydraulic presses, and forging hammers were all available. The blend of primitive and technological elements appeared quite peculiar. In the courtyard, Lin Yang spotted an elderly man who looked nearly 60 with graying hair and a white beard. At that moment, the man was bare-chested, wielding an immensely heavy giant hammer, swinging it repeatedly over a primitive anvil to forge a brand new weapon. The hammering sounds heard from outside the gate clearly came from this robust old man. "Captain Qin, who is this?" Lin Yang was curious and couldn't help but whisper to Captain Qin beside him. "This is Old Man Mo. Don't underestimate him. Many of the extraordinary weapons in the military camp come from his hands." Captain Qin did not disturb the old man who was focused on forging the weapon. Instead, he observed from a distance while introducing the elder's identity to Lin Yang. "Old Man Mo." Lin Yang murmured the name softly, committing it to memory. Old Man Mo is different from those of you who have awakened traits beneficial to martial arts cultivation. The trait he awakened is a special one leaning toward the auxiliary category. Artisan's Heart Violet, you are more capable than ordinary people of concentrating on crafting and repairing items. The more dedicated you are, the greater the chance that the items you craft will gain extraordinary attributes. What? There are actually traits with such unique effects. Up until now, most of the people Lin Yang had seen who awakened traits possessed ones beneficial to martial arts cultivation. A few had traits that directly enhanced the body itself, increasing strength or endurance. He had never encountered a trait with such distinctive effects. Of course, Dacia has a vast population, including martial prodigies, like you, as well as many geniuses who walk special paths. Seeming to read the doubt in Lin Yang's mind, Captain Qin explained. "I see." Lin Yang understood and said no more, focusing instead on the old man forging the weapon. Clang, clang, clang. In his past life, Lin Yang had also been obsessed with forging competitions for a time, giving him a shallow understanding of the craft. But now, witnessing the entire forging process firsthand, Lin Yang realized that crafting a weapon was far from simple. The courtyard had many high-tech forging facilities that would make the work easier if used. Yet the old man did not use them. Instead, he hammered the weapon blank manually, blow by blow. The sound of the hammer striking the metal seemed to carry a unique rhythm at that moment. Lin Yang could almost feel that with each hammer strike, a trace of the world's primal energy was forged and imprinted into the blank. After hammering over 1,000 times, the old man placed the blank back into the furnace. He personally pulled the bellows nearby, making the furnace fire burn even brighter. Lin Yang could also sense that the old man's blood energy was flowing along his arm as he pulled the bellows, converging into the furnace. He was actually using his own blood energy as fuel to refine the weapon blank. Does forging a weapon truly require such dedication? Lin Yang found it hard to comprehend, but he felt admiration in his heart. Perhaps only someone so obsessively focused could awaken a unique trait like Artisan's Heart. Afterward, Lin Yang and Captain Qin stood in the courtyard for several hours. Yet neither of them complained, nor did they ever disturb the old man who was engrossed in forging the weapon. Especially Lin Yang. He seemed to perceive in the old man the same relentless passion he himself felt when facing martial arts cultivation. Under their witness, through the old man's continuous hammering and refining, the weapon blank gradually revealed the shape of a long blade. So the weapon this old man is forging now is custom-made for me. Lin Yang was sharp-witted. As the blank gradually took the form of a long blade, he instantly understood that Old Man Mo was crafting a brand new weapon for him. Forging a weapon from blank to finished product required far more than 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements. Lin Yang had lost count of how many times the old man had hammered. He only knew that with each strike, the old man condensed a trace of the world's energy into it. Gradually, as the long blade took shape, Lin Yang could sense an immensely powerful and unique will within the weapon slowly awakening. The blade intent from his wind-splitting blade art, which he had cultivated to perfection, seemed to be stirred by this while swirling around him, as if wanting to burst forth and merge with it. No, now is not the time. The old man, focused on forging, seemed to sense Lin Yang's sharp blade intent and softly reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Yang understood that this was a critical moment as the weapon was about to take shape, so he forcibly suppressed the surging blade intent within him. Nearly another half-hour passed, and with the old man's final hammer strike, dong! It was like the morning bell of a temple at dawn awakening the sunrise. Golden light pierced through the clouds, spilling over the mountains and land. At that moment, the fully formed long blade's unique will seemed to awaken completely. Boom! Without warning, a massive dark cloud had gathered in the sky, blotting out the sun. With violent thunderclaps, visible lightning bolts danced wildly within like silver serpents. Amid the thunder and lightning, the long blade seemed drawn by some invisible force, gradually floating into the void. Crack! A brilliant silver bolt struck down, precisely hitting the blade suspended in midair. Yet, after being struck by lightning, the blade showed no cracks. Instead, impurities seemed to slough off with the lightning, making it even more radiant. This, a weapon's birth, can trigger celestial phenomena. Is this really just an extraordinary weapon? Lin Yang gazed at the divine blade in the void, undergoing the lightning baptism, and shedding its mortal coil, his heart filled with awe. He had seen extraordinary weapons before, but he had never heard of such a stunning phenomenon accompanying their creation. It seemed this was not due to his ignorance, but rather that such phenomena were extremely rare. Yet, unexpectedly, the long blade forged for him had the fortune to attract celestial phenomena for its purification. What are you waiting for? Now is the time. Suddenly Lin Yang, lost in thought, was jolted awake by a loud shout. The old man was reminding him. Lin Yang did not hesitate. The blade intent he had forcibly suppressed erupted in that instant. In a flash, a fierce blade intent filled the entire world. The surging blade intent seemed to resonate with the newly born divine blade. Hum. The divine blade, undergoing the lightning baptism, began to tremble violently, as if sensing a call. The surging blade intent lifted Lin Yang's body, propelling him abruptly toward the divine blade in the void. Facing the bolts of lightning crashing down above him, Lin Yang showed no fear. The moment he neared the divine blade, he reached out his right hand. The divine blade seemed to sense his call. In an instant, it completely broke free from the lightning's grasp, streaking swiftly through the void and landing precisely in Lin Yang's right hand. What a blade! The moment he grasped the long blade, Lin Yang felt as though it was attuned to his heart. The fierce blade intent within him flowed unreservedly into the blade. The divine blade trembled as if in longing or joy. Now let us together split the sky wide open. As if sensing the intent of the blade in his hand, Lin Yang looked up at the cloud layers that blotted out the sky above. Within the dark clouds, violent lightning surged, as if enraged, brewing a terrifying might. Yet Lin Yang in the void showed no fear. Holding the newly born divine blade, its edge pointed toward the sky, the fierce blade intent gathered around him. A colossal phantom of a long blade materialized, as if ready to cleave the gathered clouds in a single stroke. In the heart of the military camp, within the battalion commander's office, he abruptly sensed the tumultuous celestial phenomenon surging across the sky. His eyes snapped upward, locking onto the direction of the secluded courtyard. Even with numerous buildings and walls in between, the overwhelming celestial anomaly was unmistakably palpable, and his face instantly flooded with disbelief. This old man initially refused in every way to lend a hand, yet who would have thought he would directly trigger the celestial phenomenon of a divine weapon's birth? Tapping his fingers on the corner of the desk, the battalion commander felt the celestial sign that only accompanied the emergence of a third-tier or higher transcendent divine weapon, his heart, a mix of joy and helplessness. In truth, regardless of whether Lin Yang could withstand 10 moves from Captain Qin today, they had already resolved to forge a brand new exclusive weapon for this unparalleled prodigy. To this end, he had personally visited the reclusive old Mo, calling upon him 3 times before securing his help, all to craft a transcendent battle blade worthy of Lin Yang's talent. But old Mo had been initially adamant, unwilling to expend his effort forging a transcendent weapon for a mere youth who had just broken through to the martial warrior realm. It was only after the battalion commander revealed Lin Yang's heaven-defying talent in breaking through to the martial warrior realm and his awakening of innate martial arts traits that old Mo finally relented and reluctantly agreed. Yet who would have guessed that despite his reluctant words, old Mo would pour his entire life's artistry into the work, forging with all his heart and soul, ultimately producing a divine weapon that stirred the very heavens. Amidst his swirling thoughts, the battalion commander's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he exclaimed in shock, "This boy dares to swing his blade at the sky." His vision seemed to pierce through space, returning to that remote courtyard. Captain Qin stood shoulder to shoulder with old Mo, both staring up at the void, their faces etched with shock and concern. "How would a lad, he's got spine. Daring to strike at the heavens, he has something of my spirit from years past." Old Mo gazed at the figure standing with blade raised against the sky, a broad smile creasing his aged face, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration. Old Mo, could Lin Yang's actions be dangerous? Captain Qin stared intently at Lin Yang, whose blade intent condensed in midair, his entire being swirling with sword aura, as if about to split the clouds. His heart leaped into his throat, filled with anxiety. Old Mo stroked his white beard, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone laced with astonishment. "Hard to say. In 100 years, this is the first time I've seen anyone dare to act thus." "Then, should we stop him immediately?" Captain Qin grew increasingly agitated. Lin Yang was the future pinnacle of Daxia's combat strength, and could not afford any mishap. "No." Old Mo shook his head slowly, his tone resolute. "At this moment, his blade intent resonates with the newborn divine weapon, the world's primordial energy, bends to his will, and the myriad celestial phenomena are all signs of celebration. The momentum of his gathered blade energy has become unstoppable. Forcibly interrupting him would only destroy his martial foundation, a loss outweighing any gain. Captain Qin opened his mouth, words failing him, his heart full of worry yet powerless. This boy's talent far exceeds expectations. To comprehend blade intent at such a young age and earn the active recognition of a divine weapon. Perhaps. Old Mo's hand stilled on his beard. He pondered a moment, then said solemnly, he might truly create a miracle beyond ordinary imagination. As the two spoke, Lin Yang, above the void, had already gathered an unprecedented, terrifying blade momentum around him. The phantom of the ethereal blade above his head swelled wildly to 100 zhang in height, its oppressive might a full 10 times more formidable than when he had sparred with Captain Qin. This power did not stem from Lin Yang's own strength alone, but was born from the ultimate resonance between his blade intent and the newborn divine weapon, drawing in the surrounding world's primordial energy, creating this awe-inspiring spectacle that shook the entire camp. The 100 zhang blade shadow stretched across the sky, its fierce and unmatched blade intent spreading everywhere. Every martial artist in the camp felt a bone-chilling cold, unable to suppress a shiver. What in the world is happening over there? Such intense pressure, it's suffocating. Terrified, everyone looked up towards the courtyard, where black clouds churned and gathered dark, as ink like an apocalyptic thunderstorm descending, oppressing their hearts with unease. Just as all eyes were fixed on this phenomenon, a brilliant golden light streaked across the sky, piercing heaven and earth. Shoo! A piercing sound of air being torn exploded, as if the entire firmament was instantly rent asunder. The sky-covering pitch-black cloud layer was sliced cleanly in two by this unparalleled blade light. That hat was a martial arts grandmaster making a move, or an even greater existence. Within the camp, countless people stared at the sky split by a single blade stroke, frozen in place, their faces blank with shock. Such terrifying blade momentum, such world-destroying power, even the pinnacle of martial arts grandmasters might not be able to withstand it. They racked their brains, but could not fathom that such a formidable figure was hidden within the camp, nor could they understand why such an existence would strike at those dark clouds. In the courtyard, watching the sunlight pour down through the rift in the clouds, Old Mo's entire body trembled, his face a mask of incredulous shock. His hand stroking his beard, unconsciously clenched, nearly pulling out a tuft of white hair. This boy has actually created a miracle. After the initial shock, a surge of intense pride welled up in Old Mo's eyes. He slapped his thigh and laughed. It was not in vain that I exhausted my life's work to forge this peerless divine weapon for him. Old Mo possessed the artisan's heart trait. The more effort he poured into forging a weapon, the more transcendent its grade became. For this forging of Lin Yang's blade, he abandoned all modern technological aids, using the most primitive ancient methods, hammering each blow by hand, infusing the blade with the entirety of his lifelong knowledge. In the end, it lived up to expectations. The moment the blade was born, it stirred celestial phenomena. Heavenly tribulation lightning baptized the blade, cleansing it of all mundane impurities, transforming it into a true divine weapon. And Lin Yang, as the blade's master at that moment, comprehended blade intent, achieved spiritual resonance. With the divine weapon harnessed the power of heaven and earth, and with a single stroke shattered the tribulation clouds, astounding everyone. The split dark clouds dissipated completely within moments, and the brilliant sunlight once again bathed the earth, dispelling all gloom. In the void, Lin Yang, the architect of all this, gradually reigned in his overwhelming aura. The intimidating pressure of the divine weapon in his hand also faded, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary black battle blade. Losing the support of the world's primordial energy, his form drifted slowly down, landing steadily on the ground. At this moment, Lin Yang was utterly oblivious to his surroundings, his entire consciousness captivated by the system panel that had materialized before him. You shattered the divine weapon's heavenly tribulation, tempered your blade intent through the celestial phenomenon, greatly advanced your blade mastery, and comprehended the true martial intent. Blade intent, basic blade technique, proficiency 10,000. Wind-splitting blade technique, proficiency 10,000. Host Lin Yang, realm, high-level, martial warrior, limit sublimation, blood chi 8, 6, 4, 8, 8, 9. Cultivation methods, blood fiend, profound yang art, martial warrior, chapter minor, completion 128100018910000. Body tempering art, perfection 513610005194100000. Martial skills, basic blade technique, perfection 6136100000. Advanced to supreme 61851000000. Wind-splitting blade technique, first order, perfection 38482000013984200000. Phantom Light Step Second Order Minor Completion 154100000. Blood Fiend Heaven Shaking Fist Second Order Minor Completion 45100000. Crimson Sky Divine Shield Art Second Order Minor Completion 164100000. True Martial Intent Blade Intent First Layer. Lin Yang's eyes swept rapidly over T. Only when his gaze fixed on the final entry True Martial Intent, and he saw the words Blade Intent First Layer, did his tightly drawn lips finally curve upward and a radiant smile bloomed across his face. Ever since his saber technique reached the realm of perfection, an unusual tremor had persistently lingered in Lin Yang's heart. He vaguely sensed that the path of the saber extended far beyond this, seemingly concealing a profound and mysterious level yet to be unveiled. However, only by comprehending the saber intent to its utmost could one have a sliver of a chance to touch its true essence. He had felt before that he was within a hair's breadth of that realm, yet he always lacked that final decisive step. Until that very moment when the divine weapon manifested, a surge of crystal-clear enlightenment abruptly flooded his mind. Lin Yang finally attained a complete realization of his own unique true essence of the saber. The true essence of the saber is achieved. Heaven rewards diligence. It is time for you to unleash your full potential. Comprehending the true essence of the saber was inherently arduous, but for Lin Yang, who bore the Heaven rewards diligence trait once enlightened, he could refine this essence layer by layer at a pace far surpassing ordinary individuals, ascending to even greater heights. Just as Lin Yang was immersed in the ecstasy of his epiphany, Captain Qin swiftly approached him, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yang to confirm no anomalies were present before speaking in a deep voice. "Lin Yang, how do you feel?" Lin Yang snapped back to reality, a genuine smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with conviction. "I feel excellent, unprecedentedly good." This exhilaration stemmed from his comprehension of the saber's true essence, and even more so from the newly forged battle blade in his hand. Only now did he have the time to carefully examine this divine weapon. The blade was as black as ink, with only the cutting edge gleaming with a cold white light. Winding around the blade were strands of silvery white patterns resembling coiled and writhing lightning. When Lin Yang slowly infused his own blood energy into it, those silver patterns instantly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, flowing languidly within the blade like living blood, spreading throughout the entire long saber in the blink of an eye. More miraculously, this blade felt no barrier to his blood energy. With a mere thought, the saber moved in accordance. A synchronicity so intuitive, a harmony so seamless that no ordinary weapon had ever bestowed upon him before. Naturally, to forge this blade I have expended nearly all my heart's blood. Old Mo stepped forward slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the war saber in Lin Yang's hand, his eyes tender and proud, as if beholding a child he had nurtured with his entire being. "Thank you, Old Mo, for your invaluable aid." Lin Yang stepped forward and with solemn respect clasped his hands in a formal bow. This blade satisfied him to the utmost. "There is no need for thanks." Old Mo waved his hand, casting one last lingering look at the war saber before shifting his gaze to Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with approval. "Use it well. Do not disgrace the edge of this divine blade, and that will be enough. Rest assured, Old Mo, I shall take it to battle the aberrant beasts and let it drink deeply of their blood. I will never fail it, nor the efforts you have poured into it." Lin Yang's expression was resolute, his tone firm and powerful. Old Mo nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly slapped his forehead, his voice tinged with urgency. "Blasted, I almost forgot. This blade needs a scabbard." With those words, the old man's figure shot forward, his steps swift as the wind, utterly unlike a man in his twilight years. In an instant, he dashed back into the house. In mere moments, Old Mo returned holding an ancient and heavy scabbard. "Here. This is made from the hide of a fourth-tier aberrant beast, the red-scaled flood dragon. This divine blade is exceedingly sharp. An ordinary scabbard could not withstand its saber aura." Old Mo handed over the scabbard with a casual tone. "Old Mo, this generous gift." All right, I'm tired. You two leave quickly. Don't disturb my rest here." Before Lin Yang could finish his thanks, Old Mo waved his hand, impatiently urging them away, yet his eyes hid the deep expectations he held for this pair. The man and his blade. Lin Yang glanced at Captain Qin beside him. Seeing the latter give a slight nod, he said no more. Together they bid farewell to Old Mo and departed from the small courtyard. After parting with Captain Qin, Lin Yang could no longer suppress the thrill within him and headed straight back to the training ground. Perfect timing. Time to test the new blade and the true essence of the saber I've just comprehended. At the training ground, Lin Yang gripped the war saber tightly. His gaze suddenly sharpened and an awe-inspiring fierce saber intent surged forth from within him. As if sensing its master's will, the divine weapon in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a low hum that seemed to resonate in response. Good partner. From now on we fight side by side. Lin Yang's palm exerted force, and he drew the blade with a sudden explosive motion. Shoo! With nothing more than the most ordinary drawing motion, a dazzling crimson blade light abruptly flashed before him. The surrounding air seemed effortlessly cleaved by that casual stroke, leaving behind a lingering trail of saber aura that refused to dissipate. A single night passed in the blink of an eye and broad daylight arrived. At the morning training ground warriors trickled in one after another. Among them a few arrived together, and one glanced toward the corner, where Lin Yang always trained, remarking with surprise and teasing, "Hey, did the sun rise from the west? Lin Yang actually didn't show up? That relentless workaholic is slacking off. That's a first. Don't joke. He expended a lot of energy sparring with Captain Qin yesterday, and he's heading out of the city to hunt today. He's probably resting a bit longer." A witness to yesterday's battle explained with a smile. The group exchanged a few light-hearted words before dispersing to train with no further idle chatter. Soon the assembly time arrived. Members of each squad stood in orderly formation. With only 1 minute left until muster, Lin Yang finally ambled over. After exchanging nods with Captain Qin and the others, he stood quietly to one side. At the Grand Captain's command, the hunting operation officially commenced. Each squad filed out of the city in an orderly fashion, following familiar routes straight into the wilderness. Upon the towering city wall, the Grand Captain had long been standing, his calm gaze sweeping over the departing warriors, his expression indifferent. But when his sight landed on Lin Yang, his gaze paused briefly as if lost in thought. "Are you truly not sending anyone to protect him in secret? You know very well that this boy is crucial to our great Xia. Not a single misstep can be afforded." An aged voice suddenly rang out. Old Mo had materialized silently by his side, his expression tinged with worry. The Grand Captain did not turn his head, his tone resolute. "I think it's best not to. I believe he won't do anything reckless." "Let us hope so." Old Mo let out a soft sigh and offered no further persuasion. Together they watched Lin Yang's figure recede into the distance, eventually vanishing deep into the wilderness. As soon as Lin Yang left the city gate, he did not rush to act alone. Instead, he first followed Captain Qin's squad, traveling alongside them for a stretch of the journey. Only when they were far from the city, its outlines no longer visible, did Lin Yang speak calmly. "Captain Qin, friends, all let us part ways here. Lin Yang, be careful in everything. Above all, staying alive is what matters." Captain Qin did not try to dissuade Lin Yang from acting alone, but instead advised him earnestly. "Yes, Lin Yang. If you run into danger, be sure to shout for help. Maybe someone nearby will hear and rush over to assist." Skinny Monkey's gaze toward Lin Yang was filled with worry. The others said nothing, but their eyes mirrored the same concern. Even Lu Ming, who had always been at odds with him, snorted coldly and said with a hint of tsundere pride, "Humph, don't you go dying so easily." Lin Yang clasped his hands in a salute to everyone, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for your concern. They'll be careful. You all take care as well." With his words spoken, Lin Yang hesitated no longer. His figure flickered and his footwork accelerated to its peak. In practically an instant, he vanished from before the group. "Let us be on our way as well." Captain Qin stared at the direction where Lin Yang had disappeared for a silent moment, then led the squad onward along their previous path. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yang sped through the jungle, seeking his first hunting target of the day. "Hey, seems luck is on my side. I found one so quickly." His swiftly moving figure came to an abrupt halt, as if sensing something. He began to creep cautiously toward a particular direction. In the direction Lin Yang was advancing, a wild boar, its body the size of a small car, was resting there. In the jungle shrouded in miasma, the stench of decaying leaves mixed with the unique odor of exotic beasts clung heavily to the air. The towering ancient trees intertwined, allowing only a few rays of mottled sunlight to filter through, barely illuminating the shadow lurking in the clearing. Lin Yang resembled a piece of dead wood melded into the shadows, pressed tightly against the half-a-man-high shrubs. Dense foliage obscured his form completely, with only a pair of eyes slightly squinting through the leaf gaps, sharp as an eagle locking onto the figure not far away. It was a tusked pig. Its short, stout limbs sank into the damp mud, leaving hoof prints deeply embedded. The brown-black bristles stood erect like steel needles caked with mud and dry grass, each one exuding ferocity. Its head, the size of a grinding disc, lay on the ground, with a pair of crescent-shaped tusks piercing through its lips, glinting coldly under the dim light, the edges stained with dark red blood, as if it had just feasted. Lin Yang's gaze swept over its form, his fingertips tightening slightly, as he involuntarily whispered in his heart, "A mid-level, first-tier exotic beast, tusked pig. It's you then." The moment he confirmed the beast's rank, the tense muscles in his back suddenly relaxed. A first-tier exotic beast was nothing to fear with Lin Yang's current strength. However, this sense of relaxation was fleeting. The caution in his eyes deepened. In the jungle, underestimating the enemy was the gravest mistake, especially when facing an exotic beast. Before taking action, I must thoroughly assess my surroundings. The moment this thought arose, Lin Yang's figure suddenly sprang into action. The small success-level phantom flowing lightstep second tier was pushed to its limits, transforming his form into a blurred gray shadow, his feet treading over decaying leaves and dry branches without making a sound. The trunks of ancient trees rushed past him, and the winding vines brushed against his clothing like swimming snakes. His figure darted through the forest, occasionally crouching to pass under fallen logs, and at times sidestepping protruding branches as if he had merged with the jungle. He circled the tusked pig's territory, checking thoroughly again and again, finally confirming that within its sensing range, apart from the steady breaths and heartbeat of the tusked pig, there were no other signs of life. With no pressure from high-tier exotic beasts, not even the calls of birds were heard. Evidently, this area was solely occupied by this exotic beast. Within a radius of several miles, there is only this one. Lin Yang paused behind a sturdy ancient tree, slowly exhaling. After confirming his safety, he no longer concealed his form and stepped directly out from the depths of the dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting speckled light patterns on him. His figure stood out prominently in the open clearing without any cover. The tusked pig had its head buried in its belly, seemingly asleep, yet its alertness rivaled that of the sharpest hunter. The moment Lin Yang's footsteps entered its sensing range, it abruptly opened its large copper bell-like eyes. In its murky pupils, a violent red light ignited, fixating fiercely on the newcomer. Snort. A heavy breath exploded. The tusked pig's massive body stood up, abruptly shaking the decaying leaves beneath it. Its head, the size of a grinding disc, suddenly turned. Two jets of white vapor sprang from its nostrils, carrying a strong stench that slightly distorted the surrounding air, as if it were unleashing unrestrained fury. Lin Yang did not stop his steps, slowly approaching, while rapidly flipping through the exotic beast encyclopedia in his mind. Tusked pig, a mid-level first-tier exotic beast, possesses immense brute strength. Its full-force charge is comparable to a main battle tank capable of easily shattering boulders. Its tusks are exceptionally sharp, with hardness akin to refined steel, easily piercing through 100 refined alloys. What's more troublesome is its thick hide. Ordinary weapons used by martial artists would only leave a white mark when striking it. Weaknesses. The abdomen is soft and unarmored, while the rear eye sockets and mouth are all weaknesses. Unfortunately, they are all difficult attack angles. His gaze swept over the tusked pig's distinctive tusks, and he understood in his heart. Ordinary martial artist teams encountering this creature would only avoid it unless armed with extraordinary defensive-breaking weapons. Yet Lin Yang's fingers tightened slightly around the hilt of his sword, as if the divine weapon sensed its master's battle intent, emitting a faint hum, the blade slightly trembling, as if eager to drink the blood of the exotic beast. The tusked pig seemed to possess primitive intelligence. Seeing that Lin Yang not only showed no fear, but instead approached step by step, it unusually slowed its pace and began to retreat. At the same time, it opened its large blood-filled mouth, revealing its yellowed tusks, emitting a deafening howl. Ow! The sound waves slammed into the air like a heavy hammer, causing the branches and leaves in the forest to fall and the decaying leaves on the ground to roll. The piercing howl echoed through the valley, as if it would shatter human eardrums, attempting to intimidate the human before it. Lin Yang did not falter in his steps. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. With his right hand firmly gripping the hilt, his pace shifted from a slow walk to a swift run. The wind howled past his ears, his clothing billowing as it stirred up a crisp sound. He accelerated rapidly, leaving shallow footprints in the soil beneath. Ow! Seeing its intimidation fail, the tusked pig seemed completely enraged. It abruptly halted its retreat, its four short stout hoofs fiercely stomped the ground. Crack! The hard muddy ground cracked under its stomp, and in the next moment its massive body charged at Lin Yang, like an uncontrolled battering ram carrying a whirlwind with it. The sound of hooves echoed like drums, shaking the ground slightly, with swirling fallen leaves and dust forming a murky wall of wind behind it. The gleaming tusks pointed straight at Lin Yang's chest, blood splattering from the tusks, instantly filling the air with an even stronger smell of blood. Whoosh! Just as the tusked pig was about to crash into him, Lin Yang's speed surged abruptly. Phantom flowing light step was pushed to the extreme, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, almost gliding along the ground. Behind him trailed several indistinct phantoms like the skirts of a ghost, making it impossible to capture his true position. In just a few breaths, man and beast were but inches apart. Lin Yang could even clearly see the clumps of mud and grass stuck in the bristles of the tusked pig, and feel the warm breath it exhaled from its mouth, and knows its tusks glinting with exceptionally piercing cold light. Draw the blade and slash. Lin Yang silently shouted, filled with undeniable determination. In an instant, a brilliant flash of blade light suddenly sliced through the air. The blade light fell like a meteor, dazzling like a silver snake, spitting out its tongue so bright that it was blinding, drawing a piercing arc through the forest. Pff. The sharp tusks struck Lin Yang's body with force. The tusked pig let out a smug low roar, seemingly believing that its prey had been pierced. However, the scene of blood splattering and staining the surrounding decaying leaves and soil did not occur. The next moment, the figure that had been struck suddenly transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing into the air. That was merely the illusion created by pushing phantom flowing light step to its limits. The real Lin Yang had already appeared like a specter behind the tusked pig. His movement was astonishingly fast. At the moment the blade light flashed, there was not even a sound so quick that it was impossible to see the trajectory of the blade. The battle knife in his hand seemed as if it had never been drawn. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly shattered the cacophony of the jungle. The once ferocious tusked pig froze, its massive body stiffening. Beneath its neck, a thin line of blood quietly appeared, like a red thread coiling around its neck. In an instant, the bloodline shattered. Crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding trees and ground, producing a crackling sound. The head of the wild boar, the size of a grinding disc, crashed to the ground the moment it lost support, rolling several meters away. In its murky eyes, remnants of ferocity and disbelief lingered. After 2 breaths, the enormous body, now headless, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Boom! The immense sound shook the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Decaying leaves, soil, and dry branches splattered in all directions, causing the air in the forest to vibrate violently due to the strike. You have effortlessly slain a mid-level first-tier exotic beast, the tusked pig, gaining 20 attribute points. Your knife technique has improved. Basic sword technique proficiency 200, wind-breaking sword technique proficiency 200. A brand new message suddenly resonated in Lin Yang's mind. He looked down at the divine weapon in his palm, which was slightly warm, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. To gain 20 attribute points from a mid-level first-tier exotic beast, how much more rewarding would higher-tier beasts be? Just as the joy in his heart began to rise, a strange warmth surged up from his feet, spreading through his limbs. Lin Yang looked down at the corpse of the tusked pig, and saw that among the gushing blood, there were strands of dark red energy floating in the air like filaments, exuding a rich and tyrannical aura. It's the resonance of the blood fiend profound yang technique. Lin Yang's heart stirred, and he instantly realized. This technique was fundamentally based on absorbing the blood fiend energy obtained from slaying exotic beasts. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity to absorb the blood fiend energy. He hesitated no longer and strode toward the corpse of the tusk boar. His footsteps crunched over the blood-soaked fallen leaves, the faint rustling sound eerily piercing in the silent forest. Pausing half a meter from the carcass, Lin Yang sat down cross-legged with steady composure, his hands resting naturally on his knees, as his fingers formed the opening seal of the blood fiend profound yang art, as if drawing in the spiritual energy of the surroundings. In an instant, the air around Lin Yang twisted violently. An invisible pitch-black vortex seemed to be born within his body, drawing the surrounding light inward and forming a faint rippling shadow. An indescribable suction force erupted abruptly. It did not disturb the grass or stir the dust, but above the tusk boar's corpse the air shimmered with fine crimson light, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Even the drifting scent of blood was forcibly pulled toward him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of piercing sounds cut through the air like countless fine needles. Strands of dark red blood essence forcibly emerged from the severed neck and the 7 orifices of the tusk boar, as fine as hair yet carrying an overwhelmingly rich cloying sweetness. They coiled, intertwined, and wove in the air like sentient blood-red tendrils. Like dancing crimson serpents, they eventually converged into several condensed streams of scarlet light around Lin Yang, all merging into his body. A crimson glow emanated from Lin Yang's form. His robes fluttered without wind, rustling loudly, the hems whipped up by the currents. Meanwhile, the massive car-sized body of the tusk boar began to visibly shrivel and dry up. The once taut dark brown bristles lost their blood-borne vitality and wilted, clinging limply to the slackened skin. Its rotund belly deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly collapsing to reveal the stark outline of its ribs. In no more than 10 breaths, the essence of blood and chi within it was completely drained. The blood that had flowed on the surface had long since dried into dark red scabs, and even the minute blood droplets that had seeped into the muscle fibers and marrow were wrung out cleanly by the invisible vortex. The once robust corpse had now shriveled into a crumpled mass. Lin Yang was already immersed in a state of cultivation. The essence of blood and chi surging into his body under the operation of the blood fiend profound yang art transformed into a scorching warm current like the gentlest spring slowly flowing through his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, his meridians seemed to be widened slightly, and the previously somewhat sluggish circulation of qi and blood became instantly smooth and unimpeded. This warm current eventually converged into his dantian. The blood qi within, originally as calm as a placid lake, now stirred up monstrous waves upon being infused by this current, violently merging with his own condensed blood qi. His aura ascended at a visible rate, the air around him shimmering with faint red ripples, and even the ambient temperature seemed to rise slightly. Meanwhile, wisps of black mist, stripped away during the refining process like the rarest nourishment, carrying a faint aura of ferocity, slowly seeped into his bones, muscles, and flesh. Lin Yang could clearly feel his bones trembling slightly, as if coated with an indestructible film emitting a resonant hum. His muscle fibers were rapidly reorganizing, becoming denser and more explosive, every inch of muscle brimming with a sense of detonative power. Even the capillaries beneath his skin were delivering energy at an accelerated rate, his skin surface taking on a faint luster, appearing tougher. His originally somewhat slender physique now emanated a subtle yet immense sense of power, as if a fierce beast was lurking within on the verge of awakening. This is not impurity. A storm surged within Lin Yang's heart. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light passing through his gaze before quickly fading. He spread open his right palm, wisps of black mist lingered around his palm without dispersing like dancing black flames, carrying a faint ferocious aura, yet firmly restrained by a gentle force preventing it from harming himself. His gaze was intense as he murmured to himself, "This is the savage aura of a beast. The blood fiend profound yang art is truly profound. It can both refine blood qi to advance cultivation and use the savage aura to temper the physical body, achieving two goals at once." He slowly withdrew his technique, and the air currents around him returned to calm. When he opened his eyes again, a sharp crimson light flickered in his gaze like a cold star in the dark night, vanishing in an instant. Sensing the blood qi within him now so abundant it nearly overflowed, and his increasingly refined mastery of the blade's true intent, he slowly rose to his feet, his posture straight as a pine. A faint aura of savagery and sharpness emanated from him, compared to before. His bearing had become even more piercing and formidable. Status panel. Lin Yang silently invoked in his mind, and a pale blue light screen visible only to him suddenly materialized before his eyes. Its edges glowed with a soft halo, the characters on it clear and distinct. Host Lin Yang, realm high rank martial artist, limit sublimation blood qi 88945 arts blood fiend profound yang art martial artist chapter minor mastery 189100026410000 body tempering art perfection 519410000526810000 martial techniques basic blade art transcendence 6185100006388100000 windbreaking blade art first order perfection 139842000014188200000 phantom light step second order minor mastery 158100000 blood fiend sky shattering fist second order minor mastery 4810000 crimson sky divine shield art second order minor mastery 167100000 martial true intent blade intent first layer refining physique profound yang body 0 1 savage aura condensing. Lin Yang's gaze swept over the panel, all attributes showing growth. A smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth, his face brimming with barely contained excitement. When his eyes landed on the newly added physique column at the bottom of the panel, and the profound yang body currently being condensed, his pupils abruptly contracted, his heart filled with astonishment and ecstasy. So this is the profound yang body condensed from savage aura, as recorded in the blood fiend profound yang art. Lin Yang stared intently at the profound yang body, as if trying to see through the panel to its very essence. Absorbing all the blood qi and savage aura from an entire first-order intermediate beast only increased my progress by about 1,000th. Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly, his fingertips lightly brushing the residual savage aura in his palm. I would need to hunt at least 1,000 beasts to hope for its complete formation. The number sounded horrifying, but there was no trace of retreat in Lin Yang's eyes. Instead, an even fiercer battle intent blazed within them. He lifted his head to gaze into the depths of the dense forest where sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon him and stretching his silhouette long. His gaze was unwaveringly resolute, carrying an indisputable determination. But so what if it's 1,000? I will personally slay enough beasts. This perilous jungle, a death trap to others, was the finest training ground for him. And this tusk boar was merely an appetizer on the grand journey of slaying 1,000 beasts. Lin Yang dismissed further thoughts and bent down to look at the withered corpse of the tusk boar. He drew the divine weapon from his waist. Its blade gleamed with a cold, sharp light under the sun. With a flash of the blade, he cleanly severed the pair of most valuable tusks. These tusks, hard and sharp, were excellent materials for forging weapons and could fetch a very high price on the market. Then he carefully peeled off the intact hide. Though the hide had lost the nourishment of blood qi, its texture remained tough and was also quite valuable. He stored the tusks and hide into the storage equipment specially granted to him by the squad leader. It was a palm-sized black token engraved with complex golden runes. When activated with blood qi, one could sense the tens of cubic meters of storage space opened within. Now Lin Yang manipulated the token. A glimmer of light flashed across its runes, and the items vanished from sight. As for the tusk boar's carcass, the beast meat, having lost its blood essence, held no further cultivation benefits for a martial artist, being no different from ordinary animal meat, and thus had lost its value. Lin Yang initially intended to abandon it, but he paused mid-step as a sudden inspiration struck, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. However, even without special effects, it should still work as bait. With this thought, Lin Yang's figure had already moved. Dozens of brilliant blade lights flashed abruptly through the forest, so swift that only afterimages remained like silver blossoms blooming in an instant, making it impossible to discern his slashing motions. The blade wind howled, yet it was precise, harming not a single blade of grass or tree around. Only the crisp sound of the blade slicing through flesh could be heard. The next moment, with a soft rustle, the once intact corpse of the fanged boar was evenly divided into dozens of pieces scattered on the ground. Each piece of meat bore a faint blade intent, a mark deliberately left by Lin Yang, like an invisible signal that allowed him to precisely sense its location. Lin Yang waved his hand and stored the pieces of meat into his storage token. Then, with a light tap of his toes on the ground, his figure abruptly rose, executing the phantom light steps, second order, vanishing like a phantom, leaving only a few leaves stirred by the air current to drift slowly down. Searching for beasts one by one is far too troublesome. His voice echoed through the woods, tinged with cunning. Using this meat as bait to lure them in will be far more efficient. With the phantom light step second order at the minor accomplishment level operating at full power, Lin Yang's speed was so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. His figure darted through the forest like a nimble monkey, ancient towering trees, receding rapidly, tangled vines brushing past, and leaves underfoot swirling into a small cyclone from the air current. His steps were light and swift as he raced deeper into the dense woods. Every few kilometers he would stop, take a piece of fanged boar meat from his storage token, and place it in the most conspicuous spot. Whether on a fork of a sturdy branch in an open forest clearing, or on a stone by a stream. He would also imbue the meat with a wisp of blade intent, his fingertip lightly touching the meat, causing a faint silver blade energy to merge into it, allowing him to sense when the intent vanished and thus precisely locate which bait had been eaten. In less than half an hour, Lin Yang had laid bait every few kilometers across an area spanning dozens of square kilometers. Dozens of pieces of bait like hidden traps were scattered throughout this perilous dense forest, turning the entire area into his hunting ground. Done! As he placed the last piece of bait under an ancient tree, Lin Yang clapped his hands together, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, his eyes full of anticipation. Just then he recalled a beast aura he had inadvertently sensed while setting the bait, one more massive and colder than that of the fanged boar. Now I need to go deal with that beast I just sensed first before it escapes. Lin Yang's eyes sharpened and he hesitated no longer. He stomped the ground fiercely, sending weeds scattering, and his figure shot forward like an arrow from the string, charging with fierce momentum toward the beast he had detected earlier. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yang halted beside a colossal ancient tree that would take over a dozen people to encircle. The tree towered into the clouds, its dense canopy like a giant umbrella blocking out most of the sunlight, leaving the area beneath in shadow. He concealed himself behind the thick bushes nearby, holding his breath, his heart beating steadily, his gaze fixed through the gaps in the leaves on the canopy above. Without careful observation, it was difficult to detect that atop this enormous ancient tree lurked a beast of formidable aura. It was a massive python, nearly a meter in diameter. Its pitch-black scales gleamed coldly under the dappled sunlight, blending perfectly with the tree bark, providing excellent camouflage. Its body like a thick cable coiled around the branches of the ancient tree, loop after loop, extending from the trunk to the very top of the canopy. Judging by the number of coils, its length must have been dozens of meters, like an ancient behemoth, as if the fantasy of Anaconda had invaded reality. At that moment, the python was perched at the very top of the canopy, its head slightly lowered, hidden among the leaves, revealing only a pair of cold vertical pupils like black gems staring fixedly at the forest clearing below, as if waiting for prey to pass by. Concealed by the dense branches, anyone passing below would find it hard to detect its presence, only realizing when they were swallowed whole, but by then it would be far too late. This python must be at the peak of the First Order. Lin Yang's heart sank slightly. He could clearly feel the aura emanating from the python several times stronger than that of the fanged boar. It carried a bone-chilling pressure like a winter gale, freezing the surrounding air, silencing even the chirping of insects in the forest. Lin Yang did not recognize this python. He had never seen such a serpent in the monster identification lessons at school. Perhaps the course had not covered this rare beast, or perhaps he had been distracted during class. Regardless, the python's strength was not to be underestimated. The cold aura carried a faint hint of toxicity, making the air feel somewhat viscous. However, Lin Yang did not choose to retreat. He had faced martial artists of the Master Realm before, and now, armed with a divine weapon, and having comprehended the true intent of the blade, he was a completely different person. A mere peak First Order beast. I'll slay it myself. A flash of arrogance crossed Lin Yang's eyes, but he was not careless. He knew the python was powerful, with a tough body, immense constricting strength, and likely deadly poison, so he could not afford a prolonged struggle. Thus he decided to unleash his full power from the start, aiming for a swift victory, without giving the opponent any chance to react. He took a deep breath, his blood instantly boiling. The blood energy in his dantian surged like a mighty river, flowing rapidly through his meridians, causing his skin to glow faintly gold wherever it passed. This was the defensive martial technique he had trained to the minor accomplishment level, the Crimson Firmament Divine Shield Technique Second Order. At the same time, he mobilized the supreme blade intent within him. A sharp aura erupted from his body, slicing the surrounding air with a hissing sound. He was like an unsheathed supreme war blade, exuding sharpness, causing the leaves around to tremble under the blade's will. The blade intent locked onto the python coiled in the canopy. Ha! Lin Yang let out a low shout, his voice like thunder echoing through the forest. His figure suddenly burst upward like a black lightning bolt, streaking across the sky, charging straight toward the canopy where the python lay. The hunting python also detected Lin Yang's sudden appearance. Its cold eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty aura, fixed intently on his charging figure. Hiss! The python opened its massive maw, its long tongue flickering in and out, fangs gleaming with a cold light wreathed in a sinister aura. Under the icy gaze of the giant python's eyes, Lin Yang's figure did not pause for even a moment. As his chest heaved, the surging blood and qi within his body erupted with tremendous force. Within his dantian, the energy fused with the blood and qi of the tusk boar surged like molten lava, racing through his meridians. Wherever it passed, his skin took on a faint reddish glow. He summoned the supreme essence of his blade technique, and the air around him was instantly sliced apart, producing a sharp hissing sound. A fierce and unparalleled aura rose around him. The chilling blade energy converged, forming the phantom of a massive long sword that stretched across the sky. The illusory flowing light steps, having reached the minor achievement stage, was pushed to its limits. The branches of towering ancient trees receded rapidly past him, their leaves rustling and shattering into dust under the blade's intent. Upon the canopy, the giant python had already sensed the threat. It had not expected that this insignificant human would dare to strike first. Its coiled body shuddered violently. The grayish-brown scales suddenly tightened under the sunlight, reflecting a cold, icy gleam. Its once lowered head shot up, its several-meter-long neck snapping taut like a spring. The vertical pupils contracted into needles, locking onto the charging Lin Yang. The snake's mouth gaped wide, revealing 2 rows of fine serrated fangs. Its dark red forked tongue flicked out with a sharp whoosh, carrying a thick foul stench as it constantly tasted the air. The stench, akin to rotting corpses mixed with potent venom, was so acrid that it made Lin Yang's brow furrow and his stomach churn. Yet his mind remained unperturbed. The divine weapon in his hand vibrated slightly, and his blade intent grew more concentrated. Well struck. Lin Yang's eyes blazed with even fiercer battle intent. He stepped on empty air, his figure soaring upward. Just as he was about to dive into the canopy, the giant python moved. With a thunderous boom, the dozen soft-meters-long body coiled around the tree trunk suddenly flexed. The thick serpentine body, like a surging torrent, smashed towards Lin Yang with world-destroying force. The air was compressed by the serpent's body, producing a dull explosion. A powerful gust of wind snapped the surrounding branches, sending splinters flying. Lin Yang's pupils contracted. His footwork shifted abruptly, and the blade intent he had gathered erupted forth. The chilling blade energy continuously slashed down upon the giant python's body, leaving several wounds inches deep. Under the assault, the giant python became incredibly frenzied, its ferocious attacks following immediately. The subtlety of the illusory flowing light steps was demonstrated to its fullest by Lin Yang in that moment. Lin Yang's figure moved like a willow catkin in the wind, suddenly shifting several meters sideways, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. This made it difficult to discern which figure was real, perfectly evading the serpent's body slam. With a resounding crash, the giant python's body slammed heavily into the main trunk of the ancient tree. The dull, thunderous impact shook the earth slightly. The ancient tree, which would require over a dozen people to encircle, was deeply dented by the blow. Bark peeled off, splinters flew, and countless leaves rained down like snowflakes. Lin Yang used the momentum to flip and land on a thick branch. The branch bent slightly under the force of his landing, groaning in protest. The moment he steadied himself, the python's head, like a heat-seeking missile, lunged at him again with a gust of foul wind. Its mouth was wide open, as if to devour the entire sky, its 2 rows of serrated fangs gleaming with the cold light of death. Wind-splitting blade art slash. Lin Yang murmured, inwardly pouring all his blood and chi into the divine weapon. The blade instantly erupted in a dazzling white light. A blade energy over 100 feet long condensed like a white bolt of lightning and slashed straight towards the giant python's head with a sharp, piercing sound. Sensing the threat of death, the giant python suddenly spewed a mass of viscous emerald green venom from its gaping maw. The venom possessed an incredibly terrifying corrosive power, seeming to distort the very air in its path. Even Lin Yang's slashing blade energy was corroded upon contact. The over 100-foot-long blade light rapidly shrank, ultimately reducing to only a few meters in size. Though it broke through the venom, its remaining power was weak. It struck the python's head, but did not cause a serious injury. It only produced a dazzling shower of sparks, as if striking steel, leaving behind a bloody gash an inch deep. The venom's corrosiveness is this strong. Lin Yang was slightly startled, but did not panic. At that moment he sensed the python's tail like a steel whip whistling through the air, as it came sweeping in from an oblique angle behind him. Lin Yang reacted with incredible speed. He twisted his waist and shot off the branch like an arrow from a bowstring. The branch behind him was snapped cleanly by the serpent's tail with a sharp crack, the severed end smooth and polished, a testament to its terrifying power. Lin Yang flipped in midair, landing steadily on another branch. The moment he touched down, he felt a strong sense of crisis emanating from below. Perhaps it was the injury Lin Yang had inflicted that made it even more frenzied and wild. The giant python's body had already coiled around this branch. Its grayish-brown scales blended with the tree bark. The serpentine body, like a giant's arm, squeezed the branch with deadly force. Meanwhile, the python's head was behind Lin Yang. It opened its bloody maw, its tongue hissing, and its icy eyes fixed on Lin Yang's figure. Trying to trap me from front and back. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. He raised his divine weapon again. Taking a deep breath, he merged the essence of his blade technique with his blood and chi. The white light of the blade blazed even brighter. His figure suddenly moved, darting across the branches like a phantom, avoiding the python's relentless attacks from head and tail. Light and shadow played rapidly across his form amidst the forest, creating a series of blurry afterimages. Now, seizing a gap in the python's attacks, Lin Yang's figure leaped up. Like a spreading eagle, he traced a graceful arc through the air. The divine weapon in his hand, carrying unmatched sharpness, slashed straight towards the giant python's left eye. The giant python seemed to sense the danger and jerked its head to the side. But Lin Yang's speed was too great. With a flash of the blade, the chilling blade intent was already upon its eye. With a wet, tearing sound, the divine weapon easily pierced the scales defense, thrusting deep into the giant python's left eye. A piercing, agonized hiss erupted. The giant python let out a most miserable shriek, its voice sharp as metal scraping against metal. It shook the leaves from the forest trees, sending them fluttering down. Its body began to thrash wildly. The ancient tree rocked violently. Countless branches snapped and fell. The entire canopy was thrown into chaos as if struck by a typhoon. Black blood mixed with murky fluids gushed from the python's eye socket, carrying a thick, foul stench. It splattered onto the ground, corroding small pits into the earth. Lin Yang used the opportunity to withdraw his blade, his figure drifting down like a fallen leaf. The moment he landed, he saw the giant python, driven mad by the excruciating pain, become even more ferocious. Its body slammed into the ancient tree with insane fury. The dents in the trunk grew deeper and deeper, sending countless splinters and rocks flying. Its head, having lost its aim, crashed recklessly through the forest. Wherever it passed, trees snapped and the ground caved in, leaving a trail of devastation. This is my chance. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. He knew that, with the python injured, a weakness in its defense would inevitably appear. He activated the illusory flowing light steps. Once more his figure, weaving like a ghost around the rampaging serpent. His speed was astonishing. The python's frantic attacks could not even touch the hem of his clothes. He was waiting for the perfect moment. A moment to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, as the giant python once again crashed into the ancient tree, its body pausing for a microsecond from the recoil, Lin Yang moved. His figure shot forward like a black bolt of lightning, charging straight towards the giant python's gaping maw. The inside of the python's mouth had no scales, making it an absolute weak point. However, an ordinary person could not do as Lin Yang did, for they could not withstand the highly corrosive venom inside the python's mouth. Lin Yang's blood and qi and the essence of his blade technique erupted without reservation. The white light of the blade reached a blinding intensity, even outshining the sunlight filtering through the forest. A massive phantom of the blade condensed around Lin Yang, extending for over 100 feet. In that instant, Lin Yang seemed to fully transform into a brilliant blade of light, merging completely with the fierce blade intent. Blade technique essence. Break for me. With a low shout, Lin Yang, accompanied by the phantom of the ultimate blade intent, flashed straight through the giant python's head. A soft sound, yet carrying lethal force. Lin Yang's figure appeared behind the giant python. The divine weapon in his hand was already sheathed. And at the center of the giant python's head, a bloodline suddenly burst forth, nearly splitting its entire head in two. Done, finished. A piercing, agonizing hiss tore through the dead silence of the jungle. The colossal serpent's body suddenly lost its support and crashed down to the ground like a collapsing mountain. With a deafening boom, the earth trembled violently. Dust and leaves surged upward like giant waves, forming a turbid air current that swept outward in all directions. The serpent's massive frame carved a deep crater several meters wide into the ground. Cracks spread like a spiderweb, crushing the surrounding shrubs, and low trees, their broken stems oozing sap in a gruesome scene. The serpent, not yet fully dead, thrashed wildly in the pit. Its gray-brown scales scraped against the soil, producing a harsh grating sound and kicking up clouds of dust. Dark green blood gushed like a fountain from the fatal wound on its neck, carrying a thick, bitter stench. It pooled into a blackish puddle on the ground, withering and yellowing every blade of grass it touched, a testament to its potent venom. After a moment, the serpent's convulsions gradually ceased. Its enormous body lay limp in the pit, completely lifeless. Lin Yang's figure descended slowly from the void, his toes lightly touching the ground, stirring a faint ring of dust. His breathing was slightly ragged. Though brief, every move in the previous battle had been perilously close to death. The serpent's constriction, its venomous fangs, its impenetrable scales. Each was enough to claim the life of an ordinary martial artist. Yet Lin Yang stood tall and unwavering. His robes, though stained with dust and dark green blood, could not conceal his sharp and commanding aura. Any other martial artist would have been hard-pressed to even scratch the serpent's scales, let alone handle it with ease, and would have long become its meal. New information surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. A faint smile crept onto his lips, blooming into a satisfied grin. His gaze swept over the serpent's corpse in the pit. The pair of gleaming venomous fangs and the tough jet-black scales covering its body all radiated an enticing value. So this serpent is called the ink-scale jade python, he murmured. Its scales and fangs are probably worth far more than those of a tusk boar. A flicker of delight passed through his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a more intense anticipation. But for now, cultivating the blood fiend solar yang art is more important. Without immediately collecting the spoils, he strode directly to the serpent's carcass. Ignoring the pungent bitter stench and the toxic aura, he sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and activated his cultivation technique to its fullest. A familiar strange suction force suddenly emerged, even more overwhelming than when he had absorbed the tusk boar. Centered on Lin Yang, the air warped again, forming a pitch-black, invisible vortex. The serpent's several dosimeter-long thick body seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, contracting violently. With a wet, tearing sound, the dark green blood essence erupted from the serpent's wounds and orifices. It coalesced in the void into thick ink-green blood threads, writhing like agile tentacles, swirling with dense energy and surging madly into Lin Yang's body. The moment the blood threads touched his skin, they seemed to find their home, melting into him with a soft whoosh. The blood fiend's solar yang art operated at full capacity, rapidly refining the pure blood essence into a scorching warm current that raced through his meridians and eventually converged into the blood pool forming in his dantian. The blood in the pool instantly boiled like churning magma, visibly swelling in volume. Meanwhile, the black mist of baleful energy expelled during refinement acted as the purest tempering nourishment, seeping directly into Lin Yang's physical body. He could clearly feel his bones humming and vibrating, as if plated with a layer of black armor. His muscle fibers rapidly reorganized, becoming denser and brimming with explosive power. The resilience of his skin also continuously increased, faintly shimmering with a dark luster. The progress bar for the Solar Yang physique inched forward slowly but steadily from 0. 1 gradually approaching 0. 2 finally halting at 0. 28. After several dozen breaths, Lin Yang slowly withdrew his technique and the blood energy around him dissipated. He stood up, feeling the blood energy brimming within him and the increasingly condensed, baleful aura. A delighted smile spread across his face. Looking again at the ink-scale jade python in the pit, its once massive body had become withered and shrunken like dehydrated bark, clinging tightly to its bones. Not a trace of blood essence remained, and even the hard scales had lost their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Cultivating this blood fiend's Solar Yang art is truly marvelous. Lin Yang marveled inwardly. The sensation of rapidly increasing strength by slaying beasts was as exhilarating as leveling up in a game. Composing himself, Lin Yang refocused his attention on the serpent's carcass. He drew the divine blade from his waist. Its cold, gleaming edge sparkled in the sunlight. With swift, precise movements, his blade flashed like lightning. He cleanly severed the serpent's half-meter-long venomous fangs, which glowed with a blue, poisonous light. The incredibly tough ink-black scales were also neatly peeled off, stacked beside him like black jade tiles. He paid no heed to the scales already damaged by his piercing blade aura. These were all priceless materials, whether used to craft poison-resistant or defensive weapons or sold on the market, they would yield substantial profits. He stored the fangs and scales one by one into his storage token. The golden runes on the token flickered and the items vanished instantly. Wait! Lin Yang suddenly stopped, a spark of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Serpent-type beasts. Their gallbladders are also rare treasures. He recalled that a serpent's gallbladder was not only an excellent alchemical ingredient, but could also be consumed directly to temper the physique, its value rivaling that of the fangs and scales. Without hesitation, Lin Yang released his blood energy, carefully sensing the serpent's withered carcass. Moments later, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the area of its abdomen. Found it! A flash of his blade, and the divine weapon easily cut through the serpent's iron-hard skin and withered muscles. A mass of emerald-green gallbladder, as large as a dinosaur egg, rolled out gracefully. The gallbladder was a flawless, translucent emerald green, as if meticulously carved from imperial jade. Its surface was smooth and clean, unstained by blood or mucus, and even exuded a faint, refreshing aura, a stark contrast to the serpent's bitter corpse. Almost forgot this treasure. Lin Yang gazed at the gallbladder in his hand, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. He unhesitatingly stored it into his token. Just then his mind stirred. A strand of blade intent he had attached to a bait dozens of kilometers away had suddenly vanished. Oh, it seems my luck has arrived. Excitement gleamed in Lin Yang's eyes. Before this is even fully over, another beast has taken the bait. He swept his gaze around, confirming nothing of high value was left. Then, with a powerful push of his feet, his form transformed into a streak of black light. Activating the phantom shadow drifting step at full power, he dashed toward the direction where the blade intent had disappeared, leaving behind only a faint afterimage and the withered serpent corpse in the pit. Several hours later, an 8-member martial artist squad cautiously made their way through the jungle. They gripped alloy weapons, their expressions vigilant, as they scanned the surroundings, clearly on a beast-hunting mission. Trouble! A beast! Everyone be on guard! Suddenly, a young member of the squad cried out in alarm, his voice laced with barely concealed panic. His gaze was fixed on the distance, as if he had spotted a terrifying monster. The entire squad halted instantly, their nerves taut, hands gripping their weapons tightly, as they assumed a defensive formation poised for battle. Yet after a long wait, the surroundings remained utterly silent, with even the chirping of insects and birds vanished, leaving an eerie stillness. Xiao Zhao, what are you yelling about? A burly team member sheathed his weapon and said irritably to the startled young soldier, You've got everyone on edge. Where's the beast? The young soldier, called Xiao Zhao, did not answer. Instead, his right hand trembled as it pointed toward the colossal ancient tree hundreds of meters ahead. Xiao Zhao, are you just too tense and seeing things? The burly soldier remarked as he walked over and followed the direction of his finger. The next second his voice died in his throat, his mocking expression instantly replaced by shock as he blurted out, Holy crap, there really is a beast. He was about to order the others to stay alert, when he suddenly noticed the massive beast's motionless form. Wait, is that beast already dead? Hearing this, the other squad members also drew closer, their eyes fixed on that direction. After staring for dozens of breaths until their eyes grew dry, they finally confirmed that the beast had no life force left. Finding a dead beast's carcass these days, Our luck is incredible. One team member exclaimed with a delighted grin, his tone laced with disbelief. A dead beast's carcass meant they might gain rewards without effort. After all, humans would always dismember and carry away the corpse after a kill, leaving nothing behind. And when beasts fought among themselves, the victor would devour the loser entirely, never leaving an intact body. Let's go over and take a look. A lean, sharp-eyed veteran spoke up. He was the squad leader. The others steadied themselves, nodded, and moved lightly toward the giant serpent's corpse, their expressions still vigilant. Soon they reached the deep pit and saw the beast clearly. Holy shit, it's an ink-scaled jade python. One team member gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. This is a high-level first-rank beast with formidable defense and potent venom. Which squad could have such power to slay it? The others drew sharp breaths, their eyes filled with awe. The ink-scaled jade python was a relatively rare beast known to few. But that didn't mean it was weak. On the contrary, it was even more troublesome than an ordinary high-level first-rank beast. Even a full squad of martial artists would pay a heavy price, possibly with casualties, to kill it. No, it wasn't a whole squad. The veteran leader jumped into the pit with a grave expression, carefully examining the python's carcass. His fingers gently traced the fatal wound on the python's neck, a flicker of shock in his eyes. This ink-scaled jade python bears only one type of blade wound. The most lethal strike nearly cleaved its head in two, swift and decisive. He straightened up, scanning the other wounds on the serpent's body, his tone growing heavier. This looks more like a solo kill. What? The team members exclaimed in disbelief. One person slaying a high-level first-rank ink-scaled jade python. It was sheer fantasy. Look here. The veteran pointed to the wound on the python's neck, beckoning them closer. Even now, traces of astonishing blade intent linger on this cut. Such mastery of the blade is beyond ordinary martial artists. Even a martial master might not achieve this. They leaned in and indeed saw a faint silver light shimmering on the deep bone-exposing gash, an oppressive aura washing over them, making their hearts tremble, and their weapons nearly slip from their grasp. Who could this be? One team member murmured, his eyes filled with awe and curiosity. The veteran didn't answer. He simply gazed in the direction Lin Yang had departed, his expression complex. A powerhouse capable of soloing an ink-scaled jade python appearing in these woods. Whether it boded well or ill remained unknown. At that moment, Lin Yang was far from the area, racing toward new prey. He had no idea that the trophy he left behind had already stirred a great commotion among the martial squad. A low-level first-rank beast, the burrowing rat. Lin Yang's figure darted through the forest, the wind from his phantom light step rustling the leaves as his mind sensed the fading blade intent from the bait. When he reached his destination, he saw a gray-furred rat the size of a calf clutching the last piece of boar meat. Its bulky body wriggled as it scurried toward a cave in a nearby cliff. Its lair. Its gray-black fur was sleek and oily as if coated in grease. Its short, stout legs kicked up dirt as it ran, a bare tail trailing behind, making a rustling sound. Quite a step down, but he'll make do. Lin Yang curled his lips in a resigned smile. Though a little disappointed, he had to accept it. After all, having just slain a high-level first-rank ink-scaled jade python, facing a low-level beast was hardly thrilling. But every bit counted. Trait points and proficiency added up better than wasting them. He didn't slow his sprint. Like a black bolt of lightning, he chased after the rat from behind. When he was still several zhang away from the burrowing rat, Lin Yang suddenly leaped into the air. His body stretched gracefully, robes flapping like an eagle spreading its wings. His right hand drew his divine blade in one fluid motion. The cold steel gleamed with a frosty light. In an instant, his blood essence converged at the hilt, and his blade intent materialized, freezing the air around him. Leaves hung suspended, no longer drifting. Hum. A low blade hum resonated through the forest. A massive phantom of the blade coalesced in the void, over 10 zhang long, its body shimmering with silver light and exuding a sharpness that seemed ready to split the sky. Before comprehending blade intent, such a full-force strike would have required him to expend 30% of his blood essence and gather his focus for a long time. But now, with the true meaning of the blade, a mere thought allowed his blood essence and blade intent to merge swiftly, conjuring such power with ease. The burrowing rat, in its frantic escape, suddenly froze, its bulky body pinned to the spot. It could clearly sense the terrifying blade intent rapidly gathering in the void behind it, like an invisible shackle locking its limbs, body, and even its soul. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't move an inch, its squeak trapped in its throat. Squeak! Finally, a piercing shriek tore through the woods. The rat's eyes bulged wide with terror. Almost as the scream rang out, the colossal blade phantom in the void came crashing down. Thwack! Without any resistance like cutting through tofu, the rat's body was cleaved in two. Blood and entrails gushed out, splattering the ground with a thick metallic stench. Its gray-black fur was torn by the blade chi, revealing pink flesh beneath. The corpse toppled slowly, twitched twice, and then lay still. You have successfully slain a low-level first-rank beast burrowing rat. Obtained 10 trait points. Slight improvement in blade true intent. Basic blade technique proficiency 50. Wind-splitting blade first rank proficiency 50. Phantom light step second rank proficiency 10. The familiar message surfaced in his mind. Lin Yang's figure landed softly, his toes lightly touching the ground as he steadied himself. Without even needing to sit cross-legged or fully activate the Blood Fiend's solar art, he simply raised his right hand toward the rat's corpse. In an instant, a vast gravitational force surged from his palm, like an invisible vortex forcibly extracting and drawing out the blood and vital essence from the rat's body. Thin, dark red blood threads emerged from the wounds, converging into a fine line in the air that slithered like a serpent into Lin Yang's palm, where he absorbed it all. Only a dozen or so points of blood essence gained, and the faint baleful aura didn't even push the solar yang body progress by 0.01. Lin Yang sighed, helplessly sensing the negligible change within him. He looked down at the rat's carcass, casually flicked out a few blade beams, and with a few swift cuts diced the body into chunks, placing them back where the bait had been. He then infused a trace of faint blade intent into the meat, both a new lure and his sensory marker. Well, something is better than nothing. With that, he turned and vanished into the forest like a streak of light racing toward the next location where his blade intent had dissipated. Thus Lin Yang spent the entire day darting through the dense jungle. He slew 3 burrowing mountain rats that had stolen his bait, one after another, his blade flashing like lightning, severing beast from head in a single stroke. By mid-morning, sunlight pierced the canopy, casting dappled golden patterns upon the forest floor. There he encountered a pack of first-rank iron-fanged wolves. 7 or 8 young beasts lunging forward with snarling fangs. He activated the breaking wind saber art. His blade carved a whirlwind arc across the air. Wolf carcasses collapsed in chaotic disarray, their vital essence fully extracted. As afternoon deepened, the jungle grew stiflingly hot. He hunted down several first-rank mid-tier venomous spine lizards, their hardened scales crumbling like parchment before his divine weapon. He carefully collected their venom sacs for future use. Wherever bait vanished, he rushed without delay. Low-rank beasts fell to a casual slash. After extracting their vital essence, he diced their corpses and repurposed them as fresh bait. When confronting mid-rank beasts, he steeled his focus, channeled the saber art with precision, and ended each battle swiftly, gathering valuable materials before pressing onward. His figure flickered like a phantom through the undergrowth, the proficiency of his phantasmal lightstep technique second tier, rising steadily with every surge of speed. His saber art grew ever more refined, his saber intent ever more condensed. Each draw, strike, and sheath flowed with seamless grace, like clouds drifting across the sky devoid of superfluous motion. Only as the sun began its descent, painting the western horizon in molten orange, did Lin Yang pause, seeking out a concealed hollow within an ancient tree to rest. He made a rough count: 13 first-rank low-tier beasts and 8 first-rank mid-tier beasts slain that day. Yet the sole first-rank high-tier prey remained the ink-scaled jade serpent he had encountered at dawn. No others appeared. Still, this day's hunt was not without turbulence. At noon, he sensed the dissipation of saber intent from a bait site southwest of his position, and immediately set off to dispatch whatever beast had triggered it. No sooner had he neared the area than a ferocious savage aura surged toward him like a tidal wave. Cold and domineering, it carried the apocalyptic weight of a slumbering primordial titan awakening, shaking the very jungle to its roots. The air itself seemed frozen. Even the whisper of wind through leaves ceased. Only that suffocating presence remained, pressing against Lin Yang's chest until his breath faltered and his chi threatened to reverse course. Its intensity rivaled that of the strongest being he had ever encountered, the hunting squad's captain. Lin Yang's expression hardened instantly. He halted mid-stride, then whirled without hesitation, unleashing the phantasmal lightstep technique second tier, at full force, fleeing in the opposite direction with desperate speed. He dared not pause, not even for a heartbeat, only cursing inwardly that his speed was still insufficient. Fortunately, the formidable beast appeared consumed by rage. Its turbulent, chaotic aura betrayed no awareness of him, the unwelcome intruder, remaining utterly undetected. Lin Yang fled nearly 10 kilometers before the terrifying aura finally receded beyond his perception. Only then did he dare stop, leaning against a broad trunk, gasping for breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammered violently. That moment's crushing pressure still echoed in his bones. Too close. He murmured, his gaze flickering with lingering dread. This incident served as a stark reminder, though he now stood capable of slaying first-rank high-tier beasts alone, far surpassing peers of his cultivation level. Within this treacherous jungle, predators existed who could crush him without effort. His strength remained inadequate, arrogance would be fatal. Any misstep might end with his flesh feeding the beasts. Sunlight bled through the leafy canopy, gilding Lin Yang's face and illuminating eyes resolute as tempered steel. He drew a deep breath, quieted his racing pulse, and rose once more. Nightfall loomed. The jungle's perils would only multiply. Tomorrow, hunting resumes. Clutching his divine weapon, he watched the blade catch the last crimson glow of dusk, gleaming with a cold, lethal luster. His figure moved again, racing toward the city. As the sun sank lower, amber light spilled over the city gate's eaves. Only a handful of hunting squads hurried past the entrance. Most squads had already returned early, not out of lethargy or reluctance to seek opportunity, but because the jungle beyond the city walls turned exponentially deadlier after nightfall. Even martial artists at the Wusher realm would refuse to spend a night there unless absolutely necessary. Today's halls look rather meager across all squads. Mused a bored sentry leaning idly against the gate wall while exchanging idle chatter. I heard a terrifying beast, possibly third rank or higher, appeared near the jungle's outer fringes today. It rampaged uncontrollably, slaughtering any beast or human cultivator who crossed its path. Many perished. That's why nearby squads withdrew early, fearing they'd stumble upon this harbinger of death and lose their lives needlessly, whispered one guard, lowering his voice as he leaned close to his comrade. What? A third rank? Or higher? Beast emerged at the jungle's edge. Impossible. The second guard blurted, stunned. Indeed, such a thing has never occurred before. The first guard frowned, deeply lost in thought, then suddenly recoiled as if recalling some long-buried horror. Wait. This bears uncanny resemblance to what happened over a decade ago. Could it be? The beast tide is returning. Silence. Such speculation is forbidden. If it sparks citywide panic, the consequences would be catastrophic, far beyond our capacity to bear. Another guard paled, clamping a hand over his comrade's mouth with urgent severity. I understand. The warned guard nodded hastily, gently removing the restraining hand, fully aware of the gravity such words carried. He sought to shift the subject, then froze, his gaze snapping toward the distance. Bathed in the dying sun, a tall, slender silhouette stretched impossibly long across the ground. Its features veiled in hazy twilight, its identity obscured. Ha! Why is that one returning alone? Did his teammates fall? The thought flashed, and fury and sorrow flooded the guard's face. He clenched his teeth and swore bitterly, these accursed beasts will eradicate every last one someday. Ahem. Calm yourself. This youth left the city solo. He never had teammates. His companion tugged his sleeve, whispering softly. Alone? You mean Lin Yang? The guard blinked, astonishment spreading across his features. The sun vanished beneath the horizon. Its final blaze faded. As dusk deepened, the guards finally discerned the approaching face. The youth who had departed alone that morning, Lin Yang. Hello. Please register my return. Lin Yang stepped before the sentries, calm and courteous. Yes, of course. Please wait a moment. The flustered guard snapped awake, grabbing the registry ledger and completing the entry with practiced haste. Thank you. Lin Yang offered a brief, polite bow before striding into the city. His mind quietly musing, the beast tide. Will it truly arrive? Though hundreds of meters distant, his senses far surpassed ordinary limits. Every word exchanged by the guards reached him unfiltered and complete. A faint thrill stirred within him. Beasts meant trait points and skill proficiency gains. Yet he paused. Should the beast tide swell beyond control, this small city would stand no chance against the onslaught. Such concerns are not mine to shoulder now. My sole imperative remains strength. Were my power sufficient, today's terrifying beast would have fled, not I. Lin Yang dismissed thoughts of the beast tide and strode purposefully toward the military camp trading hall. He intended to sell all harvested materials at once. The storage token's capacity was limited. A clearing space now would prepare him for tomorrow's hunt. Only after Lin Yang's figure dissolved into the city's winding streets did the gate guards collectively exhale in relief. Truly, Lin Yang lives up to his reputation. A peerless prodigy even the captain holds in highest regard. Standing before him just now, I felt my own chi freeze solid. Exactly. I felt it too. Strange indeed. Even facing the captain, a Wusher realm master, I've never known such oppressive pressure. How can a junior evoke such dread? The other guard nodded vigorously, his face still pale with residual shock. Lin Yang remained unaware that since he had comprehended the true essence of the blade art, and after a full day of hunting aberrant beasts, his body exuded an extreme sharpness almost constantly. Not only did the bothersome mosquitoes and insects dare not approach, but even the scattered dust around him was instantly repelled by an invisible force before it could settle on him. Those who gazed at him for prolonged periods felt an overwhelming sharp aura that forced them to avert their eyes involuntarily. At this moment, Lin Yang was undoubtedly the most renowned figure in the entire military camp. Almost everyone knew that he possessed extraordinary talent rivaling that of a celestial prodigy. His diligence in cultivation was also beyond the reach of others. Along the way, everyone who saw Lin Yang couldn't help but fix their gaze on him. But soon, feeling the sharpness radiating from Lin Yang, they were compelled to look away, their expressions filled with shock. Soon Lin Yang arrived at the trading hall. As he approached the counter, a very beautiful salesgirl came over to attend to him. However, when her eyes fell upon Lin Yang, it was as if she saw a gleaming war blade, and she was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Lin Yang, what do you need?" Through previous interactions, the salesgirls here had come to know Lin Yang. But none of them had ever felt the sharp, piercing aura that Lin Yang now exuded as they did today. Why does she seem so afraid of me? Lin Yang noticed a hint of fear in the salesgirl's eyes as she looked at him. It resembled the look in the eyes of aberrant beasts just before being slain. Could it be due to my increasingly profound mastery of the blade intent? Lin Yang quickly identified the cause. He then promptly suppressed the blade intent that occasionally emanated from his body, allowing it to settle within him, its sharpness hidden. Phew! As Lin Yang's blade intent suddenly receded, the salesgirl, who had been extremely tense, instantly felt much better, like gasping for fresh air after nearly suffocating. "Could you help me sell some aberrant beast materials?" Lin Yang made a mental note to restrain his aura when returning to the city in the future, then softly stated his purpose to the salesgirl. "Certainly, Mr. Lin Yang. Please place the materials you wish to sell here, and I'll call the staff to inspect them," the salesgirl said with a polite smile. "All right." Lin Yang nodded, took out his storage token, and then laid out the day's harvested aberrant beast materials one by one on an open space. Meanwhile, not far away, another team was also processing a similar transaction. However, unlike Lin Yang's abundant haul, the materials before them consisted merely of a first-tier low-grade aberrant beast carcass and a few inkjade-like scales. Moreover, those seemingly precious inkjade scales bore several scratches of varying depths, none were flawless, and their quality was quite ordinary. During the wait for inspection, a young recruit in the team couldn't help but complain bitterly. "Today was so unlucky. After a whole day of hard work, we only managed to hunt one worthless low-grade aberrant beast. And halfway through we ran into a ferocious high-grade aberrant beast. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we'd have been its meal by now. Enough complaining. We're actually lucky. No one in the team got hurt." A female team member quickly spoke gently to console him, her gaze falling on their meager gains. "Besides, we were fortunate enough to find an unclaimed first-tier high-grade aberrant beast carcass, and these ink-scale jade python scales. Even though the scales are damaged, the intact parts are still worth more than the low-grade beast we hunted. True. Compared to teams that suffered heavy casualties from aberrant beast attacks, we are indeed lucky." Hearing this, the young recruit's frustration and complaints gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief at having survived a disaster. "Wow, how does he have so many aberrant beast materials? And they're all the most valuable parts of the beasts. How is that possible?" Just then, an exclamation of astonishment rang out, drawing the attention of the entire team. "Those are the complete tusks and hide of a first-tier mid-grade bristleback boar, and the scales and venom sac of a first-tier mid-grade venom spine lizard. Judging by the quantity, he must have hunted more than just one or two. Compared to these precious materials, that pile of low-grade beast materials is utterly insignificant." More and more exclamations erupted quickly, drawing the attention of everyone in the trading hall. The crowd began to gather around Lin Yang. The members of that team were also filled with curiosity. If they weren't waiting for their transaction to be completed, they would have joined the crowd to see the spectacle. "Wait! Oh my God, what am I seeing? Those are the scales of a first-tier high-grade ink-scale jade python and its venomous fangs." Another shocked voice rang out. The team members froze, and someone muttered, "Ink-scale jade python. Did someone else get lucky and find its remains like us? Holy crap, there's even the gall. It's exactly as rumored. Emerald green like jade without any foul odor and faintly fragrant." This statement left the entire team dumbfounded. "What luck! That person is a true expert who killed the Inkscale Jade Python with their own skill. An experienced soldier in the team said to the recruits, Xiao Zhao, you three stay here and wait for the settlement. I'm going over to see which formidable figure possesses such astonishing strength. Without another word, he dashed toward the crowd. I'm coming too. The other veterans followed suit without hesitation. Only the three recruits remained gazing at the bustling crowd and muttering helplessly, We want to see too. By now dozens of people surrounded Lin Yang, all staring in shock at the mountain of aberrant beast materials before him. Several staff members were working together to inventory the items, yet it would still take a long time. How much will these materials be worth? Onlookers felt their mouths water just looking at the pile. If only all this were mine. Someone began to daydream. Stop dreaming. Even just that emerald green gall would be enough for me. I've heard it's extremely rare and can cure most poisons. One is worth over 1 million and it's hard to find. Holy crap, that valuable. With the explanation, everyone looked at the enormous dinosauric-sized emerald gall in disbelief. The inventory is almost done. What do you think? Can this pile break the camp's single-day hunting record for a team? I doubt it. The last record was set 3 years ago by the Hurricane Squad with materials sold for nearly 8 million. That's almost an unbeatable achievement. Someone poured cold water on the idea. I think it can. Just that rare Inkscale Jade Python alone can fetch several million. Adding the rest, it might be nearly 10 million. Lin Yang paid no attention to the surrounding debate. He didn't care whether he would break the so-called single-day hunting record. What he wanted most was to quickly sell the materials and return to draw new affinities. After all, after a day of hunting, he still had many affinity points unused. The result is out. Tell us, how much is it? You're killing us. Countless people eagerly awaited the miracle. Total value 10,560,000. Holy crap. How is that possible? Did you say? How much? The entire hall fell silent instantly, every face etched with disbelief. 10,560,000. This figure crashed into the ears of everyone in the hall, instantly stirring up a colossal wave of shock. For the ultra-wealthy perched at the pinnacle of the pyramid, millions might be nothing more than a drop in the bucket, utterly insignificant. Yet for these soldiers who spent their days locked in brutal combat with aberrant beasts, and relied on hunting to trade for cultivation resources, this sum was undoubtedly an astronomical figure that left them utterly dumbfounded. It actually broke 10 million. I can hardly believe it. With this money, I could buy dozens of bottles of top-grade blood chi pills. If I used them sparingly, I could cultivate for a full half year. If I had that much cash, I'd go straight for 2 transcendent weapons. One in each hand, a blade in my left, a blade in my right. Slaying aberrant beasts would be unstoppable. My combat suit has been tattered for ages. I've been dying to get a new one. A cacophony of murmurs instantly flooded the hall. Everyone's eyes sparkled with shock and envy, unable to resist fantasizing about how they would spend such a fortune if it were theirs. Yet Lin Yang, at the very center of this storm of discussion, remained utterly composed, showing no trace of ecstatic joy. Only after the staff finished tallying and transferred the full amount into his account did Lin Yang confirm the receipt. Then he turned and prepared to leave, his steps unhurried and composed. I never expected Lin Yang to actually shatter the single-day hunting record. Truly a formidable youth to be reckoned with. Indeed, who would have guessed that among this batch of recruits such a monstrous talent would emerge? Watching Lin Yang's receding figure, the crowd still couldn't contain their astonishment, their discussions rising and falling in waves. Just then a sudden voice cut through the noise, piercing straight into everyone's ears. Wait, have you all forgotten? Lin Yang completed the hunt alone and shattered the single-day hunting record set by all the squads combined. This statement struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in the hall. The previously clamorous environment fell into a deathly silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Moments later, someone finally reacted, exclaiming in shock, "Holy crap! That's right. He hunted solo." Only then did everyone snap back to reality. In their earlier astonishment over the 10 million transaction, they had subconsciously overlooked this most absurd fact. A single individual overwhelming all elite squads and setting an unprecedented record. This level of power was so staggering, so preposterous, that they found it difficult to accept all at once. Lin Yang's steps did not falter. Just as he was about to step through the main hall's doors, a hurried figure caught up to him, speaking with a tone of respect tinged with urgency. "Lin Yang, please wait. Something on your mind?" Lin Yang turned his head slowly, his expression calm, as he regarded the unfamiliar man before him. The man's aura was steady, exuding the cultivation fluctuations of a martial master realm, clearly a squad leader. Lin Yang quickly searched his memory, certain that he had never crossed paths with this man before. A flicker of doubt arose in his mind as to why the man sought him out. The man hesitated for a moment as if weighing his words, then his gaze grew resolute as he spoke in a deep voice. During our squad's hunt today, we passed by the place where you slew the ink-scale jade python and discovered the aberrant beast's carcass you had left behind. At first we didn't realize this beast was your kill, so we took the liberty of collecting some of the damaged scales that weren't completely ruined. He paused, his tone growing more earnest. Now that we know the ink-scale jade python was slain by your own hand, these scales rightfully belong to you. It's only proper to return them to their owner. Although the scales are scarred, they still hold some value. After selling them, we got a total of 670,000. They'll transfer this sum to you right now. With that, he pulled out his communicator ready to initiate the transfer. Lin Yang, however, gently waved his hand and said with a calm demeanor, "No need. Those were things I discarded as unwanted. Since you found them, they're yours to keep. No need to return them. That won't do." The man's expression turned stern, his tone unyielding. The Great Xia military has clear regulations. No soldier is allowed to embezzle another's spoils of war. This is an ironclad rule that must be obeyed. He was right. The original intent of this military regulation was to prevent internal conflicts among squads over loot. Its deeper significance, however, was for the soldiers who fell in battle against aberrant beasts. Many warriors perished alongside aberrant beasts or succumbed to fatal injuries after slaying them. If other squads discovered the spoils they left behind, they were duty-bound to return them to the fallen soldiers' families, never to be secretly pocketed. Although this regulation was not without its flaws, and had many loopholes, every soldier of Great Xia steadfastly adhered to this code of conduct. For they all understood that by upholding the rules today, if they were to tragically die on the battlefield tomorrow, the spoils they had earned with their lives would not be arbitrarily seized by others. Though Lin Yang had not fallen, the ownership of these scales undeniably belonged to him. Soldiers have their rules, and I have my own principles. Lin Yang spoke calmly. Seeing the man's insistence, he relented. Since you're so adamant, I'll accept it. The man breathed a sigh of relief and immediately prepared to make the transfer again, but Lin Yang's next words made him freeze mid-action. However, since you went to the trouble of bringing back and selling those discarded scales, for me it's only right that I compensate you for your efforts. A faint smile flickered in Lin Yang's eyes as he spoke slowly. You said the scales sold for 670,000. What a coincidence. The compensation I intend to give you for your trouble is also 670,000. Perfect. These amounts cancel each other out and we're even. Before the man could protest, Lin Yang turned around and strode away, his back resolute, leaving no chance for refusal. Captain, did you return the money to Lin Yang? After Lin Yang had gone far, the other squad members quickly gathered around, their faces full of eager anticipation. The man looked in the direction where Lin Yang had disappeared, his tone tinged with complexity and helplessness, you could say. It's been returned. He knew full well that Lin Yang had indirectly gifted this bounty to them. Seeing the faint disappointment in his teammates' eyes, he understood that their chagrin wasn't over returning the spoils, but rather that their squad's hunting haul had dwindled today, leaving them unable to exchange for blood chi pills for cultivation. The team members hung their heads, unable to suppress their sighs. Alas, looks like we won't be able to get blood chi pills today. Our cultivation will have to be delayed again. Seeing their dejected expressions, the man suddenly broke into a smile and delivered news that delighted them. Don't lose heart. Lin Yang gave us a fee for our trouble. Really? Lin Yang is so generous. Captain, tell us, how much is the fee? The man grinned and revealed the number, 670,000. What? Isn't that the full amount from selling the scales? Great. Now we have money to buy blood chi pills for cultivation. Rules have their mercy and people have their hearts. Behind him, a sudden eruption of incredulous cheers and joyful shouts burst forth. Lin Yang heard it all, but only offered a faint smile, paying it no mind at all. Several 100,000. In his former life, it might have been a fortune beyond reach. But now it was nothing more than a trivial sum, its loss causing no real harm. Moreover, those scales were something he had deliberately discarded because they took up too much storage space. Since someone else had found them, there was no need to reclaim them. Before long, Lin Yang returned to his quarters. After a full day of slaughtering aberrant beasts, his body and mind were weary. He didn't force himself to cultivate further, but instead walked inside, sat cross-legged, and settled down. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly sank his consciousness into his mindscape. Within the mental world, trait points 340. I've actually accumulated 340 trait points. Enough for 3 10 draws. Gazing at the numbers on the panel, a glimmer of light finally lit up Lin Yang's usually calm eyes, a hint of joy hard to conceal. 34 draws might not seem like a huge number, but this was merely the yield from a single day's hunt of aberrant beasts. If he continued for another 10 days, his trait points would undoubtedly skyrocket tenfold, granting him an endless array of traits to draw. Should I draw now or continue accumulating points to unlock a higher-tier trait drawing method? Lin Yang pondered inwardly. Ever since his trait points had surpassed 100, new drawing rules had automatically surfaced in his mind. A single draw cost 100 points, guaranteeing a trait of green quality or above. A 10-draw sequence guaranteed a blue quality trait. These rules were strikingly similar to the Gacha-style mobile games he had once encountered. Lin Yang had no doubt that once his trait points exceeded 1,000, an even more advanced drawing mode would unlock, perhaps costing 1,000 points per draw, guaranteeing blue quality or above, with a 10-draw guaranteeing purple. After a brief mental calculation, Lin Yang stopped, deliberating, his gaze firm. I'll do one 10-draw first to test my luck. As he silently issued the drawing command in his mind, the virtual panel instantly flashed with light, and a series of notification tones echoed in his consciousness. Congratulations. Through trait drawing, you have obtained critical strike white. Each attack has a 1 chance to trigger double damage. Swift stride white. Running speed increased by 10, far surpassing ordinary people. Climbing expert white. Climbing speed and agility increased by 10. Adaptable to various complex terrains. 10-draw critical hit. Obtained berserk green. Can actively enter a berserk state at any time. For 1 minute, all physical attributes are doubled. After the state ends, you enter a weakened period lasting 1 hour, during which your strength is retained at 10. It turned green already. Such good luck. As Lin Yang watched several white orbs burst forth in succession, a dazzling emerald orb suddenly exploded, and he could barely contain his excitement. But then he suddenly recalled, it's because I drew 6 times earlier, and this makes exactly 10, triggering the pity system. Indeed, one cannot gamble on probability with gacha mobile games. One must rely on the pity system. However, the effect of this rage green trait is truly excellent, and the first critical white trait is also decent, though its trigger chance is too minuscule to be of consequence. Though a sigh lingered in his heart, Lin Yang still felt immensely satisfied as he gazed upon the green trait that had burst forth from the 10th draw. This was the first time Lin Yang had obtained an active release trait, one that could double his attribute amplification for a full minute. Although the duration was brief, if employed at a critical juncture, it could undoubtedly yield unforeseen and astonishing results. One could imagine when Lin Yang was locked in battle with a mutant beast, at the moment both sides were utterly exhausted, he would suddenly unleash twice the power, instantly turning the tide of the conflict. If used well, this trait could even allow me to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. In his mind, Lin Yang had already envisioned the scene and the stunning effects of activating the rage trait. But the weakness that follows after that 1 minute is quite troublesome. If I misjudge the timing, wouldn't I be left at the mercy of my enemies once the effect ends? Yet while the rage trait brought Lin Yang a surge of delight, it also presented a vexing dilemma. If he failed to vanquish his foe within the effect's duration, he would be left in a weakened state, ripe for a brutal beating. Thus this trait must be used with utmost caution. Lin Yang silently admonished himself, aware that employing it required great prudence. But a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. If only I could draw a trait that instantly dispels negative status effects next. Although switching traits came with a 1-hour cooldown. He could simply equip the rage trait first, wait for the cooldown to end, activate it, and just as its effect was about to expire, switch to a trait that could cleanse negative statuses. With a new target for his trait draws in mind, Lin Yang couldn't help but focus entirely on the new traits being drawn. In his mental realm, new orbs of traits were continuously bursting forth. White, white, still white. Heavens above. Lin Yang was utterly speechless. Aside from the guaranteed green trait that had burst forth after 10 draws, the rest were all white traits. At this moment, over a dozen white orbs filled his mental realm. Well, they were drawn with my trait points after all. Let's see their effects first. Perhaps among them is the one I'm hoping for. A trait that can remove negative statuses. Blade Apprentice White, you practice blade techniques. Oh, for crying out loud. Next. Suppressing the rising fury within, Lin Yang turned his attention to another white orb. Perception White, you can actively activate a 1-minute perception ability. In this state, you have a god's eye view, sensing every minute change within a 5-meter radius. After the duration ends, your vision will be blinded for 10 minutes. This is another special trait like rage, plunging me into a negative state after activation. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on this trait for a long while, committing it to memory. It might prove useful in some future moment. Then he shifted his focus to the next trait. Slow healing white, your wound healing speed is 10 faster than an ordinary person. Iron bones white, your bone density is 10 higher than an ordinary person. Memory enhancement white, your memory is 10 better than an ordinary person, making it easier to recall the details of cultivation techniques and martial skills. Negative resistance white, the duration of negative effects on you is reduced by 10. That last trait seems rather promising. The effects of several new traits had failed to satisfy Lin Yang until he examined the final white trait. Upon discerning its effect, his spirit was invigorated. Though it's not the instant cleansing trait I had hoped for, if I upgrade this one to a higher quality, it might achieve exactly what I envision. Lin Yang recalled that 3 duplicate traits could be fused into a higher grade one. However, the moment the thought of upgrading traits flickered in Lin Yang's mind, the white orbs floating in his mental space began to tremble gently. The next instant, a new stream of information flooded into Lin Yang's consciousness, leaving him both stunned and exhilarated. Unlocked a new path for trait enhancement. You can consume trait points to upgrade the quality of a designated trait. With this new information, as Lin Yang mentally probed the white traits again, he noticed an upward arrow symbol on one of them. Negative resistance white. When Lin Yang's mind delved into the upward arrow, another message appeared. Are you willing to spend 150 trait points to upgrade the negative resistance white trait to green quality? Not yet. Lin Yang originally had 340 trait points, but after the 10-draw session he only had 240 left. If he chose to upgrade, he would be left with a mere 90. Moreover, even if the negative resistance trait were upgraded to green quality, it would likely offer him little assistance. Unless he continued upgrading it to blue, which might drastically shorten the duration of his negative statuses. However, the problem remained that Lin Yang's trait points were only sufficient to upgrade one white trait to green, far from enough to elevate it to blue quality. Lin Yang couldn't help but turn his mind's eye to the green trait he had just drawn. Rage green. Initially, there was no change in the trait until the thought of upgrading it surfaced in his mind. Rage green, insufficient trait points. Upgrading Rage green to blue quality requires 1500 trait points. Just as I thought. After some experimentation, Lin Yang confirmed his suspicion. Upgrading a green trait to blue would cost a whopping 1500 trait points. That was enough for a 10 draw at the green tier with 5 draws to spare, and it would guarantee at least one blue trait. But Lin Yang understood that the calculation wasn't so simple. A 10 draw could indeed guarantee a blue quality trait, but the trait's attribute was random. You might spend a 10 draw and end up with a trait that doesn't satisfy you at all. Yet by spending extra trait points you could elevate the very trait you need from its lowest quality to a higher one. Either way, it seemed quite worthwhile. With this thought, Lin Yang withdrew from his mental realm. Tomorrow I must go all out to hunt more mutant beasts and accumulate enough trait points. I need to upgrade the traits that are most useful to me to a higher quality. Lin Yang silently resolved in his heart. He would first upgrade traits like Critical Rage Perception and Blade Master, those that greatly benefited him, to a higher quality. The night, as dark as ink, was quietly diluted by the morning light, and a pale glimmer of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. Time flew by swiftly, and a new day arrived as promised. As on every hunting day, members of each squad, clad in standard-issue training attire, and armed with weapons, gradually assembled in the center of the training ground. The crisp clatter of metal armor plates mingled with the low murmur of conversations among comrades. Just then, a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the training ground. The moment Lin Yang stepped onto the training ground, the previously noisy area fell into an abrupt silence. In the next second, all eyes were drawn to him, converging in unison. There was curiosity, admiration, and undisguised astonishment. Lin Yang. Well done! An excited shout broke the brief stillness. Before Lin Yang could even reach his squad's formation, a lean, weathered veteran from the group hurried over, his face brimming with uncontrollable excitement, his voice loud enough to echo across the entire training ground. We've all heard. Yesterday, on your first solo hunt, you directly broke the highest single-day hunting record of all the squads in the camp. That's absolutely incredible. The words of the lanky man were like a pebble thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 ripples. Apparently, the news of Lin Yang venturing alone into the wilderness yesterday and setting a stunning record on his first solo hunt had quietly spread throughout the camp. Even members from other squads under Captain Qin had heard of the matter. Lin Yang, you've done well. Even Captain Qin patted Lin Yang on the shoulder with a face full of gratification. However, not everyone was aware of Lin Yang's feat. Among the crowd, an ignorant new recruit wore an expression of shock, his tone filled with disbelief. A solo hunt. Breaking the record of an entire squad. How is that even possible? How could it not be? A nearby insider immediately retorted, his tone very certain. My buddy's friend's lover was at the exotic beast material trading hall yesterday and saw it with his own eyes. When Lin Yang was selling the beast materials, the scene was absolutely breathtaking. Breathtaking is an understatement. Another young recruit squeezed in, a trace of lingering excitement still on his face. Gesticulating wildly, he described vividly. I was right there in the trading hall and saw the whole process with my own eyes. You should have seen it. When Lin Yang brought out his entire day's haul, the precious beast materials piled up like a small mountain. Even the staff member in charge of registration was dumbfounded. The discussion about Lin Yang's record-breaking achievement yesterday spread like a tidal wave across the training ground. Some clicked their tongues in wonder, while others corroborated the details they had heard, and the entire training ground became a cacophony of noise. Just as the assembly time was drawing to a close, a tall, imposing figure materialized in the air without warning. It was the battalion commander, whose presence exuded an intangible aura of a master. His figure streaked across the void, and in the blink of an eye landed steadily right in front of all the squad formations. The noise of the training ground ceased as if a pause button had been pressed. The warriors quickly composed themselves, stood straight, and gazed at the battalion commander before them with awe. The battalion commander swept a calm gaze over every person in the formation, and spoke in a voice that was not loud but carried an unyielding firmness, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Today we hunt as usual. His gaze moved slowly, his imposing presence sweeping over faces both young and resolute, and finally it lingered briefly on Lin Yang. It was as if carrying a trace of scrutiny and expectation, fleeting in an instant. Then the battalion commander's tone turned slightly heavier as he added, "However, I must remind you all, yesterday, a high-rank beast beyond the 3rd tier appeared in the city's outer areas, causing considerable turmoil." These words caused the warriors present to change their expressions slightly. Each of them understood well the threat of a high-rank beast. Fortunately, that beast was driven back deep into the forest. The battalion commander's voice softened a little but remained grave. But no one can guarantee it won't return. He paused, his gaze growing more solemn. Therefore, during today's hunt, if anyone unfortunately encounters a high-rank beast, remember not to act recklessly. Flee at top speed and prioritize preserving your own life above all. Hunting beasts is our duty as soldiers, and guarding the city's peace is our mission. But the prerequisite is that you stay alive. The last sentence struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, plunging the entire training ground into dead silence. Even Lin Yang felt a surge of crisis within him, for yesterday, he too had sensed the presence of that high-rank beast, whose aura was as vast and imposing as a mountain. All right, enough talk. Everyone prepare. Head out of the city to hunt. With the battalion commanders order the squads on the training ground, each set out to begin their hunts outside the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lin Yang bid farewell to Captain Qin and the others. "Captain Qin, I won't be joining the group today. Lin Yang, be careful." Captain Qin gave Lin Yang a word of caution. "Understood. You all take care too." Lin Yang nodded with a smile, and without further hesitation activated his movement technique, his figure dashing swiftly into the distance. "Let's go too. Everyone stay alert today." Captain Qin and the others watched until Lin Yang's back completely disappeared, then headed in another direction. At the west gate of Yangcheng City, several figures with imposing martial auras stood atop the city wall, their gazes fixed solemnly on the distant dense forest, as if trying to peer through the tall thick foliage to see what lay deep within the forest. Was yesterday's incident really just a coincidence? Beside the battalion commander, old Mo stroked his beard, his gaze heavy, as he looked beyond the city, speaking in a detached tone as if questioning or muttering to himself. "Perhaps." The battalion commander's lips moved slightly as if in response. But regardless, it's been over a decade since the last beast tide. After such a long period of calm, the next beast tide could erupt at any time. Old Mo and the surrounding masters with powerful martial auras did not refute, nodding in agreement. "So we should start preparing early." The battalion commander's gaze was extremely solemn as he looked into the distance. His powerful martial perception allowed him to sense that the range of beast activity seemed to be gradually drawing closer to the city. "I just wonder if the time we have to prepare is sufficient." In the dense jungle, a figure was darting swiftly when it suddenly came to an abrupt halt for no apparent reason. I've encountered the first beast so soon." Less than 10 minutes after leaving the city, Lin Yang had already sensed the presence of a beast nearby. Its rank is not high, merely 1st tier, low to mid. After stopping and carefully sensing, Lin Yang found no aura from the creature that could threaten him. Without further hesitation, he changed direction and dashed toward the area where the beast was located. "Indeed, it's just a 1st tier, low-rank, blood-eyed rabbit." Soon a rabbit as huge as a calf came into Lin Yang's view. Its incisors gleamed with a cold steel-like sheen, and its eyes were like two blood-red gems. Without pausing, Lin Yang rushed toward the blood-eyed rabbit, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade. In the instant before the rabbit could react, a brilliant flash of saber light streaked through the air, and a line of blood burst from the center of the rabbit's massive body. Splat! Blood gushed forth as the entire body of the blood-eyed rabbit was cleaved straight down the middle. Its once symmetrical blood-red eyes now fell to opposite sides with the two halves of its corpse. You have personally slain a first-tier low-rank blood-eyed rabbit, gaining 10 attribute points. Lin Yang raised his right hand, activated his cultivation technique, and fully absorbed the blood and chi energy from its body. Then, with another flash of his blade, he dug out the valuable blood-red eyes from its body and severed its sharp incisors, storing them all in his spatial storage. But then his mind stirred again, as if he sensed the aura of another beast nearby. Are beasts this easy to find today? Lin Yang was quite surprised. Normally, while beasts weren't hard to find, they didn't appear one after another like today. Whatever, just turn them all into my attribute points. Eager to upgrade his attributes as quickly as possible, Lin Yang didn't hesitate and immediately dashed toward the other direction he had sensed. In the blink of an eye, the time had arrived at noon. Amidst the dense thicket, Lin Yang was now perched atop a colossal ancient tree. He reclined half on the ancient tree's branch, holding in his hand a piece of exotic beast meat prepared before departure, savoring it bite by bite. After half a day of relentless travel and slaying of exotic beasts, Lin Yang felt ravenous. Thus, seizing the moment when no new beast was sensed, he hastened to replenish his energy. Unexpectedly, in just one morning, I've nearly matched the entire haul of yesterday. Lin Yang gazed at the full 500 points of trait points in his mental world, feeling immensely satisfied with today's gains. In a single morning, through tireless travel, Lin Yang had slain over a dozen first-tier low-level exotic beasts and several first-tier mid-level ones. As for first-tier high-level beasts, he had encountered none. Perhaps they required deeper penetration into the forest. However, the forest's periphery teemed with many beasts not hard to find, and Lin Yang had no immediate desire to venture further inward. Here it comes again. As expected, before Lin Yang could take more than a few bites, he sensed that the blade intent attached to one of the baits nearby had dissipated. Clearly, a new exotic beast had taken the bait. Can't even take a moment's rest. Though complaining inwardly, Lin Yang's body acted without hesitation. He swiftly stuffed the piece of beast meat rich with blood essence into his mouth. Feeling his body again brimming with surging blood energy, Lin Yang turned over and leaped down from the branch. As his figure plummeted swiftly from the void toward the ground, Lin Yang abruptly twisted his body, planting his feet firmly against the tree trunk and pushing off with immense force. The tremendous power left 2 deep footprints on the iron-hard bark, and Lin Yang's body, propelled by this immense recoil, shot across the void, gliding for over 100 meters before slowly descending. Just as he was about to land, Lin Yang, as if anticipating it, stepped again on the branch of a nearby ancient tree. His entire form from descending rose anew and sped off into the distance. Lin Yang moved with extraordinary speed, even weaving through the forest with the agility of a nimble monkey. Within mere minutes, he arrived at the spot where the bait had vanished from his perception. There, a peculiar rat of massive size, capable of standing on 2 legs like a kangaroo, was leaping dozens of meters at a time into the distance. A first-tier low-level beast. Better than nothing. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. He had no desire to waste much time on this low-level creature. His form abruptly accelerated, appearing behind the leaping rodent beast. Though still a dozen or so meters away, Lin Yang's right hand was already on his blade hilt. Endless blade intent coalesced upon the war blade. Though still sheathed, its fierce aura seemed to thicken the very air around them. The beast, mid-leap in the void, seemed to sense the chilling, killing intent behind it. But suspended in air, it could not even dodge. Draw slash! Lin Yang uttered a low cry in his heart. The war blade, brimming with endless blade intent, was suddenly drawn. A brilliant flash of blade light streaked through the void, then vanished in an instant as Lin Yang sheathed the blade. Yet the beast over 10 meters away appeared unharmed. If an outsider had witnessed this, they might have exclaimed in bewilderment, "Missed." But Lin Yang would confidently reply, "Let the blade glow fly for a while." The very void where he had slashed seemed to tear open, a visible ripple spreading forward through the air. Swish! A semicircular blade aura bearing an unstoppable momentum streaked across the void, precisely severing the beast's neck at the junction with its head. The blade aura passed through the beast's body, as if unimpeded, continuing forward for dozens of meters before slowly dissipating into the void. Only then did a line of blood burst forth at the beast's neck. Blood gushed out, blooming like a bewitching and beautiful crimson flower in the air. Before the beast's carcass fell, Lin Yang extended his right hand toward it. Boundless blood essence was drawn by an invisible force toward Lin Yang, converging in his palm. Moments later, he had fully absorbed the flesh and blood essence and stored the valuable materials from the body into his space. With a forceful stomp on the carcass, he launched himself onward into the distance. The beast's corpse, discarded like refuse, crashed heavily to the ground. The entire process took mere seconds. Lin Yang had not even touched the ground before it ended. Why was Lin Yang so hasty? Because on his way here he had sensed that the blade intent on another bait had also dissipated. This meant that after this beast another awaited Lin Yang to come and slay it. The entire afternoon passed in much the same manner. Beast after beast appeared almost in succession. Often as soon as he had slain one he sensed another, sometimes several at once. Though none were first-tier high-level, only low and mid-level to Lin Yang, there was little difference. As long as he slew them, he would reap corresponding trait points, blood energy, and skill proficiency. Trait points 820. As dusk fell, Lin Yang hurried back while dividing his attention. Seeing he had over 800 trait points, excitement surged within him. In ancient times, Huatsubing with 800 cavalry could trample the Xiongnuo Zhongliao with 800 men, could repel Sun Quan's 100,000 Zhu with 800, dared to rebel. And I can't even upgrade a single blue trait with 800 points. Lin Yang felt somewhat helpless. Though 800 points seemed plenty, it wasn't enough to elevate a green trait to blue. Yet, considering today's harvest, he realized that in 2 or 3 days, he could upgrade a green trait to blue. In that light, it's not bad. For other martial artists, making a trait transform and improve in quality takes years. Thinking of the difficulty other martial artists faced in elevating trait quality, Lin Yang felt relieved. For him, as long as he slew enough exotic beasts, even upgrading all useful traits to purple quality would not be too hard. Attribute panel. Host Lin Yang. Realm Martial Artist Perfection Ultimate Sublimation. Blood Energy 945-1174. Technique Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art Martial Artist Chapter Minor Accomplishment 26410002254-10000. Body Tempering Art Perfection 5268100006246100000. Martial Skills Basic Blade Art Transcendence 6288100000103611000000. Windsplitting Blade Art First Tier Perfection 14088200000. Transcendence 18622000000. Phantom Light Step Second Tier Minor Accomplishment 1581000061541000000. Blood Fiend Sky Punching Fist Second Tier Minor Accomplishment 481000086510000. Crimson Firmament Divine Barrier Art Second Tier Minor Accomplishment 16710000186210000. Martial Dao True Intent Blade Intent First Layer 3 Parts Refining. Physique Profound Yang Body 485 Condensing Fiend Qi. Unexpectedly, in just 2 days the panel attributes have improved so dramatically. Gazing at the surging stats on the panel, even Lin Yang, who had anticipated it, felt pleasantly surprised. In just 2 days of hunting, Lin Yang's blade was already stained with the blood of many mutated beasts. He tallied his spoils: 52 low-grade first-order mutated beasts and 19 mid-grade first-order ones, but high-grade first-order beasts were rare, having slain only one yesterday. Each time he killed a beast, the system would prompt a proficiency reward, and the accumulated countless points amounted to several thousand. Coupled with the daily growth in proficiency from his autonomous cultivation techniques, his diligently practiced wind-splitting blade art had, amidst the bloodshed, silently broken through the shackles of perfection, reaching the coveted realm of utmost mastery. And through days of relentless sprinting and maneuvering through the dense forest, his footwork proficiency had surged like bamboo after spring rain, now just a step away from the great completion realm. Even Captain Qin, who had been stagnant at the martial master realm for years, and deeply immersed in martial arts, would never dare to claim he could cultivate a second-rank footwork technique to great completion. Ordinary martial artists had limited energy, and after weighing options, mostly focused entirely on offensive combat techniques, for only by enhancing lethality could they slay beasts more efficiently. A consensus in the martial world. Captain Qin was a prime example. All his cultivation was devoted to spear techniques which had reached the great completion realm, while his other skills lingered between mastery and minor completion. No one possessed Lin Yang's heaven-defying training conditions. With the blessing of the heaven rewards diligence talent, every swing of his blade, every step, and every practice session yielded tangible progress never wasted. In contrast, other martial artists often found themselves stuck at the bottlenecks of minor or great completion for months or even an entire year. This training expedition yielded far more for Lin Yang than just proficiency in techniques and martial arts. His blood energy value had skyrocketed, surpassing the 1,000-point mark and meeting the minimum threshold for breaking through to the martial master realm. But he was not in a rush. Sinking his consciousness into his body, he sensed the surging energy in his meridians and clearly perceived that his blood energy still held infinite potential, not yet reaching a martial artist's limit. Meanwhile, his blade intent was continuously refined through countless strikes and battles, growing at a visibly rapid pace. At this rate, it would not be long before it broke through to the second layer. By then his strength would surge once more, and even facing a formidable second-order beast, he was confident he could fight it alone and slay it with his blade. What delighted Lin Yang even more was that his profound yang body, through the constant refinement of beast blood essence and battlefield killing intent, was also visibly strengthening. His cultivation progress had neared 5, and a faint aura of pure yang energy lingered around him. In just 2 days, Lin Yang had undergone a stunning transformation, as if reborn. If he were to face Captain Qin again now, he could defeat him effortlessly without exerting any extra effort. Yet he did not become arrogant. He knew well that the path of martial arts was long and vast, and his current progress was merely a starting point. Set a goal: first break through to martial grandmaster before the training ends. Standing at the edge of the dense forest, Lin Yang gripped the hilt of his blade and silently made a grand vow to reach the martial grandmaster realm in 3 months. Such a feat was unprecedented in the entire Great Xia, enough to shake the entire martial world. After a moment of thought, he reined in his wild ambition and muttered, "Well, if that's too much, reaching the peak of martial master would be acceptable. With such strength, getting into those 4 top-tier martial arts universities should be more than enough." Carrying this goal, Lin Yang fully unleashed a frenzy of hunting. Each day he left the city with various teams, but never traveled with them, venturing deep into the forest alone. Every time he returned under the glow of sunset, covered in dust and blood, the last one back to the city. Day after day his aura steadily climbed, growing stronger with each passing day. Within just a few days, the aura he unconsciously emitted made Captain Qin, who had already advanced to the martial master realm, tense up and feel a growing sense of wariness. Especially when his hand lightly rested on his blade's hilt, a piercing blade intent burst forth from his entire being. That sharp aura seemed tangible, as if it could cleave an enemy from tens of meters away. The very air seemed to be cut by this chilling blade intent, carrying a trace of coldness. Another morning arrived, and the breaking dawn pierced through the clouds, spreading golden rays across the land and onto the stern city walls. Each training team, bathed in the morning light, marched with firm and powerful steps through the heavily guarded city gates, heading once more toward the beast-infested forest outside. In the past 10 days, the atmosphere inside and outside the city had undergone a dramatic transformation. The most obvious change was the guard at the city gate, which had increased from a single squad to several squads. Dozens of soldiers stood in formation, each with an upright posture, a heavy and powerful aura, all at the high-level martial artist realm, their expressions solemn. Many sharp-eyed martial artists also noticed several figures, often standing atop the high city walls. Their auras were vast as the sea and unfathomably deep, gazing into the boundless forest beyond the city with eyes as sharp as eagles, as if constantly probing the forest's movements or guarding against some unknown crisis. A heavy sense of oppression quietly hung over the entire city. Yet this oppressive atmosphere had no effect on Lin Yang. Bidding farewell to Captain Qin and the others, Lin Yang activated his footwork, which had already reached great completion, and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. "That Lin Yang, he feels even stronger than yesterday," exclaimed Thin Monkey, full of amazement. Though he couldn't precisely sense Lin Yang's strength, he could still feel that Lin Yang was improving at an unimaginable rate every day. "Captain, can you tell what realm Lin Yang is at now?" asked the shield-bearing fatty, also full of curiosity, turning to Captain Qin. "I can no longer see through Lin Yang's realm either." Captain Qin slowly shook his head and spoke calmly. "What? Even you can't see through him? How is that possible? In less than 2 short months, has he already broken through to the martial master realm? This is almost unprecedented in the entire history of Great Xia," the group exclaimed. Breaking through to martial artist in 2 months was already extremely difficult, let alone the martial master realm. Unaware of the shock he caused Captain Qin and the others, Lin Yang sped through the jungle, occasionally changing direction and casually dispatching any beast he sensed with a single stroke of his blade. His figure barely paused as he continued charging deeper into the forest. Indeed, after a period of hunting, the density of beasts on the periphery had significantly decreased. Moreover, with his strength having grown during this time, he was no longer satisfied with merely hunting first-order beasts. So Lin Yang prepared to venture deeper into the forest to slay higher-ranked beasts. As he delved deeper, he could clearly feel the atmosphere becoming more oppressive than on the periphery. The sounds of insects and birds had almost completely vanished. Am I this lucky? A reward right upon entry. Lin Yang's eyes lit up and he instantly sped off into the distance. A second-order low-grade beast, the ghost wolf, gazing at the ghost wolf in the distance. Small in size but with an aura far surpassing first-order beasts. Lin Yang couldn't help but let his eyes gleam. Because ghost wolves were pack beasts, finding one meant finding a whole pack. Looks like I'm in for a big harvest right at the start of the deep area. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened, and an immensely powerful aura burst forth from his entire being. The terrifying aura swept through, causing the surrounding air to ripple as if scorched by flames. The distant ghost wolf shuddered, its bristle-like fur standing on end, as if sensing an incredibly fearsome presence. Before it could react, a figure appeared, blade in hand. The long blade condensed a chilling blade intent, as if tearing through the void itself, carrying an overwhelmingly terrifying force as it cleaved down upon the beast. A mournful wolf howl echoed through the depths of the forest. A mournful wolf howl suddenly pierced the deathly silence of the dense forest, its lament echoing among countless ancient trees. At that moment, a thick shadow was moving swiftly along the edge of the woods. Upon closer inspection, one was shocked to discover that it was an entire pack of ghost wolves. Their silver-gray fur gleamed with a cold luster, and as their limbs raced at breakneck speed, they made no great noise, moving like apparitions, their sharp fangs glinting with a chilling light. Yet when that mournful howl rang out, the entire pack came to an abrupt halt, unable to resist, turning their heads toward the source of the sound, their icy eyes filled with vigilance and agitation. At the very front of the pack stood an especially striking figure. It was the supreme leader of this ghost wolf pack, the Ghost Wolf King. Compared to the other ghost wolves in the pack, its fur was fluffier and smoother, a deep dark silver, and its body was a full size larger, exuding a majestic aura befitting a king. At that moment, a flicker of human-like confusion passed through the Wolf King's eyes, which shone like stars. Yet the confusion vanished in an instant, replaced by a surging fury. An aura of supreme authority burst forth, and the very air around seemed to grow stagnant under the weight of this rage. A glimmer of contemplation crossed its deep eyes, clearly indicating that it did not act solely on instinct but possessed intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. After a moment, the Wolf King raised its head sharply, its massive body turning nimbly, and let out a low growl at the prostrating pack behind it. This low growl was unlike the sharp howls of ordinary wolves. It erupted with the unique authority of a king. An invisible pressure descended like a tangible force, instantly silencing the entire pack. They involuntarily lowered their heads, their limbs bending slightly, their bellies nearly touching the ground in absolute submission. This majestic low growl was both a display of the Wolf King's authority and an unquestionable command. As its roar faded, 5 agile ghost wolves immediately detached from the pack. Forming a small squad, they gave a slight nod to the Wolf King, then slowly retreated until they had completely broken away from the main formation before abruptly turning around. Like arrows loosed from a bowstring, they sped toward the direction of the howl, their silver-gray figures vanishing instantly into the shadows of the dense forest. The Wolf King's eyes remained fixed on the squad's retreating path until the 5 figures had completely disappeared among the trees, only then slowly withdrawing its gaze. Oh! It raised its neck, a powerful force brewing in its chest, and then a long, majestic howl soared into the sky. This howl was filled with the king's dominance and resolve, as if ripples visible to the naked eye were vibrating through the void. In an instant, all the prostrate ghost wolves rose together. They reformed their ranks, following the Wolf King once more as they charged forward. Dozens of ghost wolves surged ahead like a mighty army, the dull thunder of their hooves shaking the earth. The fierce killing intent radiating from them was like an invincible legion of beasts marching valiantly toward their set goal. If the perspective were to rise slowly now, soaring over the layered canopies, one could clearly see a hidden valley nestled deep in the forest several kilometers ahead in the pack's direction of attack. Inside the valley, unlike the dark and oppressive atmosphere outside, birds sang and flowers bloomed. A clear stream babbled along its banks, lush with all kinds of rare fruits, their plump forms shimmering with a faint, colorful halo. Dense primordial spiritual energy drifted like mist each breath, soothing the mind and spirit. This valley was like a paradise forgotten by the world, serene and peaceful. Yet beneath this tranquility lurked deadly danger. Deep within the valley, 2 massive figures were resting on a huge blue stone. They resembled fierce tigers, but their bodies were several times larger, covered in pitch-black metallic scales that gleamed like metal under the sunlight. Most terrifying of all, a pair of enormous blood-red fleshy wings sprouted from their backs. When fully spread, they seemed capable of blotting out half the sky, their forms majestic and fearsome, exuding a suffocating pressure. Clearly the ultimate target of this ghost wolf pack's charge was this valley which harbored such powerful beasts. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dense forest, before Lin Yang, a second-tier ghost wolf lay in a pool of blood, its breath gone. Though a second-tier beast, it still fell to Lin Yang's single effortless slash. He sheathed his blade and activated his cultivation technique. Wisp by wisp, pure essence of blood and chi seeped from the ghost wolf's corpse like ethereal threads, burrowing into his body, flowing through his meridians, and finally converging into his dantian. Meanwhile, the dense killing intent clinging to the ghost wolf surged like a tide into his limbs, and bones merging into the nascent mystic yang body being formed within him. Sensing the progress of his mystic yang bodhi's condensation, jumped forward by a noticeable margin, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glint of satisfaction flashing within them. He stood up, feeling the increasingly abundant power within him, and couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of a second-tier beast. Even the lowest among them provides me with blood chi and killing intent far beyond what any first-tier beast could. His gaze fell on the ghost wolf's corpse at his feet, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Ghost wolves are pack creatures, always moving in groups. Why is this one alone? Could something have happened to its pack? Or was it cast out? As he pondered, he raised his hand. A faint light flickered, and the most valuable materials, the fangs, the pelt, were absorbed into his storage space. With that done, Lin Yang once again turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest, a fervent gleam in his eyes. Regardless of why it was alone, it's a windfall for me. What matters now is to find other ghost wolves, preferably their pack. If I can slaughter an entire pack of ghost wolves, I won't just gain a massive amount of trait points. The condensation progress of my mystic yang body will also skyrocket. At the thought of such tempting rewards, as if countless light points and proficiency bars danced before his eyes, a surge of intense excitement welled up within Lin Yang. He took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and activated his movement technique. His form darted like a phantom into the depths of the forest, continuing his exploration into the unknown ahead. However, he had not traveled far when he heard a wolf howl filled with majesty and formidable power resounding through the entire forest. The aura contained in the sound far surpasses that of the ghost wolf I just killed. Lin Yang was slightly startled. From the sheer presence in the howl, he could clearly sense that its owner's aura was far beyond that of the one he had just slain. Is it a mid-second-tier beast, or high second-tier, or perhaps a peak second-tier beast? The sound was too far away for Lin Yang to accurately perceive its exact level of strength. As he pondered briefly, a gleam of excitement and anticipation lit up his eyes. No matter what it is, as long as it hasn't broken through to the third tier, I have no fear of it now. This was the confidence that formidable strength had bestowed upon Lin Yang. He was no longer what he used to be. As long as a beast's tier did not exceed the third, and it had not condensed a blood chi inner core, Lin Yang had nothing to fear. In that case, once I catch up to it, I will personally slay it and turn it into my trait points. Lin Yang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Just now, a single low second-tier ghost wolf had netted him a full 100 trait points. And this powerful beast, at least high second tier, how many trait points could it bring him? Of course, this suspected Wolf King was not Lin Yang's greatest prize. What he truly looked forward to was slaughtering the entire ghost wolf pack. If he could do that, wouldn't his trait points amount to nearly 10,000? Perhaps I will soon be able to acquire another blue quality trait. The anticipation and delight in Lin Yang's heart did not slow his pace. Instead, he moved even faster toward the direction of the howl. Before he could even glimpse the coveted pack and its king, he saw a squad of 5 ghost wolves blocking his path ahead. Hey, in that case, I'll use you to warm up before I slay the Wolf King. This pack of 5 spectral wolves stood guard on the path Lin Yang had to take. However, should he wish, he could activate his already mastered second-level movement technique, bypass this wolf pack, and continue his pursuit of the distant Wolf King and its pack. Even the spectral wolves, renowned for their speed, would find it difficult to catch Lin Yang when he was fully utilizing his movement technique. Yet Lin Yang chose not to do so. In his view, these spectral wolves were nothing more than a gift of trait points and proficiency. It wouldn't take much time, so why not claim them? Thoughts racing, Lin Yang did not hesitate for a moment. He charged fiercely toward the spectral wolf pack. It seemed less like he was being besieged by several spectral wolves, and more like he alone was trapping the entire pack. The spectral wolf pack, of course, detected Lin Yang's approach. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and murderous intent, their silver gray fur bristling like sharp steel needles. In an instant, a ferocious aura erupted from the wolf, far more potent than the spectral wolf Lin Yang had encountered earlier. A second-level intermediate beast. Sensing the difference in aura from the previous wolf, Lin Yang's gaze sharpened, but quickly filled with delight. I was just worrying that the second-level low-grade ones didn't offer enough trait points. Overjoyed, Lin Yang couldn't help but circulate the formidable blood energy within his body. In an instant, a torrent of blood energy surged from his Danshan's blood pool, racing along his arm toward his right hand, which was gripping the hilt of his blade. Even before the blade was drawn, a chilling saber intent erupted around him. The terrifying saber chi seemed to tear through the air around him. The fierce saber intent and surging blood energy condensed rapidly upon the blade, reaching its peak in a mere moment. Draw the blade, slash. Even though Lin Yang was still dozens of meters away from the spectral wolves, he ignored the distance, and facing them abruptly drew his saber and executed a horizontal slash. Shying. The fierce saber intent, no longer restrained by the scabbard, burst forth like a cannonball just fired, exuding a bone-chilling, dread-inducing aura. The blade light streaked through the void, seeming to tear the very air apart. This time the saber intent was not an invisible wave or mere phantom. A trace of blood-red color silently bloomed in the void. Initially as faint as a thin thread, the blood-red color multiplied countless times, in an instant resembling a blood-red crescent moon suspended in the void. Had a knowledgeable martial artist been present, they would have exclaimed in shock. This is the manifestation of martial techniques through the profound condensation of blood energy. A feat only achievable by high-level martial masters. The blood-red blade glow, having just bloomed, spread forward at incredible speed. Everything in its path was severed. Where it passed, even the air was cleaved, creating a momentary vacuum. Carrying an unstoppable momentum, it abruptly slashed toward the 5 spectral wolves. Facing Lin Yang's blood-red blade glow, the wolves sensed an immense crisis. They strained their limbs as if trying to dodge and flee, whimper. But in the next moment they found their bodies completely locked by some invisible will, unable to move an inch or even let out a single whimper. Sensing the chilling blood-red blade glow approaching, a glimmer of despair and terror flickered in the spectral wolves' bright eyes. Yet the blood-red blade glow held no mercy for the beasts. In a blur too fast for the eye to follow, it blasted through their bodies. Its momentum unchecked, it continued onward, cleaving through several thick ancient trees behind them before finally slamming into the ground, leaving a semicircular trench as if dug by a bulldozer. You have slain a second-level intermediate beast spectral wolf. Gained 200 trait points. Saber intent greatly improved. Basic saber technique proficiency 500. Wind-splitting saber technique proficiency 800. 5 such messages flashed through Lin Yang's mind, granting him a full 1,000 trait points, filling him with elation. This was just 5 of them. If I were to slay the entire spectral wolf pack, wouldn't my trait points skyrocket? A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yang's eyes, and his movements became several times faster. Disposing of the corpses of the few spectral wolves with utmost speed, Lin Yang did not hesitate for a moment. He once again fully activated his movement technique, charging into the distance. Blue traits are no longer sufficient. My current goal is a purple trait. As Lin Yang was slaying the spectral wolves blocking his path, the wolf pack ahead had arrived before a valley. Here only a narrow path less than a few meters wide led into the depths of the valley. Flanked by towering cliffs that were difficult to climb or cross, the Wolf King halted, gazing at the narrow sky-like passage. A flicker of human-like hesitation showed in its eyes. But in the next moment it was overtaken by brutality and greed. It let out a low growl at the pack behind it. Immediately several spectral wolves broke away from the pack and ventured first into the valley. After waiting a few breaths, the Wolf King finally moved its limbs, following the scouting pack into the valley. The rest of the pack followed, surrounding the Wolf King at its center. The path into the valley was not long, but it twisted and turned frequently like a maze designed to confuse. Fortunately, the Wolf King, having reached the second-level peak, possessed immense power and keen perception. With dozens of ordinary spectral wolves assisting on the side, the journey through the passage into the valley's heart proceeded without incident or danger. Before long, the Wolf King seemed to spot a brilliant light 100 meters ahead, shining through the end of the passage onto the uneven path. A burst of human-like joy erupted in its cold eyes. Roar! With a low growl from the Wolf King, the few spectral wolves at the front leaped out of the passage, charging into the valley's depths. However, no sooner had the spectral wolves entered the valley than they were slammed to the ground by a giant claw. Their skin caved into their bodies, bones harder than steel shattered, and their internal organs seemed crushed. Blood gushed from their bodies as they whimpered on the ground, unable to rise. Blocking the end of the passage was a figure resembling a giant tiger with a pair of massive fleshy wings on its back. Blood-red aura roiled and seethed around it like a blazing red flame. The ferocious aura emanating from it was on par with the Wolf King's and perhaps even deeper. The Wolf King's starbright gaze faltered for a moment, but was instantly consumed by savagery. As if meeting a bitter enemy, their eyes burned with hatred. Its silver-white fur stood on end as vast beastly blood energy erupted from within. A kingly aura rose contending against the giant tiger opposite. Howl! The next moment the Wolf King threw its head back and roared its regal might, spreading and sweeping through the surroundings. A woo! The rest of the spectral wolves also howled at the sky, their mournful murderous cries echoing through the valley. In the next instant, as if receiving a king's command, they charged fearlessly toward the giant tiger ahead. The Wolf King followed behind the pack, its gaze, shifting, seemingly searching for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the giant tiger. Meanwhile, within the passage, a figure moving at breakneck speed heard the wolves' howls, and a look of urgency crossed his face. Damn it, it seems the pack has encountered a formidable enemy. I need to get there quickly before they're all slaughtered. Lin Yang had surmised that the wolf pack had gathered, and led by the Wolf King traveled dozens of kilometers to seize this valley. By now Lin Yang already considered the wolf pack his personal property, each one representing a wealth of trait points and proficiency. He did not want the trait points that were practically in his grasp to slip away. Swap the trait Saber Mastery Blue for Swiftness Green. As he sprinted at full speed, Lin Yang focused his mind, replacing the Saber Mastery trait in his trait slot with Swiftness. The next moment his already peak movement technique suddenly accelerated, becoming even faster than before. Having equipped the new affix, Lin Yang's speed increased noticeably. Soon he reached the end of the valley path, only to find several severely wounded phantom wolves lying on the ground. Fortunately, these spirit beasts possess tenacious vitality. Even with shattered bones, they have not yet perished. Gazing at the phantom wolves lying there, their bones, broken breaths, faint bodies drenched in blood, yet, still clinging to life, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh with relief. Though their auras were extremely weak, they had not completely died. This meant the affix points Lin Yang was about to obtain were not lost to regret. Now let me grant you release. Looking at the whimpering wolves on the ground, their eyes filled with despair, Lin Yang felt not a shred of pity. The enmity between spirit beasts and humans was irreconcilable, a fact none could change. Without hesitation, Lin Yang drew his war blade. Several brilliant flashes of light swept through, and the phantom wolves closed their eyes forever. Not bothering to examine the streams of information flooding his mind, Lin Yang swiftly disposed of the carcasses of the phantom wolves on the ground. Then he dashed out of the valley path and entered the valley itself. The next moment the scene before him opened up dramatically. Within the vast valley, birds sang and flowers bloomed. A refreshing fragrance filled the air, celestial energy converged, and countless rare treasures flourished. Yet now this valley, like a paradise, was thick with a murderous aura. On a vast expanse of grass before the valley entrance, a brutal battle was unfolding. The beast, resembling a giant tiger, stood imposingly at the center of the battlefield. Its pitch-black ink-like scales gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight. Behind it, a pair of enormous blood-red fleshy wings were slightly spread, their edges sharp as blades. Its body was enveloped in a dense blood-red aura, making it appear from afar like a blazing flame. Yet now it was besieged by dozens of phantom wolves. The pack surged toward it like a black tide, their sharp fangs and claws madly biting and clawing at the gaps in its scales. Though outnumbered, the massive tiger seemed to possess the strength to withstand 1,000 foes. Its gleaming claws swung with abandon, unleashing overwhelming might. The blood-red aura coiled around them, as if tearing the very air apart, leaving behind visible crimson afterimages. With each swing of its claws, a phantom wolf lunging at it was sent flying, its bones shattered, its skin tougher than steel, torn open, blood gushing forth. Behind the pack, a wolf king, unusually large, with distinct fur, watched the battlefield, its eyes brimming with brutality and savagery. A peak second stage blazing flame tiger. Lin Yang stared at the giant tiger, its body wreathed in a blood-red aura like crimson flames, a flicker of delight in his eyes. This blazing flame tiger, like the ink-scaled jade python he had encountered days ago, was an exceedingly rare special spirit beast. However, the blazing flame tiger was a second-stage beast, and among all second-stage spirit beasts it belonged to the most powerful echelon. A peak second-stage blazing flame tiger plus a peak second-stage phantom wolf king, and dozens of phantom wolves, ranging from low to high second stage. This harvest is unprecedented in its scale. Even a rough count revealed that the spirit beasts he now faced in both quantity and quality were unlike any he had encountered before. Yet Lin Yang was not intimidated by their formidable strength and lineup. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a brilliant light of anticipation. More powerful spirit beasts mean more affix points. If I can slay them all, even a purple affix will no longer be a dream. As Lin Yang pondered, the battle on the field reached a fever pitch. The wolf pack charged relentlessly at the blazing flame tiger, seemingly fearless, fighting to the death without retreat. But the blazing flame tiger possessed overwhelming power. Facing the oncoming phantom wolves, it merely raised its massive claw and slammed down with a roar that tore through the air. With a thunderous boom, the leading phantom wolf was instantly sent flying, the crisp sound of shattering bones clearly audible. In a mere moment, over a dozen craters had been gouged into the grass by the bodies of phantom wolves. Those less severely injured struggled to rise and charge again at the blazing flame tiger. But more lay in the pits, whimpering with despair and reluctance, unable to climb out. Fortunately, the blazing flame tiger did not finish off the gravely wounded beasts, otherwise Lin Yang would have already intervened to steal the kills from under its nose. The reason Lin Yang had not yet acted was entirely due to the Wolf King standing silently behind the pack. Its eyes held no emotion, only intense brutality and cruelty. Yet it did not rush to attack, merely watching coldly as its subordinates battered the blazing flame tiger's defenses like a cold-blooded commander awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Lin Yang was the same. If he acted rashly now, his formidable strength could easily allow him to face both peak second-stage beasts. But if the cautious Phantom Wolf King was startled and chose to flee, Lin Yang was not certain he could kill it in a single blow. Just as Lin Yang was carefully considering how to slay both peak second-stage beasts in one fell swoop, he noticed the Phantom Wolf King subtly moving toward the valley's center. This beast seems to possess considerable intelligence. Is it hatching some scheme now? Lin Yang's mind raced, his gaze fixed on the Phantom Wolf King. Suddenly, as if it had retreated to a safe enough distance, the Wolf King's massive body abruptly turned and charged into the valley's depths at a speed too fast to follow. A roar. The Phantom Wolf King's movement caught the blazing flame tiger's attention too. The tiger, also possessing notable intelligence, seemed to grasp the Wolf King's intent. Its eyes blazed with fury, and it became incandescent with rage. Then, ignoring the mad biting of the surrounding phantom wolves, it suddenly spread its enormous fleshy wings. The wingspan was vast, almost blotting out the sky. At this moment, disregarding the wolves tearing at its body, it began to beat its wings slowly at first, then with increasing speed and ferocity. The flapping wings stirred up a tremendous gale. After a few breaths, the blazing flame tiger slowly lifted off the ground, taking flight. The phantom wolves clinging to it were flung off, crashing to the earth. With eyes full of rage and brutality, the blazing flame tiger sped after the direction the Phantom Wolf King had fled. The wolf pack on the ground pursued relentlessly at full speed. Perfect chance. He'll take this opportunity to claim these phantom wolves first. But the pack running on the ground was far slower than the flying blazing flame tiger and soon fell far behind. Lin Yang did not hesitate. His form blurred into an afterimage as he instantly arrived at the site of the recent clash. He drew his war blade, and a dazzling flash of light like a fleeting meteor blazed brightly and briefly. In an instant, the phantom wolves lying on the ground were all mercilessly slain by Lin Yang. You have personally slain a low second-stage phantom wolf, affix points 100. You have personally slain a mid-second stage phantom wolf, affix points 200. You have personally slain a high second-stage phantom wolf, affix points 500. In a single moment, countless messages flooded Lin Yang's mind, drawing a brilliant smile to his lips. This feeling is utterly exhilarating. Not swept away by the brief joy, Lin Yang quickly dealt with the dozen or so wolf carcasses on the ground, and then sped off in the direction of the pack. There even more affix points awaited his collection. The wolves were not slow in their sprint, yet among them some phantom wolves had been wounded in the earlier clash. These injured phantom wolves, hampered by their wounds, found themselves unable to keep pace, ultimately abandoned by the pack and left trailing at the rear. Soon Lin Yang caught up with them with ease. A mere second-tier low-level beast. Finish it quickly and waste no time. Ignoring the injured phantom wolf's ferocious snarls directed at him, Lin Yang drew his blade. As the blade intent erupted, he slashed toward its body. With a sharp hiss, the blade gleamed and blade intent permeated the air. A second-tier low-level beast was effortlessly slain by Lin Yang in an instant. Swiftly absorbing the bloodthirsty aura from the phantom wolf's corpse and gathering the valuable materials, Lin Yang pressed onward in pursuit. Along the chase, wounded phantom wolves that had fallen behind were all dispatched by Lin Yang, transforming into precious trait points. The Phantom Wolf King, racing deeper into the valley, remained unaware that its pack was being mercilessly slaughtered by a human martial artist from behind. Though it did not turn back, it seemed to sense the blazing flame tiger hurtling through the sky, attempting to intercept it. The king pushed its second-tier peak power to the limit. Dense blood energy, surging rapidly across its body. Its already swift speed suddenly surged further. A roar echoed from the blazing flame tiger above, whose eyes burned with savagery and a hint of urgency deep within. For in the nest deep within the valley, its mate was enduring the critical moment of childbirth. During labor, even a beast inevitably falls into a state of extreme weakness. If the Phantom Wolf King seized that moment to breach their nest, the consequences would be dire. At this thought, the blazing flame tiger became utterly frenzied. It recklessly drove its blood energy, which converged rapidly on its spread fleshy wings. Those wings, like sharp metallic feathers, tore through the void, streaking across the sky and leaving a trail of blood-red flame. Beautiful yet sinister. Finally, I've caught up. At the rear, Lin Yang had been delayed by occasional lone phantom wolves. Only after slaying several of them did he finally spot the galloping pack ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang channeled the surging blood energy within him toward his battle blade. As boundless blade intent condensed, a blood-red long sword materialized above his head. Initially only half a meter in size, it swelled instantly upon appearing. In mere moments, it expanded to over 10 zhang, and finally at nearly 100 meters it ceased its growth. The nearly 100-meter-long blood-red blade spanned the void, its fierce blade intent seemingly causing space itself to collapse and scatter. The overwhelming aura forced the fleeing pack to halt instinctively. They turned, their eyes fixed on the blood-red blade, suspended in the void behind them, filled with terror and panic. Strike! Lin Yang's gaze was icy and murderous as he stared at the terrified pack. With a calm expression, he uttered a low command. Then, as if obeying a divine decree, the blood-red blade in the void crashed down in tandem with Lin Yang's slashing motion. A thunderous boom erupted. The blood-red blade, carrying a fierce killing intent, slammed into the pack. The blade struck the ground, unleashing an immense tangible force that plowed a deep trench, several meters deep and nearly 100 meters long, between Lin Yang and the wolves. The pack, caught at the epicenter of that power, suffered catastrophic losses. With a single strike, the majority of the phantom wolves were instantly slain beneath the blade. The few that survived the initial blow were grievously wounded. Endless blade intent wove through the pack, cutting down every injured survivor. Soon the lingering blade energy dissipated. The ground where the blade intent had raged was scarred with crisscrossing marks. Between Lin Yang and the wolves, a trench stretching over 100 meters lay, like a divine punishment, evoking a sense of dread. Letting out a deep breath, Lin Yang gradually suppressed the boiling blood energy and fierce blade intent within him. Clearly that sky-piercing strike was not something he could unleash at will, but it was all worth it. Lin Yang reined in his aura, sensing the torrent of information flooding his mind like madness. His face lit up with overwhelming joy as he watched the trait points surge and climb erratically. When the fluctuating numbers finally steadied, Lin Yang saw the exact figure: trait points 10680. This pack of phantom wolves contributed nearly 6000 trait points, pushing my total past 10,000 for the first time. Lin Yang gazed at the points that had leaped from 4 digits to 5, his heart brimming with surprise. Even though he had anticipated a substantial haul, he never imagined it would be this immense. Yet Lin Yang was not swept away by the euphoria. He moved swiftly, weaving among the wolf corpses. He absorbed vast amounts of blood essence, channeling it into the vast blood pool in his dantian, gradually strengthening his own blood energy. The refined, baleful energy, tempered by his cultivation art, seeped into his limbs, bones, and meridians, greatly accelerating the formation of his mysterious yang body. After draining the blood essence from all the phantom wolf carcasses, Lin Yang could barely contain himself as he summoned his status panel. Host: Lin Yang, realm mid-rank, martial master, high rank, martial master, martial artist, limit breakthrough, blood energy 29, 63, 34, 25. 10002000, low rank 20003000, mid rank 30004000, high rank 40005000, peak rank. Cultivation art, blood fiend, mystic, yang art, martial master, chapter minor mastery 2254100000, great mastery 148653. 0000, body tempering art, perfection 6246100000, transcendence 984310, 0000, martial skill, basic blade art, transcendence 1036110, 000034685110, 0000, wind splitting blade art, first tier, transcendence 186220, 00003967 220, Phantom flowing light step, second tier, minor mastery 61541000, great mastery 2682430000, Blood Fiend Sky Shaking Fist 2nd Tier Minor Mastery 8651-0000. 8452100000. Crimson Sky Divine Barrier Art 2nd Tier Minor Mastery 1-8621-0000. Great Mastery 125313. 0000. Martial Intent Blade Intent Layer 1 3/10 Layer 2 7/10 Refined Physique Mysterious Yang Body 4. 8512. 4619. 62 Baleful Energy Condensing in just a short while my blood energy increased by nearly 500 points, and the progress on my mysterious Yang body advanced by over 7%. Days ago when Lin Yang broke through to Martial Master, his blood energy had already reached the Martial Artist limit of 1999. Now he had entered the high-rank Martial Master realm, inching closer to his envisioned peak rank. Gazing at the skyrocketing stats on the panel, and feeling the vastly enhanced blood energy and bodily changes, Lin Yang's heart swelled with delight. Yet just as Lin Yang reveled in his growth, two roars echoed from afar. The first was filled with intense agony. The second seemed to carry boundless fury and brutality. These cries reverberating through the valley served as a reminder to Lin Yang. Without further delay, he pushed his movement technique to its limit, racing at top speed toward the source of the roars. Soon Lin Yang arrived at the valley's depths, where the massive blazing flame tiger was locked in fierce combat with the Phantom Wolf King. However, the tiger appeared to have fallen into a berserk state nearly devoid of reason. It attacked with primal ferocity, as if determined to tear the Phantom Wolf King apart. The Wolf King, however, dodged with agile grace, a cunning glint flashing in its eyes. It periodically lunged at another blazing flame tiger lying nearby, covered in blood and gravely wounded. This forced the other tiger to defend desperately, sometimes sacrificing its own safety to block the Wolf King's assaults and protect the injured one. Oh, a two-for-two deal. Lin Yang's gaze shifted to the severely wounded blazing flame tiger, only to notice a newborn cub cradled in its embrace. At this moment, gazing at the female blazing flame tiger that appeared to have just endured childbirth, delivering a cub yet now lay grievously wounded, Lin Yang seemed to grasp the entirety of what had just transpired. Perhaps the highly intelligent Ghost Wolf King had long known that today was the day the female blazing flame tiger would give birth. That was why it had deliberately chosen this day to gather all its underling ghost wolves and launch an assault on the valley. In the midst of the battle, the Ghost Wolf King had suddenly turned and charged, its aim being to slay the prurient female tiger before the male could intervene. Had she not finished delivering and thus recovered some strength, allowing the two adult blazing flame tigers to join forces and overwhelm the wolf pack, the outcome might have been different. It must be said that even Lin Yang could not help but marvel. The intelligence of this Ghost Wolf King seemed to rival that of some humans. As things stood, though, the Ghost Wolf King had not fully achieved its meticulous plan of killing the female tiger while she was weakened by childbirth. It had nonetheless gravely wounded her, rendering her unable to recover her combat strength in the short term. She had become a crucial asset that the male tiger, even at the cost of his own injuries, would defend with his life. For a moment, Lin Yang seemed to see in the Ghost Wolf King's star-like nimble eyes the joy of an impending victory. Perhaps the approaching triumph invigorated the Ghost Wolf King, for upon its body weary from the swift charge there suddenly erupted an unparalleled and formidable aura. Dense blood and chi energy flowed over its silver-white fur, ultimately converging upon the razor-sharp claws at its fore. A sanguine glow wreathed its claws, countless times sharper than blades of steel, shimmering with a chilling, heart-stopping gleam. With an exhilarating howl, the Ghost Wolf King, its blood energy now fully gathered, wore a look of sheer cruelty and slaughter in its eyes. Then, with a single motion, it leaped without hesitation into the air, reaching an angle the male tiger could not block, and swung both claws viciously at the severely injured female. With a series of swishing sounds, those sharp claws seemed to slice through the very air. As the void trembled, several blood-red claw shadows condensed in the space. Carrying an unstoppable momentum, they shot toward the gravely wounded female blazing flame tiger, determined to finish her off completely. A roar erupted. At this critical moment, the male tiger clearly sensed that if the female sustained this heavy blow, she would have no chance of survival. Intense worry and fury consumed his mind in an instant, driving him utterly mad. He began to disregard the future possibility of breaking through to become a third-tier beast, forcibly squeezing every ounce of potential within him. Within his abdomen, where the essence of blood and chi gathered a nascent beast core, had begun to form a spherical clot of energy drawing toward its center. But now it shattered with a resounding crack. Countless fissures spread across the nascent core, and the blazing flame tiger forcibly channeled the dense blood energy surging from the fractures. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura burst forth from the tiger, and a vast peculiar will enveloped the surrounding hundreds of meters. Even Lin Yang, hidden in the distance, could sense a faint hint of danger within that powerful will. He subtly channeled the sharp essence of his blade technique within himself and effortlessly eradicated the discomfort. Yet this unique will still astonished him. Could this be the true martial will that emerges only upon breaking through to the third tier? Whether it be human martial artists or beasts, upon breaking through to the third tier, their strength undergoes a qualitative transformation. Humans ascend to become martial grandmasters. The blood river energy gathered in their dantian undergoes a tremendous metamorphosis, contracting continuously until it coalesces into a martial golden core brimming with vast blood and chi energy. At this stage, humans gain immense power. Soaring through the skies and traversing the earth is no longer a mere fantasy. Even the mere pressure of their formidable martial will can force lower-tier martial artists to submit, quelling any thought of resistance. Though the path of beasts differs from that of human martial artists, it is broadly similar. Beasts must condense a sanguine beast core within their bodies using an abundance of blood essence. Once the beast core is fully formed, it signifies their breakthrough to the third tier, making them kings among lower-tier beasts, with the potential even to undergo bloodline ascension and awaken innate beast talents. At this moment, however, the blazing flame tiger was not undergoing a normal breakthrough to the third tier to become a beast king. Instead, by constantly pushing its limits, it was unleashing all its potential at once, temporarily attaining power comparable to a third-tier beast king. Perhaps soon, when its blood essence is completely drained, its strength will plummet sharply, possibly even falling to the low second tier. Wait! If this tiger's strength drops to low second tier before I kill it, will it still yield the trait points befitting a peak second-tier beast? At this thought, Lin Yang suddenly realized a very unfavorable situation. No, I can't wait any longer. Originally, Lin Yang had planned to let the two peak second-tier beasts fight for a while, allowing both to sustain considerable damage before making his move to decisively slay them and convert them into trait points. But events had taken an unexpected turn. Now, for the sake of the trait points he was about to harvest, he could no longer afford to wait. His consciousness instantly sank into his mind space. Lin Yang saw 3 trait slots arranged side by side above several clusters of trait light. Indeed, ever since Lin Yang broke through from a peak martial artist to a martial master, he had awakened a new blank trait slot. In the first slot, without a doubt, was Heaven Rewards Diligence Gold. In the second slot, where Blade Mastery Blue had been, he had just replaced it with Swiftness Green cooldown, 53 minutes 45 seconds remaining. As for the third slot, it held Berserk Blue. Actively enter a Berserk state at will, boosting all physical attributes by 3 times for 3 minutes. After the state ends, a weakness period lasting 1 hour ensues, during which only 20 of his strength remains. Lin Yang had previously upgraded the green Berserk trait to blue, and the increase in attributes had left him quite satisfied. Not only had the duration increased from the original 1 minute to 3 minutes, but the attribute amplification had also risen from 1-fold to 3-fold. As for the subsequent weakness state, the change was not significant. It still lasted an hour. Retaining 1/10 of his strength versus 2/10 made little practical difference. After all, if Lin Yang had to resort to Berserk and still failed to defeat his enemy even without entering the weakness state, escape would likely be impossible. But at this moment, Lin Yang had no mind to dwell on such details. Watching the blazing flame tiger in the distance, which was ceaselessly burning its own potential, he decided to wait no longer. His consciousness instantly connected with his mind, and the active effect of the trait Berserk Blue was triggered. A hum resonated as an invisible force spread through Lin Yang's body. In the next moment, an immensely terrifying power, as if from another dimension, abruptly converged within his frame. Lin Yang's health value, originally just over 3,000, skyrocketed past 10,000. The blade intent he commanded also became incredibly solid, as if he himself were a divine blade, sharp and unsheathed, quietly emerging into the world. Such immense power! Is this the feeling of being a martial grandmaster? Without a doubt, Lin Yang had grown to a level he could scarcely imagine. It was as if in this moment Lin Yang was the sovereign of the entire world. He turned his gaze cold and piercing toward the distant beasts. Now let me show you what despair truly means. In the arena, the blood-colored claw shadows originally aimed at the mother flame tiger were abruptly extinguished by the formidable will unleashed by the male flame tiger as it suddenly burned its potential. Sensing the male flame tiger now seemingly reckless of its own life, a trace of retreat flickered in the cunning eyes of the ghost wolf king. It did not understand. Why had not a single one of its wolf pack subordinates arrived yet? Before its attack, it had deliberately raised its head and howled, not merely to create a spectacle. The true purpose was to inform the nearby wolf pack subordinates that their king awaited their arrival for battle. Could it be? Have those damned cowards fled from the battlefield? The wolf king was utterly perplexed. It could not believe that under the oppression of its sovereign majesty there would be whelps disobeying its command, a situation that had never occurred before. Originally, it had calculated everything perfectly, even including the current situation where the male flame tiger, disregarding its own future, was squeezing its potential to erupt. If only the wolf pack had arrived in time, fearlessly delaying for a short while, then when the male flame tiger's blood essence and potential were completely exhausted and its realm fell, it would have been easy prey. Alas, now all hopes were thoroughly dashed. A flicker of reluctance shone in the Wolf King's eyes, but sensing the male flame tiger's ever-growing aura, it ultimately prepared to retreat for now. However, before the Wolf King could act, it suddenly sensed another immensely terrifying aura erupting behind it. Its vast and majestic might was even countless times more formidable than that of the flame tiger before it, which was forcibly elevating its realm by squeezing its potential. Damn it, to let a human martial artist infiltrate here! What in the blazes are those wolf whelps doing? The Wolf King's heart was filled with extreme terror, inwardly blaming those unseen wolf whelps. Wait, not a single one of my wolf whelps has appeared yet. A human martial artist has shown up. Could it be? At this moment, the ghost Wolf King seemed to have finally realized the truth. But it was already too late. Ahead of it stood a flame tiger, defying its own future and forcibly squeezing its potential to break through its realm. And behind it lurked a human powerhouse whose aura was even more overwhelming and far beyond what it could contend with. At this moment, even the ghost Wolf King, possessing intelligence far surpassing other alien beasts, was at a complete loss. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had fully mastered the surging power and strength within his body. Yet he suddenly discovered that the flame tiger, which had forcefully broken through by squeezing its potential, seemed utterly indifferent to his sudden appearance, and instead charged straight at the ghost Wolf King. Within its gaping maw, a formless blood-colored vortex was rapidly brewing a powerful offensive, courting death, trying to steal the kill. A flicker of coldness flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. He pushed his blade intent to its extreme, his entire being transforming into a divine blade unsheathed with ferocity. Accompanied by a strange hum that seemed to resonate through heaven and earth, a brilliant blood-red line pierced through the void, as if splitting the entire sky in two from its center. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The blood-colored vortex condensing in the flame tiger's mouth stopped spinning, and the terror in the ghost Wolf King's eyes was clearly visible. The entire valley appeared to be frozen in time. Only Lin Yang, unbound, moved like a sharp divine blade, appearing abruptly behind the Wolf King. Then he gently gripped the hilt of his blade, his movements slow, yet carrying a hint of elegance. He slowly drew his war blade like an ordinary person who had never learned swordsmanship, and with the most ordinary and direct method lightly slashed down at the ghost Wolf King before him. In an instant, everything that had been frozen seemed to snap back to life. The terror in the ghost Wolf King's eyes had not yet faded before it turned into utter despair. It felt as if like the sky behind it had completely split apart. Not in a spiritual sense, but in a physical sense. A blood-red line appeared at the center of its body, and the next moment the massive form of the ghost Wolf King crashed to the ground, split in two. From its falling body, a golden blade intent materialized, leaving a clear golden phantom in the void. You have personally slain a peak second-tier alien beast, Ghost Wolf King. Gained 900 trait points. It's not over yet. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. With a thought, the golden blade intent that had just swept through the void abruptly changed direction, according to his will, speeding towards the severely injured mother flame tiger. Roar. When Lin Yang helped it kill its enemy, the ghost Wolf King, the fury and savagery in the male flame tiger's eyes seemed to subside slightly. But at this moment it grew even more frenzied. Surging blood and chi energy converged rapidly in its mouth, and the blood-colored vortex that had not dissipated seemed to have multiplied in size. Sizzle. A beam of blood-red light burst from its mouth, its terrifying power hissing as it scorched the air before it like a laser. With an unstoppable momentum, it crashed towards the golden materialized blade intent, controlled by Lin Yang, as if to annihilate it completely. Oh! I was planning to let you live a little longer. A flicker of coldness flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. The next moment, with a shift of his mind, the golden blade intent, which had been flying towards the injured mother flame tiger, turned again in the void. It shot straight towards the surging blood-red beam. Whoosh! The blood-red beam, carrying a terrifying momentum that seemed capable of piercing the void, now appeared fragile. Upon contact, it was effortlessly cleaved apart by the resplendent golden blade intent. The blood essence gradually dissipated in the void, and the beam was easily extinguished. Even the flame tiger that had unleashed such a powerful attack was in an instant as the golden blade light flashed, its massive body split apart like a piece of soft tofu. You have personally slain a pseudo-third-tier alien beast. Flame Tiger King. Gained 1200 trait points. Oh, an unexpected gain. Lin Yang's eyes were full of surprise as he felt the trait points which exceeded what a peak second-tier alien beast should normally provide. Now it's your turn. The surprise in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a gleam of coldness. He looked towards the flame tiger's lair where a chilling array of white bones and broken weapons and armor lay scattered. Although most of the bones were from alien beasts, Lin Yang's experience told him that among them were the broken remains of dozens of humans. In Lin Yang's sight, the severely injured mother flame tiger looked at the newborn cub in her arms, a mix of tenderness and despair in her eyes. The little one seemed unaware of the situation, but the innate ferocity of an alien beast was already deeply etched into its bloodline. Its gaze towards Lin Yang was filled with savagery and rage. It suddenly broke free from its mother's embrace and charged at Lin Yang. The golden blade, intent in the void, silently shifted direction, a golden light streaking across the void like a meteor. The young flame tiger's body halted mid-leap, then under the force of inertia crashed to the ground, already cleaved in two. Roar! The golden light, its momentum undiminished, swept towards the mother flame tiger's severely wounded body amidst its despairing roar. You have personally slain a low-level second-tier alien beast. Young flame tiger. Gained 100 trait points. You have personally slain a peak second-tier alien beast. Flame tiger. Gained 900 trait points. Consider this your revenge. Casually disposing of the corpses of these easily slain alien beasts, Lin Yang turned his gaze to the human bones. With a thought, a deep pit slowly appeared on the ground. An invisible force gently buried the human remains within, giving them a proper burial. Having done all this, Lin Yang sank his consciousness into his mind. Trait points 13780. Another surge of 3,100 trait points. This is fantastic. Looking at the trait points that had swelled again, Lin Yang's heart was filled with the joy of harvest. Wait, the berserk duration still has 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Perhaps I shouldn't waste it. Originally, Lin Yang should have found a safe place in the valley to wait for the berserk duration to end. After all, he would soon enter a weakened state and needed to wait another hour for the weakness to completely fade before leaving the valley. But an incredibly wild idea arose uncontrollably in Lin Yang's mind. He could use the remaining 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go and kill more alien beasts. Once he accumulated 15000 trait points, he could directly upgrade Berserk Blue to Berserk Purple. At that time, the duration of the Berserk state would be far from this short. He could even take advantage of the extended duration to fly directly from the depths of the dense forest back to the city at high speed. With this thought, the wild idea clung stubbornly to Lin Yang's mind, refusing to dissipate. Damn it, let's do this. The next moment, without further hesitation, his expression brimmed with madness and resolve. A fierce blade intent erupted abruptly. Though his palm did not touch the hilt, the war blade at his waist seemed drawn by an unseen force leaping from its sheath. The long blade spun through the void, trailing a resplendent streak of blood. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, Lin Yang seemed to defy gravity itself, his form soaring several zhang into the air. He rolled nimbly in the void, landing steadily upon the long blade that hung horizontally in the air. Let's go! Lin Yang clasped his hands behind his back and let out a clear command. The blade beneath his feet, as if receiving an order, suddenly surged with dense blood energy and accelerated forward with fierce momentum. Whoosh! The divine blade soared across the sky, its speed extreme, leaving a trail of afterimages. In an instant, it vanished above the valley, leaving only a fading trail of blood-red light. The blood-red blade sped through the void with fierce winds howling heeding. Yet Lin Yang, standing atop the blade, remained utterly unaffected, his stance remarkably steady. Amidst the roaring gale, only his robes fluttered wildly, snapping in the wind. His gaze swept over the rapidly passing scenes below, and at this moment a surge of bold pride welled up within him. So this is what it means to master cultivation and ride a flying sword. If not for the pressing urgency, he might have let out a long roar to vent the heroism within. After all, flying with one's physical body had always been Lin Yang's most coveted goal. Yet he had never expected to achieve it so effortlessly after merely a few months of martial practice. But now Lin Yang had little time for sentiment, for he had far more important matters at hand. As his figure sped through the void, the perception enhanced by the rampage trait was unleashed to its fullest, scanning the dense forest below. Found it! A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. The blade beneath his feet seemed to read his intent, instantly shifting direction and hurtling toward the thick woods below. Deep within the forest, a massive, swift leopard was dashing. The next moment, as if sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, its galloping steps abruptly halted, its eyes filled with sheer terror. Swish! A visible golden blade light flashed, slicing through its body in an instant. The light in the leopard's eyes froze forever at that moment. Even in death, it never saw which mighty being had slain it. The first one. In mere breaths, Lin Yang had already killed a second-tier intermediate beast. As trait points credited, Lin Yang's figure rose again, piercing through the towering canopy and shooting straight into the clouds. High above, his perception roamed freely. Whenever he sensed a nearby beast, he would descend on his blade, plunge into the forest, and dispatch it at the fastest speed, harvesting trait points. With formidable strength and incredible speed, Lin Yang had already slain over a dozen beasts in just 2 minutes. Most of them were second-tier or above, ranging from low to intermediate grade. Although the trait points they granted were far fewer than those from the Ghost Wolf Pack and the Blazing Flame Tiger he had just slain, they still brought him nearly 3,000 trait points. The last one. Deep in the forest, after eliminating the final beast, he sensed nearby Lin Yang, could not help but sink his consciousness into his mind. Trait points 16780. Seeing the trait points far exceeding his plan, Lin Yang felt greatly reassured. Then, composing himself, he stepped onto his divine blade and soared into the sky, standing high in the void. Returning his awareness to his mind, he saw the third trait slot displaying the gray-white rampage blue, indicating it was in use. Without hesitation, Lin Yang touched the upgrade arrow beside it with his mind. Are you willing to spend 15000 trait points to upgrade it to a purple trait? Note: when a trait transforms and ascends to purple, it may trigger unusual phenomena. Please ensure the surrounding environment is safe. Upgrading a trait to purple might cause celestial anomalies. Lin Yang had not encountered such a situation when upgrading traits before. It seemed this only occurred when upgrading to purple traits or above. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yang nodded without hesitation. Confirm upgrade. The next moment, as he confirmed, the trait points in his mind began to plummet. The 5-digit trait points vanished in an instant, losing a full 15000 points, leaving only a paltry 1,000 or so. But Lin Yang was not overly concerned. Trait points, like money, held no benefit when hoarded. Only when spent did they realize their true value. In his mind, the swiftly vanishing trait points transformed into specks of starlight. The starlight gathered into a radiant river, flowing and drifting toward the rampage blue trait above. The trait absorbed every speck of starlight that converged upon it. After the last star point was absorbed, the original blue trait began to flicker furiously. Its color and characters grew blurred, indistinguishable. At the same time, the external world underwent a tremendous transformation. A blood-red river of stars seemed to cascade from the 9 heavens. Countless stars within it shimmered in various hues, brilliant and dazzling. The surging blood river enveloped the entire sky around Lin Yang, splashing up countless stars. As the endless river churned, it seemed drawn to Lin Yang. From the blood river leaped countless star sparks, gleaming with purple light, converging upon Lin Yang's body. Meanwhile, the moment the blood-red star river descended from the heavens, in the military camp, the battalion commander's expression drastically changed. With a flicker of his form, he moved to the city wall at almost teleportation speed, staring in shock into the distance. Even tens of kilometers away, he could still see the blood-red star river in the distant sky, as if falling from the 9 heavens. It seems someone is undergoing a personal transformation, experiencing an ultimate ascension. An aged voice came from behind the battalion commander. Without turning, he knew it was old Mo. I never thought I'd live to see this trait metamorphosis phenomenon again. It's not easy. Old Mo stroked his gray beard, a smile spreading across his face, as if grateful to witness such a phenomenon. No one understood trait transformation better than old Mo, for his artistry trait had only been blue when it first awakened. Swish, swish, swish. Soon several more figures appeared atop the city wall, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed at the blood-red star river descending from the distant sky. Hey, who would have thought that while guarding this border city, would have the chance to witness the phenomenon of trait metamorphosis? Someone exclaimed in delight, seemingly incredulous. Those beasts are growing restless and stirring. Should we go and lend aid? Another spoke with a grave expression, sensing several beasts stirring deep within the forest. And their perception was not wrong. In fact, as the blood-red star river emerged, Lin Yang also felt the gazes of several powerful beasts in the forest below now fixed upon him. Each of them surpassed the third-tier beast kings that had condensed beast cores. Among them, a few seemed eager to move, intent on eliminating this human prodigy once and for all. Lin Yang felt the fierce killing intent from several third-tier beast kings, yet his expression remained utterly calm. For at this moment his trait Rampage Blue had completed its transformation. Not only had its attributes soared, but even the trait's name had changed, becoming a brand new trait, Boiling blood burst purple, you can actively trigger your own blood to boil, at any time unleashing tenfold power for 10 minutes. After the duration ends, you will enter a 30-minute weakened state with strength reduced by half. At this moment, Lin Yang was confident that even so-called third-tier beast kings were not beyond his ability to slay. As Lin Yang's entry upgrade was completed, the extraordinary phenomenon gradually dissipated. The blood-colored star river that had shrouded the entire sky receded like a tide, dissolving into fleeting fireflies and returning to nothingness. Above the void, Lin Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The divine blade beneath his feet faintly gleamed with a cold light, reflecting a trace of amusement in his eyes. He did not rush to leave, instead his gaze lowered, scanning the dark depths of the dense forest with a hint of a smile. He could sense countless eyes lurking there. Though each beast was massive, with fangs gleaming with cold menace, and an aura so ferocious it seemed to solidify the air itself. Yet at this moment none dared to be the first to charge at Lin Yang. They stared fixedly at the figure above the void, a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. What? All turned into turtles hiding in their shells. Lin Yang's voice was calm, yet laced with mockery, echoing clearly through the empty valley. If you're this cowardly, then I'll be on my way. Before his words faded, a violent surge of ferocity tore through the silence of the forest. A roar that stung the eardrums exploded from the deepest part of the woods. A mountain-like beast suddenly shattered the ancient trees, bursting skyward with a shower of wood chips and a foul wind. It was a lion wreathed in blazing crimson flames, its pressure as a third-tier beast king overwhelming the surroundings. Thick blood energy churned around it like a colossal fire cloud that blotted out the sun, surging and crushing toward Lin Yang. A third-tier intermediate beast, the Flame Lion King. Lin Yang's eyes sharpened as he sensed the terrifying aura far surpassing lower-tier beasts, yet a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This was undoubtedly the strongest beast he had encountered so far, but there was no fear in his eyes. Only a blazing battle lust burning even fiercer. In an instant, the Flame Lion King was before him. Its dreadful momentum stirred violent energy currents around it, causing the void itself to tremble and warp. Despicable human, face your doom. A roar like thunder rumbled, filled with killing intent. As a third-tier beast king, it could already speak human tongue. With that, it launched its assault without hesitation. The dense blood energy around it exploded outward, and the blazing fire cloud expanded wildly, rapidly covering the entire sky. In that instant, the thick blood cloud ignited. Terrifying flames burst open like a blood-red mandala blooming across the heavens. The scarlet blood-like fire devoured everything, casting the whole sky in an eerie, scorching glow. In the dense forest, countless martial artists seeking beasts looked up. Through the thick, interlaced branches, they gazed at the sky twisted by blood-colored flames. Their faces were etched with shock and disbelief, pupils contracting sharply in fear. What? What level of beast is that? The wrath of a third-tier beast king was like supreme authority, intimidating all directions. For dozens of miles around, all lower-tier beasts prostrated themselves, trembling, not daring to breathe. The Flame Lion King's eyes blazed with savage red light as it roared again at Lin Yang. The surrounding blood-colored flames began to contract and converge, forming impenetrable walls of fire that closed in on Lin Yang, as if to roast this human prodigy into dried meat. Perfect! Lin Yang's gaze hardened. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, he showed no fear. I'll use you to test the power of my new entry. A hum resonated as he stirred his mind, and the freshly upgraded entry instantly erupted. Boiling blood burst purple. A violent boom thundered within Lin Yang's body. The vast ocean of blood energy inside him suddenly began to seethe. The blood energy within him transformed into an unstoppable wave of heat, instantly surging through his limbs and bones. Boundless might flowed around him like a tide, and a terrifying, world-shattering power converged madly within his body. At this moment, the world before his eyes became crystal clear. The flow of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, the fluctuations of power, even every detail of the surrounding space. All were laid bare to his perception. In this instant, he was no longer a passerby of this realm, but had truly become its sovereign. No, this is impossible. The Flame Lion King's massive beast face was etched with terror and disbelief. It clearly sensed that Lin Yang's aura had surged several times over in the blink of an eye. Such a bizarre and terrifying amplification was something it had never seen in its life. Nothing is impossible. Lin Yang snorted coldly, and an aura of world-dominating power exploded forth. An invisible force swept outward like a tidal wave, and the blood-colored flames converging toward him were forced back and torn apart by this supreme might. No matter how the Flame Lion King channeled its power, the flames could not approach Lin Yang by even half a step. Now it's my turn. A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Yang's eyes as his chilling blade intent was pushed to its limit. The divine blade beneath his feet suddenly rotated in the void as if responding to his call. In an instant it returned to Lin Yang's right hand. "Old friend, let us fight side by side." The war blade hummed softly as if in reply. A smile touched Lin Yang's lips as he gently raised the long blade, its tip pointing at the Flame Lion King ahead. The next moment the entire sky began to shimmer with countless golden stars like a dazzling meteor shower from beyond the heavens. As the golden starlight flowed, everyone finally saw clearly. Those were not meteors but golden long blades. The starry radiance behind Lin Yang materialized into countless golden war blades with endless blade intent converging in the void. Impossible! How can it possess such profound martial truth? The Flame Lion King, feeling the blade intent that had become tangible and filled the entire sky, stared in utter disbelief. As a third-tier beast king, it had encountered human martial arts grandmasters before, but never had it seen anyone with a blade intent so far beyond what should be attainable at this level. A flicker of retreat arose in its eyes, and it inwardly regretted its rash decision to charge out and try to kill this human prodigy first. But now, even if it wanted to flee, it was impossible. The sky, full of golden blade shadows and endless blade intent, had completely locked onto this void. Even a third-tier beast king could not escape unscathed. "I refuse to believe I can't block this." With a furious roar, the Flame Lion King gathered all its blood flame and martial will around itself. It formed an impenetrable flame shield before its body. "Then let's see." 10,000 blades returned to one. Lin Yang shouted coldly, slowly bringing his long blade down. In that instant, the countless blade shadows behind him, like soldiers receiving a general's charge order, shot through the void at incredible speed. Like an endless barrage of Katyusha rockets, they rained down upon the Flame Lion King's body. The Beast King pushed its blood energy and martial will to the extreme. But in the end, it could not withstand the relentless cascade of blade shadows. The golden blades struck the flame shield, sending up sprays of blood-colored energy. The dense blood energy was rapidly depleted. In a short moment, most of it was gone. "No!" With a final unwilling roar, the sky, full of blade shadows, descended upon its body. With flashes of blade light, deep bone-exposing wounds rapidly appeared on its massive frame. The blade intent attached to the wounds began to invade its flesh. The excruciating pain, like being sliced 1,000 times, was unbearable even for a beast king. Its colossal body writhed in the void and agonized roars echoed through the forest. Lin Yang slowly raised his war blade, and the countless blade lights, as if sensing his command, swirled and gathered around him again. In an instant, the blade shadows reformed into a giant golden blade that hung in the void, then followed Lin Yang's motion to strike the Flame Lion King. "Stop right there!" With an angry shout, several figures burst from the depths of the forest, their auras vast, and even more powerful than the Flame Lion King's. They seemed intent on rescuing the Flame Lion King from Lin Yang, but Lin Yang acted as if he hadn't noticed. His long blade struck down with a boom. The giant golden blade in the void followed, slicing straight into the Flame Lion King's body. "You have personally slain a third-tier intermediate beast, the Flame Lion King. You gain 3,500 entry points." With the Flame Lion King's fall, Lin Yang's war blade pointed at the several figures ahead, and an aura of world-dominating power rose from him. "I've slain it. What can you do about it?" Several figures burst forth from the depths of the dense forest, each emanating a terrifying pressure beyond that of a third-rank beast king, causing even the surrounding air to ripple visibly. Before the body of the blazing Lion King could even hit the ground, its fiery mane had been shredded by Lin Yang's biting blade intent, leaving countless grievous wounds that cut deep to the bone across its form. Its golden pupils still held lingering defiance and despair, but in that moment all life faded from them. This sight pierced the hearts of every beast king like a poisoned thorn. The blazing Lion King had been slain before their very eyes by a human, an act that filled these fellow third-rank beast kings with a profound sense of humiliation. And yet the human acted as if he had accomplished some trivial matter. He stood with his hands behind his back in the void, his gaze upon them as indifferent as if they were mere ants, a faint, barely perceptible sneer tugging at the corner of his lips. "Insolent human, how dare you show such contempt for us?" The first to speak was the golden-eyed Eagle King, its vast wings blotting out the sky, its sharp talons gleaming with a cold light, its fury almost palpable. With its roar, the other beast kings also unleashed their formidable pressure, surging waves of violent blood energy rolling over their colossal bodies. Crimson blood vapor rose, dyeing the entire sky a dark red, as if a sea of blood was slowly spreading across the heavens. Roars filled with intense rage exploded one after another, like thunder rolling across the sky, shaking the distant mountains until they trembled. The unique martial wills of the third-rank Beast Kings erupted fully: the Eagle King's sharpness, the Ape King's ferocity, the Tortoise King's heaviness, the Rat King's cunning, the Python King's coldness. Several distinct yet equally powerful wills intertwined, carrying the boundless energy of the Blood Sea, pressing down upon Lin Yang like an avalanche. The pressure was so terrifying that the very void trembled violently, sending out ripples of distorted waves, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Any martial artist of the same rank would have had their spirit shattered, unable to even conceive of resistance. But Lin Yang merely looked at them with a calm expression, his voice icy. "And what do you think you are?" The instant the words fell, an overwhelming true intent of the blade surged from within him. It was not an intangible aura, but had coalesced into a solid golden light. These golden lights converged rapidly above his head in the blink of an eye, forming a golden divine blade dozens of feet long. The blade was inscribed with intricate patterns, and with a slight tremor of its razor-sharp edge, a biting blade wind howled forth as if it could cleave the entire sky in two. This brat's martial true intent has actually condensed to such an inconceivable degree. The fur of the golden-furred Rat King stood on end. In its eyes, usually gleaming with cunning, there was now only intense shock, and its voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. When Lin Yang had slain the blazing Lion King earlier, they had hidden deep in the forest, watching from afar. Though they saw the sharpness of his blade, they had never directly faced the terror of this blade intent. But now the pressure emanating from the golden divine blade seemed to overshadow their combined aura, and even their surging martial wills stalled for a moment under the impact of this blade intent. "Do not panic," an aged, deep voice spoke. It was the mystic armored Tortoise King, whose back bore a mountain-like shell covered in ancient patterns, as if carrying the weight of millennia. "His cultivation is merely at the third-rank martial lord. Even if his martial will is extremely condensed, he cannot fully unleash its true power. We join forces, our blood energy rivals a sea of blood, our martial wills are as solid as mountains. Why should we fear a mere brat?" "Well said." The giant strength Ape King beside him clenched its mountain-sized fist, veins bulging on its arm, its battle-hungry blood causing its entire body to tremble slightly. "He is all alone. With several of us Beast Kings joining forces, even if we just spit, we could drown him." The other Beast Kings nodded, their shaken spirits quickly stabilizing. The martial will that had momentarily stalled surged once more, intertwining with the vast blood energy, making the sea of blood in the sky even denser. Crimson waves rolled, spreading across almost the entire sky, dyeing the half of the heavens, where the Beast Kings stood, a deep blood red. The energy of the blood sea, carrying the momentum to devour everything, rapidly invaded the other half of the sky where Lin Yang stood. Where it passed, the air sizzled and burned, and even the light was swallowed, as if it would drag Lin Yang and the sky behind him into an endless bloody purgatory. But Lin Yang remained unmoved, the golden divine blade above his head trembling slightly, its biting blade intent standing in stark opposition to the blood sea. A cataclysmic clash seemed imminent. The biting blade intent contended with the boundless blood sea. At this moment, Lin Yang, a single individual, sought to withstand the combined assault of several Beast King tier monsters. And he had already succeeded. His blade intent filled the sky like an unyielding great wall of blades, holding back the encroaching boundless blood sea on Lin Yang's side of the heavens. Everyone put in more effort. He must be about to give out. The roars of the Beast Kings echoed across the void, each one giving their all, unleashing an incomparable momentum. Yet the violent blood sea they had gathered could only stalemate with Lin Yang's blade intent unable to advance an inch. "It seems I need to find an opportunity to slay one of the Beast Kings first to dampen their spirit and break their alliance." As Lin Yang manipulated his biting blade intent to shatter the encroaching boundless blood sea, he pondered how he might seize a chance to kill one of the allied Beast Kings. Just as Lin Yang was seeking an opportunity to slay a Beast King and break their momentum, several figures rapidly flew towards him from the sky behind him. "Young friend Lin Yang, do not panic. I am here to aid you." Several shouts rang out across the sky. Even without turning his head, Lin Yang sensed two familiar auras among them. Captain and Old Mo. Why are they here? Sensing the familiar presences, Lin Yang was puzzled for a moment, but quickly snapped back to reality. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity he had been seeking? Indeed, the figures of several human powerhouses streaked across the distant sky with a piercing sound. The attacks of the Beast Kings seemed to falter suddenly. "Everyone, do not panic. As long as we kill this human prodigy, those human martial lords are nothing to fear." It was well known that under normal circumstances a human martial artist of the same rank could hardly defeat a single monster alone. Thus human martial artists hunted monsters in small teams to avoid casualties. This situation improved somewhat at higher cultivation levels, but the gap was never fully bridged. And someone like Lin Yang, who could single-handedly contend with several monsters, was an unprecedented existence in the entire history of Daxia. And that was precisely the real reason these beast kings were willing to go all out to kill him. Sorry, I just remembered I haven't tidied up my new lair. I need to go back. Unfortunately, not every monster was fearless. The golden-furred rat king, its shrewd eyes darting, immediately thought of retreat. That human prodigy is hard to handle even with all of us. If we don't leave now, are we waiting to die here? The golden-furred rat sovereign was exceptionally intelligent. After its brief confrontation with Lin Yang, it had already grasped, clearly and irrevocably, that Lin Yang was undoubtedly the most prodigious genius among human martial cultivators. He had single-handedly withstood the combined assault of no fewer than 8 third-rank beast sovereigns, a feat the rat sovereign, having lived for centuries across an endless expanse of time, had never once witnessed. Now humanity had rallied additional reinforcements. Defeat for the beasts was merely a matter of time. Worse still, if fortune turned unkind and that peerless human genius fixed his gaze upon them, they would surely suffer the same fate as the recently slain flame-mane lion sovereign. Better then to withdraw swiftly, before those human martial cultivators arrived. In an instant the golden-furred rat sovereign made its decision, heedless of the other beast sovereign's will, and retracted both its martial intent and surging blood energy, preparing to flee without hesitation. Damn it! The cowardly rat! We must hold firm. Victory is still ours. As the rat sovereign withdrew its aura, the other beast sovereigns instantly felt crushing pressure redouble. The boundless river of blood, once barely holding its ground against Lin Yang, now rapidly dissolved beneath his fierce, incisive sword intent. At that very moment, a flash of sharp light flared in Lin Yang's eyes as he locked his gaze upon the retreating golden-furred rat sovereign, his mind whispering a perfect opportunity. In the next breath, the golden divine blade coalescing above his head descended with thunderous force, directly toward the rat sovereign. Why had Lin Yang chosen the fleeing rat sovereign? Because as it retracted its martial intent and blood energy, the previously impenetrable river of blood had revealed for just an instant a single fragile seam. Lin Yang could not, let such an opening slip away. His amassed, overwhelming sword intent surged forth, unreserved and precise, striking directly at that vulnerability. The golden divine blade cleaved across the void, erupting in a blinding solar radiance, brilliant as the sun itself. Where it passed, the endless river of blood recoiled as though scorched by searing sunlight, hissing violently as dense crimson energy evaporated into nothingness, effortlessly erased. No! The golden-furred rat sovereign had never imagined that despite its keen intellect and swift decision to flee, it would be the very first target of Lin Yang's wrath. Feeling its body utterly locked down by that overwhelming sword intent, so absolute that even the slightest movement became impossible, it finally understood in visceral terror what the flame-mane lion sovereign had endured. Fear, helplessness, fury, all flooded its sole remaining mobile feature, its eyes. But in the next heartbeat, as the golden blade fell, even that last flicker of consciousness vanished forever. The golden divine blade struck true, ending the life of a third-rank high-tier beast sovereign, the golden-furred rat sovereign. You have personally slain a third-rank high-tier monstrous beast, the golden-furred rat sovereign, and earned 5800 trait points. Lin Yang's decisive strike did more than claim a life. It split the vast sky-spanning river of blood cleanly down its center. Sunlight pierced through the newly formed rift, spilling across the earth like dawn breaking through storm clouds. Golden, pure, and triumphant. Shall we continue fighting? In that moment, even united in force, they had watched one of their own, another beast sovereign, fall in a single stroke. Shock rippled through them, and the last embers of their resolve began to fade. Fight! Flee now! If those human martial venerables arrive, none of us will escape. With those words, the golden-eyed eagle sovereign withdrew its aura without hesitation, spread its colossal wings, and launched itself into the sky, its speed so breathtaking that the others could only watch it vanish into the distance. Sigh, let us run. Pray we do not draw the attention of that human genius. An aged, weary voice echoed from the sky as the Xuanjia tortoise sovereign, a mountainous figure, rushed away with surprising swiftness. Seeing this, the remaining beast sovereigns likewise retracted their martial intent and blood energy, then burst forward at top speed, fleeing in every direction. Moments later, several human figures arrived beside Lin Yang, the foremost among them being his most familiar superior, the captain. Yet they did not pause. Only the captain, as he passed Lin Yang, said firmly, "We'll engage the beast sovereigns. Restore your blood energy quickly, then join us to finish them." Instantly, the 10 figures dispersed into 3 coordinated groups. The captain and Elder Mo each led 2 others, while the remaining 4 advanced together, pursuing the 3 fleeing beast sovereigns. Oh, such fortune indeed! Hearing the captain's words, Lin Yang, who had assumed his chance to slay more beast sovereigns had passed, felt his eyes gleam with sudden intensity. He sank his awareness inward, checking the remaining duration of the trait boiling blood surge violet. Nearly 6 minutes remained. Without further hesitation, his resolve solidified. True Lin Yang had stood alone against 8 beast sovereigns, and emerged victorious, even slaying one outright. Yet the cost had been steep. His internal blood energy was now severely depleted, leaving him unable to sustain another battle of such magnitude. Just as Lin Yang reached for his storage token, intending to retrieve prepared recovery pills, a sudden insight flashed within his mind. Without pause, he shot downward toward the ground. How could pills ever rival the vitality of a beast sovereign's body? Indeed, his target was none other than the 2 lifeless corpses of beast sovereigns that had crashed to Earth after his earlier strike, the flame-mane lion sovereign and the golden-furred rat sovereign. Within moments, Lin Yang stood before the flame-mane lion sovereign's corpse, and without hesitation activated his cultivation art to absorb its blood-slaying chi. A low hum resonated. Then, under the amplification of his trait, his cultivation art surged with unprecedented power, as if a miniature black hole had spontaneously formed within his dantian. Every trace of blood-slaying chi within the lion's corpse was instantly extracted, compressed, drawn forth and channeled as shimmering crimson threads converging upon his dantian. So fast, in less than a few breaths, Lin Yang had fully absorbed all blood-slaying chi from a 3rd-rank beast sovereign's corpse. Not only did his previously exhausted blood energy surge back to full vitality, but the progress bar of his nascent Shenyang body leapt forward, dramatically increasing nearly 5% in an instant. No time to waste, on to the next. Without pause, Lin Yang shot toward the fallen corpse of the golden-furred rat sovereign. Meanwhile, high above, the human martial venerables, divided into 3 pursuit teams, chased the fleeing beast sovereigns across the heavens. Cursed humans! Why hound me so relentlessly? A hoary voice reverberated through the void from a mountainous ancient form, the Xuanjia tortoise sovereign. Behind it, Elder Mo led 2 other human martial venerables in hot pursuit, their speed astonishing, rapidly closing the gap. Why chase you? Because you're the slowest. Elder Mo's expression remained relaxed, even playful, as he mocked the colossal lumbering silhouette ahead. I'd run faster. If only I weren't a tortoise. Once it had silently rejoiced in its turtle lineage, priding itself on its extraordinary longevity, which over eons had ultimately elevated it to beast sovereign status. Now, however, it cursed that very heritage. Why must its kind be inherently slower than all other monstrous beasts? Why had those accursed humans so instantly singled it out? No, I cannot outrun them forever. Its immense lifespan had granted it transcendent wisdom. It knew flight alone offered no salvation, and so with sudden resolve it halted, turned its massive frame and braced to fight, to seize even a sliver of survival. But the moment it stopped and pivoted, its colossal body still twisting, it saw beyond the 3 pursuers. It expected a 4th figure, familiar, radiant, and streaking across the distant horizon at terrifying speed. Damn it! How could that human genius recover so swiftly? A look of utter weariness crossed the ancient face of the Xuanjia tortoise sovereign. Indeed, that silhouette streaking across the sky at breathtaking speed was Lin Yang, who had just finished completely refining the 2 beast king corpses. By now, the chi and blood he had spent in the fierce struggle had been fully replenished, coursing through every limb and bone, surging so violently it seemed ready to burst forth. Moreover, as the pure murderous chi refined from the beast kings flowed into his sinews, bones, and flesh, the progress of his Shenyang body abruptly and forcibly surged by nearly 10%. His already formidable flesh grew even more resilient. With chi and blood roaring through him, the latent power could erupt in an instant, far surpassing his previous peak. This kid. His recovery is terrifyingly fast. The Xuanjia Turtle King's beast pupils churned with utter astonishment, fixed on the suddenly appearing Lin Yang. Even Mo Lao and the other 2 human Wuzong powerhouses felt their pupils' contract, faces filled with disbelief. They had long transcended ordinary warriors. Common cayenne blood pills were little more than a drop in the ocean to a Wuzong. Even the cayenne blood pills reserved for same-rank Wuzong would require several swallowed in succession to restore most of expended energy, and each pill took minutes at best to refine. They had originally prepared to fight to the death, intending to exhaust themselves to stall this slow yet impervious Xuanjia Turtle King, quietly waiting for Lin Yang's chi and blood to fully recover before jointly executing the kill. But they never imagined that, before they even had the chance to truly engage, the Turtle King Lin Yang had already cleaved through the air and arrived. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Yang swept like a startled swan across the sky, his afterimage barely fading. In the blink of an eye, he landed steadily beside Mo Lao and the 2 others, his aura calm and without a hint of weariness. Lin Yang, young friend, has your chi and blood truly fully recovered. Mo Lao could not contain his doubt and confirmed in a low voice as he looked at the robust figure before him. You need not force yourself. The three of us together, though we may not be able to slay the Xuanjia Turtle King alone, are more than capable of holding it off for some time. The two unfamiliar Wuzong behind Mo Lao hastened to speak. They had assumed Lin Yang feared the Turtle King would escape and had rushed to assist before his chi and blood had fully restored. Lin Yang smiled faintly and replied with certainty. Rest assured, Mo Lao, my chi and blood are completely replenished. There is no need to delay. Swift and decisive. Captain and the others are ahead waiting for our support. As his words fell, he turned to the Xuanjia Turtle King. The gentle light in his eyes instantly chilled into ice, and a bone-piercing killing intent burst forth without concealment. If that is so, then today let us stand shoulder to shoulder and slay this abomination here. Seeing Lin Yang's clear, unforced gaze, Mo Lao immediately cast aside his hesitation. A grim killing intent surged across his aged face, and his aura rose precipitously. Lin Yang, young friend, wait a moment. We will advance first to probe. When this old turtle shows a flaw, you strike at once with thunderous force to finish it off. Even the battle-hardened Mo Lao wore a heavier expression at the prospect of facing a beast king-level foe. He had clashed with the Xuanjia Turtle King many times and knew its nature well. Its shell was extraordinarily hard. Even his full-strength strike found it difficult to break through. Yet with Lin Yang's aid, Mo Lao at last felt hope to slay this formidable enemy ignite. With that thought, he discarded all restraint, and the vast crushing Wuzong aura erupted from his seemingly aged body. At the same time, the other two Wuzong also pushed their cultivation. Though their auras were slightly inferior to Mo Lao's, they were nonetheless genuine Wuzong pressure, and the three auras instantly wove together in midair. The void around them trembled and warped under that oppressive momentum, the air growing dense and viscous. In the next instant, three martial Dao intents unique to Wuzong shot upward from their bodies. A simple, archaic golden cauldron phantom slowly materialized above Mo Lao's head, its body inscribed with blurred ancient seal script, and exuding an unmatched ponderous pressure. Because the phantom was not fully solidified, the script appeared hazy. The other two Wuzong's martial Dao intents proved to be of the same source. Two silver spears gleamed brilliantly, shafts straight, as peaked silver dragons coiling along their length, spear tips flashing coldly with an edge that seemed capable of piercing heaven and earth. At full force, the three attacks unleashed, and the instant their martial Dao intents fully condensed, they carried world-shattering momentum, hurtling directly at the Xuanjia Turtle King. Sensing the trio's fierce aura and lethal offensive, the Xuanjia Turtle King ceased concealing itself. A thick, blood-like berserk chi erupted from its body, enveloping its massive form. Then the Beast King's domineering martial will exploded forth and intertwined with the blood ki, coalescing into a layer of primeval luminous shield on its exterior, perfectly mirroring its shell. Rune-like hieroglyphs flowed along its patterns, exuding an indomitable defensive aura. As that blood ki shell fused seamlessly with the Turtle King's body, the three men's assault thundered down upon it. Yet the Turtle King remained unmoved, showing no intention to dodge. In its bean-sized pupils there flickered a trace of scorn and disdain. In the next moment, Mo Lao's golden cauldron phantom bore down first, its weight like a mountain crushing down as it smashed onto the Turtle King's back. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, of visible shockwaves radiated from the impact in all directions, tossing the surrounding atmosphere into violent turmoil. Yet, astonishingly, the blood ki shell merely caused its patterns to shimmer and easily absorbed the cauldron's blow. The Xuanjia Turtle King actually shook the cauldron phantom free. Only some granular chips fell from its true shell, not a single crack appearing. Mo Lao's gaze remained calm, unsurprised. He evidently had expected this. He flipped his wrist, regaining control of the scattered cauldron, reconcentrated its ponderous weight, and slammed it toward the Turtle King once more. At the same time, the two silver spear phantoms streaked like bolts of silver lightning, plunging toward the Turtle King's head and vital points. The three ferocious assaults struck almost simultaneously. The Turtle King, apparently wary of head attacks, retracted its massive head into its heavy shell without hesitation. Clang! Clang! Two sharp metallic clashes rang across the sky as the spear tips struck the blood ki shell, scattering brilliant sparks yet failing to pierce its defense. Lin Yang, young friend, remember this: the Xuanjia Turtle King's defense surpasses its peers. Its weak points are only two: one is the exposed head, the other the junctions between the shell plates on its belly. You must find the precise moment and strike its weak point to deliver a fatal blow. The three immediately flashed forward, moving to the fore, and pouring their martial Dao intent into the fray, intent on engaging the Turtle King in close quarters to create the opportunity for Lin Yang's finishing strike. There is no need for such trouble, Mo Lao. Please step back, Lin Yang said calmly, declining their offer. Before Mo Lao could object, an overwhelming and cutting blade intent erupted explosively from Lin Yang, shooting straight into the heavens. In an instant, the sky churned and darkened, the colors of the world seemingly dulled. An edge so acute swept the scene like a cold gale. A dazzling golden radiance burst from Lin Yang and pierced the clouds. The tangible golden light above him condensed at great speed, and in a flash formed a magnificent gilded phantom of a divine blade. The terrifying blade intent spread outward. Even standing several paces away, the three could feel that bone-chilling edge like an icy wind that pierced to the marrow and chilled the spirit. This, Lin Yang's martial Tao intent, has solidified so completely into substance. Mo Lao's aged face was filled with astonishment. Indeed, such a martial Tao intent condensed into substance. Perhaps even a Wuwang realm practitioner could scarcely attain such a level. The other two wore expressions even more shaken than Mo Lao's. Their voices trembled slightly as they spoke. Lin Yang paid them no mind. When his aura reached its zenith, he brought the blade down with a thunderous strike upon the Xuanjia Turtle King. Such an aura and true intent of martial arts, even a martial king realm powerhouse if present would likely need to evade its edge. As the golden divine blade crashed down from above Lin Yang's head, the entire sky seemed to freeze in an instant. Old Mo and the others could even discern the intricate details of the divine blade, cleaving through the air, splitting the entire firmament in two. In their hearts, they felt that even the once unattainable martial king realm powerhouse faced with such overwhelming force would have to dodge its might. Yet the profound armored Turtle King, trapped at the epicenter of the violent assault, could scarcely muster any other emotion. Its wrinkled, aged face was etched with the utmost terror of impending death. No, I still have endless years ahead. I can evolve into an even mightier beast. I cannot die so easily here. I have a far brighter future. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. The profound armored Turtle King possessed a lifespan far exceeding other beasts, yet now it was about to be utterly ended by Lin Yang. It was fiercely unwilling to perish thus. So, under the shadow of death, the profound armored Turtle King did not hesitate to drain its own beast core, unleashing its most potent power. The carapace, shimmering with mysterious pictographic runes, erupted with brilliant radiance, enveloping its shell in flowing spiritual light, as if forged into indestructible solidity. Yet no matter its efforts, all were effortlessly annihilated before Lin Yang's blade intent now materialized into reality. The colossal golden divine blade parted the heavens, striking the halo-shrouded carapace. The shell, once so firm that even old Mo's martial intent rebounded upon contact, was now sliced through like paper severed cleanly from the middle. Regardless of how desperately the profound armored Turtle King unleashed its martial will, it could not halt Lin Yang's descending blade intent. With a sharp sound, the hard carapace shattered, completely revealing the Turtle King's cowering flesh. Compared to its immensely tough outer shell, its physical body was far more fragile. Lin Yang, barely exerting force, effortlessly cleaved through its flesh. If only I hadn't shown off back then. As consciousness slowly faded, the profound armored Turtle King regretted its earlier bravado in joining the siege against Lin Yang. Alas, regret could not alter its slain fate. You have personally slain a third-tier high-level beast king, the profound armored Turtle King, earning 5800 trait points. Truly, slain. And with just one strike. Old Mo and the other two stared in disbelief at the mighty third-tier high-level beast king, felled by Lin Yang's single blow. But it all unfolded before their eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Yang paid no heed to their astonishment. With a flicker of movement, he arrived before the freshly slain profound armored Turtle King. Then he activated his cultivation art, absorbing all the blood fiend energy within the corpse. Drawing his saber with a flash of steel, he retrieved a blood-red beast core from the remains and pocketed it. Is that the blood fiend profound Yang art? To think he has cultivated it to such a terrifying degree. Surely surpassing great mastery. No wonder his chi and blood recover so swiftly. Old Mo, watching Lin Yang's movements, could not help but widen his eyes. Though the blood fiend profound Yang art is accessible to all, its cultivation progresses at a snail's pace, especially without the aid of beast blood fiend energy. Judging by Lin Yang's current state, his cultivation art has likely already reached great mastery. It is unimaginable how many beasts he must have slain to attain such a level. No, relying solely on slaying beasts could not yield such speed. Could Lin Yang truly possess such heaven-defying martial talent? Old Mo's heart brimmed with shock. Previously, he had only heard rumors of Lin Yang's extraordinary talent. Now he witnessed it firsthand. The impact of hearsay pales before direct observation. Old Mo, let us go aid the others. As they stood stunned, Lin Yang had already finished scavenging the battlefield and spoke to them. Very well. The others nodded, seemingly still reeling from their shock. Then they changed direction and sped off to assist the rest. In the void dozens of miles away, four figures besieged a lizard-like beast. Its colossal body was clad in scales gleaming with dark metallic luster, appearing immensely tough. Despite being surrounded by 4 martial ancestor cultivators, it showed no sign of weakness. Their attacks merely sparked violently against its scales, leaving only faint white marks. But the beast with a sudden turn and tail whip cracked the air with a sharp sound, sending one martial ancestor flying hundreds of meters. His chi and blood churned from the impact, sustaining minor injuries. Everyone beware. Dodge its attacks. We need only hold it off until reinforcements arrive. A leader-like figure among them shouted, warning the others. Yet before they could alter their strategy, one martial ancestor pointed behind the leader with astonishment, as if beholding something utterly incredible. Old Wang, what are you? The leader-like figure was about to reprimand his comrade for losing focus in battle. Holy crap, everyone scatter. But instinctively glancing in the direction his companion pointed, his expression froze. Then he snapped back to reality and bellowed at the others. Without a moment's hesitation, the others retreated at top speed, distancing themselves from the Earth Dragon Lizard King. No sooner had they scattered than the Earth Dragon Lizard King, puzzled why the humans had stopped fighting, felt a powerful martial intent lock onto it. My life is over. The familiar martial intent sent chills down the Earth Dragon Lizard King's spine. The aura of death had fully enveloped it. From the distant horizon, a colossal golden blade traversed the void. Where it passed, the biting blade intent seemed to slice the entire firmament apart. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the Earth Dragon Lizard King. The terrifying golden divine blade with irresistible force effortlessly slew it without any resistance. Then the golden blade slowly dissipated, revealing a figure. Not tall, but radiating immense power. You have personally slain a third-tier high-level beast. The Earth Dragon Lizard King, earning 5200 trait points. Having traversed dozens of miles, he felled a Beast King with a single strike. After absorbing the Earth Dragon Lizard King's blood fiend energy and collecting its valuable materials and beast core, Lin Yang, without a word, sped off in another direction. Not long after, 3 figures arrived belatedly. Gazing at the several figures in the void, who seemed yet to recover from their shock, one asked calmly, "Is it over? Where is Lin Yang?" "Just one strike." The others exchanged glances at a loss to express their inner shock. Then they pointed in the direction Lin Yang had gone, but his figure was already beyond sight. "Let's go too. If we're late, we'll miss the show." Old Mo stroked his beard, seemingly eager to see the captain's stunned expression, just like these men. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had again traversed dozens of miles, arriving at the captain's battlefield. This time the battle between humans and beasts seemed evenly matched. An ape beast king wielding a giant staff was locked in fierce combat with the captain and 2 martial ancestors. However, the 2 martial ancestors were clearly lacking. The stalemate was sustained solely by the captain's formidable strength. To Lin Yang's great surprise, the captain used no weapon. His released martial intent was the overbearing fist intent. Heaven-shattering, demon-subduing fist. The captain roared, unleashing a vast martial fist intent that coalesced into a colossal golden fist shadow before him. Then, with a ferocious punch carrying the force to rend heaven and earth, he smashed toward the ape beast king with unrivaled dominance. The beast king, undaunted, wielded its giant staff, longer than its own height, and with the momentum of splitting Mount Hua slammed it down against the captain's fist intent. A thunderous explosion erupted. A visible shockwave radiated outward, yet a resplendent golden light streaked through the violent shockwave from the distant horizon. What is that? A piercing golden light sliced through the sky, enveloping the true essence of martial arts that made heaven and earth tremble, rushing down like a comet. Such a powerful martial arts essence, even stronger than that of the captain by several times. The pupils of the 2 human martial lords shrank sharply, seemingly forgetting to breathe, their faces marked with undeniable shock. The intent of the blade was overwhelming and radiated sharpness, as if it was about to sever everything in the world, even tearing the air into a sharp howl. This speed. Is it Lin Yang? I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. On the other side, the captain, who had just clashed with the giant strength Monkey King, barely steadying himself, rarely displayed a hint of surprise in his usually calm gaze. The protective true chi on his body still rippled slightly as the residual force from the collision with the Monkey King had yet to dissipate, and the blood within his chest continued to surge. You must know it has only been a few minutes since they split up to intercept the Beast King. The captain had originally prepared for a death struggle lasting several dozen minutes, expecting a prolonged battle before reinforcements would arrive. However, the appearance of this golden blade shadow shattered all his expectations. In the moment of his swirling thoughts, that figure enveloped in endless blade intent had descended onto the battlefield as if teleporting. The golden blade light grew increasingly intense, solidifying into a tangible blade shadow that spanned the horizon, as if it intended to cleave the entire sky in two. The blade wind was piercing and bone-chilling, even the outlines of distant mountains slightly distorted under this overwhelming pressure. Lin Yang's figure was hidden within the blade shadow, the blade intent swirling around him was unmatched, and carried an indomitable decisiveness crashing down towards the giant strength Monkey King, wielding a pitch-black giant staff. Good timing. The giant strength Monkey King's fur stood on end, the sharp blade intent having firmly locked onto it. Even its pores sensed the deadly chill. Yet it neither showed fear nor attempted to flee like other beast kings, nor did it harbor any thoughts of retreat due to the vast disparity in strength. On the contrary, a battle intent more violent than when it clashed with the captain erupted from its towering body. It knew full well that the solidified blade intent had already exceeded what it could contend with at this moment. Yet the pride of being a beast king along with the combat instinct ingrained in its bloodline compelled it to refuse retreat, let alone wait to die. Roar. A roar that shook the universe erupted from the Monkey King's mouth. All the blood energy within it surged wildly, and its martial will was pushed to the limit, forming a golden monkey phantom that mirrored its own figure. The phantom bared its fangs, its eyes fierce, as if an ancient colossal beast had awakened, elevating the Monkey King's momentum even further. The pitch-black giant staff flowed with rich blood essence, buzzing, as if responding to its master's surging battle intent. The Monkey King stepped through the void, each step causing the air to emit a dull explosion, its eyes burning with fierce battle fire, not retreating at all, but rather charging headlong towards that dazzling blade light. Even if it meant certain death, it would fight until the last moment. Oh! Lin Yang, hidden within the blade shadow, raised his brow slightly, a hint of astonishment flashing through his mind. He had seen countless exotic beasts, some ferocious, some cunning, but rarely encountered one so determined to face death despite knowing it was outmatched. Yet that was all there was to it. A bit of courage, but it must die. The so-called courage of the exotic beast was merely the ferocity of its bloodline acting up. True courage is when humans, aware of their insignificance, still willingly wield their swords against powerful exotic beasts to protect their homes, fiercely unafraid of death. Courage is the song of humanity. Yet the Monkey King's willingness to confront the chilling blade intent caused Lin Yang to retract some of his disdain. Perhaps taking this fight seriously is the best respect for this courage. At this moment the world suddenly fell into silence. The howling wind seemed to suddenly stop, the drifting clouds appeared to freeze, and even the air seemed to solidify into substance. In the void, two figures were rushing towards each other at an almost undetectable speed. The giant strength Monkey King was surrounded by a brilliant aura of martial will pushed to the limit like a circle of stars encircling it. The giant staff in its hand was wielded with such ferocity that it formed an impenetrable web, the overwhelming might of the staff continuously brewing and rising, churning the clouds above into a tempest, the silvery air currents like clusters of clouds surrounding its massive body charging forward. And Lin Yang at this moment had completely merged with that golden blade shadow. His aura, his will, and his divine soul had all transformed into this golden blade. A divine blade capable of cleaving mountains, shaking the earth, tearing apart the sky. Wherever the blade shadow passed, space rippled slightly, as if even the laws of heaven and earth trembled before this ultimate blade intent. Finally, the two figures collided with a thunderous sound in the void. However, the catastrophic uproar expected did not come to pass. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on the pause button at that moment. Extreme motion transformed into extreme stillness like an invisible giant net, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the distance, the two martial lords held their breath, seemingly unable to blink. They could only watch as that brilliant golden blade shadow and the giant strength Monkey King, enveloped in starlit brilliance, froze in midair less than a foot apart. Time seemed to have been stripped of its flowing trajectory. Even the light became stagnant at this moment. The golden blade light and the silvery air currents around the Monkey King reflected each other, yet there was no sign of energy leakage. In the next second, the blade and the staff finally made contact in absolute silence. At this instant, there was no earth-shattering roar, no sweeping wave of energy, not even a spark. The golden blade shadow flowed like water across the pitch-black giant staff, which had condensed the Monkey King's entire life force and martial will, snapping silently like rotten wood. It did not shatter, but rather followed the blade mark, being divided into two segments with an almost perfect arc. The fracture was smooth as a mirror. Even the blood essence flowing over it was instantly frozen and dissipated under the crushing blade intent. The golden monkey phantom surrounding the Monkey King began to rapidly melt as the blade shadow touched the staff. The phantom's fierce eyes froze at the last moment. Its bared fangs had yet to roar before it transformed into specks of golden light, being swept away by the blade intent and dissipating into the void. The silvery air currents swirling around the Monkey King also lost all vitality in that same instant, slowly falling like a kite with a severed string, transforming into countless shimmering specks drifting in the wind. Lin Yang's blade intent showed no signs of leakage. All his power was concentrated on the blade's edge, precise to the utmost. It was a sharpness and dominance capable of extinguishing everything. The fierce battle fire in the Monkey King's eyes extinguished the moment the blade shadow swept across its neck. Dying at the hands of such a strong being, I have no regrets. Its massive body froze in midair, still holding the posture of a charge, with a resolute defiance on its face, yet the light in its eyes rapidly dimmed at a visible rate. But the Beast Emperor will ultimately flatten this border city and take revenge for us. As the last words left its mouth, the light in the Monkey King's eyes completely vanished. Only at this moment did the entire world seem to regain its former vitality. The giant body of the Monkey King maintained its charging posture, lingering midair for 3 breaths before slowly crashing down like a puppet with a severed string. With a faint buzzing sound, the golden blade shadow slowly retracted and Lin Yang's figure emerged from the blade light. He stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes flowing without wind. The blade intent around him had dissipated, as if the strike that cleaved the sky and killed the Beast King was merely a casual act. He glanced down at the direction where the Monkey King had vanished, his eyes showing no ripples whatsoever. Only a fresh piece of information in his mind announced that he had once again slain a Beast King-level exotic beast. You personally slayed the 3rd-tier advanced exotic beast, Giant Strength Monkey King, earning 5,600 entry points. As the golden blade intent dissipated into the void, the 2 martial ancestors seemed to regain their senses, their faces etched with even deeper shock. Having lived for decades, they had witnessed countless earth-shattering battles and fought against aberrant beasts innumerable times. They understood well the might of a Tier 3 Beast King. Yet never had they seen such a domineering execution. With a single slash, without grand fanfare or fierce collision, relying solely on an intensely condensed blade, intent it utterly slew a formidable Beast King. This perhaps was a feat only achievable by the personal presence of a Martial King realm expert. No, even a Martial King might not be able to slay a Beast King with such effortless ease. The captain's eyes could barely conceal his astonishment. He slowly withdrew his protective true energy, stepped to Lin Yang's side, and gazed at him with burning intensity, as if beholding a celestial banished to the mortal world. His voice carried a trace of reverence reserved for a formidable expert. Lin Yang, I never imagined that in less than 2 months your strength has already surpassed mine. The captain prided himself on his vast experience, yet what he witnessed now felt so incredible it seemed like a dream. Racking his brain, he could not fathom what cultivation method allowed Lin Yang to catch up to his decades of martial arts training in just 2 months. Especially the sharp blade intent Lin Yang had just revealed. It was undoubtedly a materialized true essence of the blade, a terrifying existence that even martial kings struggled to master. He had never felt such a solid martial true essence even on his own father. Captain, there's no need for that. My current strength all comes from the effect of a newly evolved trait. Facing the captain, Lin Yang did not show excessive pride, as he deeply respected this man who had guarded the border town for over a decade, and had long reached the high echelons of the martial ancestor realm. If Lin Yang did not activate the boiling blood burst purple trait effect, his strength would still lag considerably behind the captain's. Even with the trait activated, his current martial realm barely matched the captain's. The true reason he could slay a Beast King as easily as a dog, unleashing strength rivaling a Martial King, stemmed from his own inherently powerful blade true essence. Martial true essence is the stepping stone to breaking into the martial ancestor realm. If one cannot master a martial true essence, even if their Bodis blood and chi reach the limit of the martial master realm, they will wander at the peak of martial master for their entire life, unable to break through to the martial ancestor realm. Mastering martial true essence means one foot is already in the martial ancestor realm. However, comprehending it is not the end of worries. Cultivating martial true essence is far more arduous than training in martial realms. Especially for ordinary martial ancestors like them, without heaven rewards diligence, the progress of martial true essence is maddeningly slow. But Lin Yang had no such worries. With heaven rewards diligence gold, his martial true essence was constantly being refined every moment. Though his realm was still at the martial master stage, his mastery of martial true essence had already surpassed many veteran martial ancestor experts. Now, with the tenfold boost from the boiling blood burst purple trait, his blade true essence materialized, even surpassing the refinement level of martial kings for martial true essence. Wait a moment. Once the duration passes, not only will my strength revert, but it'll also fall into a long period of weakness. Then I hope you'll give me special care, Captain. Lin Yang smiled freely, even joking with the captain. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone or any beast harm you unless they step over my dead body. Though Lin Yang was joking, the captain assured him with a grave expression. Of course, even without Lin Yang saying so, the captain would have done the same. Then a realization dawned on the captain. So it's the effect of a trait evolution. He clearly did not doubt Lin Yang's explanation. In fact, he had suspected it earlier. After all, they had come because the trait evolution had triggered an anomaly, a blood-red river of stars cascading from the sky. They had come to prevent human prodigies from being ambushed by aberrant beasts. Only upon arriving nearby did they shockingly discover that the human prodigy who triggered the trait evolution was Lin Yang. At the same time, several human martial ancestor figures rushed over from afar. It was old Mo and the others arriving belatedly. Indeed, it's already over. Looking at the clearly finished battle scene, old Mo and the others seemed regretful for not witnessing Lin Yang slaying the beasts. Old Mo, your side. The captain still did not know that Lin Yang had first helped old Mo and the others kill a beast king before coming here. After all, Lin Yang's sprint was so fast that he had slain 3 beast kings in less than 5 minutes. Didn't Lin Yang tell you he helped you after dealing with the other beast kings? Old Mo approached them, his aged face full of smiles. What? Hearing old Mo's words, the captain's gaze at Lin Yang revealed another layer of shock. Then, recalling Lin Yang's single-kill of the giant strength ape king, he seemed to quickly accept this stunning news. So, that's it. Haha, little Gua, don't always keep that sour face. It's good to have such rich expressions. Seeming finally satisfied to see the captain's shocked expression, old Mo stroked his beard and laughed heartily. As for the other human martial ancestors around, they still seemed too afraid of the captain's authority to laugh freely like old Mo. Ahem, old Mo, I have to maintain the captain's dignity. At this moment, the captain seemed like a different person, his face no longer frozen in solemnity, and he gave an embarrassed cough. Lin Yang then recalled that the captain was not much older than Captain Qin, both being around their 30s, less than 40 vigorous adults. To old Mo, they were probably just a bunch of kids. Alright, with Lin Yang's help we have reaped quite a bounty, slaying several Beast King level aberrants. Soon old Mo wiped the smile off his face, his tone turning serious. But next we may face even more severe trials. Indeed, with the Beast Kings slain, the deep forest beasts have no one to suppress them. Chaos will inevitably erupt, and it may trigger a beast tide prematurely. The captain's expression also turned grave, picking up old Mo's words. All personnel, listen up. Immediately head into the jungle to support human warriors hunting aberrant beasts. Not just our city guard members, but all human warriors. The captain issued orders with a stern expression. The vast aberrant beast forest naturally contained not only city guard squads hunting beasts. There were also many other human warrior squads like mercenaries hunting beasts for money to buy cultivation resources for their own training. Yes, nearly 10 human martial ancestor experts unhesitatingly accepted the captain's command, turning into streaks of light, rapidly dispersing to explore the depths of the forest. Their goal was not to slay beasts but to rescue human warrior squads that might be attacked by rampaging aberrant beasts. Everyone listen. I am Gua Jingyue, captain of the Daxia Western City Defense Force. Aberrant beasts are about to riot, possibly triggering a beast tide. All humans who hear this drop everything immediately and return to town. Repeat, return to town immediately. The captain condensed powerful martial energy, his voice seeming to shake the heavens, the sound waves visibly spreading rapidly outward. I hope they can make it back to town in time, the captain thought to himself. Then he turned to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, let's go. Old Mo and I will escort you back to town first. Rescuing other warrior squads was important, but at this moment Lin Yang's value clearly outweighed everything else. I believe it's unnecessary. I can return to the town on my own. And Lin Yang glanced at the remaining duration of his current state. Nearly 2 minutes remained. More than enough time to fly back to the town, so he declined the captain's offer. Lin Yang, are you certain you don't require our escort? And the captain's expression was grave. In his eyes, Lin Yang's safety outweighed all else. Master Mo, captain. Rest assured I never act without certainty. And moreover, you're well aware of my speed. If you accompanied me, I'd be forced to deliberately slow down. An inefficient and counterproductive arrangement. His words carried a faint edge of bluntness. Yet they reflected an undeniable truth. And both the captain and Master Mo fell into silent contemplation, weighing Lin Yang's reasoning carefully. Well then, if we delay any longer, my time truly will run out. I'll head back now. Please proceed to reinforce the other martial cultivators. And seeing their hesitation, Lin Yang wasted no further moment. As his sword intent surged, the long blade at his waist unsheathed itself and hovered beneath his feet. The next instant, before the captain or Master Mo could intervene. He transformed into a streak of light riding the blade toward the town. That young man? And Master Mo chuckled wryly, then chose not to pursue him, though truth be told he couldn't have caught up even if he tried. At this speed only a martial king level expert could possibly overtake Lin Yang. And let us hasten to aid the others. Every second counts. A single second sooner may save another human cultivator. They watched as Lin Yang's figure dwindled rapidly beyond the horizon, until it vanished entirely from sight, and finally accepted the inevitability of his departure. And without further hesitation they turned and sped toward nearby locations where martial cultivators might be under siege by rampaging beasts. Indeed, the captain's concern was far from unfounded, and even as Lin Yang soared across the void, he already sensed countless beasts seething with feral rage below. Beneath him, the dense forest erupted repeatedly in massive upheavals, and entire herds of frenzied beasts thundered outward like legions of cavalry galloping wildly toward the periphery. The entire beast forest had descended into chaos. Not a single enraged beast could ignite a chain reaction, spreading madness like wildfire among its kin. Gradually, an even greater cataclysm brewed in silence, and perhaps before long it would swell into a full-blown tide of rampaging beasts. Lin Yang streaked above the maelstrom of tangled woods, occasionally unleashing dazzling golden sword shadows that cleaved downward into the frenzied beasts below. Even while retreating, he continued harvesting beast heads. And during this time, he encountered several martial cultivator squads besieged by rampaging beasts. He did not stand idly by. After all, they were fellow human cultivators. To lend aid required but a single golden sword intent delivered from afar. Effortless, unobtrusive, and swift. Thus, as Lin Yang shot across the forest canopy at blinding speed, multiple cultivator squads, who had been locked in desperate, grueling combat against frenzied beasts, were suddenly struck by a golden sword shadow erupting from the void, slicing cleanly into the beast looming before them. In that instant, the very beast they had struggled collectively to subdue crumpled, slain outright beneath that radiant, incandescent blade. Who saved us? And stunned, the squad members scanned the surroundings frantically, but found no trace of their unseen savior. Lin Yang had already vanished, leaving no trace behind his deeds, unclaimed, his name unspoken. And at the forest's outer edge, a squad hurried swiftly toward the town. Ugh! What rotten luck! Why did the beast uprising erupt now? Enshoho's face twisted in bitter disappointment as he grumbled during their retreat. Brother Ho is right. We just located a pack of low-tier level 1 beasts and set our traps when the uprising struck. All our efforts went to waste. Wang Lin, walking near the center of the formation, echoed the frustration. That was over 10 beasts. Had we slain them, all our spoils would have been immense. I could have bought several vials of chi blood for cultivation. Enough. So long as we live, there'll always be more beasts to hunt. Enli Jia kept her gaze sharp and vigilant, scanning the perimeter while offering quiet reassurance. Stay alert. Beast uprisings are no trivial matter. We won't be safe until we've passed through the city gates. Qin Captain's face was stern, his eyes sweeping the surroundings with practiced vigilance. And I wonder how that young Lin Yang is faring. Lately he's been venturing deeper and deeper into the forest for hunts. Even as he scanned the terrain, Shoho couldn't help but worry anew about Lin Yang. Their hunting grounds had always remained near the periphery, so when the uprising first broke they abandoned their target immediately and fled straight for the town. But Lin Yang, venturing deep into the heart of the forest, stood a far greater chance of encountering frenzied high-tier beasts. And upon hearing this, Qin Captain's brow furrowed slightly. That boy's strength advances too swiftly, and his courage grows bolder by the day. This uprising struck without warning. Let's hope he's quick-witted enough to withdraw in time. A heavy silence settled over the group, and ordinarily beast hunting in this forest was perilous enough. But now the entire expanse raged in madness, the very air thick with savage, volatile energy. Just then, Enroar, a deafening bestial roar exploded from the thicket to their side. The ground trembled violently, towering trees snapped like twigs as a colossal black bear, fangs bared claws raking the air, shattered through the foliage and charged straight for their squad. A level 2 mid-rank rampaging black bear. Qin Captain's face paled. A silver spear materialized instantly in his hands. With a subtle shift of stance, he stepped before the others, gripping the spear tightly. Its tip leveled squarely at the bear. As he bellowed, "Take defensive positions. Form the defensive military formation." And the squad members' faces drained of color. And they had hunted exclusively on the periphery, never once encountering a beast above level 2. Yet now, due to the uprising, level 2 and higher beasts had breached the outer zones, ushering in dangers far more unpredictable and dire. The bear barreled forward, reeking of raw fury. Its massive paw slammed down with crushing force, its mere pressure halting their breath. Boom! An overwhelming surge of power erupted. Qin Captain felt a torrent of brute force surge up his arms, driving him backwards several paces before he could fully absorb and disperse the impact. From that first clash, he understood this bear could not be slain quickly. "En Shoho, you and the others must evacuate the novices immediately. I'll hold the beast off." He whirled the silver spear, the frost-sharp tip angling downward toward the earth, then charged headlong at the bear without another word. "Captain, please catch up with us as soon as you can." That life-or-death moment. Seasoned veterans flashed brief sorrow, but hesitated not a second. They seized the two novices and bolted toward the town. They knew well every heartbeat delayed meant one heartbeat closer to doom. "Brother Ho, why don't you help Captain Qin surround and kill that giant bear? Although it's a second-tier beast, there should be a chance." Wang Lin's face still bore traces of fear, yet he was reluctant to abandon the captain and flee, so he couldn't help but propose. "You don't understand. The captain's decisions are never wrong. Under normal circumstances, we could indeed assist him from the sidelines and find an opportunity to encircle and kill that bear. But now, with the beast rampage, the dense forest is fraught with danger. Every extra minute of combat risks attracting more beasts. If we get surrounded by several, none of us might escape." While leading the group in a swift escape, Skinny Monkey explained with a grave expression. "But what about the captain?" Su Wanning and Wang Lin had never imagined such an outcome. They couldn't help but turn back to look at Captain Qin, who was single-handedly holding off the giant bear, their eyes filled with worry. The other veterans appeared resolute, yet deep in their eyes lurked a profound anxiety. However, things often took a turn for the worse. They had barely escaped a few hundred meters when a commotion erupted from the nearby thicket. The next moment, a pitch-black phantom wolf burst out, snarling at them. A second-tier beast, the phantom wolf. Skinny Monkey recognized it instantly, his expression turning grim, though he quickly regained his composure. "Lu Ming, take them and go," he ordered, then turned to the remaining two veterans. "Fatty sister Li, we're up. Hold it off for now." Fatty didn't speak but responded with action. Charging ahead with an alloy shield, his bulky frame resembled a rampaging tank brimming with immense force. The other two followed, seeking an opening to strike a heavy blow. With a thunderous crash, Fatty's massive body collided with the phantom wolf. Though the phantom wolf was renowned for speed rather than strength, it was still a second-tier beast. With a single impact, it sent Fatty and his shield stumbling back several meters, his legs digging into the ground and the alloy shield nearly flying from his grasp. Meanwhile, Skinny Monkey and Sister Lee darted out from behind Fatty, flanking the phantom wolf from both sides as they launched their assault. Their weapons struck the wolf's tough hide, but only sparks flew as if hitting steel. "Let's go." Lu Ming watched his comrades locked in a desperate struggle, knowing that any further delay would doom them all. With a lingering glance of reluctance at his teammates, he turned without hesitation and led the two recruits toward the town. Wang Lin and Su Wanning followed closely behind Lu Ming, their faces etched with an inescapable fear. They had heard that beast rampages were perilous, but never imagined it could be this dire. Second-tier beasts, rarely seen on the outskirts, now appeared one after another. No more than one. Before they had fled even a few dozen meters, another phantom wolf burst from the grass. It lunged at the fleeing trio without hesitation. Its fangs gleamed with cold menace, and its sharp claws like blades capable of slicing through anything aimed for their chests. The overwhelming aura of a second-tier beast washed over them, causing Wang Lin and Su Wanning, who had yet to become martial artists, to pale in terror. As the wolf drew near, they stood frozen, a flicker of despair crossing their faces. At that moment, they bitterly regretted not training harder earlier. Perhaps then they would have broken through to martial artist status, and even if they couldn't help, they wouldn't be a burden. "Damn it!" Lu Ming cursed, a flash of resolve in his eyes. He thrust out his hands, shoving the two stunned companions aside. "Go!" he roared. The next moment, he drew his long sword and charged at the wolf alone. But a flicker of human-like contempt gleamed in the beast's eyes. With a swift swipe, it knocked the sword from his hand, sending it deep into the ground where it quivered. Another claw swept toward his chest, its fierce momentum threatening to tear him apart. Knowing he couldn't withstand it, Lu Ming closed his eyes in despair. From afar, Skinny Monkey's voice rang out in horror. "Lu Ming! No!" Time seemed to slow as he felt the wolf's razor-sharp claws slice through his clothes, about to pierce his skin. Is this the end? Without awakening a talent, am nothing but a failure. Just then, a brilliant golden blade of light, like a meteor streaking across the sky, descended from above. The phantom wolf had no time to react. The blade flashed and its massive body seemed frozen midair. In the next instant it crashed to the ground lifeless. Yet the golden blade didn't dissipate, or it veered and struck the wolf, threatening Fatty and the others. The beast that had overwhelmed 3 fighters was instantly cleaved in 2 by that golden streak. Silence fell. Everyone stared at the carcass of the second-tier phantom wolf, then looked up at the sky. A blurry figure had already flown past on a blade, leaving only a trail of light. That's... Skinny Monkey's eyes widened. It's Lin Yang. What? Lin Yang? How is that possible? He can fly, does that mean? Staring at the fleeting silhouette, each face was etched with shock. Flying through the air was the hallmark of a martial grandmaster. Killing a rampaging second-tier beast with a single slash was barely acceptable. It made them wonder just how strong he had become. But if he had already reached the grandmaster realm, it was no longer mere wonder but sheer disbelief. Lin Yang had already flown far away, leaving only a faint voice carried by the wind. Return to the city quickly. It's not safe here. As his voice faded, his figure vanished into the depths of the forest. Lin Yang, please help Captain Qin. Skinny Monkey suddenly called out to the empty sky. But there was no response. No need to call. Lin Yang has already slain that black bear for me. Just as they thought Lin Yang was out of earshot, a familiar voice sounded behind them. It's the captain. Thank goodness. They spun around to see Captain Qin unharmed, and their faces lit up with excitement. The captain paid no heed to their expressions, walked over to Lu Ming and helped him up. Lu Ming, are you all right? Captain, I'm fine, not dead yet. That wolf's claws were sharp, almost gutted me. Lu Ming stood up, glancing at the 3 bloody gashes on his chest, and replied with a hint of relief. All right, this is no time to dawdle. Monkey, take care of Lu Ming. We need to hurry back to town. Seeing that Lu Ming was not in mortal danger, Captain Qin's expression relaxed, but then turned stern as he spoke. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, who had just saved them, now saw the outline of the town. Moments later, he reached the city gate and descended slowly to the ground. Respected Grandmaster, what do you? The guards at the gate, watching Lin Yang descend from the sky, stammered in awe. Wait, you're Lin Yang. The guards, realizing that the Grandmaster before them was Lin Yang, stared in utter disbelief. It was as unbelievable as seeing the classmate you've eaten instant noodles with for 3 years suddenly step out of a Rolls-Royce. Lin Yang. Could he be a martial ancestor? At this moment, the entire city gate fell into an absolute silence, with all the garrison soldiers staring in disbelief at Lin Yang, who had just descended from the sky. If anyone had told them this before, they would have surely slapped some sense into that person. But now, having witnessed Lin Yang's descent firsthand, they had no choice but to believe. Please help me register for entry into the city. Lin Yang, unfazed by the incredulous gazes, walked calmly to the registration desk and reminded the still stunned soldier. Right away, Lord Lin Yang. Lin Yang's voice finally jolted the soldier out of his trance, and he hastily responded. Unconsciously, he addressed the teenage student with the honorific reserved for formidable experts. Just call me Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled, slightly uncomfortable with being addressed so respectfully by someone older than him. Lin Yang. Classmate, your registration is complete. You may enter the city. The soldier completed the process with remarkable speed, then spoke to him with a hint of trepidation. Thank you. Lin Yang did not linger after expressing his gratitude. He strode straight through the city gate and back into the town. Phew! As Lin Yang's figure vanished completely from the entrance, all the garrison soldiers seemed to let out a long collective sigh of relief. The aura Lin Yang exudes is so powerful and terrifying. I almost suffocated just now. Someone couldn't help but pat their chest, as if they had faced not Lin Yang but a ferocious beast. Exactly. I only thought Lin Yang's strength was on par with our martial master captains. One of them, while catching their breath, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But who could have guessed had already become a martial ancestor? It's like a calf sitting on an airplane. Absolutely sky-high awesome. But it's more than that. Didn't you notice? The aura Lin Yang inadvertently released felt even more terrifying than facing the battalion commander. That aura was like a sharp blade hanging over my head, stirring a profound fear from the depths of my soul. Someone had a deep impression of Lin Yang's imposing presence. What? Even more frightening than facing the battalion commander. It seems. That's indeed the feeling. Someone exclaimed in shock, while others recalled the recent sensation and compared it to their previous encounters with the battalion commander, arriving at a startling conclusion. Lin Yang seems to be no ordinary martial ancestor. He might even be stronger than their battalion commander. At this moment, the entire city gate fell into absolute silence once more. Even the return of a squad to the gate went unnoticed. Hey old you're on gate duty today. You're in luck. You have no idea for some reason all the beasts in the dense forest went on a rampage. We barely made it back. It wasn't until the returning squad leader greeted a familiar garrison soldier that the stunned crowd finally snapped out of it. Lucky. The martial artist called Old You didn't think so. He felt something major was happening. Discovering that Lin Yang was a martial ancestor possibly stronger than the battalion commander was a monumental secret. We want B. Someone looked at their companion with terror, making a slicing motion across their throat. What are you thinking? The Dacia military is known for fairness. Even if this is classified, we won't be silenced just for accidentally learning it. At most we'll be sworn to secrecy. Seeing the overly cautious and even frightened soldiers, the newly returned squad leader leaned in curiously. What secret? Could it involve execution? Did you catch the battalion commander keeping a? Get lost. Old Lu, are you itching for a beating? If the battalion commander hears that, hell break your legs. No worries, the battalion commander was just warning us about the beast rampage deep in the forest. He's probably busy rescuing other human warriors now and won't be back. The veteran squad leader Old Lu flashed a mischievous grin. Oh, is that so? Suddenly a stern voice came from behind him, making him shudder. Turning around with a grimace, he found it was another squad leader who had returned unnoticed, wearing a wicked smile. Damn it, Old Yan, you imitated the battalion commander's voice to trick me. Whether Lin Yang's martial ancestor strength, potentially surpassing the battalion commander, was an absolute secret remained unclear. By sunset, most hunting squads had returned, and even the human martial ancestor experts who had been rescuing people in the forest had gradually come back to the town. Even the battalion commander had returned before dusk. Yet no one came to the garrison soldiers to warn them to keep the matter confidential. It seems that matter isn't a secret that must be concealed. The soldiers now understood that the higher-ups had never intended to hide Lin Yang's strength. But it's just too incredible. Even if we told anyone, would they believe it? Even if it wasn't classified, who would believe that a teenager who hadn't yet entered university had become a martial ancestor? Yet many did believe. What? You say the mysterious martial ancestor who saved us today by slaying a second-rank beast with one strike is actually Lin Yang, that teenage student. How is that possible? The leader of a squad Lin Yang had rescued, hearing the news from a team member, was filled with shock and disbelief. That's right, Captain. The news is spreading like wildfire. Lord Lin Yang didn't just save our squad. He killed countless high-rank beasts along the way, rescuing over a dozen squads trapped by beasts and nearly lost. And every time he just swung a golden blade shadow from the air, and with one strike all the beasts were dealt with. The team member reporting the news still bore the shock of what he had just heard, speaking with great excitement. How can this be? Lin Yang is a martial ancestor. Even now the captain found it hard to believe the mysterious martial ancestor was Lin Yang. No mistake, Captain. The rescued squad leaders have gathered and calculated the routes and times match up, and they've confirmed with today's gate guards. And the guards revealed a shocking secret. Lin Yang indeed returned to the town at that time. And he flew back. The military camp, a place filled with bloodshed and violence where men fought against alien beasts day and night. There were few pastimes, aside from arduous martial cultivation. Soldiers would chat with comrades during leisure, sharing recent experiences and hearsay. Today, however, Lin Yang had flown back from outside the city, rescuing several martial artist squads. He himself was a martial lord, a staggering rumor that spread through the camp with astonishing speed. Some were shocked, others incredulous, and a few scoffed, believing Lin Yang was being pretentious. But when the rescued squads jointly expressed their heartfelt gratitude, all doubts were laid to rest. The news that Lin Yang was a martial lord spread like wildfire throughout the entire camp. At that moment, everyone heard of it. From soldiers battling alien beasts to logistics staff to service personnel in the trading hall, and even the cooks preparing meals for the troops. In their camp, a martial lord had emerged who was merely in his teens. That night, several figures stood on the city wall, gazing at the dense forest where eerie beast roars erupted intermittently, their expressions grave. Xiaogua, it seems the alien beasts won't muster a significant beast tide tonight to attack the town. Old Mo withdrew his gaze, his tense expression easing slightly as he spoke to the battalion commander beside him, who still stared sternly into the distant woods. Even so, we must not let our guard down. Besides the necessary patrols, a martial lord should remain on standby. The battalion commander nodded gently in agreement with Old Mo, but the solemnity in his eyes did not vanish entirely. Indeed. Then let this old man stand watch tonight. I'm old and need little sleep. It's a good chance to gaze at the stars and pass the time. Old Mo stroked his beard, looking up at the brilliant galaxy, and chuckled. But old Mo, the battalion commander turned to him as if to speak. All right, I know what you're thinking, but starting tomorrow we'll likely be locked in a prolonged fierce battle. You should rest well and face the coming trial in peak condition. After all, my martial true intent is not suited for slaughter. My aging Bodis vitality wanes. Keeping watch is but a small contribution. Old Mo cut off the battalion commander, his face showing unyielding resolve. Very well, old Mo. Well, do as you say. The battalion commander understood that old Mo took the night watch, so they could rest fully and recover ready for the coming beast tide. By the way, Xiao Guo, are we truly keeping no secrecy about Lin Yang's situation? He's a teenage martial lord. Well, it might be due to his trait eruption, but his combat power far surpassing ordinary martial lords is undeniable. After a long silence on the wall, old Mo seemed to recall something and asked the battalion commander. After returning to the town, he had learned from the battalion commander that Lin Yang's power had surged from martial master to martial lord due to a trait explosion. Yet this did not diminish Lin Yang's value. Instead, it made him even more astonishing. Now a trait burst could elevate him from martial master to martial lord with a martial will so condensed that even a martial king had to tread carefully. If Lin Yang's true strength reached the martial king realm, his trait-boosted power might approach that of a martial emperor. The martial emperor realm. In all of Daxia, there were few openly known, most teaching at the 4 martial universities. The military high command has long noted Lin Yang's situation, yet issued no order for secrecy. As the highest authority in the West City camp, the battalion commander could not act unilaterally on this matter. Since the high command had not ordered secrecy, he could not take matters into his own hands. Besides, I think there's little need for secrecy. In a month he'll finish his camp training and return to school for the crucial martial arts exam. By then his strength will be revealed anyway. Imagine how spectacular that will be. At this, a hint of anticipation flickered across battalion commander Guo's face. If I could leave the camp, I'd love to witness the frenzy of those university admissions officers confronting a teenage martial lord. He sighed again, vexed at missing the spectacle. Ah, true. The sharpest blade rusts if forever sheathed. Only by drawing, polishing, and flaunting its edge can it become a divine weapon immortalized in history. Old Mo nodded, seemingly approving of the high command's decision not to interfere. And that scene you painted? I'm eager to see it too. As it happens, I know an old friend on the admissions team for this exam. He recently asked if I'd join. Looks like I'm luckier than you. I might get to see Lin Yang reveal his edge in person. The thought fills me with anticipation. Old Mo stroked his beard, his face beaming with a hopeful gleam. Of course, I have a selfish motive regarding Lin Yang. The battalion commander paused before speaking again. Tomorrow's beast tide might require a shining example for the soldiers. On the wall and across the camp, Lin Yang paid no heed to the spreading rumors. After returning to camp, he went straight to his quarters. As the duration of boiling blood burst purple ended, the side effects struck instantly. Lin Yang's formidable martial aura plummeted sharply from high-rank martial lord back to mid-rank martial master, having his strength. Fortunately, with the trait's evolution to purple, the weakness period also halved, lasting only half an hour. After enduring the weakness for a grueling half hour, a powerful aura surged back within him. Lin Yang silently commanded, "Open the status panel." Instantly, a translucent glowing panel appeared before him. Host Lin Yang. Realm high rank martial master, peak martial master, martial artist, limit breakthrough. Vitality 34 25 56 88. 10002000. Low rank martial master 20003000. Mid rank 3000 4000. High rank 40005000. Peak martial master. Cultivation method: Blood Fiend, Profound Sun Art, Martial Master, Chapter Mastery 14865300000. Perfection 1120800000. Body Tempering Art, Supreme 984310000168431000000. Martial Skills Basic Blade Art, Supreme 3468510000548631000000. Windsplitting Blade Art, Tier 1, Supreme 3967220000664532000000. Phantom Glimmer Step, Tier 2, Mastery 268243000000. Perfection 268248000000. Blood Fiend Sky Punch, Tier 2, Minor 8452100008968100000. Crimson Sky Divine Barrier, Tier 2, Mastery 125313000020531300000. Martial True Intent Blade Intent Layer 2, Level 7 Layer 3, Level 9 Refined. Meets conditions for breakthrough to Martial Lord Ready anytime. Physique Profound Yang Body 19. 62-46. 78 Refining with Fiendish Energy. What? My martial realm has reached peak martial master. And I can even break through to martial lord whenever I wish. Lin Yang's cultivation progress was simply unreasonable. With the blessing of heaven rewards diligence gold, whether it was techniques, martial skills, or even the true meaning of martial arts, he could advance at an astonishing speed. In just one day he had slain dozens of second-tier beast and 5 or 6 third-tier beast kings. Of course one of them was a blazing flame tiger that had forcibly activated its potential and temporarily stepped into the pseudo-third-tier beast king realm, which could only be considered a filler compared to other veteran beast kings. With his special technique the Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art, Lin Yang absorbed and completely refined the Blood Fiend energy from all the beasts, directly increasing his blood chi value by thousands of points. The progress of condensing the Profound Yang body skyrocketed by dozens of points, nearly reaching the halfway mark. Yet this terrifying cultivation speed was utterly unreplicable by others. Even if they were given countless beasts to absorb and refine, they could never achieve such a terrifying advancement in such a short time. First, the Blood Fiend Profound Yang Art was extremely difficult to cultivate. Ordinary people would find it nearly impossible to master, or even achieve minor success, let alone reach the perfect realm like Lin Yang. Second, with the assistance of Heaven Rewards Diligence, Lin Yang never got stuck by technique bottlenecks like other martial artists, nor did he need to rest when absorbing Blood Fiend energy. The beast tide is coming. For others it may be a life-and-death crisis, but for me it's a tremendous opportunity. His blood chi had already surpassed the peak of a martial master, reaching the minimum threshold to break through to martial grandmaster. He had already comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, and his mastery was even more formidable and terrifying than that of many veteran martial grandmasters who had been in the realm for years. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Yang could break through to the realm of martial grandmaster at any moment. But he didn't, because his blood chi had not yet touched the true limit of the martial master realm. In the previous realms Lin Yang had chosen to break through at the limit state, and the benefits were astonishing. Almost every breakthrough allowed him to skip the initial stage and steadily enter the middle stage. This time he planned to do the same. Once his blood chi completely filled the limit of the martial master realm, he would break through in one go, directly reaching the middle stage of martial grandmaster, saving countless tedious efforts. More importantly, with this beast tide, he was fully confident to push his blood chi to the martial master limit. So he was not in a hurry. It seems that my original goal of reaching martial grandmaster before the end of the training might be completed ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth. Martial grandmaster. In the entire Daxia, no student had ever broken through to the martial grandmaster realm before the martial arts examination. And Lin Yang was about to become the first in Daxia's history, truly unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. Late at night, on the Tensofmetershai city wall, only old Mo, a martial grandmaster, sat alone. Though he was an old man, he was vigorous, with sharp eyes showing no sign of fatigue. Below the wall, low-tier beasts occasionally burst out from the dense forest, opening their bloody mouths and roaring as they charged at the wall. They leaped forward, trying to cross the wall and slaughter the city's inhabitants. Truly, courting death. Old Mo's eyes turned cold, and a fierce killing intent burst from his aged face. He slightly raised his fingertip, and a golden light suddenly lit up in the dark void. With a boom, a vague but imposing ancient cauldron appeared, crashing down from above the beast's head. The cauldron, carrying immense force, instantly smashed the first-tier high-level beast deep into the ground. The terrifying power crushed it into a pulp, as if it had been flattened from a three-dimensional creature into a two-dimensional plane. Old Mo snorted coldly and withdrew his true martial intent. His intent was primarily defensive with weaker offensive power, but that was only compared to experts of the same level. Facing these low-tier beasts, he could easily suppress them with a flip of his hand. That night was destined to be restless. Frenzied beasts continuously rushed out from the forest, attempting to cross the wall and kill, but they were all slain one by the vigilant patrol teams and Old Mo on the wall. Occasionally second-tier or higher beasts attacked, and they all fell at Old Mo's hands. Fortunately, no third-tier or higher beast kings appeared. Otherwise, even with Old Mo guarding, other martial grandmasters would have to be awakened to join the defense. The night sky was deep, with occasional brilliant meteors streaking across the darkness, and time slowly passed. A faint morning glow gradually appeared on the horizon. A crimson sun slowly rose from between the mountains, and the morning light cast a faint golden sheen on the blood-stained city wall. It's dawn. After a night of fierce battles, even as a martial grandmaster, Old Mo showed slight fatigue, But looking at the hundreds of beast corpses piled below the wall, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had fulfilled his duty guarding the town all night without a single beast approaching the wall. With a low special horn sound, the entire camp suddenly burst into activity. The horn! Get on the wall! The beast tide is coming! The veteran soldiers reacted instantly, though after yesterday's beast riot they had anticipated this. But the arrival of the beast tide still made their expressions change dramatically. Some new recruits heard the horn for the first time and froze for a moment, but after the veterans reminded them, they understood, and remembered that this was the warning for the beast tide. In an instant, the entire camp erupted. Countless soldiers quickly donned their armor, grabbed their weapons, and carried their best pills and treasures, running with their comrades toward the wall. Finally! It's here! Lin Yang also heard the horn, and a sharp glint burst from his clear eyes. There was no fear of the beast tide in his gaze, only eager battle intent and anticipation. Hey old friend, today we'll fight to our heart's content together. Lin Yang gripped his battle blade tightly, his expression cold, but his battle intent was immensely vast. The divine blade seemed to sense its master's killing intent, trembling and humming slightly, as if in response. The next moment he hesitated no longer. His figure moved, and he followed the army to the wall. On the wall, the battalion commander and several martial grandmasters were already standing. Their postures were like spears, and their martial aura was thick and imposing. Old Mo, you've had a hard night. The battalion commander cupped his hands to thank Old Mo. If not for Old Mo's personal watch, the city would never have been so peaceful last night. No trouble. Old Mo waved his hand with a faint smile. The battalion commander said no more, and everyone turned their eyes to the distant forest. It was eerily quiet there. The usual sounds of insects and birds had vanished. Though it was utterly silent, everyone could clearly feel a violent, vast, and ferocious aura brewing wildly deep in the forest. Once it fully erupted, it would surely sweep over like an overwhelming tide. Soon all the soldiers had mounted the wall, gripping their weapons with undeniable tension in their expressions. Just then a deafening roar erupted in the distance. Rows of towering ancient trees in the forest collapsed, as if a violent tsunami was surging forward. The ground trembled violently like a dragon rolling. A terrifying aura of ferocity pressed down on the town from all directions. It's here. The battalion commander's eyes narrowed, his face extremely solemn. As the captain's voice fell, the entire dense forest seemed to erupt in an instant. Countless ferocious and terrifying beasts roared as they surged forth, a dark tide sweeping toward the city walls. Most of them were first-tier beasts, overwhelming in number. Mixed in were a few second-tier beasts, their aura exceedingly violent, creating such a terrifying momentum that the faces of the newly minted soldiers who had yet to become warriors turned pale. Even the veterans wore serious expressions, gazing at the approaching horde of beasts. New recruits take half a step back and use ranged attacks to harass them. All veteran warriors, remember to take good care of the new recruits beside you. Almost every squad leader was giving such instructions to their team members. The veteran warriors did not argue, turning their gazes toward the dark horde outside the city, while ensuring that the new recruits were protected in the middle. The earth trembled, the air distorted, and the whirlwind kicked up by the charging beasts rushed toward them with a stench so strong it was almost suffocating. The soldiers on the city walls had grave expressions, yet they gripped their weapons tightly. Such a scale of beast tide was something even the battle-hardened veterans rarely encountered. Steady, don't let the formation fall apart. The captain shouted sternly, his aura as a martial sovereign erupting golden martial intent sweeping in all directions to stabilize the morale. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yang stood quietly. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he slightly squinted his eyes, surveying the rushing tide of beasts, as if appraising a moving treasure trove. The blood-evil mystic Yang art within him began to flow automatically, a faint trace of blood-evil energy being activated in advance, causing his blood to boil even more. The progress of his mystic Yang body had reached halfway, gradually revealing its might. As the blood and evil energy circulated, Lin Yang's body appeared to glow slightly. Subtle crimson gold patterns emerged on his skin, each inch of flesh seeming to cheer, yearning for battle and wanting to devour more beastly blood-evil energy. So many beasts. Enough to make my blood value and attribute points soar. Lin Yang murmured to himself, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yang directed his consciousness into his mind, glancing at the remaining attribute points. Attribute points 23430. After upgrading the frenzy attribute to purple yesterday, having just consumed 15000 points, he had instantly replenished them after slaying a few beast king level monsters, and even had several thousand more points than before, enough to upgrade another attribute to purple. However, having just upgraded one attribute to purple yesterday, if he were to upgrade another purple today, anyone would notice Lin Yang's abnormality. I wonder how many attribute points this beast tide will bring me. Lin Yang gazed at the beast horde below the city, his eyes shining with excitement. To him, they were all living attribute points and essence of blood. Just as Lin Yang was pondering, the dark horde of beasts had already approached within 100 meters of the city wall. Begin. Tech. The captain's expression was cold as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice was not loud, it reached the ears of everyone on the city wall. In the next moment, all the warriors took out their ranged weapons, gathering chi energy and shooting toward the dark mass of beasts below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows gleaming with a blood-red light obscured the sky like a torrential rain. They fell continuously into the horde of beasts like raindrops. Roar. Many arrows struck the tough skin of the beasts, failing to break their defenses and bouncing off with a loud bang. However, amidst the rain of arrows, some managed to hit the weaker parts of the beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Moreover, some arrows were shot by the veteran captains, resulting in considerable damage. After a volley of arrows, dozens of beasts fell on the path of the charge. Yet the remaining beasts continued to charge fearlessly toward the city walls. Of course, during this charge, they experienced several waves of arrows. Leaving behind dozens of beast corpses, the horde finally reached the base of the city wall. Everyone prepare. Do not let the beasts leap onto the city wall, and do not easily cross the wall to attack. The battle-hardened captains warned their team members. However, before the beasts could charge, all the soldiers on the city wall suddenly saw a figure leap down from the wall. On top of the wall, Captain Chin's squad was also in serious battle readiness. Is that Lin Yang? What is he planning to do? Suddenly, the campus beauty Suwon gazed at the figure that had just leapt up, her delicate face filled with shock. Lin Yang. Could it be that he? Even though he knew Lin Yang possessed martial sovereign strength, a hint of worry appeared on Captain Chin's serious face. Has he gone mad? To think he wants to single-handedly face the beast horde. Everyone couldn't help but look at the figure leaping down from the city wall, their eyes filled with astonishment. Captain, should we stop him? Even the martial sovereign behind the captain was astonished. Facing hundreds or thousands of beasts alone was something even they found hard to achieve without injury. Lin Yang, this prodigy, was indeed taking a great risk. Don't worry, he shouldn't do anything without confidence. The captain hadn't expected Lin Yang to dare to confront the beast horde alone during such a time. However, recalling how Lin Yang had unleashed power comparable to that of a martial king yesterday, his worries quickly vanished. He believed Lin Yang, even if outmatched, could unleash powerful strength to escape the battle. As for Lin Yang at this moment, with his body suddenly leaping off the city wall, an immense surge of blood energy erupted around him. The blood-red energy swirled around him like a massive blood cocoon. While still in midair, he suddenly drew the long blade from his waist. His descent accelerated abruptly, as if containing tremendous force, crashing toward the most densely packed area of beasts. Boom! At the moment Lin Yang crashed into the horde, the blood cocoon surrounding him exploded. A torrent of blood energy surged outward, carrying immense force, crashing into the surrounding beasts. Roar! As the blood energy splashed onto the beasts, the massive creatures were sent flying, as if struck by cannonballs. The terrifying penetrating power even burned through the skin that arrows had failed to penetrate. Upon landing, it instantly killed all beasts within a radius of several dozen meters. Such terrifying, tyrannical power. The awe-inspiring display left the people on the city wall dumbfounded. Is the power from merely half-formed mystic yang body this overwhelming? At this moment, Lin Yang was releasing the power of the mystic yang body for the first time, feeling the surging blood energy that not only bore immense force but also carried a high temperature like magma, easily burning and penetrating the flesh of the beasts. Lin Yang, be careful. Someone on the city wall couldn't help but shout a warning. After temporarily clearing the surrounding beasts, Lin Yang was left open. Several beasts charged toward Lin Yang with a violent momentum. Among them were a few beasts of second tier or higher. Seeking death, Lin Yang's gaze turned cold as he looked at the beasts charging at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the next moment, he suddenly raised the battle blade in his hand, gathering a blade intent that could shatter the heavens, and then swung it fiercely. The surging blade intent split into several beams during its eruption, creating a violent wind as it slashed down toward the oncoming beasts. The terrifying blade force swept through, carving deep ravines into the ground, completely annihilating the bodies of the charging beasts. Today I will use your blood to help me break through the limit of martial masters and ascend to the realm of martial sovereign. As the dust settled, Lin Yang stood at the center, surrounded by the bodies of the beasts he had slain, with dozens of ravines stretching for hundreds of meters. With just one blade, he had slaughtered dozens of beasts on the spot. Is Lin Yang truly this formidable? On the city wall, both veterans and recruits stared in awe at the dozens of sword scars, stretching over 100 meters before Lin Yang, their faces brimming with shock. Although news of Lin Yang's martial ancestor-level strength had spread through the camp yesterday, not everyone had witnessed it firsthand, leaving some doubts lingering in their hearts. Now seeing Lin Yang slaughter the beasts as if they were mere dogs, even the most skeptical were utterly convinced. How did he train? He's only been in the camp for 2 months at most. A veteran sighed with mixed emotions. They had trained for years yet remained stuck at the martial warrior stage, unable to break through to martial master. Meanwhile, Lin Yang sighed, how can we compare to such a prodigy? Sometimes the gap between people is bigger than that between humans and dogs. Yet most quickly accepted this disparity, for the path of a genius is ever astonishing. In a way, witnessing the rise of such a prodigy was itself a rare fortune. As everyone marveled at Lin Yang's overwhelming power, the surging horde of beasts did not idle. Even though a single strike from Lin Yang had slaughtered dozens of beasts, they charged fearlessly, abandoning the city walls to swarm toward him. Compared to the crowd on the wall, Lin Yang, trapped in the heart of the beast horde below, was far more favored by the creatures. Boom! 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 The stampede shook the earth violently. Roars erupted in waves, their thunderous echoes stabbing at eardrums. Lin Yang is truly divine. If I were surrounded by that horde, I'd be scared out of my wits. Even the distant soldiers on the wall felt the terrifying momentum of the beast charge. Yet Lin Yang, encircled by hundreds of beasts, showed not a trace of fear. Good saves me the trouble of hunting them one by one. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, but it carried a chilling, murderous intent. Everyone attack freely. Relieve Lin Yang's pressure. Squad leaders on the wall shouted orders to their men. In the next instant, countless arrows gleaming with blood-red light streaked across the sky, raining down on the beasts charging toward Lin Yang. Hey, don't steal my kills. If he could, Lin Yang would have shouted for the others to stay out of it. But he thought better of it. After all, they meant well. Besides, hundreds of beasts surrounded him, mostly first tier with a few second tier. Slaughtering them all by himself would take considerable time. Moreover, the beast tide was not a single wave. Soon higher tier beasts would surge from the dense forest. In the final tide, third tier beast kings might even appear. Fine, let them handle the low tier ones. I'll focus on the second tier and above. Killing a first tier low level beast earned Lin Yang only 10 trait points, while a second tier low level beast netted 10 times that. Without hesitation, Lin Yang gripped his blade, his eyes blazing with icy murder. In the next moment, he activated his perfect level movement technique to its utmost. Suddenly, his figure seemed to split into several, darting in all directions at incredible speed. What kind of movement technique is that? Which one is the real Lin Yang? The warriors on the wall could not tell. And even the keen-sensed beasts were momentarily confused, unable to discern his true form. A perfect level second-tier movement technique. How did this kid train? Does he experience time differently than we do? Even the martial ancestor masters on the wall, including the battalion leader and old Mo, were stunned by Lin Yang's sudden display. After all, they had only reached minor mastery in their movement techniques after years or even decades of training. Yet Lin Yang, in just 2 months, had achieved terrifying progress in blade arts, surpassed true geniuses in martial cultivation, and now exceeded veteran martial ancestors in techniques. They wondered if Lin Yang's time flowed hundreds of times slower than theirs. But their amazement did not affect Lin Yang. He pushed his perfect level movement technique to the limit, his form splitting into 9 each, charging at the nearest second-tier beast. His speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang appeared before his target. The beast, though somewhat intelligent, roared at the figure before it, not caring if it was the real one. It opened its maw, revealing fangs dripping with blood, and lunged to bite. Foolish beast! Lin Yang neither dodged nor flinched, a mocking smile on his face. The next moment, the beast's jaws closed around him. Excitement flickered in the beast's eyes as it felt a solid form, not a phantom, and hurriedly swallowed. But before the thrill could fully register, terror flooded its gaze. It opened its maw again, trying to spit Lin Yang out. But it was too late. A dazzling light burst within the beast's mouth, golden rays piercing through its tough hide. With a dull explosion, the beast's head, which had just swallowed Lin Yang, shattered. Blood and flesh sprayed as the massive skull burst like a smashed watermelon. The beast died, but the golden radiance did not fade. Instead, it intensified, morphing into countless tangible blades that swept in all directions. The surrounding beasts had no time to flee before the blade-like light tore through them, shredding their massive bodies. The golden light continued to expand, ravaging the area. In mere moments, it annihilated every beast within 100 meters. The rampant blade will carved countless crisscrossing gashes into the ground, and the beast's remains were chopped into unrecognizable fragments. Only when no living beast remained within the 100-meter radius did the fierce blade will slowly dissipate, leaving behind a field of blood and severed flesh scattered across the ravaged earth. With that single strike, he had slain dozens, even hundreds of beasts, including many second-tier ones. Is this even humanly possible? On the wall, the soldiers stared at the heap of mangled remains, their bows forgotten in their hands, eyes wide with shock. The brilliant blade will from the 9 figures had nearly cleared the entire beast tide. Only a few dozen beasts spared by the attack's range stood frozen in terror, their eyes filled with dread. Stop gawking. Clear up the aftermath. The captains atop the wall were the first to recover from the staggering sight. They bellowed to their men and surged toward the few dozen remaining aberrant beasts. After all, if they did not press the attack, those last few dozen beasts would not be enough for everyone to claim. The remnants were soon swept away. On the plains before the town, the earth for miles around was carpeted with torn carcasses. Broken claws, scattered scales, and shredded flesh wove together into a hellish tableau. The beast's blood, so thick it was almost black, flowed with the lay of the land and pooled into a winding river in the low ground. Its dark red hue soaked every inch of soil, and the air itself hung heavy with scalding blood stench choking the throat. From above, the battlefield looked like a blood-sodden purgatory, mountains of corpses, seas of crimson, and a raw, brutal terror that would send a veteran hunter's spine cold. The old soldiers on the wall had fought for years and seen countless clashes with beasts, yet even they tightened their grips on their weapons, now swallowing the bile in their stomachs as their gazes all turned toward the solitary figure at the heart of the carnage. He stood alone with a single blade and had slain an entire tide of more than 1,000 beasts. Lin Yang. Did he truly cut down all those beasts by himself? No one could have imagined that a seemingly unstoppable beast tide would be so effortlessly broken by Lin Yang in such a gruesome and fearsome manner. Throughout the whole ordeal, not a single beast had managed to approach the walls, and no new recruit or aged veteran had fallen. Except for one unlucky recruit who, terrified by the initial onslaught, lost his footing when the beasts charged and tumbled to the ground. If Lin Yang is this strong, does that mean a single man can repel the entire beast tide? A recruit murmured, his eyes glimmering with worship. Don't be naive. A steady voice answered. The speaker was a scarred veteran who stared toward the distant horizon with a grave expression, as if recalling some memory. That was only the first wave. Most of them were first-tier beasts. Though they seemed overwhelming, they were not invincible. He paused and his tone grew heavier. The real test is only beginning. In my judgment, the next tide will be comprised mainly of second-tier beasts or higher. There may even be a third-tier beast king leading the charge. What? All second-tier or above? A third-tier beast king? Countless recruits gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Many of them had never even seen a third-tier beast king with their own eyes. Then will Lin Yang? Hopeful eyes turned back to the lone figure standing amid the corpse mountains and rivers of blood, yearning for another miracle. Don't dream. Even if Lin Yang is powerful, a Wuzong-level strength, he is still only one man. After cutting through that army by himself, his blood and chi have likely been drained by half. He cannot unleash such an onslaught again so soon. Even a Wuzong is mighty, but when faced with enormous beast tides, even they can be exhausted of chi and blood and rendered unable to fight on. A trace of regret showed in the old soldier's eyes. Lin Yang was strong but not invincible. The great technique he had just unleashed had almost certainly consumed the majority of his blood and chi. In the battles to come, Lin Yang would likely be unable to reproduce the terrifying momentum he had displayed moments earlier. Wait! Look, what is Lin Yang doing? A sudden cry pulled every gaze back toward the figure in the depths of that mountain of corpses and bloody sea. Lin Yang still stood where he had been, yet it was as if he had shut himself off from the surrounding stink and clamor, falling into an uncanny state. His eyes were half closed, a current of chi eddied about him as the cultivation method within his body ran at a fearsome speed. The invisible momentum even warped the surrounding void, casting faint ripples. With a sharp, swishing motion, the next moment stunned everyone into silence. The blood river on the ground, fed by the life essence of over 1,000 beasts, seemed to be seized by an unseen hand. It tore free from the earth and rose as countless living threads of blood floating into the air. Those threads stretched for miles like a vast crimson net, shrouding the entire battlefield. The bloodlines in the sky, as if tugged by some immense gravity, slowly converged toward Lin Yang. The blood essence contained in the corpses of thousands of beasts now seemed to find a single home. It streamed ceaselessly toward Lin Yang and coalesced around him into a sphere of blood so thick it defied belief. The sphere spun rapidly, its surface flowing with an uncanny red light like a small blood-colored black hole radiating an irresistible suction. It drew in every shred of beastly blood qi, and even the bloodshot qi that saturated the air. What on earth is that thing that can forcibly absorb the beast's bloodshot qi? Though the watchers on the wall were far away, they felt as if even their own blood had begun to boil. Faces showed nothing but astonishment and disbelief. Is that Shuisha Xianyang Ju? An experienced veteran cried out, shock and awe lacing his voice. But how could that be possible? No, that's impossible. A middle-aged soldier nearby shook his head violently, his face full of stupefaction and confusion. I practice Shuisha Xianyang Ju myself. It took me half a year to scrape into the door of its basics. Normally, even absorbing the bloodshot qi of a single low-grade first-tier beast would take an entire day, and one must be exceedingly careful lest one go mad from the process. But he, the veteran who had personally trained in Shuisha Xianyang Ju, understood better than anyone just how terrifying Lin Yang's feat truly was. Pointing at the swelling crimson sphere around Lin Yang, his voice trembled. This is not the Shuisha Xianyang Ju I know. How on earth had he accomplished this? The technique had no innate restriction on who could learn it, but it was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. The veteran had spent half a year merely to reach the threshold. Able with effort to absorb a first-tier low-grade beast's bloodshot qi, and even then it took an extremely long time. Yet what Lin Yang was doing now was beyond what the veteran could imagine the technique capable of producing. Everyone was struck dumb by the spectacle, their eyes fixed on the figure at the center of the field, hearts filled with endless bewilderment and dread. At the battlefield's center, countless strands of bloodshot qi converged upon Lin Yang. Those bloodshot energies were being absorbed into his body by the cultivation method he had forced to operate. The concentrated blood was instantaneously refined by his art and poured into the Danshan's blood river within him. The already vast blood river visibly swelled in an instant. The refined bloodshot qi also flowed into his body and meridians, causing the condensation of his Shenyang body to surge. I didn't expect a single beast tide to raise my vitality by over 2,000 points, and to increase the condensation of my Shenyang body by nearly 20%. Lin Yang watched the display. His vitality rose from 5688 to 7843. He was only a little over 2,000 points shy of the Wuxia realm vitality cap of 9999. Perhaps after the next beast tide, he would reach the Wuxia vitality limit and break through into the coveted Wudao Zongxia realm. Just as Lin Yang brimmed with expectation, the captain could not help but tear his gaze away from him and peer toward the distant thicket, his eyes heavy with concern. There, an aura far greater than before was rapidly brewing. The second beast tide was about to arrive. A thunderous roar tore through the heavens as countless ancient trees in the distant dense forest collapsed in waves, crashing to the ground with earth-shattering force. Thick branches snapped and splintered dense canopies slammed heavily onto the earth, raising a storm of debris and dust. The ground trembled violently beneath their feet, each tremor akin to the stampede of countless colossal beasts. Like an army of thousands, it surged toward the town with a force that could annihilate heaven and earth, compressing even the air into stillness under its overwhelming might. From a bird's-eye view, hundreds of massive aberrant beasts converged into a terrifying black torrent, crushing through forests and vegetation like a raging flood, sweeping unimpeded toward the human settlement. The dreadful momentum raised billowing dust and smoke, roaring like an avalanche or tsunami toward the city wall, where Lin Yang stood, pressing down with a suffocating dread that chilled the heart. Is it finally coming? The trembling of the ground grew more intense, the dust and smoke on the horizon became clearer, and every soldier on the wall was tense. Both recruits and veterans gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes betraying a hint of nervousness and gravity, as if the very air had frozen in that moment. A piercing shrill cry suddenly cut through the dust and mist, stabbing into eardrums with its sharpness. Dozens of massive figures burst forth from the dust, spreading wings that blotted out the sky. Their flapping wings stirred up gales as they tore through the void. A flock of ferocious avian aberrations. Damn! Flying beasts! Activate the Qi blood barrier now! The battalion commander's face darkened, his voice urgent as he ordered the martial ancestor beside him. Flying beasts had always been a nightmare for city defenders. Martial ancestors could still take to the skies to fight, but those below that rank, unable to fly, could only rely on ranged weapons. Yet these beasts were incredibly fast and agile, making ordinary ranged attacks nearly useless. The soldiers wasted no time and immediately activated the defensive mechanisms on the city wall. A low, peculiar hum suddenly arose. In an instant, a blood-red barrier blazed to life, spreading visibly into the sky. Within moments, it extended hundreds of meters, soaring into the heavens, firmly shielding the entire wall. The barrier shimmered with the glow of Qi blood, appearing thick and formidable. What is this? A recruit stared, wide-eyed curiosity getting the better of him as he reached out to touch it. His fingers felt a warm, soft resistance like passing through a slow-flowing waterfall without any obstruction. Ha! You greenhorns have never seen this before. It's a chi blood barrier developed by the Great Xia Research Institute specifically to repel aberrant beasts. The veteran laughed heartily, pride evident in his voice. The barrier can identify life forms. Ferocious beasts with their massive frames will be firmly blocked, but for us humans it's no hindrance at all. So incredible! The recruits exclaimed, their earlier tension easing slightly. Captain, since this barrier is so powerful, why wasn't it activated earlier? Of course, some sharp-minded recruits also voiced their doubts. The veteran tapped one on the head and explained gruffly, "You fool, the barrier consumes a tremendous amount of energy. In just half an hour it burns through several third-tier or higher Beast King blood cores. Blood cores are far too precious to be used casually." Meanwhile, as the barrier rose, the battalion commander's tense expression softened slightly. All martial ancestors engage immediately. Prioritize eliminating the flying beasts. Then his gaze locked onto the sky, his expression turning grave again. Though the flock numbered less than 100 and were all second-tier, they still posed a lethal threat. If they weren't all eliminated before the chi blood barrier's energy ran out and they managed to cross the wall into the town. If they broke into the military camp it might be manageable, but if they stormed the civilian districts and slaughtered at will, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes! Several martial ancestors replied solemnly, in unison, their bodies already brimming with terrifying immense power, awaiting the moment to strike. In the blink of an eye, the flying beasts had closed in on the city wall. The wings of over 100 beasts spread out like a dark oppressive cloud, blotting out the sun. Their massive wings eclipsed the sunlight, and their fierce menacing aura pressed down, making the recruits struggle to breathe and their hearts race. All troops concentrate fire on the flying beasts. The ground forces had not yet arrived, so every defender aimed their ranged weapons at the sky. With the command, countless blood-infused arrows shot into the air, weaving into a massive net that poured down like a storm upon the beast flock, the piercing sound of their flight filling the air. The arrows, weakened by gravity as they rose, lost momentum by the time they reached 100 meters. Even those that struck the beasts merely clinked against their hard feathers and flesh, bouncing off harmlessly, inflicting negligible damage. Now, strike! Though the arrow volley had failed to inflict damage, it had thrown the beast's formation into chaos. Seizing the moment, the battalion commander gave the order. The martial ancestors' powerful auras erupted instantly, dense blood energy, surging forth, their formidable presence soaring into the sky. Their figures shot into the air like streaks of light, charging at the flying beasts. But just as they moved, an even swifter, more overwhelming presence outpaced them all. High above the void, a colossal gilded divine blade materialized out of thin air. The blade was as frigid as frost, and a burst of golden radiance blazed forth. Its chilling sword intent shredded the surrounding air, and an icy killing intent pierced the very soul. Its mere manifestation caused heaven and earth to change color. In the next instant, the giant blade, without any warning, as if an invisible hand gripped its hilt, swept horizontally across the void. Fast, too fast, so fast that even the flying beasts had no time to dodge. So fast that the martial ancestors couldn't anticipate it, and even the soldiers on the wall hadn't time to blink. A golden blade light suddenly spanned the horizon, as if the very sky had been cleaved apart. The sharp, unmatched saber energy swept across the entire airspace, instantly engulfing all the flying beasts. Sounds of flesh and sinew tearing rang out one after another. Without any resistance, the vast majority of the 100-plus second-tier flying beasts were struck by the blade energy, their bodies snapping apart. The city wall fell into a dead silence. Everyone stood frozen, staring up at the dazzling golden slash in the sky, dumbfounded, as if they had even forgotten to breathe. The next second, countless beast carcasses drenched in gushing blood crashed down like a torrential rain. They slammed into the ground, splattering blood, mist, and dust, and a thick stench of blood spread. The power of that single slash was so terrifying it seemed beyond belief. Clean up the remnants quickly. We don't have much time left. The golden giant blade had swept across the void, slaying the majority of the flying beasts in one stroke. Only a dozen or so remained hovering in the sky, but the threat was greatly diminished. Nevertheless, seizing this opportunity to annihilate every last flying beast was of paramount importance. At the battalion commander's voice, the martial ancestors in the void seemed to snap back to reality. In the next moment, they unleashed their powerful martial true intent, condensing phantom weapons of various forms to strike at the remaining beasts in the sky. On the ground, the slash that had crossed the void had come from Lin Yang. But now he had no time to dwell on it, for before him a torrent of hundreds of second-tier beasts surged like a mountain avalanche toward the town. and most importantly behind that raging beast tide several immensely powerful auras emerged. Is it the Beast King? Lin Yang sensed the formidable presence of the Beast King in the distance, but his eyes held no fear. Only a flicker of longing seemed to rise within him. A Beast King. A Beast King is attacking. The people atop the city wall, unlike Lin Yang below, had their vision unobstructed. As Lin Yang sensed the formidable aura of the Beast King, the crowd on the wall could already see behind the beast tide 5 figures with immensely powerful auras, their bodies as colossal as small mountains. Undoubtedly, these were Beast Kings of the 3rd tier and above. Everyone, do not let a single aberrant beast cross the wall and charge into the town. All squad leaders commanded their members with stern expressions. Understood, Captain. The squad members, their faces etched with determination, gripped their weapons tightly and stood ready. Meanwhile, on the other side, the human martial ancestor powerhouses in the sky had already slain the remaining dozen or so flying aberrant beasts. Landing back on the city wall, they slowly reined in their surging auras, their gazes heavy, as they fixed upon the 5 powerful Beast King figures behind the aberrant beast tide. Captain, the Beast Kings have appeared. It seems the aberrant beasts are going all out. At this moment, many understood that this might be the most critical wave of the aberrant beast tide. If they could successfully hold the line, humanity would claim ultimate victory. But if they failed, the towns and homes behind them would be ravaged by aberrant beasts and countless civilians would be devoured as blood sacrifices. And this prosperous little city would be reduced to a hell on earth, rivers of blood flowing. No, we will never allow this to happen. Nearly everyone, whether a fresh recruit newly joined the military camp or a veteran who had weathered countless battles, became incredibly brave and fearless at this moment. For behind them were friends, family, and children they would sacrifice their lives to protect. No matter what, they would not let the aberrant beasts cross the wall and destroy their beautiful home. In an instant, the warriors' battle intent soared to the heavens, a dense aura of blood and an indomitable spirit surging mightily into the sky. Below the wall, Lin Yang had just finished absorbing all the baleful blood energy from the fallen flying aberrant beasts. His blood energy value, which had skyrocketed not long ago, surged by over 1,000 points once more. Now, having absorbed all the baleful energy, he stood alone, blade in hand, its tip grazing the ground, his body wreathed in blood aura. Before him, a tide of several hundred aberrant beasts of the 2nd tier and above thundered toward him with overwhelming force. With his lone, insignificant frame, he faced the surging aberrant beast tide as vast as 1,000 troops without flinching. The earth trembled unceasingly like a beating heart that quickened its pace, tightening every onlooker's nerves. Yet Lin Yang, standing alone against the beast tide, showed not a trace of fear on his face. A cold, murderous smirk even curled at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, instead of retreating, he charged alone toward the onrushing aberrant beast army. Boundless blood energy and a fierce blade intent brewed within the divine blade in his hand. As the terrifying aura surged, it seemed to distort the surrounding air, rippling in waves. His speed grew from slow to fast until he left a streak of afterimages in his wake. In a mere moment, he reached the front of the aberrant beast horde. Then an immensely vast blood energy, far surpassing an ordinary martial master, erupted from his body. A terrifying, baleful aura coalesced around him, shimmering with a faint, mysterious golden light. His half-refined mystic young body granted him a physique tougher than that of ordinary aberrant beasts, along with a fearsome, baleful might. At this instant, Lin Yang seemed to transform into a primordial, ferocious beast. The oppressive aura he exuded was so powerful that it directly forced the aberrant beasts before him to collapse to the ground. They could not rise, trembling violently, their massive eyes filled with an extreme terror, as if they faced not a human but a king with a superior bloodline. Though the aberrant beasts were suppressed, Lin Yang's movements did not falter. His sprinting figure halted abruptly, and the war blade, which had been pointed at the ground and charged to its peak, was swung forward with savage force. In that instant, the very void before Lin Yang seemed to be torn asunder by that fierce slash. The air warped and a massive chasm suddenly appeared on the ground. The terrifying blade intent spread at breakneck speed, cleaving through countless aberrant beasts in its path without resistance. The surging blade glow expanded rapidly as it rode the wind. Its fearsome momentum seemed unstoppable. The blade intent extended for over 100 meters, carving a narrow chasm several meters deep and hundreds of meters long into the earth, only ceasing after slaying every beast along that line. A roar. Suddenly from behind the beast horde, a beast king bellowed at the sky. In the next instant, the aberrant beasts that had been closing in on Lin Yang, as if receiving a command, peeled away from him, scattered to either side, and continued their charge toward the city wall. The horde of several hundred aberrant beasts at this moment lacked even the courage to face Lin Yang, choosing to evade his edge. Beast kings. Fine, then I'll start with you. Lin Yang hadn't expected the Beast King to intervene and divert the aberrant beast army around him, avoiding his onslaught. He casually slashed twice horizontally at the aberrant beasts that hadn't yet fled far to his sides. The fierce blade intent burst forth, mowing down dozens of second-tier beasts that hadn't scattered in time, killing them with a single stroke. Lin Yang fully activated his cultivation technique, absorbing all the baleful blood energy from the hundreds of aberrant beast corpses on the ground. The dense essence of blood coalesced in the void into several strange blood threads, which he completely absorbed into his body. 9,800, 9,000, 900, 9,000, 985, 9,000, 999. Perfect, just enough to push me to the blood energy limit of the martial master realm. With the blood energy gained now, Lin Yang had exactly reached the blood energy limit of a martial master. At this moment, the river of blood within him was incredibly vast, seemingly on the verge of condensing from liquid into a solid blood core. At that moment, Lin Yang even felt that as a martial master he could reverse the tide and slay a beast king. Now it's your turn to enjoy. His gaze fell upon the distant beast kings which were directing the assault but not participating in the siege, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Then his figure shot forward at incredible speed, closing in on them. At the same time, he pushed his blood energy to its utmost limit. His fierce blade intent was also honed to its peak. A terrifying power brewed around him. The war blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden radiance. Then he leaped into the air, raising his blade above his head, his eyes fixed on the tiger-shaped beast king ahead, the very one whose roar had commanded the aberrant beasts to bypass him. In the next instant, his raised war blade expanded, abruptly stretching to dozens of zhang. Over 100 meters. He aimed it at the tiger-shaped beast king and brought it down with a thunderous slash. The tiger king roared, a hint of disdain in its gaze toward Lin Yang, as if it sensed that he had not yet stepped into the martial ancestor realm. The gap between the second and third tiers was vast, like a chasm nearly impossible to bridge. Yet despite the contempt in its eyes, it still unleashed a powerful surge of blood energy. It let out a furious roar at Lin Yang in the air. The potent blood energy visible to the naked eye swept outward in all directions along the sound waves of the roar. This energy also carried the Tiger King's formidable martial will. However, as the roar's sound waves swept over Lin Yang's body, they seemed to have no effect on him at all. Instead, the colossal golden blade in his hand came crashing down upon the Tiger King's body. This? Impossible! The Tiger King's face was filled with disbelief. Feeling the fierce blade intent cleave through its sturdy body, a flicker of unwillingness appeared in its eyes. The next moment it crashed to the ground. You personally slayed the intermediate level 3-stage beast, Mountain Roar Tiger King, earning 3,400 attribute points. Lin Yang slowly descended beside the slain Tiger King's corpse, a look of satisfaction evident in his eyes. Indeed, with his current strength coupled with the profound understanding of his sword techniques, even without truly stepping into the martial sovereign realm, he could easily slay beasts of the king level. This signifies that his combat power has vastly surpassed the peak martial master level, even exceeding that of ordinary martial sovereign experts. After all, to contend with a 3-stage beast king, even a group of martial sovereign experts would require several individuals to engage in battle, let alone attempting to slay it, which is exceedingly difficult. Unless among them there was an absolute genius possessing high-quality attribute points. Roar! The slaughter of their companion enraged the other 4 beast kings immensely. In the next moment they howled to the heavens, their violent blood energy surging, a formidable presence erupting towards Lin Yang. The 4 beast kings at this moment were engaging in a ruthless assault against Lin Yang, who was merely at the martial master stage. Hee, this is good. I was just worried that after breaking through to the martial sovereign realm no one would fight me. Lin Yang, feeling the pressure from the 4 beast kings, showed no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead they were filled with a fierce battle intent. However, it's better to break through first. Lin Yang's blood energy had already reached the limit of a martial master, and consuming more would not only be useless, but would also forcefully compress his realm. Thus, even in the midst of the beast battlefield, facing the 4 beast kings, with their predatory gazes, Lin Yang did not hesitate. He directly summoned the rich blood river within him, which had thickened to an extreme, and was on the verge of solidifying into energy. In the next moment, as a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Yang, a massive blood-red energy coalesced into a pillar of blood soaring into the heavens. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by a huge blood-colored cloud. Crackle! Within the blood-colored cloud, numerous purple arcs of electricity flashed violently, as if the gods were in wrath. On the city walls, countless soldiers were already engaged in combat with the rushing beasts. However, with the blood barrier protecting them, the beasts could not breach the barrier to attack the human warriors. They could only continuously slam their massive bodies against the barrier, creating ripples upon it. Yet the beasts' actions were not entirely fruitless. Each collision caused waves to ripple through the blood barrier, accelerating the energy consumption of the barrier. If this continued, the blood barrier, which could originally sustain for half an hour, would only last 10 minutes before being breached by the beasts. At that time, humanity would face the colossal beasts directly and casualties would be inevitable. However, the sudden surge of a powerful presence instantly drew the attention of everyone in the battle. Even the beasts who were relentlessly battering against the barrier suddenly halted, turning their massive forms to gaze at the blood-colored cloud gathering in the void, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. This is someone breaking through to the martial sovereign realm at this moment. Who could it be? At this moment, both the beasts and the human warriors were captivated by this sudden surge of terrifying energy, their gazes shifting to the sky, which was completely covered by the blood-colored cloud, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. That kid Lin Yang actually chose to break through at this moment, truly confident to the extreme. On the city wall, the only one not engaged in battle with the beast's elder Mo was keenly observing. As soon as that powerful aura rose, his gaze turned in that direction. So he instantly realized that the one choosing to break through to the martial sovereign realm at this moment was Lin Yang. Wait, this kid is breaking through to the martial sovereign realm at the limit of a martial master. Initially, Elder Mo admired Lin Yang's courage to choose a breakthrough in battle, but then when Lin Yang's surging blood pillar triggered the celestial phenomenon of the blood-colored cloud, he could no longer remain calm. The expression on his aged face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How long has he been at the martial master stage? How could he reach the limit of martial master blood energy? Indeed, breaking through from martial master to martial sovereign can lead to a celestial phenomenon, but that requires a deep accumulation at the martial master stage, exceeding the peak of a martial master and even nearing the limit of a martial master. However, reaching the limit of martial master blood energy is incredibly difficult. Some people waste over a decade without touching the threshold of the limit, ultimately forced to break through. Even Elder Mo had spent several years, and his blood energy had only increased by a little over 2,000 points, eventually unable to endure the pain of stagnation and choosing to break through to martial sovereign. Even so, it was enough for Elder Mo to feel proud. After all, he had average talent, and the awakened attribute points did not aid in his cultivation but focused on refining tools. Otherwise, his accomplishments in martial arts would not have been limited to the martial sovereign realm. Regardless of how shocked others were, Lin Yang was oblivious to it all at this moment. At this moment, it felt as if the entire world had come to a sudden halt. Whether it was the beasts climbing the city walls or the human warriors wielding weapons with fierce battle intent against the beasts. Even the blood-colored cloud in the sky, shimmering with purple arcs of electricity, was utterly frozen at this moment. Lin Yang's spirit seemed to be drawn by an inexplicable force. Suddenly, he found himself in a unique place surrounded by darkness. No, it was not darkness. It was as if it were a void. And within this boundless void, there was a blood river. Below him was a surging blood water, appearing dense and viscous, even showing signs of solidifying. This place, could it be? Suddenly a flash of insight swept through Lin Yang's mind, as if he understood everything. That's right, this is my Dantian blood river. After breaking through to the martial master stage, Lin Yang could observe his Dantian blood river. However, at this moment the perspective was different. He felt as if his spirit had submerged within the Dantian. His perspective transformed from a third-person view to a first-person perspective, allowing him to truly experience everything within his Dantian. As Lin Yang gained this realization, he felt a whirlwind of sensations. His perspective shifted from first-person back to third-person. However, his newly immersed spirit awareness now transformed into a brilliant golden light. Slowly it sank into the surging blood river below. Boom! As his spirit awareness descended into the blood river, Lin Yang felt the once relatively calm blood river surge wildly. Endless blood-red water boiled like scalding water, as if caught in a violently swirling hurricane, swirling and condensing around the shining golden light of his spirit. At this moment, the shining point of his spirit seemed to transform into a black hole containing infinite gravitational pull. The boundless blood river was drawn in, completely surrounding it, forming a continuously rotating blood sphere. Buzz! The blood sphere suddenly contracted inward, rapidly, its size compressing and shrinking continuously, until the thick blood sphere shrank to less than the size of a ping-pong ball. The liquid blood energy was completely compressed into a solid form, forming a blood pill that was entirely blood-red, perfectly rounded and radiating a vibrant glow. Within it, however, emanated a presence far more immense than before. Crack. Suddenly the perfectly rounded blood pill burst forth with several rays of golden light. In the next moment the originally blood-red blood pill sprouted several golden patterns. Counting carefully, a total of 9 golden lines perfectly entwined around the blood pill, forming a 9-patterned blood pill, as if it were a creation of heaven. Crack. The moment the blood pill with 9 golden patterns was fully formed, a thunderbolt exploded within the blood-colored cloud mass that had been brewing in the sky. This resounding blast seemed to fully activate the frozen world, simultaneously restoring Lin Yang's perception to normal. Pay no heed to his surroundings. He immediately turned his gaze inward to his dantian, focusing on the blood pill slowly rotating within, encircled by 9 golden patterns. His eyes were filled with satisfaction and delight. My mind and consciousness have merged with the river of blood, condensing vast blood energy into a 9-pattern blood pill. All of this signified that Lin Yang had achieved the martial grandmaster realm. The next moment, an immensely powerful aura erupted from his body, several times stronger than before. This feeling was entirely different from when he had forcibly broken through to the martial grandmaster realm using a trait. His mind had completely fused with the blood energy in his dantian. It was as if with a single thought he could effortlessly mobilize all the power within him and unleash it explosively. He even felt as though the world around him resonated with his being. In the next moment, his body defied gravity, slowly floating upward, breaking free from the earth's pull. He stood upon the void as if treading solid ground. Is this the power of a martial grandmaster? Lin Yang's gaze sharpened as the overwhelming aura of a martial grandmaster suddenly burst forth from him. This immense pressure radiated outward, rapidly sweeping over the 4 beast kings lurking ahead and the battle between beasts and human warriors on the city wall. All of them felt a powerful, oppressive force brush past them. Some with weaker cultivation could barely withstand it and nearly fell to their knees. Even countless citizens in the heart of Yang City sensed this overwhelming aura. Who has broken through to the martial grandmaster realm? The already powerful martial artists all looked westward with shock in their eyes, as if their gaze could pierce through dozens of kilometers to see the distant scene. Whoever it is, it means Xia gains another martial grandmaster. This is indeed a fortunate event. In an instant their shock turned to joy as every additional martial grandmaster strengthened Yang City's power against the beasts. At Yang City No. 3 High School, in a secluded training ground, 2 figures stood facing each other. One was the principal of the school, while opposite him stood a girl of ordinary appearance, but with an ever-present cold and aloof demeanor. Frost palm? The girl suddenly called out softly, then gently struck her palm toward a distant boulder. In the next instant, a blue light flashed in the void before her, forming a palm-shaped ice that slammed into the boulder. With a bang, the ice palm struck the boulder, shattering it into several pieces, their surfaces covered in glistening frost. Ruhua, excellent. Your frost palm is becoming more proficient. The principal remarked, clapping in praise. Thank you, principal. But don't be complacent. With only 2 months until the martial arts exam, I hope you can go further and aim for those 4 prestigious martial arts universities. As the principal was about to continue, a powerful martial grandmaster aura surged. Who is it to have such a formidable aura right after breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm? The principal's perception seemed exceptionally keen. Within this unfamiliar aura, he sensed many astonishing details. This aura is unrefined, clearly just having broken through, yet its vastness and solidity far surpass ordinary martial grandmasters, perhaps even exceeding intermediate-level ones. Who could possess such immense power and presence so soon after breaking through? The principal stared westward, his eyes lingering in shock. Meanwhile, above the city, the brewing blood-colored cloud mass seemed to sense the powerful martial grandmaster aura emanating from Lin Yang. Crack. In an instant, a purple lightning bolt brewed to its peak, resounded through the void, striking down at Lin Yang with overwhelming force. Its speed was so extreme that even Lin Yang, having just become a martial grandmaster, could not evade. Blood clouds covering the sky, purple lightning tempering the body. This kid Lin Yang has incredible fortune. Now not only old Mo but also other martial grandmasters watched Lin Yang being struck by lightning with envy in their eyes. They wished they could take his place and endure the fearsome thunderbolts. Though the purple lightning's might was terrifying, seemingly capable of destroying everything. In truth, it was a special phenomenon formed by heaven to celebrate Lin Yang's breakthrough to the martial grandmaster realm, achieved through the limits of a martial artist's blood energy. The lightning would not harm him. Instead, it would temper his body, making it even more resilient than before. It also helped purge impurities from his body. However, for Lin Yang, the step of refining bodily impurities was already unnecessary. His body was almost entirely free of impurities. His perfected cultivation technique had already refined away any impurities as he absorbed and refined the beastly blood energy, contributing to the condensation of his mystic sun body. Of course, this didn't mean the benefits of the lightning tempering were wasted. As the purple lightning struck Lin Yang, a message echoed in his mind. Undergoing lightning baptism, mystic sun body condensation progress increased by 1. Could there be such unexpected benefits? Lin Yang felt the mystic sun body's condensation progress steadily increase under the lightning's baptism. In just a few breaths it had grown by over 10. And it didn't stop as the blood-colored cloud mass above continued to send down purple lightning to bathe his body. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning tempering lasted nearly a full minute. Only when it was complete did the blood-colored clouds in the sky gradually dissipate. Lin Yang's mystic sun body condensation progress had reached 86.48. Only a little over 10 points remained before it would be fully formed, awakening the powerful mystic sun body. At this moment, a glimmer of joy and impatience flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. He had long been filled with anticipation for the fully awakened mystic sun body. Unfortunately, although the progress was swift, it still seemed to fall short. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. With strong anticipation, Lin Yang, standing on the void, turned his gaze forward to the 4 massive beast king-level beasts. Hey, I almost forgot about you. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yang's mouth, but quickly turned into a cold sneer. Now let your blood energy help me complete the final condensation of the mystic sun body. Long before he breached the threshold of the martial Tao master, Lin Yang, then only a lowly martialist, had already achieved the astonishing feat of slaying a beast king while outclassed, a deed that stunned the world. Now he had successfully broken through, instantly ascending to the rank of a mid-level martial Tao master. The vast river of blood surging in his dantian solidified into a perfectly round, scorching blood pill, its surface etched with 9 circling crimson golden sigils. The pill radiated a lifeblood force capable of suppressing heaven and earth. His cultivation had swollen by more than mere multiples. Such overwhelming strength already towered above ordinary beast kings. Even as 4 beast kings formed a ring, their ferocity rolling like thunder, Lin Yang stood with his hands folded in midair robes, billowing, his expression as cold and still as water, not a hint of fear. The contempt in his eyes incensed the beasts below. For earth-shattering roars burst forth at once, the sonic waves warping the air and whipping dust into a frenzy. All 4 beast kings bristled, their enormous bodies taut as forged iron, and an untamed aura unique to their rank erupted from them like a coiling storm. Black murderous chi wound about their forms. A martial will condensed into invisible pressure, carrying the stench of blood and malice like a surging black tide barreling toward Lin Yang in midair and dimming the very light around it. In the next instant, the 4 giants slammed into the ground and leapt, their thick limbs shattering the earth as they howled and lunged together at Lin Yang. One of them, a leopard king streaked in dark gold rosettes and lithe as lightning, moved far swifter than the rest. Its paws struck the void in rapid succession, each step stirring fine ripples in space as the surrounding air tore into a dark golden streak. In a breath, it was upon Lin Yang. Its maw gaped, narrow fangs flashing with a cold metallic sheen, foul saliva dripping between them. Borne on a gust of bloody wind, it lunged to clamp down on Lin Yang's neck. The acrid reek sliced at the nostrils, yet Lin Yang remained unmoving, a faint scorn lingering in his eyes. Pathetic human die. The leopard king was utterly provoked, murderous intent churned in its gaze, as its giant jaws snapped shut, aiming to shred Lin Yang to pieces. But the instant its fangs met flesh, the form it had bitten shattered like a mirage in water, dissolving into countless motes of light and vanishing without a trace. In that flash, Lin Yang's true body had already teleported to the leopard's side, moving so swiftly that only a pale red afterimage lingered, the air itself untouched. Startled but composed, the leopard twisted its massive frame. Its right claw edged like a blade slashed viciously toward Lin Yang at its flank. The claw's tips swirled with viscous, blood-like vital energy. As it fell, it rent the air, leaving a crimson streak and producing a piercing, rending sound. This time Lin Yang did not evade nor unleash his keen blade intent. He simply clenched his right fist and invoked a seldom-used second-tier fist art, the Shuasha Dangtian Fist Blood, devastating heaven-sweeping fist. The 9-patterned blood pill in his dantian spun with furious speed. Searing immense lifeblood surged through his limbs like a volcanic blast, every current converging upon his right fist. A blood-tinted fist shade several meters across coalesced above his knuckles. Sanguine chi steamed like crimson flame, its oppressive aura bone-chilling. With no flourish, Lin Yang drove his punch straight into the leopard's incoming claw, impacting with thunder. To test a beast king's brute strength with mere flesh and bone is courting death, the leopard sneered. The cruel smile flickered across the leopard's face. In its eyes, human flesh was feeble compared to beastly might. This strike should have broken Lin Yang. Yet, in the next moment fate turned. Boom! The deafening collision detonated as the two utmost powers met, and a horrific shockwave fanned out from the point of contact. A white airwave rolled outward from the impact like ripples sweeping in rings, and lifting dust into a blinding storm, the very currents above churned into chaos. The leopard's snarl froze, a force far beyond its expectations surged back down its claw, and into its body wrenching every bone and limb with excruciating pain. It gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that a human's corporeal strength could crush a beast king such as itself. Under the onslaught of that absolute power, the beast, many times Lin Yang's size, was hurled away like a kite cut loose, tracing a humiliating arc through the sky. It skidded back well over 100 meters before barely regaining footing, its limbs trembling. Before the leopard could steady its breath, Lin Yang was already moving again. Blood chi billowed beneath his feet as he pushed to the brink of speed, dragging a dense trail of crimson afterimages through the air. In an eye blink, he stood behind the still wobbling leopard. His right fist curled once more. The gathered lifeblood raged even wilder, the crimson fist shadow swelling several times over its energy, made nearly tangible as it smashed into the leopard's back with overwhelming force. Shuesha Dang Tian fist. A dull thunder and a sickening crack rang out together. The leopard's hardened spine split beneath the blow. A shriek ripped from it in unendurable agony as its massive body became a falling blood-red meteor, howling through the air and slamming into the earth. Boom! The ground trembled violently, dust leapt skyward. The leopard's body carved a vast pit dozens of meters across, stones flying and smoke billowing. The chasm silent thereafter. No sooner had the leopard been felled than a jet-black colossus burst in from the flank. The Scorpion King lashed two pairs of enormous pincers that gleamed with icy light, their mouths razor-sharp, cleaving the air with lethal force. They snapped straight for Lin Yang's midsection. To be caught between them would shear through iron bones as if they were paper. Yet Lin Yang seemed to foresee it all. He remained motionless. A ripple of blood chi passed over him, and he vanished from the spot like a wraith. In the next instant, Lin Yang stood behind the Scorpion King, his eyes cold, his right fist gathered scorching blood chi, once more a vast blood fury fist shadow roaring into being as it smashed mercilessly into the Scorpion's armored back. Perhaps sensing the rear assault, the Scorpion's tail flashed with jade-green light, as if steeped in venom, and thrust toward Lin Yang, aiming to pierce him through. Qi Shao Divine Gang Technique. Engage. Feeling the lethal intense strike from behind, Lin Yang did not dodge. He activated a second-tier protective Gang Qi. At once a round blood-colored Gang Qi rose and wrapped his body entirely. The red energy, solid as a ruby, shone with unyielding resilience. When the venom-laced tail slammed into the blood-hued Gang Qi, Lin Yang's blood fist shadow simultaneously struck the Scorpion's dark, heavy carapace. The grating crunch of fracture tore the air. The shell that could once defy a master's full-strength assault webbed instantly with spider-like cracks of fragments, and thick inky green venom sprayed in all directions. The Scorpion King did not even manage a howl before the crushing force hurled its massive bulk to the ground. Its body twitched twice and fell still. 8 spindly legs lay limp, the inky green blood soaking the earth. In the blink of an eye, 2 great beast kings had perished. Lin Yang had not even resorted to the true essence of his renowned blade art. 2 beast kings fell consecutively at Lin Yang's hands. The remaining giant bear beast king and blood python beast king, witnessing this, finally revealed a flicker of barely concealed terror in their beastly pupils. Yet escape was no longer possible. The 2 colossal beasts simultaneously unleashed furious and frenzied roars, their ferocious aura surging to the extreme. From left and right they launched a lethal pincer attack against Lin Yang. On the right, the giant bear beast king stomped heavily on the void, its terrifying strength seemingly causing the very space to tremble and crack. Its body was covered in thick jet-black fur, as heavy as a mountain yet brimming with unparalleled brute force. Its massive bare paw, wrapped in a gale, slammed fiercely toward Lin Yang. Blood chi roiled atop the paw, each strike carrying the might to shatter mountains and split rocks. On the left, the blood python beast king slithered, its body covered in crimson scales. Its serpentine pupils were cold and sinister as its massive form coiled in like lightning. Its maw gaped wide, fangs dripping with lethal venom, while its tail lashed through the air with a sharp whistle, striking at Lin Yang's side, aiming to coil and crush him instantly. The 2 raging auras of Beast King realm locked onto Lin Yang, sealing all his avenues of escape. The surrounding air solidified under this oppressive force, rendering movement impossible. Yet Lin Yang's expression remained utterly calm. His blood chi erupted abruptly, the 9-stripe blood pill spinning wildly within his dantian. Vast blood chi surged skyward, forming a sanguine light shield around him. Facing the dual assault, he remained unhurried. With a step, he shattered the void beneath his feet, his form soaring several zhang into the air, easily evading the bear paw and serpent tail. Boom! The bear paw slammed into empty space, causing the void to tremble, and instantly manifest a massive bloody palm print. Meanwhile, the python's tail lashed at the void, where Lin Yang had stood like a swift blood whip, cracking explosively in the air. Beasts, this ends now. Lin Yang spoke coldly, his tone aloof, yet imbued with unquestionable authority and murderous intent. He held back no longer. His left hand clenched into a fist, his right hand grasped empty air. The vast blood chi and martial will within him merged, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura far surpassing the previous that swept the entire field. Seizing the moment when the two beast kings had just expended their strength, and before new force could arise, Lin Yang shot downward like an arrow. His left fist, wielding the blood fiend sky-shaking fist, struck first. The blood-colored fist shadow hurtled straight for the giant bear beast king's head, its speed too great for the bear to react. Simultaneously, with a subtle motion of his right hand, the surrounding air condensed abruptly. An intangible blade intent spread silently. Though he had not drawn a blade, the sharp saber aura had already locked onto the python beast king. One fist, one blade struck simultaneously at the two beast kings, poised to sever all their life force. Lin Yang's fist momentum and blade intent had fully erupted. The blood-colored fist shadow, wrapped in overwhelming blood fiend energy, was about to shatter the giant bear beast king's skull. The intangible saber chi had also sliced through the void, aimed at the blood python beast king's vital spot, 7 inches from its head. Despair flooded the eyes of the two beast kings. Lin Yang's aura was too formidable. They were utterly powerless against this fatal strike. But at this critical juncture, a brilliant golden light streaked from behind Lin Yang, its speed beyond imagination. Like a meteor tearing across the sky, wrapped in a sharp, ear-splitting screech, it shot directly toward Lin Yang's vital back. Its speed far exceeded the previous Leopard King, and its body was enveloped in a sharp aura surpassing ordinary beast kings. It's the golden-eyed Eagle King. Lin Yang, beware! The human martial ancestor, observing from afar, instantly recognized the golden figure. It was indeed the fastest and most ferocious flying beast king from the earlier siege of 8 beast kings, the golden-eyed Eagle King. His face drastically changed, and he shouted a warning to Lin Yang, with all his might, his heart clenching in an instant. No one had expected that the golden-eyed Eagle King had not attacked alongside the other beast kings, but instead lurked in the shadows waiting for an ambush. And the timing it chose was fatal. The very moment Lin Yang was unleashing his full power with his expended strength not yet replenished, the golden-eyed Eagle King spread its wings, blotting out the void. Golden feather blades sliced through the air like sharp weapons. Its vertical pupils gleamed with cold golden light, and its talons, carrying a chilling, murderous aura, aimed straight for Lin Yang's back. It sought to pierce Lin Yang's body in one strike, disrupting this lethal execution. Attacked from front and back, surrounded by 3 beast kings, even as a mid-level martial grandmaster, Lin Yang was now trapped in a desperate pincer. The watching warriors on the ground held their breath, their hearts in their throats, as they witnessed the golden-eyed Eagle King's talons drawing ever closer to Lin Yang. Yet amidst this peril, Lin Yang's face remained utterly undisturbed, his gaze ice-cold. His blood chi did not waver. The 9-striped blood pill in his dantian spun even faster, and vast blood chi split instantly. The momentum of his left fist did not diminish, but instead gained 3 parts more dominance. Defying the threat of the ambush behind him, it slammed heavily onto the giant bear beast king's skull. Bang, crack! The sound of bones shattering exploded. The giant bear beast king didn't even have time to howl. Its hard skull shattered instantly. Its colossal body collapsed like a toppling mountain, crashing heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. At the same time, Lin Yang twisted his waist sharply. The blood-colored light shield around him condensed abruptly onto his back, while his right hand slashed through the air. The intangible blade materialized instantly. A several hanglong blood-colored saber beam tore through the void, first severing the sweeping tail of the blood python beast king, then, with undiminished momentum, cleaving straight into its body. Swish! The powerful blade instantly sliced through the 7-inch vital spot of the crimson blood python king. Its massive head was severed, and its enormous body, not yet devoid of life, writhed as it plummeted to the ground. Behind Lin Yang, the golden-eyed Eagle King's deadly talons had already arrived. Lin Yang neither dodged nor evaded. He slightly lowered his shoulder, channeling all his blood chi into a tangible protective aura to withstand the strike. Clang! The golden claws slashed fiercely against the blood-colored protective aura, producing a piercing metallic ring. The blood light shield trembled violently, but was ultimately not shattered. A wave of recoil force exploded, instantly numbing the golden-eyed Eagle King's wings and causing its form to halt abruptly. Lin Yang turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto this ambushing avian beast king, a chilling murderous intent curling at the corners of his mouth. Ambush! You seek death. Having already dispatched the two beast kings, he was now free of all restraints. His terrifying aura erupted fully, and a sky full of blade intent and roiling blood chi enveloped the golden-eyed eagle king completely. The terrifying aura instilled dread in all who sensed it. Squeal. Suddenly the golden-eyed eagle king let out a mournful piercing cry to the heavens. The next moment an immensely terrifying aura countless times more powerful than the beast king realm surged abruptly from the depths of the dense forest. It was as if a primordial beast slumbering for a millennium had finally awakened. Who dares slaughter my beast kin? The formidable aura instantly swept across the entire Yang city. Every person felt as though 1,000 June weight was pressing on their backs, their legs trembling uncontrollably, almost forcing them to kneel. The principal of Yang City No. 3 High School, who had just been marveling at which genius had broken through to the martial ancestor realm, now felt this terrifying aura. The expression on his face instantly turned extremely grave. A beast emperor realm beast. The next moment the principal radiated an equally intense majestic aura. He shot into the void, charging toward the western part of the city at a speed several times faster than a martial ancestor. You rebellious son, you'd better hold on for your old man. Turning his gaze back beyond the city walls, the overwhelming aura of the beast emperor caused the very heavens and earth to tremble incessantly. Within the void it seemed as though countless thunderbolts were constantly detonating. The terrifying presence and boundless might press down upon the countless human warriors fighting fiercely atop the city walls, an inescapable suffocating weight bearing down upon them. It even severely hampered their movements and techniques. An attack that was about to strike a beast was slowed by a beat under this influence, allowing the creature to easily evade. While humanity faltered under this immense pressure, the attacking beasts seemed to draw great encouragement from it. Not only did their own auras surge, nearly doubling in intensity, but their eyes also blazed with madness, as they rammed the already dimming blood-colored barrier on the city walls with even greater force and speed. The immense power sent ripples cascading across the blood barrier, which faded at an alarming rate far quicker than before. What might have held for over 10 minutes could now only last mere minutes. A beast emperor. This beast tide has produced a beast emperor. The faces of all on the city wall turned grim. Even the battalion commander's expression was profoundly solemn. This was a beast emperor surpassing the 3rd rank to reach the 4th, its power unfathomable, and far exceeding that of a beast king. Could easily raise the entire city of Yangcheng alone. Even a martial king of the same rank could not defeat a beast emperor in unknown combat. This meant that Yangcheng was now in grave danger. A beast emperor has appeared. This is Yangcheng's greatest crisis. Sound the city-wide alarm. Evacuate the civilians to the underground shelters now. The battalion commander's voice was heavy, but his command was resolute. Even though this order would plunge the city into chaos. Facing the imminent arrival of the beast emperor, they had no choice. It was better to evacuate the civilians to the shelters than to leave everyone to die. There was still a high chance the beast emperor would find them and devour them. But at least there was a sliver of hope, wasn't there? Old Mo, my father, might be on his way here. Although he is a martial king, one person alone cannot stop a beast emperor. He didn't know if there were other martial kings in Yangcheng besides his father, nor if they would choose to face a beast king for the city's sake. But I trust my father. Even if not for Yangcheng, he will rush here for me. So we must still prepare for the worst. As the battalion commander spoke to old Mo beside him, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve fixed on Lin Yang, who was just then slaying several beast kings in the void. He is the future of our great Xia. He must not be lost. My father will take some time to get here. Until he arrives, we must protect Lin Yang even at the cost of all our lives. The battalion commander's gaze towards Lin Yang held a hint of finality. Once my father arrives, he will take Lin Yang to the capital. There, protected by martial kings and even martial emperors, he can grow strong in safety. A flicker of memory seemed to pass through the battalion commander's resolute eyes, but it was immediately consumed by fierce determination. Yes, battalion commander, we will give our all to protect Lin Yang. The human martial lords beside him shouted, without hesitation, their faces set with resolve. In that moment they were not cowed by the sudden appearance of the beast emperor. Their eyes were as unwavering as the battalion commander's. They would give their lives to protect the future of Great Xia. Go! The next instant the battalion commander acted without hesitation, abandoning the beasts assaulting the wall. His form flashed across the void, charging towards Lin Yang's location. The other human martial lords followed suit, trailing the battalion commander's figure towards Lin Yang. On the other side, the golden-eyed Eagle King facing Lin Yang seized the moment of shock caused by the Beast Emperor's emergence to flee into the distance, seemingly wanting to bide its time until the Beast Emperor arrived to attack the city together. Just as Lin Yang was about to use his movement technique to pursue and finish it off, the battalion commander arrived with the martial lords. Lin Yang, you've done enough. Fall back to the city for now and await reinforcements. Oh, battalion commander, we have reinforcements. Lin Yang asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The Beast Emperor's aura was indeed formidable, affecting even him slightly. Otherwise, the golden-eyed Eagle King could never have escaped his grasp. Yes, my father, your principal, is rushing here as fast as he can. The battalion commander didn't reveal the full plan. He sensed that if Lin Yang knew they intended for his father to take him and flee, he wouldn't agree easily. Our principal is the battalion commander's father. Lin Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a connection between them. After all, the principal looked to be in his 50s, having a son in his 30s who was a battalion commander. The principal must have been quite the ladies' man in his youth. But even if the principal is a martial king, how can one person hold off a beast emperor? Lin Yang quickly set aside his gossipy thoughts and grasped the core of the issue. Lin Yang, no more questions. Just follow orders. The battalion commander hadn't expected Lin Yang to be so perceptive, but his expression remained stern as he spoke. At that moment, deep within the distant forest atop a massive mountain, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The previously dormant peak exploded as if struck by a nuclear bomb, shattering into pieces. The next moment, amidst a shower of flaming boulders, a colossal figure flew out from the shattered mountain. It was also a flying beast, but it was countless times larger than the golden-eyed Eagle King that had just fled. Its wingspan stretched nearly a kilometer wide. Its dark crimson body seemed forged from rock covered in glowing red veins through which magma and fire seemed to flow. Blood-red flames wreathed its wings as it streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of extreme heat that ignited the forests below. The sky above was blotted out by fiery clouds like a beautiful sunset casting an evening glow. Moving faster than sound, it flew towards the city with terrifying scorching heat, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. So this is the might of a beast emperor. Everyone was awestruck by the terrifying spectacle. Before it, ordinary humans were less than ants. Even martial artists and martial masters were merely slightly larger ants. Even martial lords could not withstand its edge. Lin Yang, time is short. Get back to the city. When my father arrives, do not hesitate. Flee. At this point, the battalion commander no longer hid his intentions. After speaking, he turned and flew towards the terrifying beast emperor. Young friend Lin Yang, do not disappoint the battalion commander. Escape safely, grow into a stronger martial artist, and avenge this blood debt for the battalion commander and everyone in Yangqing. The remaining human martial lords followed the battalion commander, their eyes filled with unyielding resolve. They knew they were facing death, but they did not flinch. So that's their plan. He sensed the beast emperor's rapid approach, its aura horrifyingly formidable. He also saw the human martial ancestors following the captain, charging to confront the terrifying beast emperor. In that moment, Lin Yang fully grasped their intention. They were prepared to sacrifice their own lives to buy him time to escape. Sigh. There was no need for such a tragic sacrifice. At this moment, a flicker of emotion stirred within Lin Yang. He never imagined that anyone would willingly face death to create an escape opportunity for him. But the next instant, his gaze turned resolute. After all, it's just a beast emperor. It's not like I can't slay it. How could he stand by and watch these honorable people be devoured by the beast emperor while trying to shield him? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang focused his mind. The dormant blood energy within him instantly seethed, activating the trait boiling blood eruption purple. Boom! A torrent of power far more immense than before surged forth from within him like a slumbering volcano suddenly erupting. His realm, already at mid-stage martial ancestor, skyrocketed under the catalysis of his blood energy. The barrier to high-stage martial ancestor shattered instantly. The shackles of peak martial ancestor crumbled like paper, finally settling at early-stage martial king. Yet his aura remained formidable and overbearing, hinting at further ascent. His blood energy value underwent a cataclysmic transformation, exploding from over 20,000 points to a terrifying 200,000. A tenfold increase. A visible crimson aura churned and steamed around him. Most astonishing was the profound intent of the blade that permeated his being. It had transcended its previous limits, becoming sharp, domineering, and unfathomable. A terrifying realm beyond words. Lin Yang seemed to merge with the very Tao of the blade in heaven and earth, becoming the embodiment of blade intent itself. Though weaponless, everything around him could serve as his instrument. The airflow was a blade, the light was a blade. Even the vibration of the air could coalesce into an indestructible, invisible edge. Fierce blade intent raged wildly around his body. The void, like fragile silk, was continuously torn apart and swiftly mended, emitting harsh, sizzling sounds. The terrifying aura soared into the sky, forcibly ripping an opening in the Beast Emperor's oppressive presence. Even the heavens seemed awed, clouds churned, and the sky darkened abruptly. The profound, majestic aura unique to the martial king realm spread outward like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, violently groaning under the strain. This earth-shattering aura swept across Yang City in an instant. Every human warrior battling beasts on the city walls froze, turning in stunned disbelief toward the source of the power. Above Yang City, a streak of light sped through the air, the principal rushing to reinforce the western wall. Sensing the sudden eruption of a martial king's aura, he trembled, his face blooming with incredulous shock. Then an uncontrollable joy followed. His voice trembled with excitement. A martial king? How is this possible? Yang City harbors an unfamiliar martial king. His gaze burned toward the western district. The stone weighing on his heart eased slightly as he murmured, "Whoever it is, since they've reached the western wall before me, at least they can temporarily hold off the Beast Emperor." Overflowing with surprise, the principal accelerated, desperate to reach the western wall. Can two martial kings join forces to repel the Beast Emperor? In that moment, the principal couldn't help but wonder. Alone, he was utterly powerless against the Beast Emperor, but together two martial kings might stand a chance. Meanwhile, in the void beyond the city wall, the captain and his team had been ready to sacrifice themselves against the Beast King, buying time for Lin Yang, the unparalleled prodigy representing Great Xia's future. Now, feeling the terrifying aura from behind, shock rippled through their hearts. Lin Yang has broken through to martial king. None could believe it. Lin Yang's breakthrough to martial ancestor had already made him the most exceptional prodigy in all of Great Xia. But now, does Lin Yang's trait have no limits? Can he activate its eruption freely? The captain knew Lin Yang possessed a special trait capable of multiplying his strength. Based on his understanding of such traits, while they could briefly unleash immense power, they inflicted severe damage upon the body afterward. A period of recovery was the best-case scenario. Some even caused one's cultivation realm to regress. Yet Lin Yang seemed completely unbound by such restrictions. He had only just erupted his trait's power yesterday, and today, he could unleash such horrifying strength again. No, today's aura is infinitely more potent than yesterday's. Sensing the overwhelming martial king presence, everyone stood frozen in shock. Then Lin Yang's figure suddenly materialized beside the captain and his team. "Captain, I appreciate your goodwill, and it deeply moves me. But this is merely a Beast Emperor. Allow me to slay it with my own hands." With those words, Lin Yang vanished, moving at a speed too fast for the eye to follow as he charged toward the sky-obscuring Beast Emperor. Along the way, he spotted the golden-eyed Eagle King that had fled earlier. It seemed utterly shocked that Lin Yang had transformed into a martial king, its gaze toward him filled with sheer terror. Screech! It let out a piercing cry as if summoning the distant Beast Emperor to its rescue. "Humph! No one can save you now." Lin Yang snorted coldly. Without making a single move, he fixed a murderous glare upon the golden-eyed Eagle King. "Humans, stop!" The distant Beast Emperor, sensing the Eagle King's anguished call, spoke directly. Its vast voice resonated in Lin Yang's ears, traveling faster than ordinary sound. But Lin Yang acted as if he hadn't heard. A series of sharp, blade-like flashes seemed to flicker in his eyes. The next moment, crack! The golden-eyed Eagle King felt the surrounding void lock onto its space, constricting its body. Countless invisible blade intents swirled around it. Boom! In an instant, its body burst apart, scattering into a mist of blood. Above, countless blade slashes seemed to bloom in the void, lingering for a long time. Lin Yang had slain the powerful Beast King with nothing but his gaze. With a casual wave of his hand, the blood mist was drawn into his body, converted into his own blood energy. Only then did the colossal Beast Emperor finally arrive before Lin Yang. Its enormous eyes blazed with seething fury. "Human, you court death." Though the golden-eyed Eagle King was not its offspring, it carried a trace of its bloodline. Now Lin Yang had brutally slain it, leaving not even a corpse. "Courting death? No. It is you who courts death now." Lin Yang's form appeared minuscule before the immense Beast Emperor, the disparity like an ant trying to shake a tree. Yet there was no trace of fear in Lin Yang's eyes. His words dripped with icy killing intent. "How dare you, a lowly human, provoke me like this? I will show you my true power." The Beast Emperor's eyes blazed with fury, as its colossal body trembled, unleashing a torrent of malevolent aura that swept across heaven and earth. Its pitch-black claws tore through the void, carrying a murderous intent that sought to shred everything in its path, and lunged straight at Lin Yang. Where the claws passed, the air exploded in thunderous booms, and space rippled like disturbed water, as if on the verge of shattering completely. The overwhelming pressure of the Beast Emperor's might bore down on Yangqing's walls, causing them to crack and crumble, and plunged every martial artist into despair, rendering even the simplest movement a Herculean task. Lin Yang lifted his gaze, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The fierce blade intent within him surged forth, with no restraint, erupting in full force. Enhanced by the power of the entries, Lin Yang's blade intent was now approaching the realm of the Tao. The captain and the others were willing to sacrifice their lives to save me. Today I shall use the power of the blade's Tao to protect this city and slay this beast. Lin Yang resolved in his heart, then raised his right hand. The immeasurable blade intent instantly coalesced into invisible chains, sweeping across the entire western wall. In the next moment, a sight that shook heaven and earth unfolded. On the city wall, every sword, spear, and blade held by the martial artists tore free from their grasp, rising uncontrollably into the air. Whether they were alloy weapons or extraordinary arms, all were now drawn by an overbearing, peerless blade Tao power, radiating a frigid blade intent with terrifying might. As the boundless blade intent permeated the air, the horde of mutant beasts that had been assaulting the city's crimson barrier were all slain by the fierce intent, their bodies shattered into countless chunks of flesh. Then, after slaying the beasts, all the weapons frenziedly converged toward the sky. The clanging of weapons rang out incessantly as thousands of blades spiraled and intertwined in the air, so dense they nearly blotted out half the sky. Each weapon was enveloped in a dense blade intent, radiating a blinding sharpness. "What is happening?" Everyone stared in shock as their own weapons slipped from their control. Such a bizarre occurrence was unprecedented for them. This is surely beyond the realm of true blade intent. The captain hovered in the air, gazing at this astonishing spectacle, his pupils constricting and his face filled with terror. In his 30-plus years of life, he had never witnessed such terrifying mastery of blade intent. Capable of summoning myriad weapons to one's command, perhaps it could no longer be called blade intent. It was the Tao of the blade. The martial grandmasters behind the captain stood frozen, staring at their departed weapons. Their hearts churned with tumultuous waves, and their gazes toward Lin Yang were now filled with awe. What? Has his blade true intent transcended its limits and approached the Tao? In the distant void, the principal, flying at incredible speed, felt the powerful aura nearing the Tao, his face a mask of disbelief. Although the martial king realm was formidable, it was exceedingly rare for one to bring any true intent close to the Tao. Who is this suddenly emerged martial king? How can he wield such terrifying blade Tao power? Even the principal himself, a martial king, was deeply shaken. He had never encountered anyone in the martial king realm who had refined their true intent to the verge of the Tao. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood in the void, his robes fluttering. His blood-red chi and golden blade intent merged. With solemn eyes, he lightly tapped his finger and uttered the four-word mantra, 10,000 blades return to the origin. As his words fell, the myriad weapons in the sky suddenly burst into dazzling golden light, their countless edges retracting. Using heaven and earth as a furnace and blade intent as the catalyst, the countless weapons furiously merged and compressed. In an instant, all the blades converged at lightning speed, forming a golden divine sword that spanned the sky 1,000 zhang in length. The divine sword shimmered with flowing radiance, its blade etched with profound Tao patterns, exuding an unrivaled divine might, as if it could split heaven and earth. Where the blade's edge pointed, heaven and earth changed color. Even the Beast Emperor's ferocious aura was utterly suppressed, and the surrounding void was shattered into fragments by the residual force of the blade. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can your blade true intent be so terrifying? The Beast Emperor stared at the golden divine sword, capable of destroying heaven and earth, its massive body trembling uncontrollably, a deep terror surging in its eyes. All its previous arrogance vanished. It howled madly, trying to muster all its demonic power for defense, but it was locked in place by the divine sword's pressure, unable to dodge or flee. Wretched beast, how dare you attack a human city? Today I will slay you completely. Lin Yang's aura surged with immense power, and slowly a colossal golden phantom coalesced in the void. Is that a martial Dharma manifestation? How is this possible? Including the captain, all the martial grandmasters stared in utter shock at the golden phantom that, though somewhat ethereal, dominated the entire sky. That was a martial Dharma manifestation. something only martial emperors beyond the martial king realm could condense. Yet Lin Yang had now touched the threshold of such a manifestation. The phantom behind Lin Yang, filling the entire sky, grasped the sky-spanning divine sword in its hand. As Lin Yang's arm swung down with force, the thousand-zhong golden divine sword, carrying the weight of 10,000 Jun, tore through the heavens and descended upon the beast emperor with a blade edge that rent the world. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the soft whisper of the blade slicing through the void. The moment the golden blade light fell, the beast emperor's adamantine scales and formidable flesh were torn apart like paper. Blood gushed forth like molten lava, dyeing the entire sky crimson, resembling a beautiful sunset. The once mighty beast emperor couldn't even utter a final scream. Its colossal body was split in two from head to abdomen by the golden divine sword. Its demonic core was instantly extinguished, and even its soul was annihilated by the blade intent, scattering into nothingness. With a single strike, a beast emperor-level mutant beast was slain. Is Lin Yang even human? At that moment, nearly everyone stared in disbelief at the massive phantom in the void, their eyes filled with awe. After slaying the beast emperor, the thousand-zhong divine sword slowly dissolved into specks of golden light, scattering across heaven and earth. The golden light then transformed into streams of golden radiance, flying rapidly toward the city wall. My spear is coming back. The golden streams precisely returned to the hands of their original owners. As the golden glow faded, they were the very weapons that had been summoned away. Great! I thought I'd lost the extraordinary weapon I bought after saving up half a year last week. Someone clutched their returned weapon, their face beaming with relief. Even if the weapons had been completely destroyed, defeating the Beast Emperor would have been a monumental victory. They were willing to sacrifice their lives, let alone a mere weapon. But the return of the weapons still filled them with deep joy. Now I've got a tale of glory to boast about to the new recruits. My weapon actually took part in slaying a Beast Emperor. A veteran grinned from ear to ear, already imagining how he would regale the new soldiers with the story of his weapon, now steeped in glory. Wait, haven't you noticed? Your weapons seem different. Suddenly someone exclaimed, sensing a change in their weapon from before. Really, I feel it too. My weapon seems sharper than before. Several martial artists, after examining their weapons, cried out in astonishment. In the void, Lin Yang listened to the immense gains after slaying the 4th-tier mid-grade beast monarch, the crimson flame azure eagle, and the distant exclamations, a knowing smile spreading across his face. He was not like those who use techniques like 10,000 swords, returned to the origin, borrowing others' weapons without returning them. Moreover, he not only returned the weapons, but also used his powerful blade intent to temper each one, enhancing their sharpness. A trace of his blade intent even lingered on their weapons, which might burst forth in times of danger, perhaps saving them once. After all, Lin Yang's blade intent was nearing the Tao. Even a mere wisp, when suddenly unleashed, could prove difficult for even second-tier beasts to withstand. Consider it a small gift for them. Lin Yang smiled, then withdrew the residual blade intent back into his body. The fused weapons flew back intact into the hands of each warrior, now imbued with a trace of pure blade Tao aura, their quality subtly elevated. Lin Yang stood in the void, his chi and blood gradually receding his aura as an early martial king condensed. Though it lasted only 10 minutes, within that time he was a true martial king. Then his gaze shifted to the freshly slain beast monarch. Its colossal body still stood in the void. Though dead, the beast monarch's form still held a powerful martial truth, its corpse refusing to fall. A beast monarch. Lin Yang gazed at the first beast monarch he had ever slain. Though only a mid-tier one, and not yet able to unleash its full might, he had cut it down in an instant. Yet it was still a beast at the monarch level, a being capable of casually slaughtering an entire city, a force of destruction that could annihilate a metropolis. The next moment he raised his hand and sucked towards the beast monarch's corpse, drawing all its pure blood and baleful chi into his body. The precious materials on the beast monarch's body, along with the 4th-tier beast core radiating blazing flames, were also pocketed as a memento of his first beast monarch kill. As he refined all the beast monarch's blood and baleful chi, his already multiplied chi and blood surged further, a gain far greater than slaying several beast kings. A message suddenly struck Lin Yang's mind. Congratulations, your profound young body progress is complete. The profound young body has fully awakened, now at the 1st tier. Lin Yang joyfully discovered that the profound young body had finally awakened completely. In that instant, he felt his body undergoing an immense and wondrous transformation. Though he could already unleash some of the profound yang Bodhi's power before, he now saw that it was incomparable to the might of the complete form. Lin Yang felt as if his body had become a blazing furnace, dazzling as the sun. All impurities within were refined away, and his chi and blood turned scorching hot like molten magma. His skin took on a warm jade-like luster, yet contained terrifying power within. His body, a furnace, generated immense energy every moment. His chi and blood burned with fiery intensity, radiating an aura of dread. At this moment, relying solely on his physical strength, he could rival a beast king. His flesh was as tough as that of a beast king beast. This meant he could engage in physical combat with a beast king without using any chi blood or blade intent. Such a formidable physique was beyond even a martial king. As Lin Yang savored the marvels of the awakened profound young body, the entire sky blazed with resplendent radiance due to his awakening. Countless flames of crimson gold bloomed across the heavens, as if to incinerate the very firmament. In that moment, Yang City fell into dead silence. All warriors gazed in awe at the youthful figure in midair, and the sky-scorching flames above their hearts filled with shock and reverence. The beast monarch that had brought them despair was slain by Lin Yang with a single strike. Only after his physique fully awakened did the sky-spanning flames slowly dissipate, returning to normal. At that moment, a figure with an aura as heavy as a mountain shot across the void from within Yang City, landing abruptly on the city wall. Undoubtedly, it was the principal who had rushed over. But seeing the scene, now calm, littered only with the mangled remains of countless beasts beneath the wall, a bloody and horrific sight, he thought him late. The battle is already over. The principal felt a sense of unreality. A clash between a martial king and a beast monarch, when fought to the fullest, could shatter mountains and split the earth, destroying cities. This was no idle boast. Yet now, aside from the blood and carcasses of beasts below the wall, and in the distance, the wall itself seemed untouched. Even the protective blood chi barrier had not been fully breached, only slightly dimmed. That brat! The principal's gaze turned to the captain, his words harsh, but the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Alive at least, so am not left without an heir. In a flash he appeared before the captain, raising his fist as if to knock on his head. Ahem, father, you're here. The captain coughed lightly, hinting that others were watching, asking for some face. Humph, I'll deal with you later. The principal snorted, then lowered his hand, remembering his son was now the West City captain. But he still scolded. Why didn't you tell me about the beast monarch in the beast tide? If not for the mysterious martial king arriving in time, all of Yang City could have been in danger. You're right, father. It was my fault for not detecting the beast monarch's presence in advance. In truth, the captain was somewhat unjustly blamed. After all, if a beast monarch chose to conceal itself, those of their strength could not detect any aura at all. Enough, let's set that aside for now. Is that figure in the distance the martial king who repelled the beast monarch? Quickly introduce me. Though not far away, the principal did not probe the figure, as doing so could be seen as a provocation between martial kings. Father, don't you find him a bit familiar? The captain looked at his father, who seemed not to recognize his own student, a strange expression crossing his face. He does seem familiar. The principal stared at Lin Yang's back, sensing a hint of familiarity. Father, I can't believe you don't even recognize your own student. And he didn't just repel the beast monarch. He slew it with one strike. The captain suppressed his amusement and spoke slowly. What did you say? He's my student, and he just slew a beast monarch. Are you sure you're not joking with me? The principal's face changed drastically, his shock immense, utterly unable to believe what the captain had said. Above the city wall, the fierce wind howled, lifting the white strands of the principal's temples. He stared intently at the figure not far away, whose back was turned to him, while his son's words still echoed in his ears. Each syllable struck his mind like a thunderbolt, shaking him to the core. A martial king slaying a beast emperor in reverse. Are you sure this isn't a joke or a fantasy novel? The principal himself was a genuine martial king, having immersed himself in this realm for over a decade, and he knew well the terror of a beast emperor. That was a fearsome existence capable of overwhelming a small to medium-sized city, forcing even a martial king to retreat. Forget slaying one, even facing it heathen required careful deliberation. Such a feat was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet now his own son, the captain of the West City Guard in Yangqing, told him with unwavering certainty that someone had not only accomplished it, but that martial king was his student. The principal felt his mind buzzing from the shock, his heart pounding as if it might leap out of his throat. The extreme shock was so hard to believe that even he, a seasoned martial king, who had long mastered his emotions, couldn't help but tremble all over. His student, that was a high school student who hadn't even taken the martial arts college entrance exam. The path of martial arts was fraught with thorns at every step, from body tempering to martial warrior, then to martial master, martial ancestor, and martial king. Each breakthrough required vast resources, extraordinary talent, and endless trials. Among all the students he had taught, the most gifted barely touched the threshold of martial master by graduation. For this current batch, at most only a few had just broken through to martial warrior, struggling to even stand firm. For instance, Lu Ruhua, the purple trait awakener he had personally mentored, had only recently broken through to martial warrior. Martial king. How could that be possible? Wait! The principal suddenly raised his hand to stop his son from saying more, a flash of inspiration striking his mind like grasping at a lifeline. Could it be? Are you talking about those geniuses I taught 10 or 20 years ago? Have they broken through to martial king and returned to protect their hometown? That must be it. He murmured, his gaze unconsciously drifting into the distance as he sank into deep recollection. To have broken through to martial king at this age, it must be a student from at least 10 years ago. Is it Yun Mengxian who awakened the stellar immortal body orange 12 years ago? Soon the first figure emerged in his mind. That girl's orange trait had shaken all of Yangcheng back then. Her talent was unforgettable to him even now. Given the potential of that trait, breaking through to martial king in over a decade wasn't impossible. But no, Yun Mengxian was a woman, and he had heard she stayed at a top martial arts university as a faculty member, never returning to Yangcheng. Moreover, the figure before him stood tall and straight as a pine with a majestic aura. Clearly a man. Eliminated. Then is it Lu Chongsheng from 15 years ago? Eternal life, physique purple, a trait that amplifies vitality, growing stronger with age. But Lu Chongsheng was only in his early 30s now, relying on the trait, he could at most prolong his life and steadily improve his talent, barely reaching the martial ancestor realm at best. Still a vast chasm from martial king. Another genius ruled out. Could it be Su Jianxin from 21 years ago? Sword, immortal potential orange with a pure sword heart. He was a sword prodigy back then. Given his talent, breaking through to martial king now would be entirely reasonable, and he was male. But the principal shook his head again. Su Jianxin was devoted to the sword his entire life, never parting from it. He would never switch to a blade. Just now, as he rushed over, he had clearly sensed a powerful saber intent approaching the Tao, wild and violent, as if it could split heaven and earth with a single stroke. One by one, the figures of geniuses who had awakened traits above purple flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed by various details. The principal's brows were now tightly knit. The more he thought, the more confused he became. His shock remained undiminished, now mingled with a growing restlessness. You brat! He whirled around, glaring fiercely at his son, who wore a faint smile, his voice barely containing his fury. Spit it out. Which class of mine is it? Don't keep me in suspense. The captain had anticipated his father's reaction. His smile didn't fade but turned slightly sly. Father, you've been on the wrong track from the start. Why don't you think about the class you're currently teaching? What? The principal's face changed instantly, as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world. He stepped forward, abruptly staring intently at his son, his gaze sharp as a blade. Have you lost your mind? Or am I going senile? This year's class. His voice trembled, filled with incredulous anger. Do you even know what you're saying? If anyone in this year's class could break through to martial master, I'd eat this city wall. Martial king. Slaying a beast emperor. Have you been stationed on the wall so long that your mind's been addled by beast roars? This was the biggest joke. The martial arts college entrance exam hadn't even started. The students had barely stabilized at martial warrior. How could they leap to martial king? It was more absurd than teaching a child who just learned to walk to run a marathon. Father, I'm not crazy and I'm not lying to you. The captain dropped his smile, his expression turning solemn. He is indeed a student from your current class named Lin Yang. 2 months ago, he came to the West City Guard for training on your direct order. Students who hadn't successfully awakened their traits were to train for 3 months. Lin Yang. The principal's pupils contracted sharply, his anger freezing on his face, replaced by deep bewilderment. He instinctively looked again at the distant figure whose overwhelming aura caused the surrounding space to ripple with subtle distortions, blurring the form. But with his son's reminder, the figure's stance and proportions began to align with his memory of Lin Yang, an unremarkable student who 2 months ago was still at the body tempering stage. No! Impossible! The principal shook his head repeatedly, his voice filled with disbelief. 2 months ago, he wasn't even a martial warrior. From body tempering to martial king in just 2 months. How is that possible? Even a reincarnated deity couldn't achieve such speed. This completely overturned everything he knew about martial cultivation. An ordinary student breaking through to martial warrior in 2 months was already exceptional. But martial king was 3 major realms above martial warrior, with the insurmountable chasms of martial master and martial ancestor in between. It was like an elementary school student becoming a university professor in 2 months. Absurd to the extreme. Father, it's true. The military high command already knows. I didn't fabricate this. The captain added in a low voice. However, one point needs correction. Lin Yang's true realm is not martial king but midstage martial ancestor. The martial king level combat power he's displaying now is boosted by an explosive trait, but the effect lasts less than a quarter of an hour. Midstage martial ancestor. The principal first breathed a sigh of relief, his expression softening slightly. Compared to breaking through to martial king in 2 months, martial ancestor seemed a bit more reasonable. But the next moment he realized and his face turned incredulous again. Reasonable, my foot. Midstage martial ancestor was still 2 major realms above martial warrior. 2 months. From body tempering to grandmaster. This too was an unprecedented miracle. In the 1,000-year annals of the Great Xia martial era, there had never been a single record of such a feat. Lin Yang had shattered the very laws of martial cultivation. You little brat! The principal erupted in fury, grabbing his son by the collar, his voice frantic and irate. How could you not tell me about something so important earlier? A prodigy like Lin Yang is a treasure of the entire Great Xia. Not only should he be stationed on the city walls, but even protection by a martial king realm expert is insufficient. At the very least, a martial emperor realm master must step in. And you let him face the beast emperor. He grew more agitated with each word, his voice trembling. If anything happens to him, you and I, father and son, could die 100 or 1,000 times and still not compensate for Great Xia's loss. After the fury came an uncontrollable urgency. He abruptly released his son, his blazing gaze fixed on Lin Yang's direction, and declared with unwavering resolve, "Wretched boy, come with me. Well, go see Lin Yang right now and bring him back to the inner city. I'll contact my teacher immediately and have him rush over from the capital. He is already at the martial emperor realm. With him here, Lin Yang will be safe. Such a genius must not face any mishap. Father." The brigade leader quickly grabbed the principal, who was about to leave, his expression complex. Lin Yang. He seems quite independent. This matter may require considering his own thoughts. His thoughts? The principal's eyes flickered. He was no dictator who disregarded others' opinions or otherwise. He would never have allowed Lin Yang the freedom to choose whether to participate in this training. But now his greatest regret was having sought and agreed to Lin Yang's own decision in the first place. Had he known earlier that Lin Yang possessed such astonishing, monstrous talent, he would never have allowed him to face any potential threat. As a principal, he should respect the opinions of ordinary students. But a genius who could reshape Great Xia's future must not encounter any accidents. Perhaps the ultimate victory over the alien beasts would hinge on this extraordinary prodigy Lin Yang. Lin Yang doesn't understand the gravity of this matter. And besides, this is no longer a decision he can make on his own. Before he finished speaking, he had already gathered his chi and leaped, his figure darting like an arrow toward that silhouette. Gale winds swirled around him, and the pressure of a martial king unconsciously radiated outward. But as he approached within 3 zhang of Lin Yang, it was repelled by an invisible barrier. The principal halted, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This barrier was not deliberately erected. It was the fierce blade intent nearly attuned to the Tao that naturally emanated from Lin Yang, autonomously forming a martial king's protective chi. Its intensity made even him, a seasoned martial king, sense a hint of danger. Just then, the figure who had been facing away from them slowly turned around. The youth wore a slightly worn city guard uniform, his shoulders stained with dark red traces of beast blood. His ink-black hair was slightly tousled by the wind, yet it did nothing to diminish the clarity in his eyes. His face still bore a hint of youthful immaturity, but the calmness born of life and death experiences and the vast lingering aura about him made him a completely different person from the silent body-tempering student the principal remembered. It was Lin Yang. "Principal, you've arrived." Lin Yang spoke first, his voice calm, and even showing neither the unease of facing a martial king nor the arrogance of having slain a beast emperor, as if he were merely greeting a familiar elder. The principal stared at him for a long while, his gaze sweeping from his blood-stained uniform to his tranquil eyes, then to the divine blade at his waist that seemed hard to behold. His Adam's apple bobbed several times before he could suppress the turmoil in his heart. "Lin Yang, is it really you?" Only then did he finally confirm that none of this was a fabrication by his rebellious son. "Yes, it's me, principal." Lin Yang nodded slightly, his gaze passing over the brigade leader, who was straightening his collar after being released, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I apologize for alarming everyone by slaying the beast emperor just now." "Alarming?" The principal gave a wry laugh, his tone layered with complexity. "You've done far more than alarm me, boy. 2 months ago you were still at the body tempering stage, unable to awaken any talent inscription. Now, relying on your Grandmaster Foundation and the power of your inscription, you can unleash martial king-level combat strength and slay a beast emperor. How did you do it? This question had weighed heavily on his mind for too long, and as he asked it now, even his voice trembled slightly. Lin Yang's eyes flickered thoughtfully as if weighing his response. He did not speak immediately but gently touched the hilt of his blade. The longsword, which had just tasted the blood of a beast emperor, seemed to possess a will of its own, emitting a low hum. Principle: the path of martial arts has always differed from person to person. After a long pause, Lin Yang finally spoke, his voice still calm. I simply found a cultivation method that suits me and encountered some opportunities. But in his heart, Lin Yang secretly remarked, it's just that opportunities account for 99.9%. Opportunities. The principal frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this vague answer. What kind of opportunity could allow you to leap across 3 major realms in 2 months? Even legendary celestial treasures couldn't have such miraculous effects. What exactly is your inscription? He knew that Lin Yang's awakened inscription had been nothing but a blank, radiant with golden light yet producing no tangible effect. Otherwise, he would never have agreed to Lin Yang's participation in this military training. Any golden inscription once manifested, regardless of its effect, would make its bearer a figure of paramount importance, protected by all of Great Xia. But now it seemed Lin Yang's inscription was far from a useless blank. Rest assured, we know you must have your secrets, and none of us will force you to reveal them. But Lin Yang, with such extraordinary talent, it is now a foregone conclusion that you will become a martial king or even a martial emperor. Perhaps you might even surpass the martial emperor realm and reach the rare martial saint level. That is not impossible. Or perhaps you could even ascend to the martial god realm, which has never appeared in all of Great Xia, and put an end to the beast invasion once and for all. The principal gazed into the void, his voice filled with longing, whether for the pinnacle of martial arts, the martial god realm and its splendor, or for the beautiful vision of driving the alien beasts out of Great Xia's territory and restoring peace. Your situation is too unique. Staying in Yang City is too dangerous. I have decided to contact my teacher immediately. He is a martial emperor realm expert and will arrive soon. Then you will go with him to the capital, where the finest resources and the most stringent protection await, allowing you to grow in peace. He hoped Lin Yang would agree, but he sensed it would be difficult. As expected, Lin Yang gently shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, principal, and for your high regard. Lin Yang's tone remained respectful, but carried an unyielding resolve. But I cannot go to the capital. Of course, Lin Yang could not go to the capital. All his current progress came from slaying alien beasts. The capital, located in the most prosperous heart of Great Xia, had sparse beast populations and could never produce beast tides of this scale. Moreover, the capital was teeming with experts. Even if high-tier beasts invaded, they would be besieged and killed immediately. Otherwise, how could Great Xia have stood for over 1,000 years in this era of beast conquest? So you still refuse after all? When the principal first saw Lin Yang, he had an inexplicable feeling. Lin Yang radiated a blade intent so fierce it was almost tangible, forged through countless beast slayings, bearing an indomitable, all-destroying momentum. Possessing such powerful blade intent, he would never cower within city walls protected by the strong out of fear of danger. His path to strength would be drenched in the blood of alien beasts. Do you realize what your refusal entails? It means you will completely forfeit the protection of a martial emperor-level powerhouse and lose access to the most elite martial cultivation resources in Great Xia. If you insist on staying in Yang City, how will you fend for yourself when you encounter an insurmountable lethal crisis in the future? The principal was not deliberately pressuring Lin Yang. He was merely illuminating the boundless perils lurking ahead by outlining the most realistic consequences. I will become stronger. Lin Yang slowly raised his eyes, his gaze clear and resolute, untainted by the slightest wavering. The top-tier resources of the capital are indeed tempting, but to me they hold little significance. I stepped onto the city wall and faced the beast tide, precisely to temper myself in the crevice between life and death, accelerating the transformation and evolution of my traits. Moreover, I have never intended to remain trapped in Yang City forever. After the martial arts grand examination concludes, I will head to East City and enroll in the East Sea Martial Arts University. What? The East Sea Martial Arts University? At these words, the principal's expression shifted dramatically, his face filled with shock. The captain and the assembled city defenders were also inwardly stunned, their countenances revealing deep astonishment. For the East Sea Martial Arts University was situated on the eastern coast of Great Xia, adjacent to the boundless Azure Sea. The aberrant beasts nurtured in the deep ocean were far more ferocious and formidable than the fierce beasts lurking in the dense forests beyond the western city. Their second-tier aberrant beasts roamed freely. Beast King-level fierce beasts could be seen everywhere, and even the lofty Beast Emperor-level aberrant beasts frequently haunted the sea domains. The frequency of the East Sea beast tides was far greater than that of the Western City, unleashing earth-shaking aberrant beast surges nearly every year. What was most despairing was that whenever a large-scale beast tide descended, even terrifying beast sovereigns would manifest. These were fearsome entities that even a martial emperor-level powerhouse could scarcely confront alone. It was precisely because the eastern region had long been ravaged by beast tides, and surrounded by mountain and sea aberrant beasts, that Great Xia had invested heavily in constructing the East Sea Martial Arts University. Although it was not among the 4 premier martial academies, the martial resources it commanded were the most abundant and generous of all martial institutions nationwide. Yet behind such abundant resources lay extreme peril. Confronting mountain and sea fierce beasts guarding Great Xia's eastern frontier, every teacher and student of the East Sea Martial Arts University walked on the edge of life and death, where falling in battle was already commonplace. You would choose that land of life and death. The principal gazed at the youth's slender yet upright figure, seeing in his eyes a composure, resolve, and sense of duty far beyond his years, his heart brimming with endless admiration and relief. Watching that solitary, resolute back, the principal was overcome with a myriad of emotions. He knew he could no longer sway Lin Yang's decision. The youth before him was no longer the ordinary student who once needed others' protection. He had already grown into a powerhouse capable of standing alone and safeguarding a region's peace. After a long moment, he let out a slow, deep sigh, his tone laced with helplessness, but even more with heartfelt hope and tenderness. Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will press you no further. But Lin Yang, remember this: no matter when or where, if you ever find yourself in danger, just speak the word. Yang City will always be your support. Even if it costs me these old bones, this very life, I will protect you to the end. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yang turned around, bowed deeply to the principal, and offered a solemn salute. At that very moment, Lin Yang's aura suddenly stirred. The overwhelming martial king pressure that had swept the field rapidly contracted layer by layer, ultimately stabilizing at the midstage Grandmaster realm. His complexion had turned somewhat pale, clearly indicating that the trait's enhancement had dissipated, bringing with it a wave of intense weakness. Lin Yang. The principal's expression tightened, and he immediately stepped forward to offer support, but Lin Yang raised a hand to gently stop him. I am fine, Principal. Lin Yang exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, circulating his internal energy to forcibly suppress the surging chaotic qi and blood within him. It is merely the aftermath of the trait's overload eruption. A short rest will restore me. Seeing his pallid, bloodless complexion and his forced composure, the principal's protective instincts deepened. He turned and glared fiercely at his own son, barking in a deep voice. What are you standing there for? Prepare top-grade healing pills immediately, and ready a quiet, exclusive rest chamber to care for Lin Yang properly. If he suffers the slightest harm here, you will answer to me. Yes, father. The captain dared not hesitate. He quickly acknowledged and turned to make swift arrangements. The principal turned his gaze back to Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with ardent expectation. Lin Yang, I await the day you truly shatter your shackles and ascend to Martial King. I firmly believe that day is imminent, and you are destined to become the most dazzling, peerless rising star in the long river of Great Xia's martial arts. Lin Yang slowly raised his head, his gaze inwardly restrained yet harboring a sharp edge, a calm and confident smile curving at the corners of his lips. It will. Principal, that day will not keep you waiting long. Above the city wall, the fierce, biting wind howled without cease. Layers of clouds slowly parted and warm sunlight poured down, enveloping the youth's form and outlining him in a dazzling golden halo. The legendary journey belonging solely to Lin Yang had from this moment officially begun. The wind howled fiercely, and the scent of blood on the battlement had yet to dissipate. Lin Yang walked slowly to a nearby bluestone step, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The qi and blood within him surged like a tide. The trait's weakened state left both his energy and body feeling extremely frail. The principal stood quietly to the side, not daring to disturb him, merely watching him with a heavy gaze. Having lived for most of his life, he had seen countless martial prodigies, but never had he encountered such a heaven-defying junior. Unrivaled at the same level, capable of killing across realms, confronting a beast king with a grandmaster's body, and even briefly unleashing a martial king's pressure to slay a beast emperor aberrant beast. Such a temperament and combat prowess placed him above the entire younger generation of Great Xia. No, even among the middle-aged generation like his own wayward son, he was in no way inferior. Before long, the captain hurried back, followed by 2 martial artists. One carrying a jade bottle, the other guiding the way. Father, the rest chamber is ready. The pills, calming incense, and warming medicinal fluids have all been arranged. The principal nodded slightly, his tone softening. Help Lin Yang over there maintain full vigilance and allow no one to disturb him. Understood. The two martial artists stepped forward, their attitudes exceedingly respectful. The battle on the wall earlier, where Lin Yang alone had suppressed the horde of fierce beasts with decisive slaughter, had already won the admiration of all the defending soldiers. Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. The bloodshot tinge had faded and calm was restored. He stood up with some difficulty, his aura still weak, but it did not impede his movements. I appreciate the trouble. He spoke calmly, following the two down the city wall and into a temporary cultivation chamber set up to the side. The room was clean and tidy, insulated from the wind and clamor outside, and filled with a faint medicinal fragrance that could steady the mind and harmonize qi and blood. Once the others had withdrawn and the door was gently closed, the chamber was left with only Lin Yang. He took out the healing pill the captain had brought, raised his head, and swallowed it. The warm, gentle medicinal power instantly dissolved, flowing through his meridians. Lin Yang focused his mind internally, inspecting his own condition. The foundation of the mid-stage Grandmaster realm was solid as rock. His physical body had awakened the mystic Yang constitution, far surpassing martial artists of the same level, even rivaling aberrant beasts of an equal rank. The East Sea Martial Arts University. He murmured softly, a profound light flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the foundations of the 4 premier martial universities and understood how tempting the conditions offered by the capital's martial academies were. A stable cultivation environment, a sea of high-tier resources, guidance from the powerful, and access to myriad ancient texts. Everything one could wish for. But a greenhouse cannot nurture a towering tree, and comfort cannot forge a supreme powerhouse. The beast tide of the western city was merely the starting point of his martial path. To the east lay the vast ocean, where aberrant beasts from the endless deeps roamed. Beast emperors were everywhere, and beast sovereigns lurked in ambush. That perilous land was the perfect battlefield to temper himself. At that time, the evolution and extraction of his traits, as well as the growth of his qi and blood, would all depend on slaying aberrant beasts. Only through endless slaughter and life-and-death crises could his traits continuously transform and evolve, could the blood-fiend mystic Yang art break through its shackles, and could his martial realm advance with unstoppable momentum. Yang City was too small. It could no longer contain his ambitions. Once the martial grand examination ended, it would be time for him to head to the East Sea. Then, treading the waves and guarding the coast, he would engage in bloody battles against aberrant beasts, forging an unparalleled martial foundation with the blood of thousands of fierce beasts. After a brief period of regulating his breath, the chaotic qi and blood within gradually stabilized, and the feeling of weakness subsided by more than half. Lin Yang's palm moved slightly, and a faint trace of blood-fiend power flowed, its edge restrained, yet its killing intent deeply hidden. After a brief silence, his period of consolidation was complete. The slaughter in the dense forest outside the city had ended, and the crisis in Yang City was temporarily resolved. But the crisis facing all of Great Xia had never dissipated. Aberrant beasts roamed unchecked. Beast tides occurred frequently. Foreign enemies eyed them covetously, and the martial path was strewn with thorns at every step. And he, Lin Yang, would rise against the current, treading upon the bones of fierce beasts. Inside the cultivation chamber, the youth sat alone, his gaze fixed on the distant east. There the sea was vast and misty, the winds and waves, tumultuous. Danger lurked everywhere, yet boundless opportunities lay hidden. East Sea Martial Arts University. I am coming.